The Next Frontier. Reviving Economic Statecraft for National Security. By Aaron Langley Heinlein, Frederick Glass, and the Grand Rapids Circle.
Chapter 4. The Welfare of All of Us. A Square Deal for American Families.
Conservatism today stands at a crossroads. Throughout its long history, conservatism has sought to hold together a commitment to both a substantive vision of the good family, faith, and nation, a free community of virtue, and to a sustainable means of securing it, the rule of law, limited and accountable government, secure individual rights. At the best of times, these conservative ends and means have held together harmoniously, mutually strengthening one another. But in times of crisis, upheaval, and rapid change, they are prone to peel apart. At such times, the substantive goods worth fighting for might seem to demand that we discard our slow, halting, conservative methods. Hard-headed pragmatists will insist that if we are actually to preserve family, faith, or nation in the face of fundamentally new problems, and of adversaries prepared to fight dirty, then we cannot afford to be too fastidious in our methods. Staunch men and women of principle, on the other hand, will argue that if we abandon our commitment to law and custom, and our well-founded fears about overactive government, we will forfeit any right to be called conservatives. If we succeed in gaining the world, it will be at the expense of our own souls. The tension between such pragmatist and principled impulses, between the populist and the proceduralist wings of conservatism, was thrown into bold relief during the Trump administration. Propelled to power on promises of making America great again, Trump himself seemed to harbor few scruples about how exactly that end was to be achieved. But it wasn't just his zeal to cut through red tape and bulldoze over presidential precedent that caused angst among many card-carrying conservatives. Increasingly, the Trump administration attracted around it, though not necessarily within it, a coherent activist vision of the national government, one unafraid to leverage government power for national greatness, and to use all the tools at the disposal of the modern executive branch, however far they might be from the constitutional vision of the founders. The Trump-era foreign policy manifested the same get-or-done spirit, tearing up old agreements and understandings without compunction if they were seen to hamper America's freedom of action to secure her interests. Today, with conservatives out of power, the tenor of the discussion has changed, but the same tensions remain. On the one side are those eager to advance conservative ends by whatever means, even if it means calling the integrity of our electoral system into question. On the other, those determined to cling tightly to the institutions and procedures bequeathed to us, even if they no longer seem likely to secure the goods of family, faith, and nation. In many ways, this conflict can be seen in terms of the quarter-millennium-old battle between nationalism and conservatism, at least as those terms have often been understood since the French Revolution. Nationalism is committed above all to the sovereignty of the people. Conservatism to the sovereignty of the law, against which the people may sometimes chafe. Nationalists are committed to the development of the nation, the actualization of its latent potential. Conservatives are committed to limiting and tethering this power. Nationalists are committed to the needs of the present and the promise of the future. Conservatives to the claims of the past. Nationalists want to stress the unity of the body politic. Conservatives will stress its plurality. This tension is not, perhaps, irreconcilable. Indeed, one of the most exciting developments of the Trump years was the emergence of a movement of national conservatives, determined to remind us that it was the nation, the shared community of birth and locus of mutually loyalties, that was the highest good our politics should seek to conserve. No true conservatism worthy of the name can be indifferent to the good of the national community, or so wed to the dictates of dusty old laws and customs that it will ignore the clear and present dangers to the nation's interests. Still, while the two halves of this polarity may be held together in creative and dynamic tension by great statesmen, the tension remains, liable to burst forth in open conflict. Perhaps the most instructive instance of such conflict, coming on the heels of one of the most successful national conservative syntheses in our history, was the Republican Civil War of 1912, which pitted former President Theodore Roosevelt against sitting President William Howard Taft in a war of mutually assured destruction that almost destroyed the grand old party at the height of its power. At no time, perhaps, were the rival impulses of national greatness and conservative restraint so sharply defined or given such intelligent expression, each championed by one of America's greatest statesmen. In their bitter but richly insightful conflict, the essential differences between a nationalism of popular sovereignty and a conservatism of constitutional principle were thrown into clear relief, with the two presidents dividing sharply on which branches of government best secured the American ideal of consent of the governed. Whereas Roosevelt championed the executive branch with its energy and unity, as the most effective channel of the people's will, the embodiment of a nation undivided and forward-looking, Taft looked to the judiciary, the guardian of the inheritance of law, and the protector of the diverse rights and interests of a sprawling society. From their unresolved conflict, today's conservatives can gain fresh insight into the warring instincts that have so threatened Republican Party unity these past 5 years, and which will continue to challenge the stability of constitutional democracy in every era. The breakup of 1912 came in the midst of an era of Republican hegemony. Forged in the fires of the American Civil War and tested by the trials of Reconstruction, Industrial Revolution, corruption scandals, and 3 assassinations, the Republican Party came to maturity around the turn of the 20th century. Helmed by statesmen of extraordinary ability and principle, Roosevelt and Taft to be sure, but also Henry Cabot Lodge, Philander Chase Knox, Elihu Root, and Charles Evans Hughes, the National Party was so dominant that it held the Senate for 32 of 38 years between 1895 and 1933, and the House and presidency for 30 of those years. Were it not for the Great Rift of 1912, it seems likely that it would have enjoyed nearly 4 uninterrupted decades controlling the entire federal government. Under Presidents Roosevelt and Taft, the Republicans made remarkably wise and effective use of this power, as the United States transitioned from a hemispheric to a world power and overtook Britain as the world's largest economy. As late as 1910, few could have predicted the impending rift between the two men. Not only were they close friends, Taft being Roosevelt's hand-picked successor, but their visions of conservative reform and national development had moved almost in lockstep over the previous 2 decades. Although both men were originally educated in the laissez-faire orthodoxy of the 1870s and 1880s, it did not take them long to realize that such let-alone conservatism, if it had ever made sense, was untenable in the age of great industrial combinations that threatened to dwarf the powers of government. In the face of yawning economic divides, labor unrest, and populist upheavals, Roosevelt and Taft both came to recognize that the only authentically conservative course was to take action, reforming the imbalances of power within the nation before revolutionary pressures reached the boiling point. While staunchly defending the rights of private property, both men contended that as artificial creatures of the law, corporations should be subjected to the regulation of laws in the public interest. And if laissez-faire was no longer tenable in 1900s America, neither was localism. Like it or not, the railroads and trusts had already ensured that American social and economic life would be conducted on a national scale, and the only question was whether political institutions would catch up or be left choking in the dust of the freewheeling corporations. While nostalgic populists like William Jennings Bryan preached a return to a simpler age of self-reliance and individual competition, Roosevelt and Taft both argued that big business was here to stay, and it must be made serve the nation, or else the nation would serve big business. As friends of national economic development, both Roosevelt and Taft supported protectionist tariffs, although Taft succeeded in reducing these to more reasonable levels in 1910. But neither did they want to see economic growth dissolve into crass consumerism. Quoting Edmund Burke in his 1905 annual message to Congress, Roosevelt warned, "Men are qualified for civil liberty in exact proportion to their disposition to put moral chains upon their own appetites, in proportion as they are disposed to listen to the counsel of the wise and good in preference to the flattery of knaves." Accordingly, both men used their bully pulpit to try and raise the moral tone of the nation and invited their countrymen to pass laws curbing the power of self-interest and advancing the common good. In the face of deeply entrenched racial injustice in the American South, both Roosevelt and Taft declared their support for black rights and backed these declarations up with politically unpopular stands against lynch mobs and on behalf of embattled black leaders. Roosevelt also inaugurated a national drive for the conservation of the nation's wildernesses and natural resources that Taft would extend and consolidate during his presidency. Both also saw America as a great potential force for good in a world of imperialism and barbarism, and sought to establish America as a leader in global affairs, using the soft speech of diplomacy backed up by the big stick of a powerful navy. At the same time, both men shared a conservative vision of how durable change comes about. Confronted throughout their presidencies with fierce agitations against the trusts, the railroads, and the party bosses by reformers impatient with the relatively slow pace of political reform, Roosevelt and Taft repeatedly insisted that it is only the pragmatist, and not the utopian idealist, who can accomplish meaningful reforms over the long haul. Taft argued in his 1906 lectures, "For aspects of civic duty, this life is all a series of compromises by which little by little, and step by step, progress toward better things is made. All the good in the world cannot be attained at one breath. We must achieve what we can at the time we can, and must let other aims and objects of the highest good abide a different opportunity for their attainment. Or, as Roosevelt put it more crisply to the radical journalist Lincoln Steffens, I believe in the men who take the next step, not those who theorize about the 200th step. For this reason, both men were, until 1912 at least, staunch party men. Recognizing early in their careers that for all its flaws and deep-seated corruption, the Republican Party was the best vehicle for good governance, and that far more good could be achieved by working within it than outside of it, Roosevelt and Taft worked tirelessly on behalf of the party and ultimately succeeded in substantially reshaping it to advance their national conservative vision. Until 1912, that is. Once out of power, Roosevelt found his pragmatic conservative instincts no longer strong enough to contain his reforming zeal, and he began to chafe at what looked to him, from the outside, like the halting and half-hearted program of the Taft presidency. Increasingly radicalized by the populist wing of the Republican Party and personally alienated from his former friend, Roosevelt abandoned his earlier scruples about party disloyalty and warnings against intemperate idealism and proclaimed a crusade for righteousness as the standard-bearer of the new Progressive Party in summer 1912, declaring, "We stand at Armageddon and we battle for the Lord." Taft, for his part, concluded that Roosevelt posed a dire threat to constitutional government, and devoted all his energies to keeping him out of the White House, even if it meant the triumph of Woodrow Wilson. Given Wilson's spineless response to the outbreak of World War I and disastrous mismanagement of the ensuing peace process, it's no exaggeration to say that the history of the 20th century might have been very different if not for the great schism of Taft and Roosevelt in the spring of 1912. It is easy to chalk the schism up to a difference in temperament, which was real enough, and to the psychological pressures that the idle office of ex-president must have placed on a man of irrepressible action like Theodore Roosevelt. Underneath the volatile personal dynamics of their quarrel, however, lay divergent visions of the nature of popular sovereignty. The seeds of the 1912 rift had, in fact, been sown several years back, during Roosevelt's memorable presidency. In his battle against big corporations to conserve the inheritance of the American people, Roosevelt had become especially passionate about conservation of the American West. Standing above the Grand Canyon for the first time in 1903, he declared, "Leave it as it is. You cannot improve it. The ages have been at work on it, and man can only mar it. Keep it for your children, your children's children, and all who come after you." Congress, however, more susceptible to the special interests of mining and railroad companies, resented Roosevelt's claim for unilateral executive discretion to withdraw public lands from development and place them in national forests. In their 1907 appropriations bill for the Department of Agriculture, Congress inserted a rider that forbade further executive land withdrawals in 6 western states. Not wanting to veto the needed appropriation, Roosevelt signed the bill, but only after issuing 33 midnight proclamations protecting 17 million acres of land in 21 new national forests, thus preserving virtually all the land that the amendment had intended to put beyond the president's reach. This incident starkly illustrated Roosevelt's increasingly cavalier approach to the executive office. As he later summarized his reasoning, the president is the steward of the people, and the proper attitude for him to take is that he is bound to assume that he has the legal right to do whatever the needs of the people demand, unless the Constitution and the laws explicitly forbid him to do it. As Roosevelt saw it, the people had elected him to be the ultimate caretaker of their interests, the supreme arbiter of the general welfare, and he was thus bound affirmatively to do all he could for the people and not to content himself with the negative merit of keeping his talents undamaged in a napkin. Frequently appealing to Hamilton and the Hamiltonian tradition of an activist national government, Roosevelt insisted that the Constitution cannot be a straitjacket and must be allowed to develop with the needs of the people. As Josh Hawley notes in his Theodore Roosevelt, Preacher of Righteousness, however, Roosevelt actually went well beyond Hamilton, who in his famous defense of the National Bank had focused on the need to broadly construe the lawmaking powers of Congress. Roosevelt merged his Hamiltonian broad constructionism with a Jacksonian view of the president as the tribune of the people, almost mystically channeling the public will and embodying in himself the consent of the governed. No one could deny that, as president, Roosevelt was a master of discerning and molding public opinion, and he saw this public opinion as providing him authorization to take bold actions few other presidents had contemplated. As Hawley summarizes, Roosevelt appeared to believe that the president held general powers apart from those granted the federal government in the nation's fundamental law. Anything that needed to be done for the weal of the people and left undone by other branches of government, the president could do unless specifically constitutionally forbidden. Indeed, during the crippling anthracite coal strike of 1902, Roosevelt had explicitly entertained the idea of sending in federal troops and nationalizing the mines to prevent a catastrophic national shortage of winter heating fuel. Taft would later recall the incident with a shudder. The benevolence of his purpose no one can deny, but no one who looks at it from the standpoint of a government of law could regard it as anything but lawless. Indeed, Roosevelt's freewheeling leadership style left plenty of headaches for Taft when he entered office in 1908. Inheriting a Congress now on distinctly bad terms with the White House despite a strong Republican majority, Taft had to work hard to rebuild trust between the executive and legislative branches. Worse, Taft retained in the cabinet Roosevelt's chief forester, Gifford Pinchot, the righteous zealot who had egged on many of Roosevelt's most aggressive acts of conservation, and who chafed at Taft's more restrained approach. Pinchot's eventual acrimonious departure from the administration, more than anything else, started the process that led to the formation of the Progressive Party in 1912 and Roosevelt's own split with Taft. Indeed, Taft became increasingly convinced during these years that despite their harmonious working relationship from 1904 to 1908, when Taft served brilliantly as Roosevelt's Secretary of War, the two men held fundamentally different views of the presidential office and the Constitution. Articulating the difference in his 1916 book Our Chief Magistrate and His Powers, Taft gave voice to his firm belief in the sovereignty of law, which for America meant above all the Constitution. The true view of the executive functions is, as I conceive it, that the president can exercise no power which cannot be fairly and reasonably traced to some specific grant of power or justly implied and included within such express grant as proper and necessary to its exercise. Such specific grant must be either in the federal Constitution or in an act of Congress passed in pursuance thereof. This did not mean that Taft accepted a Jeffersonian straitjacket any more than Roosevelt did. On the contrary, Taft revered the great Federalist John Marshall as probably the greatest judge that ever lived, and followed his constitutional theory later in his own jurisprudence on the Supreme Court. But Marshall's principles had only justified wide discretion in the means of carrying out constitutionally given powers. Those powers were themselves still limited. As Kevin Burns summarizes in his recent William Howard Taft's Constitutional Progressivism, by distinguishing between a president's powers and his duties, Taft showed that the Constitution created a strong yet limited executive. Although the president may employ the powers necessary to carry out his duties are finite, defined, and circumscribed by the Constitution. Taft argued forcefully that such legal restraints on the executive's power ultimately empowered rather than limited him, since it prevents him from acting rashly and ensures that his actions will carry the full weight of the law behind him. In this, Taft stood in a tradition that went back far beyond Marshall to the English jurist Sir John Fortescue. To be able to do evil, as the king reigning royally, i.e., the absolute monarch, can more freely do than the king ruling politically, the constitutional monarch, diminishes rather than increases his power, Fortescue had written in the 1460s, and the same principle, Taft believed, applied to presidential power in the 1900s. Repudiating Roosevelt's high-handed approach to land conservation, Taft worked with Congress to gain the authorization that Roosevelt had claimed by mere virtue of his office. The resulting Pickett Act, says Burns, gave the president explicit statutory authority to do the very things Roosevelt had done illegally. Thus, Taft's respect for law and willingness to cooperate with Congress ultimately resulted in expanded executive discretion. Behind their rival conceptions of presidential power lay distinct concepts of the American nation that the president was meant to serve. Indeed, their 1912 showdown represented in some ways the two halves of a profound ambiguity in the American political tradition, one that is captured neatly in the two meanings of the English word people. Today, most often, this word is used as a plural of person and designates a collection of individuals. In an earlier time, it was much more likely to be used as a singular, the translation of the Latin populace, the entire political community conceived of under a singular corporate agency, which is it the purpose of constitutional government to represent people in all their plurality, diversity, and competing interests, or the people as a nation, a community of shared birth, shared interests, and shared purpose. On the first understanding, a representative government will be as pluriform as its constituents, with representatives chosen, ideally at any rate, from all classes and interest groups, and the national legislature serving as a forum to hash out these divergent interests, compromise, and embody those compromises in law. The executive, on this understanding, is simply the agent of the legislature, the agent called upon to put into action the tangled mess of these resulting compromises and warring interests. Taft appears to have understood American democracy in this sense, as a tool for taking the views of different classes and maximizing the happiness of individuals. Thus he wrote in Popular Government, 1913, "Experience sustains the view that every class of citizens in a community is more certain to look well after its own real interests than any other class, however altruistic. Hence a government in which every class has a voice, that is, a popular government, is more certain to do justice to each class and make proper provision for its welfare. We love what is called democracy not because of the name but because of what it accomplishes. We are in favor of a rule by as many of the people in a democracy as will secure a good government and no more. The result will be good because it secures the happiness of the individual." Moreover, on this understanding, the congressional gridlock so common to American politics is to be celebrated, not lamented. It represents the slow digestion of warring interests needed to produce good law. May we, therefore, not regard the inaction of one session of Congress as deliberation in a matter requiring it rather than as a basis for the claim that the legislature wishes to defeat the will of the people? The glory of the Constitution, Taft believed, lay in its checks and balances, for by these no branch of government, claiming to serve the good of the people as a whole, could lawlessly oppress a minority. Roosevelt, however, would declare in his famous New Nationalism speech of 1912 that nationalism is impatient of the utter confusion that results from local legislatures attempting to treat national issues as local issues. It is still more impatient of the impotence which springs from overdivision of governmental powers, the impotence which makes it possible for local selfishness or for legal cunning, hired by wealthy special interests, to bring national activities to a deadlock. Implicit in this conception, and presupposed in the idea of nationalism, was a far more unitary concept of the people and an idea of the common good as something more than the mere net result of competing individual and class interests. As Hawley writes, Roosevelt conceived the national state as nothing other than the people acting in concert. When individuals came to know themselves as a unified body politic, they became a people, an ethnos in the full political sense of the term, when they participated in the joint exercise of political power. A common political identity rooted in a common state made separate individuals one political person, with one set of shared political interests. This unitary sovereign nation, if it was in any way to achieve its full potential, must express itself through a single representative, someone who embodied the people in their unity, rather than their plurality. This was clearly, for Roosevelt, the role of the president, an insight also grasped by the early Federalists Washington, Adams, and Hamilton, although they had been much more restrained in the implications they drew. It was on this basis that Roosevelt derived his sweeping understanding of executive power. The new nationalism regards the executive power as the steward of the public welfare, he declared in his 1912 speech, making explicit what was implicit in his earlier presidential actions. Indeed, in his final annual message to Congress, in 1908, Roosevelt had already outlined his emerging new constitutional understanding, one which saw checks and balances as a threat to representative government, rather than their bulwark. Concentrated power is palpable, visible, responsible, easily reached, quickly held to account. Power scattered through many administrators, many legislators, many men who work behind and through legislators and administrators, is impalpable, is unseen, is irresponsible, cannot be reached, cannot be held to account. Only if the national executive had enough leeway to make big mistakes could he effectively be held account by the people of whom he was the steward, and only a national executive with enough leeway to take bold action could effectively channel the sovereignty of the people and make his nation great. As Herbert Croly would write in his 1909 The Promise of American Life, a statement of political vision that Roosevelt would enthusiastically make his own, the authority and responsibility residing ultimately in the people must be delegated, and it must not be emasculated in the process of delegation. It ought to be organized on the principle that he shall have full power to do either well or ill, but that if he does do ill, he will have no defense against punishment. In short, the two men held increasingly divergent perspectives on the purpose of American government and how it could best express the consent of the governed. For Taft, the essence of American democracy lay in its constitutional order, an elaborate machinery for managing, digesting, and balancing diverse interests, out of which could flow a general welfare that might not completely satisfy anyone, but would gradually advance the national life. Law, not will, was sovereign. For Roosevelt, American democracy, if it was to realize its promise at home as well as among the nations of the world, must channel the inchoate will of the people to a single, vigorous focal point, a leader capable of cutting through red tape and truly enacting the national interest. The living nation, not its ossified law, was sovereign. Given these divergent visions of sovereignty and law, It is little surprise that the most intense flashpoint in Taft and Roosevelt's 1912 clash centered on the role of the judiciary. From its inception, an ambiguity in the locus of sovereignty had long bedeviled the American constitutional system. Ostensibly, sovereignty lay in the people, to be sure, and yet the Constitution as fundamental law dictated the terms of how that sovereignty could be exercised, substantially limiting the power of popular majorities, no matter how large. Theoretically, the people could amend the Constitution, but only if they duly followed its prescribed process, which interposed high barriers indeed to prevent popular agitations from remolding the fundamental law. Arguably, once ratified, the Constitution itself had been clothed with sovereignty, now alienated from the people themselves. Thomas Jefferson, alarmed at this realization, would late in life argue that the Constitution should have an expiration date, periodically returning full power to its constituents. Indeed, once the principle of judicial review was thoroughly enshrined by John Marshall's Supreme Court, one could plausibly complain, as Jefferson was quick to, that ultimate sovereignty had passed from the people to unelected judges. Crowley, although no fan of Jefferson, echoed the same complaint a century later, grumbling that when conservatives talk about a government of law, they really mean a government of lawyers, in whose interests the will of the people was being systematically thwarted. Although never naming the Taft administration as his target, Crowley surely had it squarely in his sights. After all, there has been perhaps no American president so judicial in his outlook as William Howard Taft. A renowned Ohio and federal judge before his tenure in Roosevelt's cabinet, Taft had been twice offered a position on the Supreme Court when vacancies opened up in 1905 and 1906, but reluctantly turned it down out of a sense, encouraged by Roosevelt, that the executive branch needed him more at that time. In 1921, he finally ascended to the court in the position of Chief Justice, a post where he served with renown for the last decade of his life. Throughout his long career in public life, Taft defended the judiciary as the bulwark of civilization and freedom. In his acceptance speech for the Republican nomination in 1908, Taft had declared, "The administration of justice lies at the foundation of government. The maintenance of authority of the courts is essential unless we are prepared to embrace anarchy." Taft rarely said a thing that he did not mean, and when presented with a bill for Arizona statehood in the summer of 1911, he roundly vetoed it, seeing in its constitution an assault on an independent judiciary and thus the rule of law. In particular, its provision for popular recall of judges he deemed so pernicious in its effect, so destructive of independence in the judiciary, so likely to subject the rights of the individual to the possible tyranny of a popular majority, and, therefore, to be so injurious to the cause of free government. The Arizona recall provision did not come out of thin air. On the contrary, several other Western states had already adopted similar constitutional provisions, though none quite so radical as Arizona's, part of a growing progressive-era groundswell of popular antipathy to the judicial branch, which was increasingly seen as a tool of big business. For the past couple of decades, many superior judges, often alleging the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, had struck down numerous industrial regulations for worker welfare as unconstitutional and thwarted pro-labor measures on the grounds of individual rights of contract. The tide had begun to slowly turn as benches, including that of the Supreme Court, were slowly replaced by more progressive appointees, but in 1912, popular hostility to the courts across much of America was at the highest pitch since the Dred Scott decision. Taft, while sympathizing with some of the complaints and encouraging courts to be more reform-minded, fiercely resisted what he saw as the lawless trend toward an untrammeled democracy like that of the French Revolution. He seemed at times frankly bewildered that his fellow countrymen could entertain such ideas. Writing in Popular Government, the proposition for a recall of judicial decisions by a popular vote is so utterly at variance with any procedure that ever was suggested in respect to civilized government that it is hard to deal with. Great then was Taft's consternation when he opened his newspaper in late February 1912 to read that Theodore Roosevelt, his erstwhile friend, boss, and comrade in conservatism, had championed just this proposition in a speech in Columbus, Ohio. In this speech, which convinced Taft to mobilize against Roosevelt in the election and determined one of its key battle lines, Roosevelt fulminated against any theory that would make of the Constitution a means of thwarting instead of securing the absolute right of the people to rule themselves and to provide for their social and industrial well-being. Declaring himself a believer in pure democracy, Roosevelt insisted that Constitution makers should make it clear beyond shadow of doubt that the people in their legislative capacity have the power to enact into law any measure they deem necessary for the betterment of social and industrial conditions. Instead of thus making law the instrument of popular sovereignty, the judiciary had conspired to make it a chain upon the sovereign people, with the result that now judges, rather than legislators, were the real lawmakers. In order to put power back in the hands of the people, Roosevelt proposed a mechanism whereby, if a state court declared a law unconstitutional, the people of that state could overturn the verdict at an upcoming election, thus reserving the final right to interpret the meaning of their own constitution. Most of the Republican leadership, including Roosevelt's longtime allies Henry Cabot Lodge, Elihu Root, and Philander Knox, were aghast at the proposal, which seemed to mark a reversal of Roosevelt's lifelong conservatism. In a famous 1901 speech, after all, Roosevelt had declared in words that would have warmed Taft's heart, "The first essential of civilization is law. Anarchy is simply the handmaiden and forerunner of tyranny and despotism. Law and order enforced with justice and by strength lie at the foundations of civilization." As president, he had skillfully managed public opinion and often ridden its wave to significant policy victories, but he also asserted his independence from it. "I do not represent public opinion. I represent the public. There is a wide difference between the two, between the real interests of the public and the public's opinion of these interests." Now, however, he was determined to put the determination of the public interest firmly in the hands of a popular majority, authorizing them to both make and interpret law. As Taft saw it, far from being progressive, this vision of popular sovereignty was profoundly regressive, reversing centuries of advances in constitutional government. Now, when there is a recrudescence of the idea that the judge is a mere agent of the sovereign to enforce his views as the only standards of justice and right, we naturally recur to the theory that judges should hold their office at the will of the present sovereign, to wit, the controlling majority or minority of the electorate. The judicial recall is a case of atavism and is a retrogression to the same sort of tenure that existed in the time of James I, Charles I, Charles II, and James II. To be sure, Taft exaggerated the radicalism of Roosevelt's proposals. After all, in his Columbus speech, Roosevelt had explicitly distanced his proposal from the willy-nilly recall of individual judges enacted in Arizona and declared his support for the more conservative removal procedure of Massachusetts. Moreover, his suggestion for a popular referendum on judicial decisions was specifically restricted to decisions of the state high court and was explicitly subordinated to the final determination of the U.S. Supreme Court. And it was, after all, proposed in the context of an Ohio Constitutional Convention, in which the representatives of the state had gathered to amend their state constitution in accordance with strict constitutional procedures. Roosevelt was hardly calling for the masses to storm the Bastille. Indeed, it seems clear that here, as in many of his former policies, Roosevelt saw himself as actually acting the part of a wise conservative seeking to defuse popular resentment before it boiled over in more dangerous revolutionary measures. Writing to Henry Cabot Lodge in 1910 regarding the nomination of Charles Evans Hughes to the Supreme Court, Roosevelt worried, "I only hope that he has awakened to the fact that unless we are content to face disaster to the judiciary in the future, there must be a very radical change in the attitude of our judges to public questions." For Roosevelt, constitutional amendments to enable the people to soberly evaluate judges' rulings were the best way to prevent a more vicious and sweeping popular reaction against the courts. And, far from a call for the destruction of all constitutional government, Roosevelt's proposal really represented nothing much more radical than the model of Britain's common law constitutionalism, in which Parliament acted as final arbiter of the constitutionality of its own actions. To Taft, however, the unique genius of the American constitutional system lay in its principle of judicial review. The greatest advantage of our plan of government over every other is the character of the judicial power vested in the Supreme Court. With his trained lawyer's mind, Taft quickly recognized that even Roosevelt's comparatively modest proposals represented a fundamentally different vision of sovereignty, in keeping with Roosevelt's increasingly nationalist ideals. And indeed, as the 1912 campaign went on, Roosevelt began to blur the lines he had established between state and national judicial recalls as he pursued the logic of his new nationalism. For Roosevelt, the idea of judicial recall was part of an effort to free the living nation from the dead hand of the past, to endow the national people with the power to determine their destiny and make their laws work above all for the general welfare, rather than the protection of individuals. For Taft, on the contrary, it was the genius of conservatism to uphold the law as the defender of the interests of minorities and the rights of individuals. Taft was convinced, moreover, that such judicial protection of private interests redounded in the long run to the benefit of the public. Personal liberty, including the right of property, is insisted upon because it conduces to the expansion of material resources which are plainly essential to the interests of society and its progress. Although committed to the improvement of the lot of the common man, Taft was convinced that less glamorous and more incremental measures, such as reforms of judicial procedure, would prove the most durable means of improving the quality of national life. Increasingly for Roosevelt, however, it was not merely particular abuses of judicial power, but what he saw as the unaccountable supremacy of judicial power itself that needed reform. Whereas a powerful presidency, Roosevelt had argued, would draw its authority from the people and enact their will, a powerful judiciary, claiming the authority of precedent, was liable to systematically thwart that will. The conventional wisdom is that, while Taft may have lost to Roosevelt in the popular vote of 1912, he triumphed in the long term as the more authentic standard-bearer of conservatism. And indeed, it is hard not to see in Roosevelt's idealistic progressive crusade and fulminations against the rule of law anything other than vanguard of the activist liberal state that would put conservatives on the defensive for much of the 20th century. But not so fast, cautions Logan Stagg Istra in an incisive recent essay for American Affairs. If anything, argues Istra, notwithstanding Taft's noble intentions, the victory of judicial supremacy in 1912 has proven an utter calamity for any traditional sense of American conservatism. Although in his own time, the individual rights on behalf of which Taft intended judges to wield their vast law-defining powers most often took the form of conservative property rights, the precedent proved dangerous as courts became more culturally progressive. From the 1950s onward, the dominant trajectory of the federal judiciary has been to weaponize the Constitution in defense of individual rights and against any power of communities to protect public moral norms, a trajectory increasingly embraced by liberal and conservative judges alike. In most cases, Istra points out, the rights thereby promulgated into law would almost certainly not have enjoyed popular legislative support at the time. In trusting the future of the country to the good sense of the people, Roosevelt was the more perceptive and authentic conservative, argues Istra. Since the American people tend to be more committed to the conservative goods of faith, family, and nation than high court judges, perhaps the conservation of the nation would have been more secure if sovereignty had remained, as Roosevelt contended, in the hands of the people. Indeed, it seems clear that Taft's legalistic outlook sometimes clouded his vision of the national interest. Trusting optimistically in the ability of judges to harmonize competing rights claims for the greatest good, Taft would later champion Woodrow Wilson's League of Nations and the creation of international courts with power to bind the actions of sovereign nations to principles of international law. This would seem to confirm Roosevelt's fear that for Taft, the sovereignty of law had become an abstraction that would enchain the sovereign nation. For Roosevelt, in both foreign policy and in domestic policy, the nation must remain free to determine and act upon its own interests. This divergence, like debates over the scope of presidential power and the respect to be paid to the judiciary, has found expression again in the age of Trump, with one wing of the GOP wanting America to brazenly assert its national interests and another wing anxiously wringing its hands over the violation of international law. But while it is perhaps clear in retrospect that a national conservative cannot wholeheartedly embrace Taft's proceduralism, there is also little question that Roosevelt's vision of nationalism had by 1912 veered off the rails of the Anglo-American constitutional tradition. It is possible that, had he won a third term, Roosevelt himself would have wielded the vast powers he claimed for essentially good ends, but very unlikely that American government would have been well served over the long term by such demagogic gratification of popular agitation against the rule of law. On mature consideration, perhaps, we should conclude that neither man, high though they may stand in the pantheon of American statesmen, fully grasped the genius of the constitutional tradition they inherited. Roosevelt deplored the small-minded lawyers who dominated Congress and the courts, viewing them as out of touch with the nation's present needs and barriers to its future greatness. Increasingly, he saw law, and especially passed law, in its negative aspect as a restraint on the sovereignty of the people, something that would prevent the nation from being most fully itself. Too often, Taft played right into these caricatures, upholding an elitist ideal of the judge as the embodiment of impartial reason, ready to render to each his own, and the law as simply the guardian of individual rights. Although in some senses a nationalist, Taft's judicial mind seems rarely to have glimpsed the mystic visions of American nationhood that animated his ebullient predecessor. But what Taft should have argued, and what Roosevelt should have seen, is that the agency of the American nation, as an intergenerational community of shared birth natio, was bound up in the inheritance of its law. Far from being merely the dead hand of the past, the Constitution was the living voice of the nation, the means by which Burke's grand partnership between generations expressed itself. As Richard Hooker, Burke's great inspiration, explained in 1593, a law is the deed of the whole body politic, and if you consider yourselves any part of it, then the law is even your deed also. Just as any man's past deed belongs to him as long as he lives, so also the act of a public society of men done 500 years ago continues to belong to it, since societies are immortal. We lived in those who went before us, and they continue to live in those who follow them. According to this older tradition, the law is not merely a guardian of individual rights, but the embodied agency of the nation, renewed in each generation. There can be no appeal to the consent of the governed that ignores the form in which this consent has been transmitted to us. Roosevelt's understanding of the nation was far too presentist or even futurist, in service to the needs of the moment, or even more the beckoning call of future national greatness. The sovereign people must be able to break through the shackles of the past that reactionary judges were forcing upon them. Taft's understanding of the law, meanwhile, was much too abstract, a kind of transcendent reason that carried its own authority, even if out of touch with the life of the nation. The correct understanding is one in which the law does express the sovereignty of the nation, but the nation as a community of living and dead. The law carries the authority of the past not because the past always knows best, but because it is the voice of our fathers and mothers, whom we are called to honor if we are to retain a sense of our own identity. Such an understanding will not fully resolve the rival impulses that divided Roosevelt and Taft and that continue to divide conservatives a century later. The noble instinct to empower a nation to assert its agency and secure its interests, and the prudent concern to restrain its sometimes short-sighted passions through respect for precedent and procedure. There is indeed, perhaps, no permanent reconciliation. A constitutional republic will always harbor both impulses in a state of dynamic tension. Yet armed with such an intergenerational vision, and a determination to reforge the bonds between the national past and the national present, today's national conservatives can resist the temptation to pit the rule of law against the life of the nation, recognizing that neither can have life or meaning apart from the other. In early 1912, Theodore Roosevelt began his legendary campaign for a third term in the White House. The endeavor would lead him to break with his native Republican Party and champion the infant, bull moose Progressive Party in one of the most colorful presidential runs to date. Sensing the weight of that year's struggle, Roosevelt assured his supporters that, come what may, we stand at Armageddon, and we battle for the Lord. By campaign's end, the colonel had survived a gunshot to the chest and achieved one of the greatest third-party performances in American history. Often forgotten in all the stump-speaking fanfare, however, is what began his campaign in the first place. Roosevelt initiated his presidential challenge by attacking recent decisions of the U.S. Supreme Court that had struck down popular attempts to regulate businesses. Chief among these cases was Lochner v. New York, 1905, which found a law establishing maximum work hours for bakers unconstitutional. Roosevelt first took up the issue in 1910, but by 1912 he was ready to stand on it. In his view, the court had made the Constitution a means of thwarting instead of securing the absolute right of the people to rule themselves. Specifically, Roosevelt criticized the peculiar function of the American judge, the function of declaring whether or not the people have the right to make laws for themselves. This special power, today understood as part of judicial review, struck Roosevelt as fundamentally un-American. Through the power's exercise, judges could potentially declare the Constitution to mean whatever they fancied, a concern as old as the Constitution itself. It was far better, in Roosevelt's mind, to leave this ultimate power where it belonged, with the people. Toward this end, he proposed the popular recall of judges and their decisions, and he deemed his stance the highest and wisest kind of conservatism. It almost goes without saying that conventional wisdom describes Roosevelt's 1912 campaign as anything but conservative. A growing body of scholarship has striven to illustrate how incumbent President William Howard Taft's stand against Roosevelt in favor of judicial independence that year was the beginning of modern constitutional conservatism. The columnist George F. Will has argued that any true conservative would have voted for Taft in 1912. Indeed, since 1912 the principle of judicial supremacy, that the court has the final say in interpreting the Constitution, has reigned supreme. No serious, sustained movement has since sought to displace it in favor of popular review, and the conservative movement of the 20th and early 21st centuries has continued to defend judicial supremacy as a necessary pillar of limited government constitutionalism. Though a few voices in the wilderness have long warned against the habit, most modern conservatives, ever wary of modern progressivism, have dismissed Roosevelt's new nationalism or square deal as just another set of examples of big government, unconstitutional progressivism. I take a different view. Notwithstanding Taft's noble intentions, the victory of judicial supremacy in 1912 has proven an utter calamity for any traditional sense of American conservatism. It might be that the loss is irretrievable, but if there is to be any successful sort of nation-centered conservatism in the 21st century, the loss must at least be recognized and assessed. Over the following pages I will demonstrate how, contrary to established opinion, Roosevelt represented a stronger kind of conservatism, how Roosevelt's defeat in 1912 represented a defeat for American conservatism, how the doctrine of judicial supremacy has worked to defeat nearly every major conservative cause throughout the 20th and early 21st centuries, and how conservative efforts to cope with the problem have only succeeded in identifying American conservatism as an anti-democratic, individualistic ideology, much to the loss of the American cultural fabric. In all of this, I make a case for Roosevelt's vision of a national conservatism upheld by a popular constitution. My related argument that modern American conservatism has succeeded in conserving almost nothing, in part due to its fealty to judicial supremacy, will no doubt be unpopular. But without a radical change of strategy, more failures lie ahead, both for conservatives and for the country as a whole. Perhaps more than any other president, Theodore Roosevelt was in love with American civilization. That love manifested itself in the two basic qualities that defined Roosevelt's political life: an unyielding, romantic sense of American nationalism and, as Senator Josh Hawley has described at length, a profound thirst for moral righteousness. His conservatism was not one of free markets and legal procedure, but of honor, duty, family, and nation. He sought to elevate the moral tone of American life, as did many of his fellow progressives, now derided by conservative luminaries who still see a future in libertarianism. Roosevelt's concern was for America's soul, and he cared little for the exact form its economy took so long as it worked for honest Americans. Roosevelt understood that a branch that would not bend must break, and that a dangerously stratified economy produced an unstable and vulgar national life characterized by the twin evils of destitution and decadence. Whether it took the form of economic solidarity, careful management of natural resources, the cultivation of the arts and of architecture, or the strengthening of families and religious communities, Roosevelt exhorted his fellow Americans to strive for greatness. Moreover, Roosevelt's brand of national conservatism or progressive nationalism, call it what you will, was wildly popular. Roosevelt's position was popular for the simple reason that he believed national life should reflect the higher values of most Americans, and that no power, whether it be judicial or financial, should be able to frustrate that mission. Many modern progressive liberals have attempted to press gang Roosevelt into serving their narratives by airbrushing or cherry-picking his record, as have many adventuring neoconservatives. But Roosevelt's conservatism was a popular conservatism, and so too was his Constitution. For Roosevelt, the power to decide constitutional questions through the political process was central to the American system of government. This flexible, ambiguous dynamic had existed for most of the 19th century. Questions as to what the government could or could not do, from purchasing land to establishing a national bank, erecting a protective tariff, or enacting moral legislation, were answered at the ballot box and in congressional debate at the local, state, and federal level. This popular constitutionalism came under threat at the turn of the century from a federal judiciary bent on placing individual liberty above the common interest during the period that is commonly called the Lochner era in jurisprudence. The court began reading new and expansive rights and liberties into the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause, among other interpretive tactics, to limit the role popular governments could play in ordering society. Theodore Roosevelt, as firm a believer in the American nation as ever there was, resisted the aggrandizement of court power and spent his last political contest fighting to preserve and reinvigorate a popular constitution. In this light, Roosevelt should stand as an example for conservatives and indeed for all Americans. While many of those who otherwise identify Roosevelt as a conservative isolate his 1912 campaign as a spout of progressive heresy, it is precisely in his unshackled stint as a bull moose progressive that the deeper nature of Roosevelt's conservatism is revealed. When modern-day conservatives look back at the policies advocated in the new nationalism, they typically see plans to enlarge the role of the state in the economy and to limit individual liberty and accordingly deem them the antithesis of American conservatism, progressivism. But to do so is to ignore the American tradition of national conservatism that stretches from Washington and Hamilton to Clay, Lincoln, and, yes, Roosevelt. This tradition, while not at all uniform, saw an active role for the state in promoting the general welfare and in promoting a vigorous and virtuous national life. Though no band of collectivists, these American statesmen were less impressed by arguments of doctrinaire liberal laissez-faire individualism, whether economic or social, and were keen on national projects to establish a harmony of interests, as Lincoln's chief economic advisor phrased it. Roosevelt perceived himself as the latest in the line of American nationalists, whose conservatism was geared toward cultivation and construction, and which transcends the modern dichotomy between economic left and right. Both Lincoln and Roosevelt viewed themselves as defenders of the American working man. Capital, as Lincoln said in his first State of the Union, is only the fruit of labor, and could never have existed if labor had not first existed. Labor is the superior of capital, and deserves much the higher consideration. Roosevelt's pro-labor record needs little elaboration. Both defended the protection of American labor from unfair foreign competition, and both viewed strong, well-paid, growing families as essential to Republican life. While modern liberal progressives have often sought to adopt this legacy toward their own ends, they do so only by censoring or ignoring the nationalist and moralistic inspiration behind the tradition. Roosevelt supported women's suffrage, but he also wanted adulterers whipped in public and emphasized the importance of fatherhood and motherhood. In short, the nationalist tradition in America believed that a strong, united nation could use popular government to promote a manly, harmonious public life free from threats of moral or economic degradation, whether it be slave power, monopoly, or undue foreign influence. Thus, when Roosevelt looked at Supreme Court decisions like those in United States versus E.C. Knight Company, 1895, Allgaier versus Louisiana, 1897, Lochner v. New York, 1905, and Adair versus United States, 1908, each of which interpreted laws and constitutional principles in new ways that limited what popular governments could do, all in the name of individual economic liberty. He saw judges violating the traditional sovereignty of the American people. This abuse, combined with President Taft's perceived inability to correct it and other impotencies, was the prime factor that moved Roosevelt to run against his old friend and successor in 1912. In his famous address, A Charter of Democracy, Roosevelt likened the constitutional situation to that following the infamous Dred Scott decision, which asserted the nationalization of slaveholders' rights in the lead-up to the Civil War. It was Buchanan who treated the courts as a fetish, Roosevelt declared, and who protested all criticism of the judges for unjust and unrighteous decisions. Meanwhile, Roosevelt identified himself with Lincoln, who appealed to the people against the judges when the judges went wrong. Lincoln, Roosevelt argued, was the real upholder and preserver of the Constitution, for the true progressive, the progressive of the Lincoln stamp, is the only true constitutionalist, the only real conservative. The purpose of the Constitution, in Roosevelt's reading, was to ensure genuine popular self-government, and any attempt to use it against this end was to thwart its intended meaning. Indeed, with Dred Scott in mind, Lincoln himself had argued in his first inaugural address that, if the policy of the government upon vital questions affecting the whole people is to be irrevocably fixed by decisions of the Supreme Court, the people will have ceased to be their own rulers. For Roosevelt, as it was for his hero, progress and conservation were not at odds but rightly functioned together. His conservatism was a conservatism of substance over prescribed form and legalistic procedure. He asked his audience to choose the broad conservatism of Lincoln and Roosevelt over the narrow conservatism of Buchanan and Taft. To prevent further judicial usurpation, he argued for a vague power of popular recall over judges and judicial decisions that became the most controversial issue of the campaign. Taft, of course, thought differently. Taft stood on a platform that defended the independent judiciary against Rooseveltian extremists, who he said are not progressives. They are political emotionalists or neurotics. Though he disagreed with decisions like Lochner on a personal level, he defended the Supreme Court's authority to make them and maintained judicial supremacy in constitutional interpretation. Nearly all conventional conservative wisdom has stood with Taft. But modern-day conservatives who would assume the Taftian position should bear two things in mind. First, while a modern conservative may deride all forms of progressivism, Taft himself claimed to be a true progressive just as much as Roosevelt claimed to be a conservative. Neither man saw an inherent contradiction in the terms. Second, Taft was not the only man in the 1912 race who defended the court against Roosevelt's calls for popular accountability. Woodrow Wilson, the progressive Democrat who would ultimately win in 1912, and who many modern-day conservatives consider one of the worst presidents in history, adopted many of Roosevelt's policies into his own new freedom, but crucially maintained a belief in the positive role of the independent Supreme Court. Each generation of statesmen, Wilson had written in Congressional Government, looks to the Supreme Court to supply the interpretation which will serve the needs of the day. Wilson, like Taft, was a judicial supremacist who believed constitutional interpretation stopped at the Supreme Bench. He merely saw it as an instrument with progressive, innovative potential, whereas Taft believed it should be used in a conservative, traditionalist fashion. Though it is unlikely either man could have foreseen the Herculean role judicial supremacy would later play in reshaping American society, their defense of it would forever compromise the power of the American people to control their own destiny. Any conservative, then, who would envisage himself standing with Taft must also consider himself standing alongside Wilson with regard to the question of who should determine the Constitution's meaning and forever consign himself to praying for timely judicial vacancies. Portrayed as a deranged radical by Taft Republicans and Wilson Democrats, and denied the support of established party machinery, Roosevelt went down to a distant second-place defeat, garnering over 27% of the vote. Along with his campaign also went the popular nationalist tradition he championed. Judicial supremacy was confirmed and, barring a few abortive stabs at reform by Robert M. La Follette and William E. Borah in the 1920s, debate shifted away from whether the court was accountable to the people and toward the question of who should serve as a constitutional philosopher king. New constitutional debates would follow the pattern begun by the 1916 nomination of Louis Brandeis to the Supreme Court and entrenched by Franklin D. Roosevelt's court-packing scheme of 1937, where the concern was over the ideological composition of the judiciary, not the ultimate power it wielded. Today, constitutional politics takes place almost exclusively within the consensus of judicial supremacy and is defined by a partisan battle over who can stack the bench with as many sympathizers as possible. Not only has this eroded the dignity of the court, but it has been a disaster for any substantive form of American conservatism, and I argue it might already be fatal. Today, conservatives are often persuaded that an independent judiciary is essential in defending their own preferred rights, like the right to bear arms or the freedom of religion. This is a trap. The current popular understanding of the near-absolute Second Amendment is a modern conception best embodied in the decisions of District of Columbia versus Heller, 2008, which affirmed an individual's, not a militia's, right to bear arms against federal incursion, and McDonald v. City of Chicago, 2010, which incorporated that right against the states. Regardless of its prudence, it is certainly an innovation. If the court can invent a right, it can also take it away. Meanwhile, the present defense of Christian religious liberty represents a rearguard action in a long retreat from cultural dominance. Freedom of religion was originally used to depose the Christian majority. Now it is their last refuge. Consider the recent decision in Masterpiece Cakeshop versus Colorado Civil Rights Commission, 2018. That decision did not protect Baker Jack Phillips's right to refuse service on religious grounds. It merely found that the Colorado Civil Rights Commission was not acting with neutrality toward religious belief, as previous decisions by that commission suggested that Phillips was treated with special hostility for his beliefs. In other words, Phillips was found to have no particular right to refuse service. It is easy to imagine a different court composition drastically narrowing the opinion in Heller, just as it reversed itself from Plessy to Brown. And the court might just as easily have found that the Colorado Commission was acting with neutrality and thus Phillips would have to bake a cake against his beliefs. If the court simply ruled to curtail Second Amendment rights or to make Christian bakers bake cakes against their values, which is easy to imagine in the not-so-distant future, are conservatives simply to accept the verdict and hope for better nominations later? Not only does that make a farce of constitutional politics, but it is also a plan for defeat. Judicial supremacy has almost always gone against the values of popular American conservatism and furthered the country's cultural transformation. While the immediate constitutional debate of the progressive era revolved around economic concerns, given the era's deep economic stratification, the context and terms of that debate were upended by the Great Depression. An entire new suite of political priorities was introduced by a post-World War II environment undergirded by widespread economic prosperity and confidence. Thereafter, the defining, substantive constitutional revolution of the 20th century, and the one which conservatives have lost at nearly every turn, has primarily been cultural and social, not economic. The court has been the favorite and most effective weapon of cultural revolutionaries who could not win an open and popular contest. By their nature, democratic majorities exist in tension with laissez-faire individualism, whether economic or cultural. For this reason, liberal individualists have found their friends in institutions with the potential to act in anti-popular ways, like the Supreme Court. Modern proponents of Lochner-style libertarianism and progressive liberal advocates of Roe v. Wade, 1973, thus have something in common. Both fear popular government and both fear conservative nationalism. Modern left progressive, as distinct from progressive-era progressive, cultural victories have come overwhelmingly through the court system, not the ballot box. Meanwhile, conservative deference to judicial decisions, though dignified in its origins, has usually resulted in victories for business interests and a timid, lackluster defense on cultural issues. The effect of this political dynamic has been an erosion of the traditional cultural landscape and the emergence of a new anti-culture. A common retort to arguments defending popular majorities is that the necessary defense of minority rights, especially civil rights, requires judicial supremacy, with Brown versus Board of Education 1954 as the knockout example. But that decision hardly justifies the principle of judicial supremacy. On the contrary, Brown is the ultimate example of overturning previous court precedent, in this case overturning the tradition set up by Plessy versus Ferguson, 1897, which had established the doctrine of separate but equal. If the court corrected an evil with Brown, then it was an evil promulgated by the court itself. And it should be recalled that the flagship accomplishments of the civil rights movement were legislative, not judicial, coming in the form of the Civil Rights Act and Voting Act of 1964 and 65, which were built on broad-based changes in popular opinion. The question is whether the ultimate authority rests with the court or with the people. If conservatives want to defend their values, then they would be much wiser to turn to the latter, if it is not already too late. To prove this point, let us consider the general way the court, not the people, has killed a traditional, conservative social order and look at some cases where judicial power was used to overturn popular conservative policies. Cohesive societies rely upon a discriminatory power of setting social norms that can involve hard legal prescription, backed by state power, and softer social prescription, enforced by the weight of public opinion. While soft prescription can be powerful when left alone, it can be modified, enhanced, or reversed when met with hard prescription. For instance, a community may softly prescribe that citizens observe the Sabbath or wear certain clothing in public, but the hard prescription of law and force in support or in opposition to these customs can grant them potency or destroy them within the year. Law and custom are seldom far separate for long, because in America, as in much of the developed world, the legislative power lies in the hands of popularly elected officers. The hard prescriptive power is primarily popular, at least in theory. Individual or class freedom from hard prescription is a right. Sometimes limiting social prescription, i.e. expanding rights, is a desirable and necessary thing. Sometimes it is not. It requires judgment. But when a society is stripped of its power to prescribe, it unravels and dies. It becomes like a garden without a gardener, or a symphony in which everyone brings their own preferred sheet music. One of the leading causes of death for the traditional American social order has been a proliferation of individual rights and the language of rights since the mid-20th century. The chief exponent of this multiplication has been the United States Supreme Court and its subordinate courts, egged on by organized special interests and their attorneys. The court's main instrument, though not its only one, for expanding individual rights has been the Due Process Clause of the 14th Amendment, which forbids any state from depriving any person of life, liberty, and property without due process of law. Though the Lochner Court mostly used this clause to expand the liberty of contract, in the hands of other justices it has had an illustrious career in inventing all sorts of rights. Now, while the work of the Warren Court and the sexual revolution is nothing new to most social conservatives, a broad sketch of the court's breaking of the popular prescriptive power warrants illustration. The liberalization of American society has largely been imposed by the incorporation of the Bill of Rights through the 14th Amendment's Due Process Clause, so that its protections apply not only against the federal government but also against the states, as well as the general expansion of substantive due process protections through the same clause. The broad language of the constitutional amendments has provided unlimited possibilities for judges to rewrite the nature of constitutional government, now an ancient conservative complaint. Formal incorporation began with the First Amendment in decisions like Gitlow v. New York, 1925, and DeYonga v. Oregon, 1937. Though the decision in Gitlow initially seemed to be a loss for free speech, it laid the groundwork for accepting free speech as an incorporated right for radical political dissidents. By 1937, such a view commanded the support of a unanimous court, including the conservative Four Horsemen. The process accelerated in the 1940s as the court's composition became more liberal and flew into overdrive in the 1960s and early 70s during the tenures of Chief Justices Warren and Burger. By the end of the century, the culture had been remade, and the change continued despite apparent conservative victories at the ballot box. The tardy incorporation of the Second Amendment in 2010 was more of a conservative admission that, if you can't beat 'em, join 'em. Now most Americans simply presume the Bill of Rights has always applied to the states as well as the federal government and believe the amendments have always conferred nearly unlimited freedom. The controversial decisions of the 1960s and 70s now shine with the patina of orthodoxy and enjoy the protection of stare decisis. The views of fringe radicals in the 1950s now dominate American society and its constitution. What is more, this is now how many Americans, on both the left and right, think political change happens, that society naturally becomes more secular, more liberal, more progressive over time. But this is only a natural drift when the power of social prescription is actively suspended and subverted in pursuit of abstract liberal ideals. Consider a few cultural ligaments as they were stripped away by the union of a minority interest and court opinion. The popular power to affect the moral tone of society through censorship of obscenity was peeled away successively with Roth versus United States, 1957, and Memoirs versus Massachusetts, 1963, which enabled the golden age of pornography, and was only salvaged somewhat with the opinion in Miller versus California, 1973. Now it is common for children to be exposed to pornography before age 12 so that we can live in a society of free speech. The people lost the power to establish communal values when school prayer and Bible readings were taken out of public schools in Engel versus Vitale, 1961, and Abington School District versus Schempp, 1963, respectively, under an expansive reading of the Establishment Clause. This posed a long-term blow to America's mainline Protestant Christian culture, which relied on the public schools. Since then, the interest group-based campaign to secularize American culture has conquered the public square, going so far as to prohibit student-led, student-initiated prayer at football games in the decision of Santa Fe ISD v. Doe, 2000. Now any vaguely religious language is regarded with suspicion when uttered in the public square, while mockery of faith is a matter of course in popular media. With support from conservative and liberal justices, flag burning became protected speech under Texas versus Johnson, 1989, which overturned popular laws in 48 states. Griswold versus Connecticut, 1968, famously forced the legalization of contraception within marriage, but also introduced the mystical penumbras and emanations of the Bill of Rights that included the right to privacy. This new right would eventually morph into a protection of abortion in Roe versus Wade, 1973, which overturned numerous popular, democratic statutes against abortion. This is but a small sampling of the raft of cases that liberalized and secularized American society, which most students are taught to regard as part of the beneficent and natural march of rights, if they are aware of them at all. What links all of these cases is that in each the power of popular cultural prescription was curtailed and the general erosion of traditional American society was extended. In each case this was done by judges, not voters, reading further and further into the vague, liberal, individualist language of constitutional amendments. Usually, the decisions were wildly unpopular at the time they were made and would not have won a popular vote. Yet, instead of a popular solution to constitutional perversion, most conservatives have sought jurisprudential solutions to the predicament. Following this logic, the problem is that bad judges have made poor decisions and abused their power. Thus, we need good judges to judge well and give proper deference to popular decision-making. The result of these sentiments has been an impressive organization of conservative legal thinkers behind interpretive methods of originalism and textualism in institutions like the Federalist Society, but the substantive record of these efforts is far less impressive. Of course, we do need good judges who judge well, especially when judicial supremacy is a political reality. But social conservatives have been dealt a brutal reminder this year of the limits of selecting good judges. The decisions reached with the support of nominally conservative justices in Wolf versus Vidal, 2020, and Bostock versus Clayton County, 2020, have illustrated once again that winning elections and appointing judges has yet to achieve results for conservative Americans. The decision in Bostock, with its opinion written by Justice Gorsuch, is especially dismaying in its ridiculous mutation of the Civil Rights Act. Some, like Adrian Vermeule, have recently recommended that conservative jurists take a more assertive, bold approach to gain ground for common good constitutionalism through new interpretive methods, using liberal progressive tactics against liberalism. At some point in high-level constitutional decision-making, the judgment of what the Constitution means is arbitrary. By definition, the highest law cannot be determined by law, and thus must represent the will of some sovereign. But what might a popular check even look like? One solution recommended during the time of Chief Justice John Marshall, and again by Senator William Borah in the 1920s, was to raise the number of justices necessary to strike down a law. But this is insufficient for obvious reasons. 7 justices may just as easily ignore the will of the American people as 5, as the Warren Court can attest. Nor would this solution give popular majorities much chance at correcting errors once made. Roosevelt and his fellow progressives proposed the vague power to recall bad judges and judicial decisions through referenda. Owing to his defeat of 1912, however, these propositions never got far past state judges and decisions. Recall of specific judges seems unnecessary when impeachment is possible for character violations and when popular revision of opinions is made possible. Judges should still be able to make judgments, good and bad, after all, and it would be detrimental to the justice system if judges felt their jobs were constantly threatened. Anti-judicial terrorism is not the goal. Senator Robert La Follette's proposal in the 1920s was to enable Congress to uphold any federal law struck down by the court through legislative majority. This solution is in the right direction but should be expanded. On its own, La Follette's solution would do little to alter decisions that strike down state legislation en masse, which is where most social legislation takes place and where the violation of popular sovereignty is deepest. In theory, the people could have several avenues for popular review. There ought to be both congressional and state-directed routes that mirror the paths to a traditional constitutional amendment. To appropriate Calhoun's coinage of concurrent majority for far different purposes, we ought to introduce the dissenting majority. Either a clear majority of Congress or a majority of state legislatures should be able to vote to overturn a court decision that strikes down popular legislation. 2/3 of Congress, or perhaps 30 of the 50 states, could vote to overturn a ruling like Roe or Vitale and enable states to pass laws restricting abortion or to pass moral legislation. Of course, such a change would not only serve partisan ends, but should hold much appeal to all Americans opposed to judicial overreach. Americans who oppose decisions like that of Citizens United versus Federal Elections Committee, 2010, for example, would also have a popular channel to change the law. If nothing else, it would help move the locus of constitutional battle away from court nominations and into the public arena where it belongs. Such an arrangement would also grant a more legitimate air to attempts to revise court decisions and use the legitimacy of popular government to overrule the faux legitimacy of stare decisis. Individual judicial decisions would become far less consequential if they could be revised by the people, and judges could worry more about doing their actual job. Instead of holding supreme power over constitutional interpretation, power that has become the object of realpolitik calculations, justices would become the first and most dignified constitutional interpreters sufficient for the vast majority of legal decisions, most of which do not concern the public in any pressing way. As the social capital that sustained a traditional social order continues to erode, however, the window is closing on the viability of any recovery. If a substantive conservatism is going to make it through this century, then conservatives are going to have to think with as much aspiration as liberals and leftists. That is why those who would salvage a traditional American society for posterity ought to look to the example of Theodore Roosevelt in 1912 and seek a popular conservatism that fights for a constitution that truly serves the nation. In this struggle, we should remember the words of President Garfield, the preacher president, in his inaugural address. The voters of the Union, who make and unmake constitutions, and upon whose will hang the destinies of our governments, can transmit their supreme authority to no successors save the coming generation of voters, who are the sole heirs of sovereign power. The 2011 hit series The Newsroom begins with a memorable scene. A panel of pundits is asked by a sorority girl to say, in one sentence or less, why America is the greatest country on earth. The liberal smugly answers, diversity and opportunity. The conservative, without blinking, responds, freedom and freedom. The second answer speaks volumes about the popular perception of American conservatism and, unfortunately, its actual intellectual state. Freedom has been the slogan of the right since at least the post-war era, when fusionist conservatives sought to unite the older conservative ideal of transcendent order with the newer, more libertarian ideal of individual freedom, a fusion of the given and the chosen. The resulting fusionist conservatism, however, has failed to outlive its Cold War context, having been co-opted under a big business and financial services agenda since the 1990s. The language of freedom was rebranded in a consumerist mold, leaving conservatives with few resources to counter a progressivism which had abandoned its own communitarian roots in favor of individual self-realization. The result was two equally vacuous and increasingly indistinguishable visions of freedom. For the left, it was maximizing the number of available sexual experiences to choose from. For the right, maximizing the number of cereal options at the grocery store. Neither paradigm of freedom seems capable of illuminating the profound experience of unfreedom that America's underclass has given plaintive voice to in recent months. Many are apt to wonder if freedom even names an intelligible ideal. It was freedom that the British people demanded when they voted for a Brexit from the European Union, but it was also freedom from the British people that the feckless young royals demanded in the more recent Megxit. It was freedom from taxation and regulation, freedom from any kind of government meddling in the economy, that Republican voters demanded in the Tea Party uprising of 2010, but it was freedom to make America great again, including perhaps government action to reinvigorate the American economy, that they demanded in 2016. Are such diverse demands not evidence that we are in the presence of an empty slogan, a feel-good phrase to be filled with whatever demands seem most urgent at the moment? Many conservative critics fret that it is time to back off on the language of freedom and to start speaking the language of justice or order instead. I think this is short-sighted. Freedom is the ideal that has echoed down through the long annals of American history, from Patrick Henry's "Give me liberty or give me death" to Martin Luther King Jr.'s "Let freedom ring." But it is high time to think much more seriously about this word, to ask whether it is, in fact, as Lord Acton said, the highest political end, and, if so, in what sense? In this exercise of conceptual clarification lies a golden opportunity to reclaim a forgotten vision of human flourishing, and to sketch a bold new blueprint for an authentically conservative and authentically national politics. The first mistake that we are prone to make in thinking about freedom is to forget that freedom is fundamentally an experience, not an objective state of affairs. Of course, there is no question that others can act or circumstances can conspire to profoundly constrain my outward freedom. But the relationship of such circumstances to subjective experiences is hardly simple. A long tradition of Christian theology and devotion has proclaimed that to serve Him is perfect freedom, and has seen the experience of external suffering and persecution as merely another context within which to exercise this perfect inner liberty. We speak of coercion as the opposite of freedom, but in reality, physical coercion still leaves us with all manner of choices, as Alexander Solzhenitsyn explored in the Gulag Archipelago. To resist or to submit, to despair or to hope, to look for an outlet for escape or to turn inward for comfort. The failure to recognize this experiential dimension of freedom lies at the root of many of our fruitless political arguments. When impoverished minorities lament their lack of freedom, hard-hearted conservatives are liable to point out the material plenty they enjoy compared to yesteryear's despots and tycoons, or the legal equality of opportunity they enjoy in America's permissive economy. When working-class whites complain of their disenfranchisement, the woke scolds on the left admonish them of the immense privilege they enjoy. Gays and lesbians complain about their lack of freedom to express themselves and the bigotry they suffer, while religious traditionalists protest that their religious freedom to oppose such forms of expression is being taken away. Both parties mock the other for being thin-skinned and insist that their legitimate freedoms are amply protected by existing law. All of us seem to agree that we are suffering from a profound loss of freedom, but none of us can seem to believe that others are as well. It is, of course, possible that we all are just being whiny, working ourselves into fits of indignation over first-world problems and failing to celebrate the immense freedoms we enjoy. And to some extent, this is surely a fair critique. But our shared experience of unfreedom, and inability to agree on its nature or source, the fact that the more and more we assert our freedom within the available liberal mold, the more futile and impotent we feel, suggests that something deeper is wrong. In fact, it should not surprise us that our ideals of freedom, and our worries about its loss, seem so various and contradictory. After all, as the great modern ethicist Oliver O'Donovan argues, freedom is a term used almost exclusively to focus attention on the possibilities of its loss. Freedom is the looking glass in which we search our features anxiously for signs of unfreedom. But the collapse of any vital condition can occur in a multitude of ways, so what appear to be straightforward descriptions of freedom turn out to be hugely various political ideals, some of them in tension with one another's. If freedom is above all an experience, then we must naturally ask, who does the experiencing? Long years of liberal indoctrination have conditioned us to answer, why, individuals, of course. But our own experience and use of language belie our definitions. If we think back in our own history to consider what threats are most likely to bring the cry of freedom to our lips, they are rarely enough mere infringements on the rights of individuals. When Patrick Henry made his famous speech, it was not Parliament's attack on individual tax-paying colonists that particularly troubled him, but its attack on the political agency of the colonies themselves. When MLK stood on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial and declared, "Let freedom ring," he was concerned not merely with securing the individual rights of Black Americans, but sought to secure their visibility and recognition as members of the American people and nation. When America was rocked in 2001 by the September 11th terrorist attacks, these were felt as a fierce attack on our nation's freedom, and were followed by a swell of patriotic pride and a fierce defense of its place in the world, which we had not experienced in over a generation. Or were they? The response to September 11th, in fact, vividly betrayed the profound ambiguity that had crept into our thinking about freedom. Did the terrorists attack our freedom or our freedoms? The former better describes the national feeling, the latter the national rhetoric. When President George W. Bush advised Americans to defy the terrorists by hitting the shopping malls, he solemnly baptized the consumeristic ideal of freedom that had steadily gained ground in the modern world. Likewise, when we went to war to liberate Iraq in Operation Iraqi Freedom, and naively hailed the Arab Spring as a new birth of freedom, we were never quite clear on whether what we wanted was the empowerment of people, as individual Iraqis or Egyptians, to vote, speak, blog, or eat McDonald's, or the freedom of the Iraqi people and Egyptian people in the oft-forgotten singular form of that English word, corresponding to the Latin populace. Did we desire, like Lord Byron romantically riding off to the Greek War of Independence, to see a nation properly freed to take its place among the nations of the world, or simply to see the extension of universal human rights to another set of marginalized individuals? A collective conception of national freedom used to be very much at the center of Western political discourse, linked as it was to fundamental questions of representation and sovereignty. But that conception seemed to disappear from liberal intellectual discourse during much of the 20th century. In this respect, Yoram Hazony's The Virtue of Nationalism was a wake-up call. In it, he speaks eloquently about the freedom of nations, insisting that nations too, like individuals, can experience liberty or oppression, empowerment or impotence, and declaring the principle of national freedom as the crucial ordering principle for a morally and anthropologically sound politics. The new nationalism Hazony speaks for affords us an opportunity to recover a forgotten strand in conservative thought, a recognition that to be free we must belong to something larger than ourselves, that a well-constructed democracy is one in which the demos, the people singular noun, is made to appear to itself and to other peoples of the world. It becomes visible as an agent within history, and thus provides a context of meaning within which each individual can experience the shared stories, symbols, language, and meaning which make it possible to realize his or her own agency. A proper account of freedom must include the ideas of potency and effectiveness alongside those of possibility and choice, and must grapple seriously with both the social conditions for individual freedom and the experience of collective freedom. Naming the errors of the liberal ideal of freedom has become a favorite parlor game of philosophers and pundits alike in recent years, so I will not belabor the point unnecessarily. But a brief sketch of the dominant conception of liberty will help us better see what this picture misses. John Locke is often hailed or hated as the father of liberal individualism, but the philosophy first comes into clear focus in the thought of J.S. Mill. In his 1859 essay on liberty, Mill confidently declares, "The only freedom which deserves the name is that of pursuing our own good in our own way, so long as we do not attempt to deprive others of theirs, or impede their efforts to attain it. This liberty involves a freedom to choose means, our own way, and a freedom to choose ends, our own good. It belongs to every individual qua individual. It requires being left alone by others, and it demands that we leave others alone in their turn. Such freedom, Mill insists, must be defended not only against the direct coercion of the state, but also against the soft coercion of prevailing opinion and feeling, against the tendency of society to impose, by other means than civil penalties, its own ideas and practices as rules of conduct on those who dissent from them." The doyen of modern libertarian thought, Friedrich Hayek, broadly concurs with Mill's vision in his 1944 classic The Road to Serfdom. The central political ideal, he writes, is freedom from coercion, freedom from the arbitrary power of other men. It is freedom of choice, and the increase of opportunities for choice, understood fundamentally as individual choice, that individuals should be allowed to follow their own values and preferences rather than somebody else's, that within these spheres the individual's system of ends should be supreme and not subject to any dictation by others. Hayek's fellow émigré from mid-century totalitarianism to liberal Britain, Isaiah Berlin, famously developed Mill's conception in his influential 1958 lecture, Two Concepts of Liberty, glossing this liberal concept of freedom as non-interference. I am normally said to be free to the degree to which no man or body of men interferes with my activity. If I am prevented by others from doing what I could otherwise do, I am to that degree unfree. By being free in this sense, I mean not being interfered with by others. The wider the area of non-interference, the wider my freedom. Both the modern right and the modern left have rallied to the defense of this basic ideal of maximizing individual choice and minimizing interference, with the right more prone to worry about the danger of government coercion, and the left the danger of oppressive social norms. Both, however, have largely acquiesced in Mill's notion that my liberty can only be restrained if it harms someone else. So long as I only abuse my liberty to harm myself, no one can stop me. The only part of the conduct of anyone, for which he is amenable to society, is that which concerns others. In the part which merely concerns himself, his independence is of right absolute. Over himself, over his own body and mind, the individual is sovereign. This last line is the real kicker, appropriating the venerable concept of sovereignty, which once belonged to God, and then to the nation, to the single individual, and offering this audacious prescription in the mood of an unobtrusive indicative. The desperate attempts to realize this godlike vision of freedom in the face of human finitude in recent years have led to increasing philosophical and political incoherence. After all, this concept of freedom is not merely individualistic, but it is apt to collide with the stubborn reality of human sociality at every point. If freedom is fundamentally non-interference, then the mere presence of other people who always interfere somehow or other, even if they don't mean to, constitutes some kind of limitation on my freedom, and we are left with a frustrating zero-sum game. It ought not have taken a global pandemic to make this point, but at least it unmasks the reality of the interdependence we have long sought to deny. My personal freedom to be in public ipso facto exposes the public to potential harm. Indeed, if one group of people flaunt their freedom and spread the virus, they may simply ensure that measures restricting freedom more broadly are prolonged. These recent examples simply elucidate a broader principle about this concept of freedom, however. The more widely I indulge my own sphere of action, the more I am apt to collide with that of others. My freedom can only increase at the cost of decreasing yours. If I want to set up my Bluetooth speaker to blare music in the park while I do my funky workout routine, that's now a park where you're not free to enjoy silence. If I want to be free to air homophobic ideas in public, you're no longer free from having your identity violated. And if you want such freedom, then I won't be free to speak. The late modern state has been reduced to running around like a short-staffed daycare manager. No, you can't pull out Ellie's hair just because you want her ribbon. The harm principle and non-aggression principle were intended to forestall this danger. You are free to act so long as you do not actively commit harm against the person or property of another. But what happens when our freedom itself is understood as our property? Then, by definition, any action you take is liable to harm me, since it limits my own dearest possession, my absolute freedom. Indeed, this ideal of freedom, wrenched from the larger context of Western and Christian ethics within which it first emerged, can hardly help making godlike pretensions. To be sure, Hayek and Berlin insisted that this idea of freedom as non-interference must be sharply distinguished from freedom as empowerment. The socialists, they complained, went around promising men more freedom. Freedom from material want or necessity. Although freedom is connected with the idea of increasing our range of choice, Hayek insists that it cannot mean release from the compulsion of the circumstances which inevitably limit the range of choice of all of us. Berlin agrees. You lack political liberty or freedom only if you are prevented from attaining a goal by human beings. But why? Given that the whole point of this freedom was to maximize self-realization and scope for choice, am I not free only when I have broken through every impediment that would constrain my will? Any missing option that I might otherwise choose constitutes a constraint on my possible field of action, which is seen as determined by a will that is potentially infinite. Earlier liberal theorists all quaintly assumed that as long as action was impaired by natural limits rather than the arbitrary limits imposed by other humans, freedom was not compromised. But the logic that they unleashed was quick to debunk all natural limits as equally arbitrary and oppressive. Why should our language, social expectations, or my own body limit my ability to be whatever gender I want to be, or to beget or destroy offspring on a whim? For at least the last generation, then, influential elements of both left and right have been united in the pursuit of an Olympian freedom that would leap lightly over every border and boundary, every moral, cultural, biological, or geographical limit that could restrict the number of possibilities available to my infinite will. For the left, this freedom is realized primarily in the lifestyle domain, with the endless begetting of new sexual orientations or identities, and a willingness to applaud and encourage every one of these so long as it is freely chosen. For the right, it is realized primarily in the economic domain, with ever-expanding consumer choice hailed as evidence of our unprecedented freedom, and an insistence on private property as a zone of absolute non-interference, even as expanding corporate ownership has rendered this ideal increasingly quaint and incoherent. For both parties, it involves the erasure of borders, of restraints on the free movement of goods, capital, or humans, and especially of any restraints on the free export of this mutant liberalism to the rest of the world. The hubristic logic of this conception was neatly captured in Anthony Kennedy's infamous declaration in Casey versus Planned Parenthood. At the heart of liberty is the right to define one's own concept of existence, of meaning, of the universe, and of the mystery of human life. If I cannot define, that is, draw my own limits to the universe itself, then someone else will be drawing limits for me, and that is an intolerable limit to my freedom. Each of us must be a deity. When faced with such fantastic claims for freedom, we are apt to respond, in the immortal words of Inigo Montoya, "You keep using that word. I do not think it means what you think it means." While it has served admirably in restraining the tyrannies of despots and majorities, and offering fresh scope for individual creativity, the dominant liberal conception of freedom runs aground on the antinomies generated by its formalistic rejection of limits. It cannot offer an account of the structures of meaning that make possible a genuine experience of freedom. The first of these is the idea of power. Whereas Mill, Berlin, and Hayek all agreed that power should not be confused with freedom, the two are in fact inseparable. Oliver O'Donovan writes, "In saying that someone is free, we are saying something about the person himself and not about his circumstances. Freedom is potency, rather than possibility." Nothing could be more misleading than the popular philosophy that freedom is constituted by an absence of limits. He backs off a bit from this bold statement in the very next sentence, recognizing that, to be sure, the potency of freedom requires possibility as its object. If there were no possibilities, there could be no room for freedom. But the fundamental error of modern thinking, he persists, is its insistence that we can maximize freedom by multiplying the number of possibilities open to us. The indefinite multiplication of options can only have the effect of taking the determination of the future out of the competence of choice, and so out of the category of meaningful possibility for freedom. O'Donovan is making 2 points here, both at once profound and commonsensical. First, the experience of too many choices can be not liberating, but paralyzing, as anyone who has been stuck browsing a cereal aisle or scrolling through Netflix can attest. In fact, the masterminds of the market know this full well, and have developed elaborate mechanisms for first paralyzing consumers with a bewildering range of choices, and then nudging them to choose whichever products had the highest advertising budget. Such choice architectures, as behavioral economics calls them, reveal Homo economicus's dream of godlike freedom to be a sad delusion. Second, the very act of choice implies the good of limit, for choice must eventually settle on one thing, for closing other options. As G.K. Chesterton is said to have remarked, "The purpose of an open mind is the same as that of an open mouth. It is meant to close on something." O'Donovan provides the example of a marriage, a poignant example of how the modern misunderstanding of freedom has destroyed our capacity for it. Choosing to marry means choosing to no longer have the option of singleness, or the option of marrying another. If these options are still held open as live possibilities, the experience of marriage is drained of its joy and meaning. Limit, O'Donovan observes, is the very material with which freedom works. Isaiah Berlin, to be sure, gestured toward something like this notion in his concept of positive liberty. But O'Donovan takes us beyond Berlin, insisting that negative and positive, possibility and potency, are not two incommensurable ideals of freedom, but two inseparable aspects of it. Freedom, O'Donovan argues, is essentially moral agency, the experience of being the subjects of our actions. We might summarize O'Donovan's wide-ranging observations on this theme by defining freedom as the capacity for meaningful action. To be capable of meaningful action, I must have the capacity to act. I must not be under the coercion or domination of another, for then my deeds will be his, not mine. In this, classical liberalism is broadly correct. I must also have at least some possibilities before me. If only one road lies before me and even standing still is no option, this is not freedom but necessity. This is what it means to be a celestial body, not a human being. But I must also have the capacity to act if these possibilities are to be more than mocking hypotheticals. To take a penniless child, place him in a candy store, and say, "Buy whatever you want," is not a grant of freedom but a cruel taunt. Here Hayek and Berlin's attempt to sharply distinguish between freedom as power and freedom as absence of coercion falls flat. Without at least some power to act, no one experiences the absence of coercion as freedom. Third, I must have the capacity to act. Acting is not mere doing. An action is an intelligible deed. It is something that we can explain if asked why it was done. And as Aristotle taught, that means speaking of final causality, of ends or purposes. To scratch my chin may be an operation, but it is usually not an action unless perhaps I am a spy, and it is a prearranged signal. Actions, then, require ends. They are purposeful. I might absent-mindedly pace while I speak, but only the latter is an action warranting moral consideration and political protection. Finally, I must have the capacity for meaningful action. If my deed is to be intelligible, I need to be able to explain myself to someone besides myself. I need other people to whom I can give an account of myself, before whom I can represent my deeds as meaningful. If we have no context within which to act, or no way to express the meaning of what we do, a paralyzing sense of futility smothers our freedom. It is this social dimension of freedom that has, I think, been sorely neglected in our own day with devastating results. This all-important context of meaning can be extremely fragile, prone to collapse in the face of both tyranny and rapid social change. In fact, this insight can shed light on where the greatest evil of tyranny really lies. In his intriguing essay, A Third Concept of Liberty, Quentin Skinner observes that even when 17th-century English parliamentarians and 18th-century American colonists talked about freedom and denounced tyranny, they were worried not merely by actual interference or the threat of it, but also by the mere knowledge that we are living in dependence on the goodwill of others. A mere awareness of living under an arbitrary power, a power capable of interfering in our activities, without having to consider our interests, serves in itself to limit our liberty. Even a benign dictator is still a dictator, and your freedom remains dependent on his whims, as Parliament reminded the colonies in the 1766 Declaratory Act. Skinner notes that for the early Republicans who spoke in this way, the greatest evil that arbitrary authority produces is moral. It emasculates the citizenry, training them in habits of uncertainty, self-censorship, and flattery. This is not merely because the tyrant instills fear. He also sows confusion. It is this kind of unfreedom against which protesters took to the streets in May and June. What a pity that their woke organizers are in their own way often purveyors of this tyranny. What does it mean, after all, to live under an arbitrary power? It means to be subject to an order, a system of law, value, and public meaning that is not fixed or reliably discernible. It means that what passes for courage today might look like treason tomorrow, that what looks like love now might soon be redefined as hate. In such a condition, in which the meaning of our actions is not given in the fabric of the community or reality, but suspended on the whims of others, we lack a structure within which to order our lives. We lack, in short, the capacity for meaningful action because we no longer know the meaning of our actions. Our language actually has a word for this condition, anomie, which comes from the Greek meaning no law. It is a word for which social commentators have been reaching more and more often lately. As Mill observed, society may oppress just as readily as the state. So when the norms of society become arbitrary and whimsical, the effect can be just as devastating as that of a lawless tyrant. Matthew Crawford wrote recently in American Affairs that there is no satisfying this beast of progressive social norms, because it isn't in fact social norms that will be enforced. That term suggests something settled and agreed upon. Rather, it will be a state of permanent revolution in social norms. Whatever else it is, wokeness is a competitive status game played in the institutions that serve as gatekeepers of the meritocracy, making the bounds of acceptable opinion highly unstable. This very unsettledness, quite apart from the specific content of the norm of the month, makes for pliable subjects of power. One is not allowed to develop confidence in the rightness of one's own judgments. While conservatives might be quick to point the finger at progressive social justice warriors as the culprits for this moral chaos, the latter have simply made explicit the highly profitable logic of modern capitalism. We had already decided that consumer preferences and identity markers like clothes and cars should go in and out of fashion from month to month. Why not sexual preferences and identities as well? The advertisers of such fashions offer us forms of unfreedom that come slyly wrapped in autonomy talk, as Crawford observes in The World Beyond Your Head, encouraging us to satisfy our own desires and pursue our own purposes, even as they surreptitiously tell us what those desires and purposes should be. If freedom is, as we saw above, the capacity for meaningful action, and if the primary way in which we poor human beings can find meaning is in relation to one another, it follows that freedom can be more fully defined as the realization of individual powers within social forms, as O'Donovan crisply puts it. And when these social forms are dissolved, manipulated, or subject to rapid and unpredictable change, we can be deprived of the structures of communication within which we have learned to act, and so we find ourselves hurled into a vacuum in which we do not know how to realize ourselves. Whenever such social dislocation occurs, it is experienced by its members as a loss of freedom, not merely a loss of order. Thus, it is wrong to say, as is frequently said, that people in such situations are willing to trade freedom for security or are blindly clinging to tradition. They are, rather, seeking to sustain a context for meaningful freedom. It is this condition, more than anything else, that explains how the die-hard partisans of freedom that the Koch brothers had so assiduously conscripted into their Tea Party coalition jumped so rapidly onto the populist bandwagon. During the 2016 primaries, candidates who had raced to the right to define themselves as more conservative equals more free market found themselves stammering in protest that Trump was not conservative at all, that he did not stand for freedom but protectionism. What they failed to recognize was that in 2016, the greatest threat to freedom the American people correctly intuited was not tariffs but the permanent revolution in social norms that Crawford and O'Donovan discern as the chief contemporary threat to freedom. This dimension of freedom also explains why it is naive, if not outright mendacious, to say, as the avant-garde of the sexual revolution has for the past half-century, "I'll have my gender identity and definition of marriage, you keep yours. Let other people pursue their own idea of marriage or sexuality. It doesn't need to affect you." In a startlingly prophetic passage of his early work Begotten or Made, O'Donovan put his finger on the nub of this contradiction. Once we think of it as possible to choose to belong to the opposite sex, once our sexual determination has become a matter of self-making, then, of course, even the vast majority who live more or less comfortably in the sex of their birth may be thought of as having chosen to do so. Italics mine. It took about 30 years for that prophecy to come true, but sometime in the past decade or so, most of us woke up to discover that we were no longer simply male or female but cisgender, and thereby privileged. O'Donovan's point is simple but profound. Once a given that precedes action becomes a chosen that results from action and can be reversed, the basic context of action has been altered, and freedom, far from increasing, threatens to collapse. Alongside possibility and potency, then, we need to also add durability as a fundamental condition of freedom. Freedom can only be preserved in social forms that offer some resilience against the sudden redefinition of what is and is not lawful, whether by one tyrant 10,000 miles away or 10,000 tyrants 1 mile away. Such social forms, moreover, are critical not merely for providing a context in which my actions have meaning, but in which I have meaning, in which I experience myself as an agent, a cause within the world, in which I know that I am seen and known by others. I may find myself left alone by the law to do whatever I please, and with enough money, strength, and clarity of mind to achieve my goals. I may even be fortunate enough to find a context within which such goals make sense, so I do not feel like I am just spinning my wheels. But if nobody sees me, I will still feel powerless and stuck. The craving for recognition frequently morphs into a perverse vanity or ambition, but at its root is a basic human desire to know and be known. I may know that I am agent, that my actions have meaning, that what I am doing matters. But if no one else recognizes it, day after day, year after year, I will begin to doubt and falter, and I will begin to feel trapped rather than free. This, in fact, is the essence of poverty, a social phenomenon rather than a material one, more often than not. Capitalist cheerleaders who enthuse that the poorest today enjoy material comforts that would have dazzled Caesar entirely miss the point. The poverty line is always relative, not absolute. Society sets expectations for what counts as important enough to matter, and anyone who doesn't meet the cut experiences the impotence that we often associate with poverty, whether or not they are materially well off. This explains why the race issue in America could not be resolved with civil rights or welfare checks alone, which too often went hand in hand with the destruction of the historic black churches and communities that had provided a context of recognition. Again, this explains the revolt of the deplorables in 2016. Trump voters still worried about the loss of freedom, but intuitively recognized that a land in which they and their way of life were not allowed to appear, whether because of economic decline or hostile cultural elites, could not be the land of the free. This last element of freedom offers us a good opportunity to move beyond the merely individual horizon. It is certainly crucial to recover a sense of how much the individual needs the community to experience the blessings of freedom. But it is not enough. Such arguments, important as they are, still do not move beyond treating the community as a prop for individual self-realization. This is the nation not as a daycare manager but as a bowling league, a valuable retrieval perhaps in this age of bowling alone, but still no more than a voluntary association for mutual benefit, albeit psychological benefit as well as military and economic. But this is not what the idea of the community, the idea of the people, and the idea of the nation have historically meant. To speak of a community is to speak of participation in a genuinely common good, rather than mere collaboration in shared private goods. A classic example is that of an orchestra, in which the community makes possible forms of action wholly unavailable to individuals, however capable. In such activities, we may move beyond speaking in the third-person plural to speaking in the corporate singular. The orchestra is performing this evening. The community that encompasses all other communities, the community that encompasses the entirety of our common goods into the common good, is the political community, historically named with such a corporate singular noun, which now functions almost always as a mere plural people. When we recognize a political authority summoning us to act together in defense of the common good, writes O'Donovan, we recognize ourselves. We conceive ourselves as a people, a community constituted by participation in the common good. We have seen that when people cry out for freedom, what they crave is to be recognized as agents. But where do they locate that agency? Even today, after a couple centuries of individualist indoctrination, the answer often surprises us. People instinctively speak the language of we more quickly than the language of I. People rally more viscerally and violently to the defense of collective freedoms than individual freedoms. This should not surprise us, and the etymology of the word nation should give us a clue as to why. The idea of the nation draws attention to the reality of shared natio, birth, the idea that each of us are bearers of an identity that was not chosen, but given. This identity offers us an experience of shared agency, as Hazoni notes. A family, for instance, can feel pain together, and so too it can experience triumph and tragedy, desire and fear, interests and aspirations. And the same goes for larger collectives. St. Paul writes of the Church, when one member suffers, all suffer together. If one member is honored, all rejoice together, 1 Corinthians 12 verse 26. And so too even for nations, as we all experienced on September 11th or when Osama bin Laden was killed. Just as nations can collectively feel pain and rejoicing, so too they can feel slavery and freedom. In taking part in the freedom of the collective, Hazoni observes, I experience something that is quite distinct from the strictly individual freedom of saying whatever I please or going wherever I want. This experience is more than that of mere sympathy. It also involves a sense of genuine belonging, fittingness, of having a role to play within some larger body and some larger drama, of being a member of a body, to use St. Paul's once jarring, though now cliched image. Etymology notwithstanding, such belonging is not primarily a matter of biological birth or race. The rise of such mutant perversions of conservatism attests to the loss of history and imagination that once sustained conservative political thought. As adoption can be as deep a bond as blood in the nuclear family, so in the political family. To see ourselves as a people, argues O'Donovan, is a work of moral imagination, not arbitrary imagination. It is an insight into reality, the reality of what we are given to be and do together. The once fertile imagination of the West formerly fostered not only belief in our own national agency but in the good of seeing such agency, such freedom, realized elsewhere in the world. It was not long ago that we celebrated the emergence of new independent nations, of new peoples, from within existing hegemonic states. The breakup of Yugoslavia and the Soviet Union, for instance, which was met with similar excitement in the West as the earlier breakups of the Ottoman and Austro-Hungarian empires. To be sure, we have frequently confused this freedom of national independence with the liberal freedom of non-interference, imagining that for any people to become free was to become more like us. Thus, for decades we have scratched our heads whenever new nations celebrated their freedom by enacting repressive and anti-liberal measures. Such bewilderment is evident in the reaction of Western elites today to Brexit or to the trajectory of political self-determination in Poland or Hungary, which seems to peel apart those two elements of the modern ideal, liberal democracy. According to a certain kind of liberal theory, the great virtue of democracy is that, since no individual desires to oppress himself, government will govern least and therefore best, which most fully represents each individual in its decision-making. In practice, however, many democracies have failed abysmally to follow the stated theory at this point. Indeed, perhaps most maddeningly to liberal zealots, many nations seem to have experienced the joys and benefits of self-government even when constituted in ways that we would consider quite unrepresentative. Consider, for instance, the restrictions on the franchise for much of Britain's and even America's history. The real experience of freedom in such cases owes much to the phenomenon of recognition, the ability of a people to see themselves represented in their political institutions and to know that their agency was recognized and respected by the other nations of the world. We may be hopeful that amid today's increasing political dislocations we are witnessing at last a protest on behalf of recognition. We are not all interchangeable. We are different, and these differences deserve recognition. But these differences cannot be secured by the Promethean assertion of individuality, which threatens to dissolve into a monotonous sameness of consumer fashion. These differences themselves are shared. We can only achieve our distinct vocations as members of communities larger than ourselves, whether those be families, churches, or increasingly, nations, each of which demands recognition for its shared traditions that make free action possible. In this realization, perhaps, there is room for authentic conservatives to make common cause with minorities tired of being relegated to the margins, but eager for a freedom more substantive than the woke discourse of autonomy can provide. A truly national conservatism must do justice to the rich pluriformity of the human experience of freedom. It must not call for less freedom but more, or rather, a full-orbed freedom in place of the thin, poor substitute that liberalism has given us. This national conservatism will not play the local and the national against one another, as so many sterile ideological battles in American history have. Both are essential to the picture of freedom sketched above. This full-orbed freedom includes the freedom of the individual, to be sure, a freedom secured by the rule of law, and the vast inheritance of individual liberties, legal rights, and forms of political agency that our forebears fought to win and pass on to us. But it is doubtful that these liberties can be secured on the grounds of mere liberalism. We have spoken repeatedly of the ways in which freedom depends upon a context for action, a horizon of meaning that assures the individual that he or she is not futile or forgotten. This human longing for identity unfortunately offers a great temptation to idolatry, to imbuing the family, the church, the community, the nation, or the cause with an ultimate value that would make it the final horizon for assessing the meaning of any action. It is this idolatry that nationalism's contemporary critics most fear, shuddering at the memories of the blood sacrifices that have been demanded at the altar of the nation in every era, not least our own. But such idolatry is hardly unique to nations. Families and clans used to demand such blood sacrifices in an earlier time, and causes and principles are liable to be the most insatiable killers of all. The antidote to all is the freedom of conscience that knows better than to make any earthly circumstance or institution the horizon of ultimate meaning. I have spoken extensively of the social conditions of freedom. It ought to be obvious that, in any healthy society, most of these will be sustained by the local and the regional. In churches, in schools, in cemeteries, in quirky local customs and town parades, in the thousand happy offspring of each unique union of history and geography. Each of us finds our meaning and exercises our freedom by participating in the forms of life, both chosen and given, that are nurtured by these little platoons so lauded by Burke. There is no doubt that, often enough, nationalism has been pursued at the expense of local and regional goods. Burke wrote eloquently in his reflections on the revolution in France of how the Parisian despots of the National Assembly, by reorganizing the nation into perfectly square districts with no respect to either geography or history, treated France exactly like a country of conquest. The policy of such barbarous victors, who contemn a subdued people and insult their feelings, has ever been, as much as in them lay, to destroy all vestiges of the ancient country, in religion, in polity, in laws, and in manners, to confound all territorial limits. They have made France free in the manner in which those sincere friends to the rights of mankind, the Romans, freed Greece, Macedon, and other nations. Such destruction can happen overtly or surreptitiously, as it has in modern America through an economic policy that has laid waste to local economies and cultures to enrich and empower coastal elites. It is no wonder why the localist devotees of Wendell Berry and Patrick Deneen look on nationalism with such a jaundiced eye. There is no reason, however, why the national community cannot serve, guard, and sustain these little platoons that are so essential to its flourishing. Indeed, it must do so. If freedom is to be defended, power must be exercised at a level that can ensure that this defense is effective. Whatever might have been the case in earlier ages, which were generally rather more violent and insecure than nostalgic localists might want to admit. In our own day, this level is that of the nation-state. Without it, the goods of place and community that they rightly laud would not long endure. If it weren't for Gondor, there would be no Shire. Point 29, and if power is to be exercised at the national level, it ought not be mere power, but a corporate agency capable of expressing a national freedom, identity, and tradition. But this need not be at the expense of more subsidiary identities. The national identity takes these up into a larger whole without destroying their integrity. As Donovan observes, a people is a complex of social constituents, of local societies, determined by the common inhabitation of a place, of institutions, such as universities, banks, and industries, of communities of specialist function, such as laborers, artists, teachers, financiers, of families, and of communities of enthusiasm such as sports clubs and musical organizations. To have identity as a people is to be able to conceive the whole that embraces these various constituents practically, as a coordinated agency. But just as the local depends on the national to sustain and coordinate it, the national depends on the local to breathe true life and affection into its more abstract forms. Burke's observations on this point are justly famous. No man ever was attached by a sense of pride, partiality, or real affection to a description of square measurement. We begin our public affections in our families. No cold relation is a zealous citizen. We pass on to our neighborhoods and our habitual provincial connections. These are inns and resting places, such divisions of our country as have been formed by habit, and not by a sudden jerk of authority, were so many little images of the great country in which the heart found something it could fill. The love to the whole is not extinguished by this subordinate partiality. In his recent book, The Case for Nationalism, Rich Lowry spoke of the unifying power of such national holidays as the 4th of July and Thanksgiving. In response, Patrick Deneen objected, but what of the annual springtime Shad Derby of Windsor, Connecticut, Scottish Walk Weekend in Alexandria, Virginia, Dingus Day in South Bend, Indiana, just to name 3 memorable celebrations in places I have lived. These 2 provided forms of shared memory and community spirit that gave meaning and agency to the lives of Americans. We might retort, why not both? Indeed, although Thanksgiving and Independence Day loom larger on most of our calendars than our quirky community holidays, we experience them only through the forms of our more local attachments. Our family Thanksgiving dinner and town Thanksgiving parade, the local fireworks show and VFW cookout. Any national conservatism worthy of the name must use the nation to conserve that which gives life to the nation and freedom to its members. It must refuse the false dichotomies of national aggrandizement or individual fulfillment, of laissez-faire or central planning that so bewildered much 20th century political thought. It must remember that we are most able to serve the common good when we are most free to be ourselves, and we are most free to be ourselves when we are most able to belong to something larger than ourselves. 10 years ago, Martin J. Sklar, a historian and pioneer in the field of American political development, passed away at age 79. Over the months and years that followed, a handful of essays by former colleagues and students cautiously commemorated Sklar's life and work. Contextualizing both the gravity and limits of his insights was not a straightforward endeavor amid the tepid recovery from the Great Recession and simmering populist discontent on both sides of the Atlantic over globalization. Sklar was a unique, heterodox leftist best known for his evolving and increasingly positive account of the rise and persistence of corporate liberalism in the United States, as well as its crucial instrumentality to global development. Most left-leaning thinkers who recognized Sklar shared the glum conclusion that his trajectory had undermined the reach of his most important and innovative ideas. His interdisciplinary study of political economy, American foreign policy, and the thought of policymakers, a Hegelian Marxian methodology he, late in life, dubbed Sklarian, was eventually marred by some of the very reductive impulses of which he accused others in his profession. By the end of his career, Sklar had not only traversed the distance between critical study and forceful affirmation of America's role in world history, he often took positions that did not comport with basic political reality. To the end of his life, Sklar professed to be a socialist and political thinker on the left. Yet he ended up an outspoken defender of both George W. Bush's neoconservative globalism and the Tea Party movement. These stances emerged from an increasingly idiosyncratic and expansive understanding of the macro-historical leftward movement of the United States, but also from personal and professional grievances. Drawing on his experiences of the sectarian New Left milieu of the 1970s and within academia, Sklar became a strident critic of what is now known as identity politics. In an era when liberals and progressives had substantial reason to blame government dysfunction and policy inertia on doctrinaire, free market Republicans, Sklar styled himself a contrarian. He insisted that, in fact, it was the modern left that was captive to a regressive form of politics, not the post-Reagan right. Conversely, Sklar argued, the actions of Bush and other prominent Republicans were consonant with the aims of the historical left, what Sklar called the trinity of liberty and equality and progress. Sklar wagered that, with the end of the Cold War, the rise of transnational terrorist networks fueled by Islamism, and the proliferation of essentialist and anti-growth thinking in post-New Left circles, a transvestiture of the left and right was taking place. These and other provocations risked relegating him to the category of eccentrics, another erstwhile academic-cum-revolutionary turned apologist for American empire and the Manichaean logic of the war on terror. The 10th anniversary of his death, along with recent economic and political trends, however, invite a reappraisal of Sklar's work. Debates over industrial strategy sparked by the Biden administration's break from the old Washington consensus, the recent cross-ideological, transatlantic rediscovery of America's developmentalist tendencies and traditions, and emergent multipolarity in the international system have all challenged key assumptions about globalization and the state's role in the economy. As John B. Judas wrote in a profile of Sklar in 2014, his highly original views on liberalism and the relation of capitalism to socialism should outlive the immediate political uses to which he put them. Sklar was unafraid to probe the big questions of political economy, to periodize our place in world history. Fundamentally, he tried to answer why we are where we are in the course of modern capitalist civilization. Sklar's landmark study, The Corporate Reconstruction of American Capitalism, 1890 to 1916, The Market, the Law and Politics, 1988, as well as several essays, some of which are collected in the United States as a developing country. Studies in U.S. history in the Progressive Era and the 1920s, 1992, remain essential to understanding how American elites across politics, industry, and the burgeoning social sciences approached the problems of rapid industrialization and their regulation in the early 20th century. In both works, Sklar elaborated his interrelated theories of corporate liberalism and the capitalism-socialism mix, at once attesting to the uniqueness of the American polity and its centrality to the spread of social democratic practices, broadly conceived. First advanced in a 1960 essay on Woodrow Wilson for the journal Studies on the Left, Sklar's analysis of corporate liberalism would help clarify the most consequential developments of the progressive era and how they set the parameters of modern political economy in the United States. It explained the relatively peaceful transition from proprietary competitive capitalism and its attendant socially disruptive cycles of surplus accumulation and deflation to a more cooperative mode of administered and centralized markets, supervised, but not overtly direct, by an adaptive and responsive federal government. Sklar stressed that the transition was a deliberate, elite-centered process, initiated by business and civic leaders aligned with Republicans and anti-populist Democrats from the industrial core and consolidated under Wilson's presidency. Sklar's initial treatment of corporate liberalism reflected his radical convictions. As a scholar, Sklar sought to critically ascertain how American liberalism actually functioned as a form of market governance, to comprehend the nexus of advanced capitalism, law, and public administration. As a socialist, he sought to challenge how left liberals thought about the basis of the welfare state and the possibilities for change permitted by the party system. From an orthodox Marxist perspective, corporate liberalism was the deceptive means by which the capitalist state delayed the final crisis of capitalism. Its adjustments under the New Deal had only further co-opted wage earners and the middle class through modest concessions to perpetuate the rule of capital. For new left radicals, the concept of corporate liberalism unmasked American liberalism's inner workings and true objectives: conservative, bureaucratic, and imperialist. But Sklar would gradually depart from this outlook. By the time he finished The Corporate Reconstruction, the concept's original explanatory power was amended to reflect Sklar's changing views of corporate liberalism's achievements. It was not merely another, more intricate way to account for the absence of socialism in America and the persistence of what Sklar called the property production system. The corporate merger movement, which served as the basis for the reorganization of industrial capitalism, and the qualified legitimation of the trusts by the judiciary and the incipient administrative state, Sklar concluded, marked a necessary stage of development, necessarily shaped by perceptive elites who were responding to conditions that threatened to rend American society. In contrast to the radical critique he once advanced, Sklar saw the ascent of corporate liberalism as too complex, and ultimately sufficiently Marxian in its potential to emancipate through investment and abundance, to be rendered simply as a triumph of monopolists over the people. Just as important, it had been supported by a cross-class coalition which intuited the broad economic benefits that the dawn of Fordism augured. In short, Sklar concluded that corporate liberalism contained socialism, in both the inclusive as well as the exclusive sense. Sklar thus revised his analysis to argue that corporate liberalism had catalyzed an epochal change that involved much more than simple co-optation. In seeking to reconcile ideals of American liberty with the demands of modern industrial organization, corporate liberalism had generated new developmental imperatives and processes to maintain its legitimacy. Its emergence was the product of a forward-looking social movement by the pro-corporate wing of capital to achieve a more rational, stable, and harmonious system of economic management in American society, one that was tolerant of state regulation so long as it preserved capital's investment prerogative. Whatever the limited intent toward social reform, this quest opened up possibilities for widespread economic development that had been previously fettered by earlier phases of capitalist accumulation. In turn, the very breadth of corporate capitalism's overtures to smaller capitalists, new middle-class professionals, and industrial workers allowed it to assume a progressive mantle. Corporate capitalism could subsume and make room for the interests and developments of small producers and other classes. It could exploit and accommodate new technologies, new lifestyles, new educational, scientific, and cultural institutions and patterns, on the basis of rising productivity and expanding production rooted in specialization, standardization, and economies of scale. In its very centralizing and standardizing characteristics, corporate capitalism was inclusive of diversity in a way that proprietary competitive capitalism was not and could not be. This progressivism was further predicated on delivering social peace in a manner that was serviceable to the overall strengthening of the system's benefits. To ensure America as a capitalist society flourished and matured, corporate capitalism had to 1. Identify and prevent the disintegrative patterns characteristic of the older, laissez-faire capitalism, and 2. Tame, through various forms and levels of system integration, the forces that, on the one hand, still threatened ruinous competition and, on the other hand, portended spiraling class conflict of a sort that would retard American society's growth. Sklar evidently found this holistic view of reform and development wise. While he acknowledged that trade unions obtained only a few minor concessions in the progressive era, he otherwise took a fairly sanguine view of the diversity that corporate capitalism was obliged to satisfy. Its arrival indeed marked an increasingly pluralistic, not just rapid and hierarchical stage of development. The pro-corporate movement deliberately ensured civil society found representation through a modern market economy. More so, Sklar determined, than civil society had under the outdated competitive model. This was possible because corporate liberalism elevated the associational character of economic life, society's organization through growing trade, civic, educational, philanthropic, religious, consumer, and labor associations, over the older mode of production and its concomitant property relations. Regulation toward societal goals, Sklar further observed, had proceeded significantly from private, yet progressively interdependent initiative. This dynamic, he wrote, was suitable to the corporate liberal outlook and preferable to status solutions. Government had to act carefully lest its regulations paralyze, or supersede, the very interdependencies the corporate economy was building. Importantly, this understanding applied equally to the dogmatic anti-monopoly framework, which paradoxically required a juridical statism to preserve maximum competition and prevent the formation of oligopolistic markets, and to bureaucratic interventions which threatened to enervate civil society. Cementing the corporate liberal consensus hinged on a new legal precedent that effectively permitted oligopolies under the 1890 Sherman Antitrust Act, and a new regulatory body that better delimited the state's rights and responsibilities to support consumer protection. Between the Supreme Court's 1911 Rule of Reason decisions, the creation of the Federal Trade Commission, and supporting antitrust legislation, government would ultimately determine in the progressive era's final years that bigness or concentration was not inherently deleterious. Rather, it was unreasonable methods which deliberately undermined competitors and were otherwise injurious to the public interest that required regulation. This was an important distinction that sanctioned the continued growth of large, vertically integrated firms, provided such growth did not rest on egregiously anti-competitive practices, and which therefore recognized that there were lawful forms of privately administered restraints on competition. The corporate liberal solution to the trust question consequently opposed, and prevailed over movements to preserve small producer republicanism. In the view of large capitalists as well as political leaders such as Theodore Roosevelt and Wilson, these movements had threatened to stifle further modernization, i.e. scientific, economic, and social progress. Still, the proper mode and scope of regulation was contingent on party politics. Like the modern corporation itself, the party system had to quell currents of opposition by partially accommodating and absorbing them into coalitions reconciled to the new corporate order. Corporate liberalism, then, was not just the philosophical and legal basis of the corporate reconstruction of American society, but its corresponding political form, what determined the new normative axis of electoral competition. The 1912 election resulted in a settlement that reverberated throughout the rest of the century. Unlike some analysts of the progressive era who see only modest differences between Woodrow Wilson and Theodore Roosevelt, Sklar believed that each, along with then-President William Taft, represented divergent pathways for the future of American political development. Even though all had outwardly acquiesced to the realities of modern industrial organization, their views of state power were different enough to have major implications for the evolution of state society and market society relations. Sklar's close examination of Roosevelt's changing views of business regulation was central to his own reevaluation of corporate liberalism. Toward the end of his presidency, Roosevelt had come to favor supervision of the largest corporations through a federal license act, which, according to Sklar, would empower the Bureau of Corporations to impose fines for non-compliance with the registration provisions and allow the Bureau's commissioner to revoke the license for operation if it was found that the corporation had been employing unfair methods of competition. In additional drafted bills and correspondence with his closest advisors, Roosevelt went further. He conceived of a system of federal incorporation that granted the executive branch broad discretion to investigate business affairs, the authority to require that businesses obtain government certification to engage in interstate commerce, and the power to enforce a heretofore radical degree of transparency with regard to investment practices, particularly the issue of corporate stock. The problem was not bigness in and of itself, for Roosevelt understood the corporate order as the most immediate means of achieving mass prosperity, but destructive financial speculation, fraud, and antisocial aggrandizement. Yet while Roosevelt appeared to seek, in some sense, only the most honorable and productive conduct by the country's leading corporations, the presidential intent, Sklar theorized, nevertheless, looked toward an executive agency as free as possible from judicial restraint, with powers of command over the business operations in general, and the investment activity in particular of corporate enterprise, backed up by the power of summary dissolution of delinquent corporations. The state would not simply police or regulate the economy. Rather, corporations would become agents, controlled and governed, of the state and of public policy. In other words, Roosevelt was conceptualizing a proto-corporatist form of governance, one that was unavoidably statist due to the authority vested in the executive branch to directly supervise and thereby shape and discipline corporate behavior. This was a vision pregnant with broad governmental responsibilities for economic planning. By the 1912 campaign, Roosevelt's new nationalism sought to harness corporations in the direction of a public service economy that ensured distributive justice while preserving the advantages of the market and private enterprise. But Sklar contended that, however much it was oriented to advancing egalitarian development under a more benevolent, better regulated system of corporate activity, disequilibrium inhered in Roosevelt's vision of government oversight. By one mechanism or another, the state would ultimately assume a commanding and absolute position over the market and thus over society. Indirect government regulation, by contrast, represented the far less radical alternative. The question was what form it would take. Taft's presidency had, in fact, been marked by an increase in antitrust lawsuits, which ran counter to the relative predictability required by corporations for further expansion and investment. A weak and ad hoc regulatory system, then, only pretended more case-by-case government intervention, prosecutorial hyperactivism, in Sklar's words. Government would struggle to keep pace with the growth of corporations, while the ambiguous legal environment threatened to slow or disrupt gains in efficiency, innovation, techniques to smooth the business cycle, and so forth. Greater market society stability, in Sklar's view, was assured by Wilson's support for a trade commission that more strongly institutionalized certain powers of investigation as well as an ability to issue cease and desist orders against unfair competition, the latter of which would be subject to judicial review, in effect limiting the Commission's activism to the most flagrant and extreme violations of the public interest. Unlike Roosevelt's proposed licensing system, Wilson's vision did not threaten to exert permanent control over corporations. The resulting 1914 Federal Trade Commission Act, Sklar wrote, was notable for its overall lack of strong police powers. The government was neither tasked with the challenge of routinely determining the grounds upon which to break up large corporations nor obliged to be an omniscient arbiter of market justice. But, in enabling regulatory oversight through an enlarged bureaucracy, and with its authority enhanced by the 1914 Clayton Antitrust Act's prohibition on specific business practices, the creation of the FTC diminished the salience of the trust issue. Anti-monopoly sentiment that reflected antiquated notions of the market would no longer drive party politics, while corporate capitalists could proceed with the confidence that the basic rules governing the system would be neither subject to major electoral swings nor a judiciary struggling to legislate in place of Congress. As a leftist who increasingly prized, and sought to rescue, a Marxian definition of freedom, Sklar concluded that Wilson had set the broad coordinates for positive government. In contrast to Roosevelt's creeping statism, Wilson's evolutionary views of modern development affirmed the supremacy of society over the state. Social cooperation would continue to be realized primarily through associational activity, as opposed to government mandate. Writing toward the end of the Cold War, it is possible in retrospect that the themes of glasnost and perestroika weighed on Sklar's mind. Had Roosevelt's sweeping regulatory powers been enacted, Sklar reasoned, they would have introduced experiments in a state-directed economy that would have sparked a fundamental crisis over how to discipline, organize, and maximize the means of production. In other words, a constitutional crisis over how to preserve the property production system and the advantages of concentration while dispersing its fruits according to centrally determined criteria. The consolidation of corporate liberalism successfully averted this conjuncture without deferring the imperative to spread development and integrate more regions and parts of society into advanced capitalism. Hence Sklar's belief that Wilson's approach was uncommonly sagacious. The complexity of the modern economy still required modern state administration that could mediate and transcend sectional and class conflict on behalf of long-term national interests. In his philosophy and pragmatic reforms, Wilson affirmed the growth of national government and national power commensurate with the United States becoming an industrial society, slowly transforming his party in the process. Indeed, while the reform agenda outwardly favored the periphery, Wilson compelled the National Democratic Party to respond to the interests and problems of the nation's economic core, rather than position itself, as it so often had, as a vehicle of Southern agrarian resistance to the forces of advanced industry, both economic and sociocultural. By avoiding a corporatist path in the European or Brazilian sense, one can see, as Sklar did, that corporate liberalism largely reinforced the contour and underlying dynamics of public-private economic development as it had already proceeded in the advanced parts of the United States. While Wilsonian Democrats' reform agenda was nominally redistributive, its key planks, reestablishing the federal income tax and tariff reduction, were primarily developmental in practice, helping to advance the spread of small and medium-sized firms in the underdeveloped South. Corporate liberalism, then, had reconciled the South to the reality of the corporate order while granting it significant leeway to modernize on its own terms. Although subsequent development-oriented reforms over the following decades eventually challenged the autonomy granted to the region system of racial hierarchy and racial economic subordination, the state never superseded the discretion of local associations over growth and regional planning. On this score, grasping the implications of Theodore Roosevelt's statism as understood by Sklar is essential to seeing how the New Deal order modified but did not supplant corporate liberalism. In sectors and regions where organized labor was strongest, a moderate form of corporatist, i.e. tripartite negotiation, was advanced during the Second World War and Truman administration, while the federal government became responsible for growing fiscal transfers under one guise or another. Barring emergency wartime measures, the state never seriously competed for control over the economy and ownership of it. Instead, broadened powers of regulation that aimed to establish or raise standards for social insurance, labor rights, public health, environmental protection, non-discrimination, and other policies became the main means of supporting the general welfare without stifling private initiative. But aside from public utilities and public works projects, the hybrid regulatory and transfer system typically supplemented private investment or incentivized more R&D. The welfare state, accordingly, likewise tended to favor consumption over state-determined care and provision. Beyond welfare programs which subsidize goods and services for the poor and elderly, corporate liberalism would favor redistribution through growth and development over explicit decommodification. Following Sklar's logic, one could trace a continuum of development under corporate liberalism, at least through the mid-1990s before deindustrialization accelerated. Instead of stark ideological differences, Coalitional politics throughout the 20th century primarily revolved around proposals and programs that linked together broad constituencies in pursuit of common developmental needs. Sometimes the push was more bottom-up, sometimes more technocratic. Likewise, certain developmental objectives required more overt forms of state intervention in the market, while others were pursued more obliquely. Seen this way, one can better understand how corporate liberalism disciplined the party system. Between Herbert Hoover's associative state, market-making, and scientific state-market coordination, the proliferation of supply-side, regional development programs during the New Deal and Cold War, market diversification and national economic integration, and the heavy emphasis on public-private partnerships during the Clinton era, urban renewal through technology service education hubs, democratizing credit both domestically and in the global South, corporate liberalism proved adaptive. It regenerated itself through new market-making and market-shaping powers, regardless of the intensity of electoral realignments precipitated by new and recurring debates over individual freedom and state authority. The complexity of this continuum, its variations along with its centripetal tendencies, is key to discerning the occasional brilliance of Sklar's thought but also its analytic pitfalls. Up to a point, his lens can yield insights and uncover developmental patterns that transcend the partisan narratives of recent decades. In our hyperpolarized times, it is all too easy to overlook the less ideologically satisfying details of modern American development and fail to see that social reform and inclusive growth arose from a variety of intellectual wellsprings, civic traditions, social movements, and political regional alignments. As Sklar came to emphasize, the relationship between development and distribution is never as simple as sorting ideas, practices, movements, and leaders into liberal and conservative camps. This seemingly prosaic yet massive fact of history, studiously ignored by most partisans and pundits, lies at the heart of Sklar's dialectical concept of the capitalism-socialism mix. Corporate liberalism, he concluded, had fruitfully aligned social capitalists and liberal socialists in a long-arc developmental coalition that, for most of the 20th century, effectively marginalized both reactionary and fringe utopian groups in American politics. It was a lucid insight in an otherwise overwrought theory, one that is still relevant for those scholars who are rediscovering America's developmentalist traditions and who hope to avoid the defeatism and obscurantism that have predominated parts of academia. At the same time, Sklar's ever-expanding interpretation of corporate liberalism and the mix very likely contributed to his intellectual unraveling. Despite the rise of free market axioms under Ronald Reagan and the collapse of state socialism in Europe at the end of the Cold War, Sklar maintained that America was steadily moving leftwards and that globalization under the auspices of corporate liberalism and American military power would foster social democratic reform abroad. These claims betrayed a sense that Sklar had become unbound from empirical observation. Sklar had once backed up his theories with abundant evidence drawn from the communication of policymakers, the actions of interest groups, and socioeconomic data. But the more he insisted upon the evolution of the mix, and the more he attempted to square his theories with the dominant trends of American politics, neoconservative in foreign policy, neoliberal and libertarian on most economic questions, the less plausible his arguments were. By the aughts, Sklar seemed determined to justify how history had unfolded under corporate liberalism, rather than probe why America failed to guarantee social rights extended in other advanced economies. He likewise grew suspicious of the anti-free trade left and the erratic push, most notable during the pink tide in Latin America, to revive what he believed were autocratic development models. Markets were not synonymous with capitalism, he asserted, but an expression of human needs that reflected the pluralism, rising consumption, and opportunities which made American society dynamic. Ever more integrated markets would, in turn, relieve drudgery and coercive social relations, thereby raising every society's desire for freedom. The most charitable interpretation of these Friedmanesque views is that Sklar must have become convinced globalization would lead to a universal market socialism. The specific form socialism took was less important than the spread of rising shares of development, as measured by life expectancy, literacy and advanced education, public health, purchasing power that dissolved patrimonial control, and other signs of declining want, servitude, and backwardness. But this evolutionary perspective drifted toward economic determinism. In the most polemical parts of his posthumous book, Creating the American Century, The Ideas and Legacies of America's Foreign Policy Founders, 2017, and his 2012 ebook Letters on Obama from the Left, Sklar veered disturbingly close to a social Darwinian justification of modernity and progress over its challengers. From Sklar's increasingly aerial perspective, The advent of corporate liberalism had prepared America for a constructive, transformational role in the development and interconnectedness of societies previously regarded as only occupying a strictly subordinate position in wealth creation. As far back as the American annexation of the Philippines, Sklar asserted American statesmen had anticipated a post-imperial age. Just as they had done in domestic politics, the architects of corporate liberalism were engineers, knowingly or not, of a grand left turn in world history. In the 21st century, America thus had a special responsibility to expand the open system of globalization and safeguard it against party-state forms of government which limited freedom and imposed quasi-communal and pre-modern obligations on their societies. From there, it was no great leap for Sklar to champion the interventionist foreign policies of the George W. Bush administration. This journey from the radical left to the neoconservative right would be unremarkable were it not for Sklar's at once baffling and impressive attempt to affix a philosophy of world history and modern development to his new political sympathies. Despite the apparent triumph of corporate liberalism, Sklar warned that the reemergence of closed-system ideologies and the preponderance of infantile anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist beliefs in the West jeopardized the foundations of the emerging universalist transnational order. The pro-development alliance needed to be strengthened domestically and at the international level to extinguish political Islam. In Sklar's view, the most dangerous new manifestation of the anti-modern state command polity. Perhaps inevitably, Sklar accused mainstream democratic politicians of appeasement vis-a-vis Islamic imperialism and Arab/Persian fascism. Using neoconservatives' polemic, Sklar compared George W. Bush's pro-democracy agenda to Lincoln and Ulysses S. Grant's determination to crush the Confederacy, another version of the closed-system threat. The administration of Barack Obama, who plainly governed as a neoliberal, pretended state command policies, and much worse. After Sklar's death, those on the left who recollected his life and work hoped to bracket off these provocations. Sklar's most wild assertions had indeed threatened to cast him into irrelevance. In Letters on Obama, a book rife with bizarre and at times unreadable syntax, Sklar's focus alternated between comical jabs at both parties, salutations to George W. Bush's pro-growth record, and a feverish obsession with the totalitarian future Obama represented. Referencing his own past associations with radical leftists, he warned repeatedly that the sectarian left's penetration of the Democratic Party and its thickness in media and civil society could lead to terrorism and fascism. Yet Sklar was capable of apposite and sometimes strangely prescient remarks to the very end. Creating the American century was punctuated with perceptive arguments about the new universalism that had emerged out of American imperialism. The desire of developing societies for state capacity, prosperity, and liberty, essentially a talking point of the Council on Foreign Relations, took on greater ramifications in Sklarian terms. By arguing that the agenda of U.S. 20th to 21st century expansionism, imperialism, and internationalism has a distinct left-wing character, Sklar offered a heterodox, Marxian counterpart to Walter Russell Mead's influential 2002 book, Special Providence: American Foreign Policy and How It Changed the World. In effect, Sklar had found his own peculiar way to a Whiggish defense of progress. America's pivotal role in the cumulative evolutionary phase of modern global development may have partly emerged from rapacious impulses and motives, Sklar acknowledged, but the country's resolve to spread financial networks, trade, and industrial know-how had transformed the aspirations of billions. This venting of surplus capacities upon the less developed parts of the world was another massive fact of history whose lessons Sklar felt had been all but ignored in recent times. Such musings had an underlying purpose. Pace those who felt Sklar had lost the plot entirely. His angle did not merely serve to reconcile his professed socialism with the nature of American hegemony. It cleverly reframed the central dilemma over modernity that the post-1960s left recurrently, perhaps interminably, faces. Writing at a time when most on the left gloomily agreed with John McCain's claim that America was and always had been a center-right country, Sklar insisted that America, more often than not, had been a historically left-wing society, and that the combined parties of production and distribution in America had done more to revolutionize development than any other political economic system. As ever, Sklar was turning conventions on their head to make a broader point about the meaning and pursuit of freedom and social citizenship. He challenged leftists to not abandon the search for a usable past which upheld universal principles, to resist, in spite of America's sins and failures, a vulgar anti-capitalism that devolved into contempt for society and a disavowal of the technological changes, goods, and socialistic processes which had made life much less nasty, brutish, and short. That challenge has taken on a special resonance since the Great Recession and the defeat of left populism in the late 2010s. Though it is easy to dismiss all of Sklar's latter-day provocations and distortions, he did intuit correctly that the left's resurgent internecine conflict would become a central theme of contemporary politics. A number of stalwart liberals, social democrats, and Marxists who once regarded sectarianism as a trifling distraction have reconsidered the degree to which it has transmuted or undermined the democratic left's historical priorities and most persuasive demands for social justice. In other words, the appeals that pulled the pro-democracy right leftwards, as Sklar would have put it. Whatever their differences over reformist approaches to coalition building and legislation, these opponents of sectarianism believe that identitarian's strong presence in progressive activist networks on both sides of the Atlantic is squandering an opportunity to build a majoritarian politics centered on worker power and social rights. Political trends since Bernie Sanders' 2016 presidential campaign have reinforced this pessimistic view. Material conditions and class issues in the West are still much more salient than they were during peak globalization. Yet most center-left parties continue to lose their traditional supporters, and virtually no left populist alternative has credibly filled the vacuum. The philosophical divide on the left extends well beyond the divergence over identity politics and the so-called Great Awakening of recent years. Fundamental disagreements over the kind of country that America has been and can be separate those who endorse a neo-developmentalist turn in public policy and those progressives, who, post-Sanders, are moving once more toward reflexively anti-American and militant degrowth currents. Given the left's undeniable cultural muscle and presence in higher education, the strand which decisively shapes the way younger generations construe their world and the possibilities within it will have a disproportionate impact on the direction of the party system. In short, whichever side prevails in current debates will determine the prospects for American social democracy for a long time to come. On the other hand, there is an emerging school of thought that wagers social democratic policies and outcomes do not depend exclusively on the modern left reclaiming the role and working-class agency of the historical left. Here, Sklar's claim about the transvestiture of the left and right has become somewhat less surreal despite the enduring threat to the rule of law, democratic norms, and social peace posed by far-right extremists in America and elsewhere. Reflecting on vast societal changes since the 1960s, Sklar appeared to sincerely mean that the right had steadily moved left to embrace equal liberty, equality of opportunity, and global development, whereas the left, hijacked by sectarian elites, had turned to obsessions with group rights, affirming essentialist identities, and a rejection of modern pro-consumption principles, positions Sklar identified with the historical right and Vogue-like notions of community and social behavioral control. 78 While the phenomena of Trumpism, Orbanism, and Bolsonarismo plainly do not reflect the symmetry, the possibility of a reversal or realignment of the left and the right now fascinates the commanding heights of the nation's media, not just niche intellectual circles. To the extent that it exists, the realignment is foremost evident in the way that political parties in an increasing number of Western countries assemble their coalitions. Building on the studies of French economist Thomas Piketty, several analysts anticipate more political instability and populist discontent on the basis of educational polarization, regional inequality, and the clustering of urban social liberals and knowledge and tech elites in center-left parties. So far, these trends have been haphazardly exploited by political entrepreneurs, right populist or otherwise. A transference of any overarching principles remains contingent, more often expressed as finger-to-the-wind opportunism over issues like free speech rather than serious ideas about building an egalitarian economy. Significantly, the right has not become the vehicle of the historical left, as Sklar boldly argued. On the contrary, our normative definitions of left and right remain fairly intact, at least for the time being. Instead, right populists have jettisoned Bush's globalism and leveraged a mostly unambitious blend of social neo-mercantilist and pronatalist welfare ideas to court disaffected workers. To borrow somewhat from Sklar's phraseology, it is akin to McKinleyism for Bryanites, with a heavy dose of Patrick Buchanan and Marine Le Pen thrown in to terrify progressives. The new garb is neither very alluring nor much different from the old. The right's strategy has nevertheless been enough to compel the liberal left establishment in the United States to revise several of its positions, most centrally its outlook on the importance of a strong industrial base. Hence, there has been an unusual convergence on the matter of industrial strategy and the urgent need to move beyond the old Washington consensus in order to counter China's Belt and Road Initiative and Made in China 2025 agenda. The political advantage will lie with whichever party can forge a developmental coalition that at last reckons with the failure of post-industrial corporate liberalism to deliver the gains it promised. Hard as it is to fathom at present, there is nothing in American history that predestinates the Democratic Party's enduring command of the developmentalist paradigm, nor anything that precludes a post-Trump Republican Party or some unborn political formation from becoming the new party of government. Though Bidenomics represents a serious attempt at a course correction, the return of the state, hailed by some left Keynesians, remains quite tentative. However much Atlanticists panic over the fragmentation of the liberal international order, one could argue that Biden's neo-mercantilist policies are less an abrupt departure from America's Wilsonian developmental tradition than an ad hoc recalibration, an attempt to salvage corporate liberalism by venting investment back into neglected communities, spurring climate-related innovation, and promising a new foundation for inclusive growth. Given Sklar's philosophical endpoint, one could imagine stark warnings about this protectionist left-right alignment. Perhaps he would concur with those who despair that the American political establishment has capitulated to the post-liberal right, and likewise the designs of Vladimir Putin and Xi Jinping, and overturned the basis of global development in favor of retrograde spheres of influence. But it is also conceivable that Sklar would concede that circumstances have enfeebled the reformist currents that prevailed in earlier periods and which he thought would regenerate on account of America's civil society traditions. By every crucial metric, life expectancy, economic inequality, housing, family formation, and municipal infrastructure, the last 20 years have seen the deconsolidation of developmental benchmarks that were once taken for granted in the West. The most practical task before the next generation of serious political leadership is to broker some model of social corporatism that both accommodates and restrains Americans' contradictory ideological impulses. At the bare minimum, the center needs to become far more Rooseveltian, both TR and FDR, if it is to inspire confidence in the system, while leaving room for the kind of pluralism and federalism that has distinguished American democracy. Of course, even this rather conservative solution is a very tall order. Despite Biden's professed goals, rentier interests exert disproportionate power over both political parties, weakening those pro-development voices most amenable to combining growth and redistribution. That dynamic, which has heightened sectional tension, poses a special problem for any politics that claims continuity with the historical left. Where the left is ostensibly strongest, labor-driven politics has shown only fleeting signs of renewed vigor. Meanwhile, liberal pluralism based on equality of opportunity has been slowly warped by an alignment of elites and knowledge economy insiders from consultancies, the nonprofit sector, higher education, and philanthropy. In expensive cities where the middle class seems to be vanishing, this permutation of corporate liberalism has, in a sense, fabricated a parallel public service economy around group identities that has done nothing, in practice, to meaningfully reduce poverty and inequality. The decline, meanwhile, of strong civic associations and trade unions in former industrial areas and their replacement by fringe groups and reactionary movements has worsened polarization. When none of the terms of America's further development can be agreed upon, oligarchic capture of the parties and the state only deepens. On these points, Sklar would likely agree. The success of the American experiment, Sklar made clear, required a belief in the adaptability of American traditions, a sense, more generally, that there was a usable past for Americans of all persuasions and walks of life. Today, we as a polity struggle to establish a baseline of shared reality. This bodes ill for an equilibrium of associational freedom and social order, of self-determination and shared principles, for the further development of a society that had achieved what Sklar called the passage from Gemeinschaft to Gesellschaft, that is, the journey from traditionalism and hierarchy to liberty and modern citizenship. Perhaps to begin anew, we might first recall what our best leaders and historians have understood. That progress in a democracy may not always be linear, but it is no mere abstraction. From there we may think more productively and prudently about the ends of American statecraft. Prior to the 2008 financial crisis, it was widely taken for granted that the U.S. economy was exceptional, at least in the developed world. It was the only one of the major developed economies that could grow. The Japanese economy had stagnated in the 1990s. Europe was on the road to similar stagnation on account of its pensioner-heavy demographic profile and an over-regulated business sector. China, though growing rapidly, was seen as playing economic catch-up with the developed world, and its ultimate potential remained limited by its political system and demographics, at least according to one common argument. The United States, with its relatively high economic growth rate, increasing population, seemingly strong labor market, dynamic capital markets, innovative technology sector, and commitment to free market principles, was supposed to be different. The ensuing decade has not been kind to the thesis of American economic exceptionalism. The average rate of U.S. GDP growth since the crisis has been among the most anemic of any decade on record, barely beating out the recovery following the Great Depression. Scaled to account for demographic changes, the U.S. labor market still has not fully recovered from the 2008-09 recession nearly 8 years later. The percentage of employed prime-age individuals is lower at present than at any time since the 1980s, when female labor force participation was comparatively low. The demographic profile of the United States has also worsened, and the birth rate has declined to below replacement level. It may be the case that the economies of other large, rich states generally also look worse than they did in 2007. Europe has only recently emerged from its financial crisis. The Japanese economy remains stagnant, and even China's economy has slowed. But the United States was thought to be fundamentally different from the rest of the developed world. What went wrong? Poor U.S. economic performance over the past decade raises an even larger set of questions. Was the U.S. economy particularly strong during the decade before the financial crisis? Or was its faster-than-normal growth rate illusory in the first place? Has the U.S. economy meaningfully slowed down? Or was it growing slowly to begin with during the 2000s? In other words, is its weakness new, or was it simply hidden before? Robert Gordon's The Rise and Fall of American Growth addresses these questions by placing America's economic performance over the past 2 decades into the wider context of the economic history of the United States since 1870. Gordon's main argument is that the technological inventions of the past 50 years have not sufficed to propel economic growth in the same way that the inventions did from the post-Civil War era through the 1950s. Gordon maintains that technology is what economists call an exogenous factor that can accelerate economic growth. If not for technology, the economy would only grow as the labor force increases in size and as the stock of capital increases. But this exogenous factor, the magic of technology, has not been performing of late, according to Gordon, resulting in lower realized GDP growth and only modest gains in productivity. Gordon makes this argument through a detailed elaboration of the history of American invention in the 20th century. In particular, he distinguishes the economic ramifications of the information technology revolution of the 1990s from the industrial revolutions of the late 19th and mid-20th century. If Gordon had merely provided a history of these industrial revolutions, their technologies, and the impact of these technologies on economic growth and productivity, he would have done enough. The Rise and Fall of American Growth, however, also provokes its readers to pose deeper questions. Why has the information technology revolution been so much less impactful than the 2 previous major industrial revolutions? Why were the inventions of prior years so impactful? Are the reasons merely technological? Or is there something more? Is there, to use the term that economists use, another exogenous factor beyond technology that might have an effect on economic growth, or even technological developments themselves? The bulk of Rise and Fall provides a history of the inventions of the 19th and 20th centuries and evaluates their impact on American productivity. It is important here to distinguish between economic growth, which simply measures the growth in a country's economic consumption or output, and growth in productivity, which is defined as output per hour worked. Productivity is the real target of Gordon's study, as it is productivity that results in rising per capita wealth and resources, the basic aim of most economic policies. Indeed, the subtitle of the book is The U.S. Standard of Living Since the Civil War. Gordon's study is organized chronologically into 3 distinct periods. The first covers the initial portion of the Second Industrial Revolution, from 1870 to 1940, when life in the great cities became more or less what we now know it to be. This period is defined by the invention of the internal combustion engine, the radio and telephone, electric light, power, and tools, and so on. Productivity growth, though high, was within the realm of what had been seen previously, according to Gordon. We return to this topic below. The second period covers the innovations of the 1930s and 1940s, the Depression and World War II, which were introduced into American manufacturing during the war and into civilian life during the 1950s and 1960s, leading to what might be described as an age of abundance. Gordon calls this period one of evolution, as opposed to the revolution of the Second Industrial Revolution, because many of the technologies that defined it evolved from earlier inventions, electronics from electricity, better planes, better cars, etc. This period was also a golden age of productivity, according to Gordon, with productivity data showing a quantum leap forward unlike anything seen before. The third period covers what Gordon calls the post-1970 growth slowdown, and here Gordon focuses his attention on the question of why the innovations of the information technology revolution did not, in his telling, bring the same gains as did the innovations of the pre-World War II period or the evolutionary developments of the post-war era. Gordon's argument can be summarized simply by listing some of the innovations that he analyzes in order to make his case. 1870 to 1940. The internal combustion engine, automobiles and early airplanes, contemporary street pavement, electricity, electric light and electric power, indoor plumbing and modern sewer systems, central heating via furnace, urban mass transit, telephones, radio and film, processed food, refrigeration, store-bought clothing, department stores and catalogs, urban bungalow housing, reductions in infant mortality, suppression of diseases through better understanding of epidemics, the 40-hour work week, new forms of insurance, and large banks providing mortgage and consumer credit. 1940 to 70. Suburbs, shopping malls, widespread air conditioning, reliable household appliances to replace housework, televisions, interstate highways, mass affordable air travel, complex electronics, LP records, ubiquitous home telephones, TV news, mainframe computers, antibiotics, widespread vaccination, enhanced birth control measures, mass college education, widespread use of plastics. 1970 and beyond. McMansions, apparel retailing in big box supermarkets, widespread central air conditioning, microwave ovens, cable television, personal stereos, cassettes, CDs, MP3s, cell phones, smartphones, handheld calculators, spreadsheets, personal computers, the internet, changes in news delivery, enhancements in medical imaging and in therapies for cancer and cardiovascular disease. Surveying these lists, Gordon concludes that, throughout the different dimensions of the growth experience, the decades since 1940 do not exhibit the same uniformity of revolutionary change as occurred between 1870 and 1940. Instead, the year 1970 marks a distinct break point between faster and slower growth. Gordon's underlying insight is that transformations in how we live at home, power our tools, move ourselves and our goods, maintain our health and sustain ourselves, in other words, physical developments, are largely more important than enhancements to the technologies used to occupy our minds in leisure or to lend order to the chaos of business and personal life. To quantify this thesis, Gordon estimates that output per hour increased at a rate of 1.5% annually from 1890 to 1920, 2.82% annually from 1920 to 1970, and 1.62% annually from 1970 onwards. In other words, productivity growth was approximately 50% higher from 1920 to 1970 than it was before or after. It is necessary to point out the implicit methodological limits of using productivity data to draw conclusions about the history of innovation. After all, how can one fairly compare economic data across such long periods? Is it methodologically consistent to derive a metric like total factor productivity from data on hours worked, capital per worker, educational attainment, and output estimates from the late 19th century? How reliable were records of total hours worked in, say, 1895, let alone data on capital per worker, which is still only roughly estimated even today? And how reasonable is it to compare these numbers from the 1920s to data from the 2000s? Gordon himself shows a healthy skepticism toward comparing historical economic indicators with data of more recent vintage. He is quick to admit the limits of using conventional economic data across long historical periods and the inability of numbers to account for qualitative step changes, such as the merits of electric lights over tallow candles or automobiles over horses. These general limitations of measurement point to some of the difficulties implicit in the thesis that the period from 1920 to 1970, and particularly from 1940 to 1970, truly represented a golden age of productivity. Perhaps it only represented a golden era for productivity measured by the standards of the 1920s and 1930s, when most of the methods that are used to evaluate economic growth were devised. This is particularly true with respect to comparison of the middle of the 20th century to the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Along these lines, Gordon writes that productivity estimates for the early 20th century might be understated by multiple factors. It is true that the data may not be well suited to proving that the 1950s and 1960s were a golden age of productivity and economic growth compared to the 1870s. That said, the numbers are better suited to comparing the 1950s to the past 50 years because at least roughly similar methods of data compilation and analysis have been in place throughout this span. And the numbers here, as mentioned above, are not pretty. The U.S. economy may not be in a state of crisis at present, but unless one wishes to engage in extreme window dressing of the statistics, it is impossible not to acknowledge that the rate of economic progress has slowed unusually. Rise and fall, and Gordon's work more generally, distinguishes itself from other interpretations of the recent U.S. economic slowdown by looking beyond the financial crisis as a proximate cause of weak economic growth. The competing analyses have either a. compared U.S. economic performance in the wake of the financial crisis with the fallout from other financial crises, as Carmen Reinhart and Kenneth Rogoff did in This Time is Different, Princeton University Press, 2009, or b. offered arguments likening the U.S. economic slowdown to the secular stagnation of Japan and Europe, and argued for demand-side stimulus measures to ease a difficult and ultimately intractable situation. The limitations of the first argument, that recent weak economic growth is attributable to the debt hangover from the 2000s, should be clear from Gordon's presentation. On the face of things, debt overhangs can indeed function as a structural headwind to economic growth, as Gordon writes. But the debt crisis of 2008-09 and its aftermath explain neither the U.S. economy's weak performance prior to the housing bubble nor the underlying reasons why Americans decided to inflate a housing bubble of record proportions during the 2000s. When examined over a longer time horizon, aggregating the highs and the lows as Gordon does, the housing bubble and the debt buildup around it seem like a symptom and not a cause of larger problems. We now know that much of the GDP growth recorded from 2000 to 2008 was illusory, distorted by unsustainable investment in housing and the wealth effect experienced by U.S. consumers as their homes increased in value. Productivity growth also declined during that period. If somewhere between 5% and 20% of the economic growth during the 2001 to 2008 expansion was attributable to the housing bubble, then our current productivity malaise is merely a continuation of the 2000s, but now without an artificial boost from large year-on-year increases in home values and the attendant wealth effect. Thus, even after waiting out the process of post-crisis deleveraging, it is not clear that the U.S. economy should be expected to return to some higher level of productivity growth simply because enough time has passed and enough deleveraging has occurred. The second hypothesis frequently put forward to explain our economic malaise is most forcefully advanced by Lawrence Summers. Summers has repopularized the Depression-era term secular stagnation, coined in the 1930s by economist Alvin Hansen just as the United States was on the precipice of a period of dramatic secular dynamism. He argues that the U.S. economy has broadly stagnated in the wake of the 2009 financial crisis as a result of factors curtailing domestic demand. For Summers, this account serves as justification for expansionary fiscal policy funded by central bank currency creation, which Summers believes will lift economic growth as the government makes up for inadequate private sector demand. But demand for what? A surge in government investment in, say, roads and airports might increase spending in the economy and thus measure GDP and possibly even employment. But it would not address, among other things, the shortage of engineers or the lack of major new developments in transportation technology. The airports might be cleaner and more spacious, the roads smoother, but the planes and cars would be the same. Measures designed only to increase aggregate demand miss the point, at least in Gordon's supply-centric framework. The U.S. economy has not so much stagnated as slowed, according to Gordon's analysis. More precisely, it has stagnated only insofar as productivity growth has slowed. Although the rate at which productivity is growing may have decelerated, the cumulative amount of hours worked by Americans has continued to rise, and the capital stock continues to increase. Thus, using Gordon's framework, it is possible to draw an important distinction between Japanese and European stagnation and the American slowdown. In Japan and Europe, the economy and population as a whole have ceased to grow, but per capita income and per capita output have remained level or even risen. In America, by contrast, the population and economy have increased in size, but per capita growth has slowed. Japan and Europe are in the throes of demographic stagnation, a process much more deleterious to a country's growth prospects than the kind of economic malaise in which the United States finds itself at the moment. The United States is seeing a demographics-led slowdown in its labor force as well, but it has not yet reached the kind of stasis seen in Japan or Europe, as recent declines in U.S. total fertility have been less sudden than the drop-off in fertility in, for example, Japan or Italy. Perhaps the strongest argument in favor of the secular stagnation approach, or at least its policy prescription of large fiscal stimulus, is historical. When the United States last experienced a protracted period of slow economic growth, it was jolted out of it to some extent by the New Deal and by increased government spending to fight World War II. The New Deal's effects are hotly debated, e.g., in Amity Schloss's The Forgotten Man, HarperCollins, 2007, Gordon's book is mostly a history of inventions as they pertain to the American standard of living, but the history of invention is not always driven by conscious attempts to improve the standard of living. Many of the great inventions and scientific breakthroughs that ultimately transformed American standards of living were first created, rather, out of military necessity. Whether jet airplanes and rockets, improved motor vehicles, advances in manufacturing technologies, the development of computing and telecommunications, and even the splitting of the atom, a great many of the most productivity-enhancing technologies were developed by the military during World War II and the Cold War. Gordon addresses this issue in a chapter called The Great Leap Forward from the 1920s to the 1950s. What set of miracles created it? This chapter is the most controversial part of the book, much more so than any discussion of Gordon's techno-pessimism. For Gordon concludes that the Great Depression and World War II directly contributed to the Great Leap. Specifically, government investment and direction of the economy in the 1940s were the main sources for U.S. innovation and economic growth during 1950s and 1960s, according to Gordon. In support of this assertion, Gordon points to an astonishing fact source to his PhD thesis from 1967. The number of machine tools in the U.S. doubled from 1940 to 1945, and almost all of these new machine tools were paid for by the government rather than by private firms. Gordon's argument here is essentially the same as that made by Reuven Brenner in his book Rivalry. In Business Science Among Nations, Cambridge University Press, 1990, namely, that relative failure or fear of being leapfrogged is the mother of invention and technological innovation. Gordon is to some extent applying Brenner's thesis. The United States only rolled the dice on scientists at IBM for code breaking, physicists at Los Alamos for nuclear energy, the ambitions of Henry Ford for the production of airplanes, and so forth because it feared total ruin in a world war. This argument need not imply central command of the economy. As Arthur Herman argued in Freedom's Forge, Random House, 2012, a book cited by Gordon, a distinguishing aspect of the Roosevelt administration's war mobilization was its decentralization. Herman described the process, when functioning properly, as follows. All you had to do was put in the orders, finance the plant expansion, then stand back and let things happen. In short, Herman portrays an economy that is not purely planned but is also not purely responsive to market signals. It rather follows a corporatist structure in which defense contracts are bid on by firms and practical production decisions taken in a decentralized fashion, while the government sets the general direction and may even manipulate prices. Financial markets are highly regulated and savings are channeled into war bonds. This is not a 5-year plan, but it is also not a free market. Gordon also seems to think that the immigration and trade restrictions implemented in the United States during the 1920s and the Depression period contributed to rapidly rising standards of living in the 1950s. His argument is that the high tariff wall allowed American manufacturing to introduce all available innovations into U.S.-based factories without the outsourcing that has become common in the last several decades. And the lack of competition from immigrants and imports boosted the wages of workers at the bottom. These are extremely controversial claims, of course, which contradict the academic consensus in both history and economic theory. The Smoot-Hawley Act, for instance, which raised U.S. tariffs, is widely seen as having deepened the Depression. Human capital is generally thought of as a form of investment capital that bolsters growth. Gordon is surely aware of this view, but his arguments raise questions whose answers are typically taken for granted. How much less U.S. industry would have survived the 1930s without Smoot-Hawley? How much more would American wages have fallen in the 1930s if the less restrictive pre-1924 immigration policy had been maintained? Or would more immigration have created additional demand? Would the Sun Belt have become heavily populated 50 years earlier with more immigrants to people its cities? Would more innovators have immigrated to the United States? What would have been the effect on American industry during World War II and on the war effort of a larger pool of laborers and soldiers? These are all counterfactual questions, unanswerable by definition. The bottom line, however, is that government economic intervention before World War II and investment during World War II, in Gordon's telling, extended the big wave of the Second Industrial Revolution and unleashed the technological evolution of the 1950s and 1960s. Moreover, these questions point to a fundamental truth that Gordon sometimes overlooks. It is impossible to think about economic policy without also thinking about politics. Is it a coincidence that the key dates that Gordon uses to break up his history of productivity are 1870, 1945, and 1970? Political economy. The missing factor. Enter political economy. Economists typically treat technology as an exogenous factor that amplifies capital and labor to enhance economic growth. In other words, they treat technology as a mystery. In the classical liberal framework, technological development is thought to come from economically incentivized individuals developing new technologies, rational actors innovating for profit. Academic paradigms tend to treat invention as altruistically produced by impassioned or inspired visionary researchers, creating for the sake of creativity. In Gordon's treatment of the 1930s and more so the 1940s, however, we see something different. Technological advancement is attributed to state-guided investment combined with a willingness to put technological developments into use to remedy adverse conditions. While Gordon's account might be at odds with the general agnosticism of economists concerning the causes of technological development, it does offer some considerable explanatory power. It would be difficult, for instance, to talk about the creation of the U.S. railroad and telegraph systems absent a consideration of the political imperative for their construction, settling and governing the American West, and Congress's granting of lands and easements for construction. Was it the steam engine that created the American railroads? Was it the entrepreneurship of investors and railroad builders along with the sacrifices of workers? Would any of it have been possible without Congress, easements, and eminent domain? And was not the process of granting land to railroads one of the great political controversies of the 19th century? Consider jurisdictions in which the government cannot direct or secure investment. Even basic innovations such as electricity and sanitation require a political context for their implementation, as demonstrated by the fact that the most dysfunctional political environments in the world still do not offer these more than century-old technologies to their citizens. If a city cannot muster the collective will to install a sewer system, does modern sanitation technology even exist for its residents? Surely technology is not the only factor. Imagining economic relationships outside of a political context, in a world of rational agents alone, is illogical. No such world exists. History is riddled with examples of true scientific breakthroughs that do not cause material advances upon invention. David Landis's The Wealth and Poverty of Nations, Norton 1998, addresses the question of why the industrial revolutions happened in Europe as opposed to China. In Landis's telling, China's scholarly gentry class was superior to its European equivalent in terms of scientific knowledge and technological innovation through at least the 15th century. Landis argues that Chinese civilization had developed gunpowder, printing, cannons, and the compass before Europe, yet none of these were gainfully or fully commercialized. Landis attributes the slow pace of economic development in China during the European Renaissance and Industrial Revolution to China's entrenched political organization that cultivated advanced learning but not commercialization. Landis asserts, improvement would have challenged comfortable orthodoxies and entailed insubordination. The reasoning behind this thesis suggests that in an established and hierarchical government, academic science and discovery may be tolerated, and recreational uses of technology, such as fireworks, may be accepted, but the implementation of grand scientific projects on a societal scale can be deemed too disruptive to the existing order. For scientific innovation to have material consequences, by this account, those in possession of power in a society must be willing to change, perhaps drastically. Political direction is here not only a possible explanatory variable for innovation, but is also perhaps even more plausibly an explanation for the failure of scientific innovation to have material effects. The financial market can provide a check against the political impediment of progress, allowing investors to finance ideas that governments do not or will not. In the extreme counterexample of dictatorships, only ideas which contribute to state control and power are, deliberately, financed because the financial market is captive to the state and the government's goals are supreme. This idea brings us back to one of the most important questions of political economy. Who wins, and by extension, who loses from technological change? Reuven Brenner has described what he calls betting on ideas, even against long odds, as a rational strategy for those who perceive a risk of being left behind, whether at the level of the individual, the firm, or the state. He contrasts a strategy of betting on ideas with a strategy of insurance purchasing, bureaucratization, and conservatism for an incumbent guarding an established position. This paradigm applies as much in politics as in business. Does an established state that thinks of itself as a unipolar power have reason to take technological bets and risks? How much risk and change do its citizens want? And are governments of such states less likely to be held accountable? In surveying the economic slowdown of the 1970s and beyond, one wishes that Gordon had asked a few more second-order and third-order questions akin to those that he asked about the causes of growth in the 1940s, 60s. What were the major political decisions of the period from the 1960s onward that caused first innovation and technological adoption, and then productivity and economic growth to slow so markedly? In what way did the political context and national objectives change over the past 50 years? Is it simply, as Gordon has put it, that the great inventions of 1860 to 1900 created a fundamental transformation in the American standard of living? In comparison, computers and the internet fall short? Viewed through the prism of political economy, properly speaking, there should not be techno-optimists or techno-pessimists. Rather, the debate should be between advocates of a status quo and risk-takers. It can make sense to be optimistic that a government will create a constructive backdrop for investment and be daring enough to take risks in policy in order to leapfrog competitors. It can also make sense to hope that a given government will play its political hand conservatively and do all that it can to mitigate risk for itself, its citizens, and even established companies or corporate interests. Either of these outcomes is within the realm of rational political decision-making, though the choices made are likely to be contingent on a nation's circumstances and its competitors. The meaning of technology will be defined by its political context and not only by its scientific content. If this is true with respect to technological innovation, it is equally true with respect to questions that relate to economic growth. Take, for instance, the possible ramifications of driverless cars or transportation drones operating in an urban setting, perhaps the most frequently discussed recent technologically enabled possibility, and one that Gordon treats at length. It is conceivable, as Gordon suggests, that the technology simply will not work, or that if it does, it will not be transformative. It is also entirely conceivable to imagine a future in which a guaranteed universal income cushions the lives of millions of workers displaced by driverless cars and drones and robots on shop floors. It is equally possible to imagine a world in which many millions of additional Americans are employed to maintain and organize a fleet of cars and drones ferrying ever more goods and people ever longer distances and undertaking ever more tasks. One can additionally imagine a future in which the cost of insuring a fleet of drones and driverless cars is too expensive to be practical, or even a world in which the testing of these devices brings too many legal risks to be practicable and progress remains extremely slow. Instead of considering technologies alone, as though they are simply a function of primary research budgets at universities, we need to ask about whether our laws and political choices strike the right balance between stasis and change. This is not to say that technological progress is simply a matter of political choice, or to promote a false duality between innovation and its absence. As Gordon argues in his book, there are great inventions that represented fundamental improvements in material life. The inventions of any given generation will, for circumstantial reasons, not necessarily be as great as the inventions of other generations. But the improvements that Gordon documents both in productivity and standards of living do not always result from inventions themselves. The period whose progress Gordon most admires, after all, was not the Second Industrial Revolution's heyday in the early 20th century, but rather its evolution and morphing in the 1940s into the productivity boom of the 1950s and 1960s. It has become commonplace for economists to point out that with administered interest rates near zero, extraordinary economic projects are affordable. I have heard it suggested that, with interest rates so low, it could be cost-effective to increase the landmass of coastal cities such as Boston and New York, both of which have been expanded this way in the past, or that it would be affordable to create massive hydroelectric plants on the scale of the Hoover Dam. These hypothetical undertakings may or may not be advisable, but surely they would address popular social demands, relief of urban real estate costs, and the provision of clean power. They would do so using proven technologies. Large endeavors of this nature could potentially lead to the evolution of existing technologies and even innovation. But neither of these types of projects, undertaken in the past, seems plausible today. It is even harder to imagine the undertaking of more technologically ambitious city, state, or federal projects whose side effects would be totally unknown and whose implementation could bring great risk. Why has our willingness to act shifted so dramatically? What underlying preferences are embedded in a hypothetical preference for stasis? What underlying preferences are embedded in a hypothetical preference for change? If we choose change, we must ask what kind of change we want, and hold ourselves accountable to the accomplishment of change for the better. If we choose to be conservative in our economic policy, then we must ask what we are conserving. Market-based reforms were used in the 1980s, really invented as a concept in the run-up to the 1980s, to counteract the excesses and failures of post-World War II social policy. At the time, marginal income tax rates in excess of 70% had shifted income into unproductive tax optimization vehicles instead of savings and investment. Excessive urban rent controls were a disincentive to the maintenance and construction of urban real estate and were contributing to urban blight and even crime. Wage controls and legal structures designed to encourage collective bargaining in industries with no natural need for it had excessively curtailed business flexibility and adaptability. Poorly designed welfare benefits had distorted the incentive to work. The corporate economy was tilted towards businesses deemed stable enough to receive large bank loans that rapidly depreciated in the then prevailing high inflation environment. The stagflation of the 1970s was seen, and rightly continues to be interpreted, as, in large part, a product of the overregulation of the post-war economy and the overreaching of its prevailing Keynesian social engineering-friendly policy attitude. In all of these cases, what is often called classical liberal economics solved prevalent economic problems. The basic rationale behind these market-based reforms was that the market pricing mechanism, with its extraordinary ability to sort through information and optimize for preferences and opportunities, needed to be freed to allocate real estate, labor, and business capital. Inflation could be reined in with a less accommodating monetary policy that targeted price stability above all else. The discipline of capital markets would better channel savings to smaller, faster-growing industries and companies. These arguments, most prominently advanced by Milton Friedman and Friedrich von Hayek, gained currency because they described reality. Poorly designed policies of all kinds indeed had been enacted during the post-war era, and they had been legislated to achieve impossible goals: universal, high-wage employment, rapid economic growth without recessions, tightly limited income disparity, even low rent in all urban districts. During this period, reducing government distortions of the market pricing mechanism and the underlying reality it reflects was at least a partial antidote to the collateral damage of social policy utopianism. The economic problems of today, however, are of an entirely different nature than those of the 1970s and 1980s. Today's most advanced industries are not dominated by a handful of large, heavily regulated and unionized companies with limited flexibility to adjust labor and capital allocation. Instead, the United States faces a crisis of diminished domestic capital investment despite having an extremely flexible corporate sector. The United States does not have runaway consumer price inflation, but rather runaway asset valuations. Monetary policy does not encourage capital allocation to high volatility, inflation-proof real assets, but rather to low volatility and low-return industries whose cash flows can be leveraged to produce something close to acceptable absolute returns. The American labor market could hardly be described as overburdened by collective bargaining or wage control outside of the government sector. Urban land in the most economically dynamic American cities, rather than facing a crisis of underinvestment, is so expensive as to pose a meaningful tax on labor, even as real estate prices everywhere else in the United States remain depressed. In other words, what might be thought of as market-based reforms, at least in the 1980s classical liberal sense of the term, do not seem like they offer solutions to today's most pressing economic problems, because the problem set has changed. If the past decade has demonstrated nothing else, it has shown that the United States will be poorly served by rehashing the economic policies that worked to win the Cold War, but which started to sputter in the 1990s and led to the low-growth economy of the 2000s. To give a sense of the problem, how would capital markets deregulation alone channel more savings into domestic investment? How would increasing corporate responsiveness to capital markets address the questions of concentration, lack of domestic investment, monopoly rents, and normative privacy rights controversies in the technology sector? Is the excessive regulation of the American industrial labor market the reason that American heavy industry is losing ground to more regulated competitors such as Germany and even Japan? And how can one maintain optimism that the government can address these inherently political problems when the U.S. Congress is incapable of achieving even a thin majority consensus on something as simple as the federal budget with any regularity? In Radical Markets, Uprooting Capitalism and Democracy for a Just Society, Eric A. Posner and E. Glenn Whale confront this hard reality. The weakening of the U.S. economy during the post-Cold War era and the political system's seeming inability to contend with it cannot be fixed by the menu of economic policies that worked in the 1980s. They elaborate America's economic and political malaise in a thorough introductory chapter that memorably and plausibly compares America's economic and political trajectory to that of Brazil, characterized by mysterious but prevalent economic underperformance, political turbulence, protected monopoly rents, high inequality, and an economy increasingly focused on domestic consumption and raw materials export to the exclusion of other more promising or high-value industries. The core issue is that, Despite Americans being richer than ever before, the economy and domestic wages are both growing more slowly than in any previous economic expansion. Each chapter of the book offers a separate policy brief on topics including the dysfunction in the strongest U.S. property markets, the problem of falling wages and global wage competition, the low rate of corporate investment in the United States, and the problem of tech sector behavior and rents. And, most controversially, the book addresses the U.S. government's seeming inability to make political decisions of any kind in a chapter titled Radical Democracy. Radical Markets is at its best in pointing out the sectors of the economy that are most in need of dramatic reform. Yet, although Radical Markets asks the right questions, it comes up extremely short when it tries to offer solutions. The most interesting, problematic, and misguided contention made in Radical Markets, and what makes the book an exemplification of America's crushing ideological rigidity instead of a departure from it, is the book's core claim that markets can only solve these problems by being pushed to their most radical extremes, often to patently implausible extents. Thus, we see Posner and Whale arguing for legally enforced perpetual auctioning of all property, a program allowing Americans to sponsor and compel rents from guest workers, and other remedies that seem worse than the problems that they are intended to address. Reading Radical Markets, one hopes that the authors are offering these policy prescriptions as a kind of ironic literary technique, an effort to demonstrate how unlikely it is that markets without laws and prudent political choices can solve America's serious economic problems. Posner and Whale naively imagine that our problems are simply failures to allow markets to work their magic. Rather than accepting that the bad equilibria prevailing in American markets reflect bad American policy choices, i.e., that the market reflects a larger reality, the basic classical liberal contention, and asking how to make better choices, Posner and Whale assume that our bad choices are merely results of imperfections in prevailing market mechanisms and organization. To give an example, Radical Markets proposes that a solution to the global race to the bottom in wages can be found by allowing Americans to sponsor, host, and personally extract captive rents from foreign migrant laborers who are not subject to all American labor laws. The basic logic of such a system, in the telling of Posner and Whale, is that the gains from the use of global labor could thus flow more directly to Americans instead of being intermediated by corporations. Alas, migrant labor sponsorship practices of this nature will almost certainly lead to slavery-like abuses in the countries that practice them, and little could be more antithetical to the basic American ethos of equality under the law. Business arbitrage of Western labor standards in order to reduce production or service costs is a real problem, but it is not born of market failure. Rather, it is born of the American government's unwillingness to adopt policies that would regulate or curtail this labor standards arbitrage and effectively address the effects of global competition in many industries requiring scale. Fields in which the United States has been compelled to engage in industrial promotion, such as aerospace, are often less prone to these problems, but they are the exceptions that prove the rule. Another proposal advanced in Radical Markets is that all property should be permanently available in public online rental auctions. The authors present this as an update of Henry George's program, a way of implementing his land tax proposals via something like the 1990s-era eBay. But while George proposed a tax on unimproved land, in lieu of taxes on improved property and income, the authors advocate for an open-ended, state-compelled auctioning of usage rights for all property. Although such a system would quickly adjust to demand for land use, it would also ignore basic American ideas of property rights. It is also hard to see how the American property market would be made more just, or in any way improved, if families could be evicted from a homestead that they had built and worked for generations because of, say, environmental activists' revealed preference to suspend agricultural production by overbidding for land. It would also be beside the point. The real estate markets in select major American cities indeed pose a tax on economic growth. But the problem is the concentration of economic growth in a few select industries and thus cities, not the fact that ownership of private property includes unpriced externalities better captured via rent than ownership. Urban land in most American cities, including large cities such as swaths of Los Angeles, Dallas, Chicagoland, Greater Philadelphia, and Atlanta, is relatively inexpensive. Smaller metropolises such as St. Louis, Baltimore, Detroit, and others have yet to recover from the financial crisis or other dislocations even prior to that. The American economy is increasingly dominated by a few industries and therefore cities: healthcare, Boston; finance, New York; technology, San Francisco; energy, Houston; government relations, D.C., and entertainment, parts of Los Angeles. The aforementioned industries receive either implicit or explicit government sponsorship. It is no coincidence that these are the only cities in the United States in which real estate costs pose an exaggerated tax on labor. If there were more engines of economic growth, and thus more diversified urban migration and geographic distribution of economic benefits, it is unlikely that, say, San Francisco or Boston real estate costs would present the type of economic challenge that they currently pose. And if Phoenix were to host a large solar energy research and manufacturing sector as part of a plan to improve the national energy grid, it is unlikely that its real estate would be so depressed relative to San Francisco's, or that more Americans would not be moving to Arizona. Addressing bad market-driven economic outcomes in the real estate market requires reorienting demand for American property by widening America's economic pursuits. Even much-needed, smaller-bore market reforms such as relaxing the most strenuous zoning regulations in some urban areas would make at best small differences. In a manner similar to its prescriptions regarding real estate, Radical Markets makes the argument that large technology companies should perpetually bid for Americans' personal data. As a result, payments from online platforms would become a substantial source of income for the underemployed. Such a proposal might go some way towards sorting out the discrepancy between the revenues of large technology platforms on the one hand and the economic benefits provided to their users on the other. But it would not address the issues of privacy rights, copyright, and network effect-related dominance that have emerged over the past 20 years as the Internet has matured, and as the largest Internet companies have become the largest corporations in the S&P 500. Rather than asking what the laws regarding online platforms should be, and how today's legal vacuum might be filled, Radical Markets instead demonstrates how lucrative it is to operate an online platform in the absence of updated laws, and suggests simply splitting the rents. Aside from the fact that such a solution would probably create any number of follow-on economic problems, including the likely collapse of the ostensible golden geese amongst the online platforms, it would not solve the core political question. What should the political response to corporate concentration be? Probably the most original and important policy analysis in Radical Markets addresses the problem of passive investment in publicly traded companies and its effect on corporate behavior. Posner and Whale argue that an investor who passively owns shares in, for instance, all of the telecom companies in the S&P 500 through an ETF is incentivized to prefer a general rise in telecom industry earnings. This investor is thus also likely to be highly averse to price competition between telecom companies, which might benefit one company at the expense of the sector overall. In other words, Posner and Whale argue that passive shareholders of a diverse set of stocks within a given sector will demand oligopoly pricing from the companies and not innovation or risk-taking. To remedy this problem, they propose that institutional investors should be banned from holding shares in more than one corporation within a given sector in order to minimize these bad incentives. Indeed, there is no question that corporate behavior in the United States over the past 20 years has been surprising. Despite a massive increase in the enterprise values of corporations and a staggering growth in corporate borrowing, domestic rates of capital investment in the United States have been historically low, particularly as a percentage of stock market capitalization. It thus stands to reason that this state of affairs is related to the incentives of corporate management, who after all direct business strategy. But it is not clear that corporate risk aversion and low rates of corporate investment can simply be attributed to shareholder diversification within a given sector and passive investment vehicles. After all, we live in the age of the activist investor and private equity, and very few activist investors or private equity investors tend to demand that the corporate targets of their activism take more risks and engage in greater amounts of capital-intensive, long-term investment. Whether the investors are passive or active, the prevailing tendency is to demand the structuring of corporations for the most efficient and predictable corporate cash flows. This is related to the still growing role that institutional investors play in the ownership and direction of American business. A variety of financial incentives and institutional pressures tend to push fund managers to favor short-term performance and low volatility returns. More broadly, so long as defined contribution pension plans continue to grow, so too will risk aversion amongst institutional investors eager to find ways to capture stable rents on these large capital pools. Finding a better way to fund the retirement of Americans requires making very difficult political choices. Until those choices are made, however, the savings pools will grow, and the corrosive transformation of American business into a stable cash flow machine will continue. The common denominator in the book's shortcomings is that Radical Markets avoids addressing politics even as it addresses obvious problems of political choice. Instead, the book advocates the replacement or avoidance of political choice by rejiggering market mechanisms, hoping to spread the wealth from rents born of underlying political dysfunction or neglect. But the failure to make important political choices is what underlies America's economic problems, and not simple market failures. Radical Markets proposes to fill a political void with nothing. To their credit, the authors of Radical Markets are, at bottom, aware that many of our economic problems boil down to political choice, and hence they propose a new system for making political choices called quadratic voting. In this system, voters accrue allocations of credits to vote in referenda over the course of their lives. Voters are able to use their credits to purchase multiple votes on a particular issue, but the individual voter's cost of purchasing votes increases by a quadratic factor as he or she purchases more votes in any single referendum. The underlying principle is that voters should be able to express differing intensities of interest on any given issue. The authors hope that this method will produce a less impassioned and more reasoned set of voting outcomes. Regardless of its procedural merits or deficiencies, however, this solution to the problem of political dysfunction is based on a mistaken premise: the widespread doxa that American politics is plagued by a hyperintensity of partisanship and a lack of compromise. One hears this all the time. If only American politics were less partisan, common sense could prevail in government. This might be true for some issues, but it does not explain the lack of national dialogue on many of the most important policy questions, including almost all of the issues raised in Radical Markets. On a more fundamental level, it is debatable whether voting should represent opinion on particular issues, voting to determine a Rousseauian general will, rather than function as a check on the power of the magistrate, a Madisonian check and balance. But even granting that voting in the United States includes a good amount of signaling about the electorate's actual policy preferences, at times a heroic assumption. What's to say that the American electorate is being presented with a realistic or even relevant set of problems for government to address, or objectives and goals for government to achieve? Plebiscites and referenda are only as good as the questions that the leadership puts to the people for votes. There is a different conclusion to be drawn from Posner and Wales' survey of seemingly economic issues. Namely, the economic problems confronting the United States stem from a national inability or unwillingness to confront and address the changes in the world following victory in the Cold War. Reality has changed since 1991, but public policy discourse has not. Recent elections have centered on such issues as compassionate conservatism, the Social Security lockbox. The latter is at least technically an issue. The war on terror, hope and change, being with her, and making America great again. All of these slogans could prevail in a referendum, and none would likely be rejected in a system of quadratic voting. Yet all but one, Social Security's viability, are meaningless, and none are particularly pressing. None address Posner and Wales' list of domestic policy challenges, all of which have confronted the United States for the past 20 years, let alone the foreign policy challenges that have emerged over the past decade as China's military and economic power has increased. The opportunities of the 1990s, building a globalized economy, growing American corporate returns via exposure to faster-growing foreign markets, completing welfare reform and the war on crime, the integration of post-Soviet Russia into Europe, are no longer today's imperatives. Indeed, some of these have morphed into contemporary political problems. A more serious discussion of America's national priorities would have to touch on the new realities of what has been called the post-Cold War world. Along with the problems identified in Radical Markets, these would include a. The revitalization of the American economy, both in terms of the manufacturing of advanced technology products and pushing the frontiers of material science. B. Ensuring a modus vivendi between the United States and China while confronting the deterioration in America's technological edge vis-a-vis China. And C. Reducing the share of the American economy devoted to healthcare while bringing life expectancy up to the standards of other Western countries. And no doubt many other issues could be named that would all be more significant than what is typically featured in public discourse. It is not as though the American electorate is incapable of weighing and judging important questions of this nature. Within the last century, there have been elections decided over issues such as how to address the persistence of the Great Depression and whether nuclear weapons should be used in otherwise conventional war, along with other matters of tremendous national significance. Even issues of national debate which in hindsight were based on bad information, such as fears about the missile gap in the Cold War, were at least substantive in their nature. Opinions on these matters were not moderate, and corresponding proposals for national action were not characterized by uniformity or consensus. Indeed, the acrimony surrounding these issues was more severe than what is on display today, belying the claim that contemporary politics is plagued by excessive partisanship. Perhaps contemporary politics only seems so partisan because the issues being debated with passion are so often trivial or purely doctrinal. Individual rights and free markets are goods in and of themselves, and securing these private goods is a noble pursuit of government. They are also a powerful combination as a matter of national policy. A large part of America's success over the past century has been attributable to the free market allocation of economic resources and a political system and national culture that preserve the constitutional rights of the individual. This combination allowed the United States to overcome powerful tyrannies such as the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, both of which were able to command the totality of their respective national resources. The power of these totalitarian states to marshal resources, however, could not compete with the ability of the American market to invent, apply, and produce. The market system excels at incentivizing economic efficiency, finding and commercializing uses for advanced technologies, and allocating resources to suit preferences. Increasing domestic market freedom might also advance the non-utilitarian goal of securing the rights of citizens. But a more perfect market system in itself is not a substitute for an awareness of national priorities or the strategic pursuit of national goals. Markets solve problems of complex information and sorting. They are not a replacement for prudent political choice. In 1955, in perhaps his least heralded achievement, Milton Friedman invented a new style of policy reform. A stable and democratic society, he acknowledged, is impossible without a minimum degree of literacy and knowledge on the part of most citizens. Hence, the government was justified in both mandating and financing a minimum level of education. Yet it does not follow, Friedman argued, that government should directly administer the school system. On the contrary, the government could instead issue parents' tuition vouchers redeemable at approved private institutions. Parents would then have more choice in education, while competition among schools would spur efficiency and performance. The power of the market, in short, could be harnessed to achieve government ends. Since then, Friedman's device, directing government funds to private actors to carry out a public program, has not only triumphed but become perhaps the dominant style of public policy in the United States. Ironically, despite decades of promotion, the original application of Friedman's idea, school vouchers, has made limited progress. Yet the template he established has proved irresistible. In the early 1970s, for example, after public housing fell into disrepute, the Nixon administration proposed Section 8 rental vouchers to replace it. In the late 1980s, when Republicans needed a universal health care plan of their own, the Heritage Foundation proposed that all households be required to buy health insurance coverage from private carriers. 20 years later, with the passage of the Affordable Care Act, the idea became law, yet because the Democrats had by then embraced it, not a single Republican voted in favor of Obamacare. In 2002, when expanding Medicare to cover prescription drugs, Congress made the new benefit, known as Medicare Part D, available not directly through Medicare but through the purchase of subsidized insurance policies. In each case, the approach is the same. Rather than have government provide a good directly, individuals and firms are induced to buy or sell it themselves. Whatever its merits, consumer-driven, market-based, or, as I call it, libertarianoid policy reform suits the structural and ideological needs of the American political system. It allows Democrats to expand the reach of government without having to increase state capacity. It allows Republicans to proclaim at once their compassion for a program's beneficiaries and their commitment to the free market. And it allows both parties to shower interest groups, from landlords to health insurers, with subsidies. Little wonder, then, that what passes for innovative policy in the United States today follows a familiar pattern. In Only the Rich Can Play, financial journalist David Wessel reveals how opportunity zones, perhaps the NE plus ultra of libertarianoid policy reform, went from dinner conversation to law in less than 5 years. The story has an all-too-likely hero, Napster founder, Facebook investor, and Silicon Valley wunderkind Sean Parker. While touring Tanzania, Parker allegedly had an epiphany. What the world's poor needed most, he determined, was not government assistance but private investment. Of course, Parker could have just used his own money to invest in Tanzania, but that would have been costly. His fortune was tied up in Facebook stock, which he could not sell without having to pay tax on his capital gains. The tax system, by discouraging the sale of appreciated assets, was effectively neutralizing vast amounts of idle capital. Rather than be taxed for selling stock, Parker reasoned, he and his fellow billionaires should instead be rewarded, provided that they invested the sale proceeds in the world's most impoverished regions. Fired with enthusiasm, Parker floated an early version of the idea at the Davos World Economic Forum. Somehow, his idea received less attention than the $1 million bacchanal, featuring stuffed animal heads shooting laser beams from their eyes, that he threw for his fellow global elites the next night. That party, in turn, attracted less attention than his later $10 million Tolkien-themed wedding celebration at Big Sur. Chagrined yet undaunted, Parker continued to chat up his idea. He soon enough encountered a former Obama White House staffer, who recommended that he focus not on impoverished foreign countries but economically distressed areas in the United States. Parker was convinced. He put $3 million into a new tax-exempt think tank, selected a staid name, the Economic Innovation Group, or EIG, and commissioned a clever logotype. Consultants and law firms were hired, economists recruited to the masthead, white papers released, and conferences announced. Parker himself contributed lavishly to the campaigns of both Republican and Democrat candidates who seemed the most pliable. Not long thereafter, EIG had Cory Booker and Tim Scott, two African-American senators, one a Democrat and the other a Republican, sharing a stage and trading jokes at EIG events. Meanwhile, EIG created an interactive online map that allowed website visitors to view the economic health, measured by median income, unemployment, poverty, and 4 other indicators of every zip code in the United States. Journalists, congressional staffers, and casual browse-ers could easily compare, say, Fairfield County to nearby Bridgeport, Connecticut, or Aspen, Colorado to nearby Leadville. A public relations coup, the map scored a front-page story in the New York Times business section. IG had arrived. While the slick promotion may have suggested some novelty, EIG's reform idea, tax breaks in exchange for investing in distressed areas, had been kicking around Washington since Parker was born. Wessel does not spoil the billionaire comes to Washington narrative to say when exactly Parker and his team realized that their proposal was not exactly new. As far back as 1980, Senator Scott's political mentor, Jack Kemp, had introduced legislation tying tax incentives to investment in enterprise zones. In 1993, at President Clinton's urging, Congress enacted a version of the idea, now designated empowerment zones. After empowerment zones fizzled, Congress tried again in 2000 with a program called the New Markets Tax Credit. By the time EIG's own iteration became law, 43 states, reports Wessel, were already offering place-based tax incentives. Indeed, by the time Parker arrived in Washington, the effects of enterprise zone programs had been extensively studied. Senators Booker and Scott did not need EIG to tell them whether enterprise zones would work. The Congressional Research Service had already published lengthy papers going back decades. Every study had reached the same conclusion. Those who received the tax break obviously benefited, but the trickle-down effects to distressed communities were slight. Often, the best-performing areas were those that already were recovering. No matter, Parker's contribution to the debate was to double down. First, EIG argued, the incentives offered by earlier programs were not big enough. A marginal incentive would not attract enough capital. The incentives instead had to be so massive as to create an entire new class of investment. Second, prior programs entailed too much complexity, oversight, and bureaucratic sludge. Rather than require businesses and investors to satisfy a host of criteria to ensure the integrity of a program, they should instead simply self-certify and thereafter proceed unencumbered. For Parker and his team, true enterprise zones like true socialism had never been tried. For a moment, in late 2016, an enterprise zone revival seemed as unlikely as a tech boom in downtown Camden. Donald Trump's campaign for president had upended decades of seemingly settled GOP policy consensus, and zombie ideas from the Reagan era seemed finally ready for a peaceful burial. But in the end, Republicans in the Trump era ended up governing just as they always had. In December of 2017, Senator Scott demanded enterprise zone legislation as a condition of his vote on the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. He faced little resistance. The idea turned out to be a convenient way to provide relief to Puerto Rico, lately hammered by Hurricane Maria. And so yet another enterprise zones program, rebranded once more, this time as Opportunity Zones, became law. Kempism under Donald Trump had triumphed. Over 4 years later, one can hardly say that opportunity zones have failed. The Trump administration estimated that $75 billion had been invested in opportunity zones. A later General Accountability Office study reported that opportunity zones held a mere $29 billion in assets. Whatever the true figure, the transfer of so much capital, like decanting the Caspian Sea, is bound to yield at least some winners. Many of them may even be sympathetic. Though Wessel goes to heroic lengths to uncover the impact of opportunity zones, he is hampered by lack of data. Scott's legislation, as drafted, required opportunity zone funds to report the extent and location of their investments, but those provisions, to appease the Senate parliamentarian, were scrapped in the final Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. The budget reconciliation process, which was used to pass the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, deems provisions that do not affect revenues, such as opportunity zone reporting requirements, to be extraneous. As such, they can essentially be stricken by any senator's objection. To arrive at their $75 billion estimate, Trump's own Council of Economic Advisors could only extrapolate from SEC filings and information voluntarily provided to a private accounting firm. Any analysis of the program thus amounts to guesswork. In lieu of statistics, Wessel journeyed the country for anecdotes. The book profiles dozens of Opportunity Zone promoters, investors, and middlemen, from financier and circus act Anthony Scaramucci to Dante Hickman, an East Baltimore preacher who stood by Trump's side at a press conference only to find that not a dollar was ultimately invested in his neighborhood. Wessel also recounts the success or failure of dozens of Opportunity Zone projects, from new self-storage units in South San Antonio to a Goldman Sachs-backed development in Baltimore that was already underway when it received an extra boost from an Opportunity Zone designation. In the end, though Wessel fails to paint a convincing picture, he does paste together an interesting collage. As if to make up for the lack of firm conclusions, he closes over a dozen vignettes with the italicized mantra, "Don't blame the players, blame the game." Nevertheless, despite the paucity of evidence of results, the design of the Opportunity Zone program teaches some valuable lessons about public policy today. First, market-based reform has strayed far from Friedman's original conception. In proposing school vouchers, Friedman assumed that the government ought both to mandate and to finance a minimum level of education. Vouchers were simply an alternative way of providing a benefit that taxpayers were paying for anyway. The proposal did not entail a transfer from one class of persons to another. Later market-based reforms, by contrast, have intentionally enriched well-positioned private parties. Thus, Section 8 vouchers gave landlords a guaranteed rental income without the hassle of having to collect from tenants or screen them for creditworthiness. Both the prescription drug benefit and the individual mandate expanded and entrenched the health insurance industry. In similar fashion, the Opportunity Zone program awards tax breaks to individuals who happen to own appreciated assets. Regardless of whether Parker, Scott, and Booker are correct that the solution to poverty is more private investment in distressed regions, it does not follow that the government must hand out welfare payments to wealthy taxpayers with capital gains. Yet that is precisely how Opportunity Zones work. Second, the political success of market-based reform depends on its fiscal opacity. If Congress had simply directed the U.S. Treasury to pay cash to wealthy taxpayers who invest in impoverished areas, public outrage would be immediate. Yet by providing the equivalent amounts in the form of a complex set of tax expenditures, the political salience of the giveaway is all but eliminated. A similar lack of transparency is essential to other market-based reforms. For years, for example, GOP leaders such as Paul Ryan have dreamed of replacing Medicare with a system of health insurance vouchers, or what they call premium support. On close inspection, voucherization of Medicare shifts the bill for rising healthcare costs from the government to consumers. Paul Ryan and his disciples prefer not to admit that they wish to cut Medicare. Instead, they hide their designs in a Rube Goldberg contraption, which they advertise as consumer-driven and market-based. Third, the libertarianoid style takes bad policy as given. Nixon's Section 8 housing vouchers, for example, accepted the dubious premise that housing is undersupplied. By creating a specialized market for government-subsidized, means-tested tenants, the Section 8 program only succeeded, like its public housing cousin, in freezing poverty and dysfunction in place. The Heritage Foundation's individual mandate proposal conceded that most Americans would continue to obtain health care through employer-provided health insurance. The proposal's legislative spawn, the Affordable Care Act, ended up perpetuating the waste and spiraling costs of a third-party payer system. Similarly, Opportunity Zone programs take it for granted that the tax code will continue to subsidize the retention of assets. The code does so in two ways. First, gains go untaxed until they are realized. That is, when the appreciated property is sold or otherwise disposed of. As a result, the most effective way to defer tax is to hold onto appreciated property indefinitely, while perhaps borrowing against it as needed for liquidity. Second, gains are wiped out at death, when appreciated property is deemed to have a fresh cost basis equal to its then fair market value. As a consequence, individuals can hold onto their assets during their lifetime so that their heirs can sell them tax-free. The combination of those two rules, taxing gains when realized and forgiving them at death, effectively locks in place the ownership of appreciated property and prevents capital from being more efficiently deployed. Rather than address those distortions, the Opportunity Zone program attempts to overcome them with even greater distortions of its own. To induce taxpayers to sell assets and reinvest them, the program offers not only to forgive a taxpayer's existing gains. Currently, the forgiveness lasts only through 2025, but Congress is already considering legislation to extend that deadline, but all gains from future Opportunity Zone investments. Those benefits have managed to spur many individuals to reinvest gains in Opportunity Zone funds. In 2018, EIG estimated that unrealized capital gains in the United States exceeded $6 trillion. If that number is correct, and $29 billion was ultimately invested in Opportunity Zones, that means that Opportunity Zones diverted 0.5% of the nation's total unrealized gains. On the other hand, the fact that 99.5% remains locked in place shows just how powerful are the incentives to defer gain, despite the ability to avoid tax through reinvestment in Opportunity Zones. Fourth, the very freedom that market-based reform confers undermines its effectiveness. By design, Opportunity Zone participants may invest their gains however they like and still qualify for tax benefits, so long as the investments are located in an area designated as an Opportunity Zone. Not surprisingly, investors who have realized substantial gains seek assurance that they will not lose their money. Thus, as Wessel reports and as anyone acquainted with the Opportunity Zones industry can attest, virtually every Opportunity Zone fund invests primarily in businesses with predictable cash flows such as real estate development. Parker conjectured that economically depressed areas needed private investment. What they received was something else: senior living facilities, student housing, and warehouses. Whether those projects can catalyze an economic revival remains to be seen. Finally, market-based reform is no answer to the Hayekian critique of government planning. Ironically, the Opportunity Zone program seems, if anything, to have demonstrated the folly of private investment in distressed areas. By avoiding investments in anything other than real estate projects with predictable revenue streams, the Opportunity Zone investors have revealed, by the power of the free market, that investment in distressed areas will just lose money. The reasons that private investment in impoverished areas is unlikely to pay off were analyzed over 50 years ago by Edward Banfield in The Unheavenly City. In brief, Banfield found that a large portion of the population in distressed areas has a psychological orientation to the present, which in turn is associated with crime, failure to save, underemployment, and lack of trust. That syndrome generates poverty, which is transmitted from one present-oriented generation to the next. Nobody knows how, exactly, to change even one individual's time preference, much less the time preference of a whole community. Jack Kemp's conviction 40 years ago that private investment would somehow relieve poverty is as utopian as the New Deal Democrats' conviction 40 years earlier that slum clearance and free public housing would do the trick. Neither breed of rationalist utopian wishes to face the harsh limits on what public policy can accomplish. In the end, there is no reason to believe a priori that any particular policy can be improved by creating an ersatz free market. Privately owned buildings with Section 8 tenants have proved just as dismal as public housing projects, while Medicare Part D prescription drug policies proved just as costly as traditional Medicare, only more bewildering. That a market-based policy will actually help its intended beneficiaries is doubtful. That it will enrich some private parties able to exploit the rules is certain. For politicians, that may be the whole point. The libertarianoid style elegantly marries corrupt practice with noble professed intentions. The presumption should be against it. ProPublica released a so-called bombshell report with income tax data leaked from the Internal Revenue Service. The report showed how little America's 25 richest families paid in effective tax rates compared to the average American. How they paid so little was no surprise to anyone who has worked with high-net-worth individuals in wealth management or philanthropy, or followed tax policy for the last few decades. In today's hoarding economy, in which both elected officials and central bankers have turned the policy dials to encourage the wealthiest to hoard power and prosperity at the expense of middle-class Americans, it was a total non-event. For those unaware of how the tax system works, however, it did reveal two different policy regimes in America, effectively two political economies, one for the rich and one for everyone else. Over 4 decades, policymakers sold this bifurcated political economy to middle-class Americans as a new social contract. The wealthy will pay lower taxes relative to their wealth. The corporations owned primarily by the wealthy will be allowed to concentrate into monopolies. And the financial system the wealthy dominate will be allowed to make riskier transactions with the risk shifted to the public. In exchange, the wealthy's philanthropic largesse and entrepreneurial prowess will increase productivity, and the average American will enjoy economic prosperity and flourishing, ultimately achieving the American dream. In the wake of the 2008 global financial crisis, which decimated working families' balance sheets, and a recovery that primarily benefited the wealthiest of the world, Pope Francis started his papacy with a stinging critique of this antisocial contract. Some people continue to defend trickle-down theories which assume that economic growth, encouraged by a free market, will inevitably succeed in bringing about greater justice and inclusiveness in the world. This opinion, which has never been confirmed by the facts, expresses a crude and naive trust in the goodness of those wielding economic power and in the sacralized workings of the prevailing economic system. Meanwhile, the excluded are still waiting. Pope Francis's critique of the failing social contract drew particular ire from American political and business leaders inside and outside the Catholic Church. Conservative economists and academics piled on, critiquing the Pope's naivete and lack of understanding of markets and economics. Many said that he should stay out of economics and stick to matters of morality and church doctrine. In contrast, Joseph Ritchie, the founder of Chicago Research and Trading and Fox River Partners, who was recognized for seeing the gaps in economic models and his work in pioneering computer-driven trading, read Pope Francis's statements on the economy and thought the opposite of his critics. Ritchie understood that Pope Francis was right in saying that trickle-down economic theories did not match how markets or economies actually worked. Ritchie knew his colleagues in high finance and the donor community completely missed the pragmatic implications of Francis's prophetic warning. From Ritchie's perspective, policymakers have turned the tax policy dials, like those that regulate corporate competition and the financial system, to benefit his peers, with wealth dangerously getting siphoned up to the top of the economy. While in the short term these policies goosed aggregate growth and tax revenues, in the long term, this hoarding of wealth decreased productivity growth, diminished the livelihoods of the middle-class base of the economy, increased the need for public assistance for working families, and enlarged the public debt load for younger and future taxpayers. Most worrisome for everyone, this wealth hoarding created political and economic instability. To describe these unintended consequences of poor policy design, Ritchie adapted an aerospace engineering term he learned as an aviator and co-pilot with fellow adventurer Steve Fawcett: negative stability, comparing the economy to a plane whose oscillations up and down get worse over time until crashing into the ground. His argument was not moral. It was political and economic. If hoarding by policy design continued, negative stability risked crashing the whole system, economically and socially. Inspired by a meeting at the Vatican in 2014, Ritchie and the authors of this essay privately began sharing these insights to billionaires, hedge fund managers, politicians, donors, think tank executives, and academics. The core message, turning the dials to stop hoarding and to return the takings to the American public, would lead to an economy of more productive positive stability and grow the total enterprise value of the U.S. economy, benefiting everyone in the long term. At the time, there seemed to be a bipartisan opening. Before his presidency, Donald Trump had proposed a tax on hoarding to address the deficit. Many conservative politicians were privately beginning to see the risks of wealth concentration for their increasingly rural, middle, and working-class constituents. They saw that the wealthiest hoarders did not share their constituents' social values or economic interests. In the end, however, the leaders we talked to did not heed the warning. The 2017 tax cuts turned the dials further to encourage greater levels of hoarding and made the picture worse, not better. Everyone continued to fly a plane destined to crash. These tax cuts continued a policy regime that has caused the decline of economic mobility for decades. As Harvard economist Raj Chetty has shown in his research, generational economic mobility disappeared for half the population born after 1980. Over time, the hoarding of wealth and opportunity became geographically entrenched. Children in poorer neighborhoods were becoming less and less likely to exit poverty and succeed in life. Fewer, wealthier families in fewer neighborhoods were hoarding all forms of capital: social, financial, intellectual. What were the causes of this concentration? Globalization and rapid technological changes were factors, but past eras had seen similar trends, without these significant divergences in wealth and prosperity. Chetty and his team demonstrated that the most important factors for declining economic mobility and the concentration of opportunity were lower GDP growth rates and greater concentration in the distribution of this growth. Why was productivity growth slowing and narrowing? Starting in the late 1970s, politicians began turning policy dials in favor of the rich. In the name of cheaper consumer goods, policymakers weakened antitrust laws and regulations that protected competition and encouraged entrepreneurship and small business ownership. They turned the policy dials to take power and benefits from employees and gave more power and capital to corporate shareholders, putting them first, effectively reducing the social purpose of a corporation to maximizing stock values. Politicians announced that this new social contract would incentivize the wealthy to invest more in productive enterprises that would spur higher levels of growth in innovation and job creation, while at the same time reducing prices. In the beginning, under the economic conditions of that time, there was a rise in investment and growth. But the approach has not aged well. The current economy is significantly overcapitalized and sluggishly underproductive. With tax policy in particular, the Congressional Research Service conducted a study of 65 years of tax policy and found that after policymakers turned the tax dials to help the wealthiest, these distributions had little positive impact on investment, productivity growth, and increased hoarding levels. According to a working paper by Carter C. Price and Catherine Edwards of the Rand Corporation, if policymakers had not turned policy dials to encourage hoarding from 1975 to 2018, middle-income growth would have matched the healthy growth of 3 decades following World War II, 1945 through 1974. This income growth would have added $50 trillion to the balance sheets of middle-class and working-class families. In defense of the economists and policymakers of the late 1970s and early 1980s, they faced an oil crisis, stagnation, and inflation beleaguering the business and investment community. In the face of these crises, it likely made sense to reduce some taxes and move toward the center of the famous Laffer curve. Nevertheless, as capital and wealth concentrated significantly over the coming decades, no one stopped to ask if we had gone to the other side of the Laffer curve, that we were taxing the wealthy too little and creating other problems, lower growth rates and higher concentrations of growth, that were as great as, if opposite to, the problems faced in the early Reagan years. When taken to an extreme, policymakers' efforts to create more dynamism by turning the tax dials can actually lead to a less dynamic economy and a more stratified society. They forgot the principle of moderation implicit in the Laffer curve. In 2017, policymakers cut taxes even further on the wealthy, encouraging even greater levels of hoarding and making wealth divergences worse, not better. Policymakers cut taxes for the wealthiest 5%, who siphoned off 43% of the benefits in 2018, and who will receive 47% in 2025 and 99% in 2027. Rolling back the estate tax, which only impacted the top 0.2% of estates in 2016, will redistribute $83 billion to the children of ultra-rich dynasties over 10 years. Again, these tax cuts for the wealthy were sold on the promise that they would significantly raise federal revenues, stimulate entrepreneurship, productivity growth, and investment. They have not. Even worse, as much as $700 billion of the tax cut was given to investors overseas, as corporate after-tax income will flow to foreign investors via stock buybacks and dividends, rewarding multinationals with billions of dollars instead of local, place-bound American companies. While child tax credits and reductions in the state and local tax deductions marginally helped address these divergences, on the whole, the government essentially redistributed funds to the world's wealthiest families and multinational corporate shareholders. As the tax cuts did not pay for themselves, these so-called reforms used public debt to fund a global plutocracy. On the front cover of Forbes' 2021 summer special issue, the title "A New Billionaire Every Day" hovers over a black background wedged between the oversized bodiless heads of the Winklevoss twins smirking and staring confidently into the eyes of the reader. The subtitle reads, "As the world suffered over the past year, great fortunes were forged at an unprecedented rate. The dynamics underlying them point to a better future for everyone." The feature essay, Operation Wealth Speed, documents how in 2020, while millions lost family members, jobs, and small businesses, 493 new billionaires were created worldwide, and billionaire wealth grew by $5.1 trillion during the pandemic. We are told not to worry about these exploding divergences, but to be hopeful, as these new, self-made billionaires have made public commitments to give away their wealth in the short term and to embrace the new paradigm of stakeholder capitalism. In contrast, in the margins of the Financial Times, a headline in small print tells a more transparent story. Central banks' pandemic policies widen the wealth gap. The story highlights the Credit Suisse Global Wealth Report, which found that due to monetary policy that inflated asset prices of those with a higher share of equities, the ultra-high net worth group grew even faster, adding 24% more members, the highest rate of increase since 2003. According to the report's author, Anthony Shorrocks, indeed wealth creation in 2020 appears to have been completely detached from the economic woes resulting from COVID-19. If policy inflated asset prices, were these entrepreneurs creating all of their wealth through innovation and productivity, or were policymakers encouraging hoarding? In addition, the consumption that kept the economy going was fueled by policies that encouraged massive levels of public debt, a burden for future generations of taxpayers to bear. If the wealthiest are not paying taxes, then which Americans will foot that bill in the future? Unsurprisingly, for a magazine targeting the wealthy and the aspiring wealthy, the Forbes essay made no reference to any of the policy choices that helped facilitate Operation Wealth Speed. While the author highlights that a majority of the new billionaires came to wealth through higher stock valuations, IPOs, and special purpose acquisition companies, SPACs, there is no mention of how any of these pathways to opulence may have been aided by policies and practices that skew valuations, shift risks to consumers, reduce the wealthy's taxes relative to the general population, and inflate asset prices to the detriment of the economy as a whole. We are all supposed to forget the moment last year when the real economy was tanking and the stock market was soaring. Instead, the author claims that dynamism is what created this wealth, and the dynamics underlying unprecedented wealth accumulation point to a better future for everyone. Yes, it is positive that some of these new billionaires want to give away their money faster. It is good that they are critiquing the standard practice of parking over $142 billion in donor-advised funds, encouraged by policy to compound tax-free and accumulate influence. But is that enough to change the dynamics of trillions of dollars in wealth hoarding? While both authors of this essay have been actively involved in philanthropy, impact investing, and the movement to improve responsible corporate governance, and believe there is value in these practices, we are also skeptical of the claims that these dynamics alone will lead to human flourishing of the average middle-class American. If the promises of the new social contract under a new regime of stakeholder capitalism are to be believed and these dynamics are indeed positively balanced for the good of the whole economy, we should already see the development of demonstrably higher levels of productivity, more innovation, and more competition. We should see more dynamism. We do not. Building wealth through entrepreneurship, wise risk-taking, and investment is vital. In contrast, hoarding wealth by capturing the government and having the policy dials turned in one's favor to inflate one's assets hurts the economy and puts everyone's assets at risk. This hoarding dynamic is the larger, more structural problem we should focus on. Under a policy regime that highly favors the assets of the wealthy, we have seen a decline in productivity growth. 20 while output per hour grew at a 2.8% rate from 1948 to 1973 under the earlier social contract. It decreased to 1.7% growth in productivity from 1973 to 2018. From 2000 to 2018, productivity growth was even worse, increasing at only a 1.2% annual rate. Before the pandemic, Standard & Poor's reduced its U.S. growth rating for the 2020s and stated that the hoarding of wealth and incomes was a significant factor that is harming U.S. economic growth by excluding large parts of the population from its cumulative benefits. Even before the V-shaped distortions of the pandemic bust and boom, the economy was growing at a slower rate, and growth was benefiting the balance sheets of fewer and fewer families. From 2001 to 2016, middle-class families saw their median net worth shrink by 20% and working-class families experienced a loss of 45%. 23 The mind-boggling statistics of wealth hoarding are well reported. Even after multiple economic expansions, the total net worth of the bottom 50% of Americans is 20% less than it was in 1990. The top 1% of families has $41 trillion in assets. 20 Americans now have as much wealth as half the U.S. population, 152 million people. The top 3 families have a combined wealth that increased by 5,868%, now totaling $348.7 billion. What has been less discussed in the partisan debates is the connection between this hoarding of wealth at the top and declining productivity. Productivity is a crucial ingredient for material prosperity, and productivity growth in an economy is affected by multiple complex factors. One factor is decentralized and diverse investment in value-creating enterprises across an economy. As Craig Zabala and Daniel Luria have demonstrated, Wealth concentration at the top of the American economy has fueled the consolidation of the financial sector into a less competitive marketplace, with significantly fewer brokers, fewer commercial depository banks, and a shift from public markets to private credit and equity markets. The 5 biggest U.S. banks now control half of the industry's $15 trillion in assets. 30 years ago, the financial sector claimed around a tenth of U.S. corporate profits. Today, it is almost 30%. According to Zabala and Luria, instead of investing across the economy, wealthy investors and the consolidated financial institutions investing on their behalf are instead betting on a small slice of the nation's companies, contributing greatly to the overvaluation of the FANG corporations, and spend most of their time making speculative trades trying to beat the S&P's yields through shorting, arbitrage, financial engineering, and participation in direct lending activities, the so-called shadow credit market, where rates are often 2 to 3 times the major banks' rates. Not only is investment more concentrated, it is also lower in total and invested in predatory business models. As Heather Bauschy, White House Economic Council member and founder of the Center for Equitable Growth, wrote in her book Unbound, in 2018, private residential investment hovered just below 4% of gross domestic product, which is at the low end of the historical range of between 4 and 6%. Non-residential investment, which economists sometimes prefer as a reading of overall economic health, is also stagnant. Investment in equipment and structures was also below historical lows. Over the last 2 decades, investment has been lower than economic fundamentals would predict, and the drop in investment has been highest in concentrated industries. Most troubling, contrary to the narrative politicians used to justify turning the dials in favor of the wealthy, the 2017 tax cuts had minimal impact on investment and may actually dampen investment over the long term. Since the 1970s, the financial industry unsurprisingly lobbied policymakers to turn the policy dials in their favor, deregulating the financial sector under the guise of the antisocial contract mentioned above. Without the limits of previous regulation, these institutions moved away from investment in industry into more predatory opportunities, shifting the risk to middle-class families. In the 2000s, the financial industry used this glut of available capital at the top to recklessly expand consumer credit. In Unbound, Bauschy highlights the research of economists Atif Mian and Omar Sufi, who discovered that wealthy investors and financial institutions used their new freedoms and hoarded capital to provide riskier loans mainly to working-class families in zip codes with lower average net worth, creating the main driver for the Great Recession. Of course, the effects of the crisis made the balance sheets of working families even worse. For the bottom 50% of Americans, the ratio of consumer credit owed to the value of durable goods owned has risen in the last 3 decades, from 90% to about 150%. One man's debt is another man's asset, and as debt ballooned at the base of the economy, financial assets ballooned at the top, with central banks turning the monetary policy dials, further inflating the assets of the wealthiest asset owners. This pattern started again after the financial crisis. In 2019, even before the pandemic, average middle-class balance sheets were worse than in 2000. The average American family's dependence on private credit has become deeply unstable and imbalanced. In Liberating the Captured Economy, Brink Lindsay and Samuel Hammond explain, once total private credit goes past the sweet spot of around 100% of GDP, further expansion starts to become counterproductive. In the United States, the ratio is now above 185%, down only slightly from its 2007 peak, when it surpassed 200%. Policymakers have encouraged the wealthy to hoard other people's debts, and we are seeing even more negative stability. The decline of diverse and dispersed investment, the ballooning of personal credit, and the deteriorating financial stability of average families have made new business formation more difficult. A 2018 study by the Brookings Institution found that the startup rate, the number of new companies as a percentage of all firms, has fallen by nearly half since 1978. Before the pandemic, startup rates were stagnant, equal with the closure rate of businesses, and larger, older businesses were accounting for a larger portion of employment. Young, high-growth enterprises that innovate new products and services are the beating heart of the American economy and provide a majority of new job creation. Unfortunately, entrepreneurs are creating these firms at lower rates. While we have seen an uptick in new start applications in 2021 during the post-pandemic recovery, it is unclear if that trend will overpower decades of entrepreneurial stagnation. With more firms exiting than entering, incumbent firms are getting bigger, older, and taking a larger and larger market share. After decades of policymakers turning the policy dials to weaken antitrust law and enforcement, Virtually every industry in America has become highly concentrated, with a few players dominating their markets. In 1994, the top 100 American companies made up 1/3 of the country's GDP. Today, these giant corporations account for almost half of American GDP. Corporate concentration is causing the slow death of American dynamism and a shift from a market economy to a rentier economy, where businesses seek to find rents from minding a toll gate rather than innovating products and services. Communities with highly concentrated industries also have lower salaries for working families. Their jobs paid them less as financial institutions targeted them for riskier credit, providing pathways into working poverty and the disintegration of their communities. Big is not necessarily bad. Big companies can do innovation at scale. Big is not necessarily bad. Big companies can do innovation at scale. While the likes of IBM, Ford, and Bell Labs under the old social contract prior to the 1970s invested their growing profits into research and development, the talents of their employees, and new business growth, companies in today's consolidated industries have instead focused more resources on acquiring their competition, lobbying against investments in human talent, and sending profits back to investors. They are mainly buying back corporate stock and paying out dividends, both factors that raise short-term stock valuations, which helped create 44 of the 88 new American billionaires last year. Baushi points out that because the top 10% of wealth holders own 84% of all stock shares, having firms funnel their profits into higher dividends for shareholders away from productive investment only leads to further concentration and declining productivity growth. In sum, declining competition, entrepreneurship, and investment caused by hoarding reduced aggregate productivity by 3.1% between 1980 and 2014, negatively impacting all the individual and collective benefits of productivity growth. These dynamics are not getting better, and the policymakers continue to turn the dials to support hoarding. In June 2021, the Financial Times reported that the U.S. Federal Reserve loosened policies that restricted stock buybacks of the highly consolidated banking industry, paving the way for billions of dollars in stock buybacks and dividends, which bank investors have been eagerly anticipating. Of course, they are eagerly awaiting this policy dial change. As a result, the concentration of wealth in markets will grow even further, putting downward pressure on competition, entrepreneurship, and productivity growth. The economy continues to get more top-heavy, becoming unstable and less dynamic. If our antisocial contract has led to wealth hoarding, lower productivity growth, and precarious financial situations for America's working families, but also to political risk for even the wealthy, how do we fix it together? How do we turn the policy dials so that the average American can find the dignity of work, financial stability for their family, and pathways to flourish in their communities? Furthermore, how do we do this in a way that aligns everyone's interests, including future generations, and grows the total value of the American enterprise? To achieve these goals, we propose an anti-hoarding reform agenda that turns 4 dials: take on corruption, promote competition, tax unproductive hoarding, and return the takings. Turning any one of these dials for the middle class would strengthen the country. Enacting all 4 would end the antisocial contract and restore the dynamism of the American economy. Dial 1. Take on corruption. First, at the core of this problem of wealth and market hoarding is a problem of power hoarding that leads to the corruption of democratic government to serve the interests of fewer and fewer wealthy individuals at the expense of the average working family. It was rational for wealthy donors and their bipartisan collaborators in Washington to pursue weaker rules against campaign finance and lobbying. Given the billions that came from the resulting policy changes, it was an excellent return on investment. For the politicians competing for cash and lucrative employment opportunities after politics, it made sense to take care of their wealthy clientele. Over the long term, however, this corruption has undermined the legitimacy of government. It has made our country more susceptible to political uprisings and unrest from within and powerful enemies from without. As the late Senator Tom Coburn warned, power is like morphine. It dulls the senses, impairs judgment, and leads politicians to make choices that damage their own character and the machinery of democracy. Overplaying one's hand can be rational in the short term but unreasonable when considering the bigger economic game we are all playing together. We are facing a classic tragedy of the commons. To solve power hoarding and the corruption it creates, anti-corruption activists Josh Silver and Joshua Graham Lynn, founders of the bipartisan nonprofit Represent Us, have outlined sound principles for reform. End secret donations in politics, rein in super PACs, dramatically reduce politicians' dependence on special interest money, and limit lobbying. Their advice is common sense. We need laws that prevent the wealthy few from buying elections, and we need to strengthen ethics and financial conflict of interest laws for the President, Congress, and the Supreme Court. Without these changes, the government will continue to be captured by wealthy interests. Policy proposals to make these reforms are currently up for debate in Congress. While the partisan debate over voting reform has overshadowed anti-corruption efforts, the latter reforms should not be controversial. Conservatives, in the spirit of Senator Tom Coburn, should fight for these reforms based on their appreciation of decentralized power and past intellectual commitments to oppose waste, fraud, and abuse of government power. Progressives should fight for these reforms grounded in their belief in participatory democracy, the rights of average citizens, and the belief that wealthy interests should not control our policies. Nevertheless, as we attempt to limit the power of wealth for the health of the economy and the legitimacy of our democracy, we will face the challenge that wealth is power. As Christopher Lasch advised in The Revolt of the Elites and the Betrayal of Democracy, the difficulty of limiting the influence of wealth suggests that wealth itself needs to be limited. When money talks, everybody else is condemned to listen. For that reason, a democratic society cannot allow unlimited accumulation. Working with billionaires and wealthy individuals, one quickly realizes that the system bends over backward for the uber-wealthy. Schedules clear. Doors open. Staff members are more attentive. Extreme wealth has a quality of power and influence all its own. Wealth hoarding has to be limited to protect the machinery of democracy and the functioning of our market economy. Dial 2. Restore competition. Limiting the overconcentration of wealth must start with a pro-competition policy limiting the power of highly concentrated industries. As Denise Hearn and Jonathan Tepper point out in The Myth of Capitalism, a market economy without competition is not a market economy. A monopolistic economy is not innovative, it is not productive, and it actively thwarts Americans pursuing entrepreneurial endeavors and small business ownership. Fortunately for all of us, there is a constructive bipartisan pro-competition movement gaining power and influence in Washington. Its first target is to take on the monopolies and oligopolies that control the Internet. This movement is reminiscent of the efforts of some of our most effective trust-busting leaders, including President Teddy Roosevelt and his cousin FDR. Even President Eisenhower, after vanquishing the fascists in World War II, understood the threats of monopoly power to democracy and promoted American ideas of competition law in the rebuilding of Europe. Driven mainly by the gross overreach of the technology monopolies with their surveillance-based business models, meddling in politics, and the monitoring of free speech via unelected boards, the techlash may lead to positive reforms of America's competition law and the actual enforcement of these laws by federal agencies. The bipartisan legislation recently introduced by House Antitrust Subcommittee Chairman David Cicilline and Ranking Member Ken Buck, the culmination of a 17-month investigation of America's largest tech companies, is the first step in restoring competition and dynamism in the technology sector, one of our most concentrated and most powerful industries, and one of the most significant sources of wealth concentration. President Biden's recent antitrust executive orders are also a welcome shift in policy to promote a more competitive market economy. Other, more systemic reforms of competition policy will be necessary to prevent mergers and acquisitions in highly concentrated markets outside of technology. But the passing of pro-competition legislation for the technology industry would be an excellent first step in ending the antisocial contract with this overconcentrated industry. Dial 3. Tax hoarding. Limiting the power of wealthy donors in politics, as well as the power of monopolistic and oligopolistic corporations, would make our democracy more responsive to working families and our markets more competitive and dynamic. It would not, however, address the past distributions that have bloated balance sheets at the top of the economy, weakened those at the base, and tipped the balance of power in favor of wealthy interests. We would still face Lasch's challenge of highly concentrated wealth as highly concentrated, corrupting power. How could we tax the hoarding of wealth? What are our first principles? In The Wealth of Nations, Adam Smith stated the first principle of taxation, that the subjects of every state ought to contribute towards the support of the government, as nearly as possible in proportion to their respective abilities. The expense of government to the individuals of a great nation is like the expense of management to the joint tenants of a great estate, who are all obliged to contribute in proportion to their respective interests in the estate. If Pope Francis had followed his critics' admonition to stay in his lane of morality and doctrine, he could have easily shared the same principle from Jesus himself, who stated, "From everyone to whom much has been given, much will be required, and from the one to whom much has been entrusted, even more will be demanded." Catholic social teaching that predates Pope Francis's pontificate echoes Jesus. As regards taxation, assessment according to the ability to pay is fundamental to a just and equitable system. The greater one's ability, the more one should be obliged to pay. All things being equal, if one person owns $1 million in assets and makes $100,000 a year in income, and another person is $50,000 in debt and makes $100,000 a year, who has a greater ability to pay? The answer is obvious. The first person has a higher stake in the economy, greater interests in the estate. If we based our system on Smith's principle, then when we add up all taxes, sales, property, income, capital gains, corporate, we should see a pattern of those with the greatest ability to pay contributing a higher percentage of total taxes relative to their ability, relative to their income and wealth. This principle of taxing by ability is not just moral. It is basic math. If those with the least capability paid higher percentages of their asset base, they would experience a perverse effect of compounding negative interest and vice versa with the wealthy. Eventually, the accumulation at the top and the diminishment at the bottom would cause the economy to collapse. Capital compounds in fewer hands, and those deprived of assets become less and less productive as their assets and capabilities shrink. Most Americans assume that the current tax system follows this principle of contribution based on ability because most reporting in the media focuses on just federal income taxes. The Heritage Foundation makes the same argument. The top 1% of income earners, those who earned more than $540,000, earned 21% of all U.S. income while paying 40% of all federal income taxes. The top 10% earned 48% of the income and paid 71% of federal income taxes. Focusing on income alone is a red herring, however. In an in-depth comparative analysis of 38 member countries, the OECD found that total wealth stocks are a better reflection of a taxpayer's ability to pay. In the United States, however, assessing all taxes paid, including taxes on property, consumption, payroll, capital income, labor income at all levels of government, and when one compares these rates to an individual's interests in the estate, their net wealth, it is precisely the opposite. After 4 decades of trickle-down economics, total taxes on the wealthiest have gone down while total taxes on the middle class have stayed fairly stable or gone up relative to net wealth. According to economist Branko Milanovic, author of Capitalism Alone, the assets held by the rich, corporate equities and financial products are partially more valuable because they are taxed less than the asset classes of middle classes. The overall tax burden on wealthy individuals' assets has declined due to decreases in the estate tax, declines in the capital gains tax, and reductions in corporate income taxes, while at the same time property taxes, sales taxes, and payroll taxes, all of which hit middle-class balance sheets harder, have either increased or stayed the same. Looking at ability to pay based on wealth, 99% of Americans now pay over double the rate the wealthiest 1% pay in taxes. The divergence is closer to quadruple the rate when you compare the wealthy and the average middle-class person. This is directly contrary to the principle of ability to pay, and it is an incentive that encourages hoarding at the top. To reverse this dynamic, we could choose to increase taxes on corporate equities, increase capital gains taxes, tax capital trading, restore a broader estate tax, and increase income taxes to earlier rates for the wealthy. The upside of this multivariable approach to taxing hoarding is that these increases would be easy to administer and would not face constitutional challenges. They might also have positive secondary effects. Increasing income taxes on high-earning executives, for example, would decrease incentives to raise their salaries at the expense of their workers. S&P 500 CEO salaries are on average 299 times greater than the salary of the average employee at the same firm. The downside of these approaches, however, is that we would continue to see corporations and wealthy individuals gaming the system through the use of tax havens, skewing their benefit packages toward lower tax benefits, and avoiding taxes on capital sales by opting for generous loans against their assets over payouts. To solve the latter problem and address the hoarding challenge, the United States could implement a more progressive capital gains tax that levies capital income taxes upon capital accrual, called a mark-to-market tax, instead of based on capital sales. Purely from an efficiency and administrative standpoint, the OECD recommends this approach to taxing hoarding. Under a mark-to-market tax, the increase in wealth would be taxed upon accrual. Such an approach would limit some of the tax arbitrage opportunities that exist in current capital income tax systems. Combined with this form of capital gain tax, the OECD found that there is a strong case for an accompanying inheritance tax on efficiency, equity, and administrative grounds. Capital income taxes, however, are taxes on flows in the economy, not on stocks of wealth, not on accumulation. Unfortunately, In a policy regime taxing capital incomes, more productive entrepreneurs that generate higher capital incomes because of their productivity could pay higher taxes, potentially penalizing risk-taking and entrepreneurship. Alternatively, the United States could flatten and even replace our capital gains taxes with a tax on net wealth. Taxing net wealth instead of capital incomes could stimulate productivity growth, investment, and entrepreneurship by penalizing low-return investments and rewarding high-return ones. Under a regime that taxes net wealth but has low or no taxes on capital incomes, entrepreneurs who have similar wealth levels pay similar taxes regardless of their productivity, which expands the tax base, shifts the tax burden toward unproductive entrepreneurs, and raises the savings rate of productive ones. Switzerland has chosen this approach, zeroing out their capital gains tax and implementing a progressive wealth tax. Whether policymakers choose to raise capital gains taxes or tax wealth accumulation, we should avoid France's example. It had both progressive capital income taxes and wealth accumulation taxes, which raised total tax levels too far toward overtaxation on the Laffer curve, discouraging productivity and growth. In the United States, replacing existing taxes on capital with a revenue-neutral net wealth tax could boost national income by 10%. A wealth tax could be the key to shifting America from a hoarder's economy to a producer's economy. As Martin Sandbu, economics writer for the Financial Times, has said, by raising the rate of productivity growth overall, a net wealth tax is a method of taxing that grows the economic pie, even as it addresses hoarding and wealth divergences. Dial 4. Give back the takings. Regardless of whether we tax capital incomes more progressively or tax net wealth, our tax system needs to be reformed based on ability to pay, with wealth being an important factor. Either way, we need a solution that would win broad support from working families, better align the interests of all classes in all regions, and benefit everyone over the long term. We need a policy that addresses the root problem of hoarding yet avoids an approach that pits average Americans against a highly sophisticated industry of accountants, lobbyists, and attorneys. These types of solutions are often criticized as punishing the wealthy or unfair redistribution of the hard-earned money of the wealthy to the masses. One can also say, however, that the dial turns of recent decades have been punishing the 90% of American taxpayers and that policymakers have subsidized the fortunes of the ultra-wealthy through the taxes of the average Americans. Hence, policy aiming in the other direction is not necessarily redistribution to the masses. It is giving back to them what was taken in the first place. We need a tax on hoarding that gives back, over time, the $50 trillion in takings under the existing antisocial contract. Putting money back in the hands of the working and middle classes goes immediately into the bloodstream of the economy by creating healthy demand for products and services. Giving property ownership back to the average American powers productive capacity to build and deliver these products and services. An empirical study conducted by the University of Chicago and published by the National Bureau of Economic Research found that 1% of GDP in tax cuts for the bottom 90% results in roughly 3 percentage points of GDP growth over a 2-year period. The same 1% of GDP in tax cuts for the top 10% had no statistical impact on growth. Another IMF study found that a 10% decrease in hoarding, a change in the Gini coefficient to 0.37 from 0.40, increases the expected length of a growth spell by 50%. Ultimately, business leaders know that if we slice the tax pie in a fair manner, it increases economic mobility and the entire economic pie grows. This is positive stability, an economy destined to grow. To explain this complex dynamic by analogy, an economy with positive stability is like the National Football League. The NFL has a total enterprise value of $91 billion, more than the MLB and NBA combined. What is the key to this growth and success? The NFL enterprise uses the policies of the draft, giving the lowest performing team the first-round draft pick and capping salaries on spending to drive performance. We see in this example that by turning the dials to help lower-performing teams improve, the enterprise value of the entire league grows and the games are more interesting to watch. This is not a policy regime of total equality. Some teams consistently miss the playoffs, others win multiple Super Bowls, but the total enterprise value increases, benefiting everyone. Since 2000, the average value of an NFL franchise has grown from $423 million to over $3 billion. This strategy of sharing the opportunity is the secret to the NFL, and it used to be the secret of America's success. As a thought experiment of what this could look like, we can consider an existing proposal from economists Emmanuel Saiz and Gabriel Zuckman that places a tax of 2% on a net worth of over $50 million in assets, with an additional 1% per year on wealth in excess of $1 billion, with no exemptions allowed. This tax would apply to the net fair market value of various asset types held by a taxpayer, including cash, bank deposits, shares, fixed assets, real property, pension plans, money funds, and trusts. This tax would only affect 75,000 families and, by their estimates, raise $2.75 trillion in revenue over 10 years. In contrast to other wealth taxes in Europe, and consistent with OECD advice on wealth taxation, the threshold is higher and affects far fewer families, the ones that currently pay the least relative to their abilities. To address the challenge of the wealthy holding their wealth outside the United States or just leaving the country, Saiz and Zuckman highlight that the United States now has stricter reporting requirements for foreign assets since 2010, and they also propose an exit fee to make it difficult to give up citizenship, responding to the challenge that assets were hard to quantify in countries like Austria, where policymakers repealed the wealth tax. Saiz and Zuckman respond that in the United States, we have a more extensive culture of calculating the value of all types of assets, even intangible assets like intellectual property. Scott Hodge, the president of the Tax Foundation, has critiqued Senator Warren's adoption of this plan, saying that these 75,000 families would sell their assets at fire sale prices to pay the tax. Because the U.S. is an open economy, many of these assets would be bought by foreign investors at the discounted prices. But what if there were millions of additional buyers of stock inside the United States? What if, instead of sending all of these funds raised by either a more progressive capital gains tax or a net wealth tax to the general federal budget, where a large portion of it would likely line the pockets of inhabitants of the greater Washington, D.C. area, this $2.75 trillion was given back to the public over time? What if it was invested in a national endowment fund with flexible investment accounts for every American? This proposal would allow capital to circulate inside the economy, expand the capital base, strengthen social cohesion, bolster the average working family's financial resiliency, and ensure that everyone, including the rich, is working together toward common goals of mutual flourishing. With lower levels of wealth concentration, better family balance sheets, and the flexibility to use these investment accounts for education, health expenses, training, and starting businesses, productivity growth would surge again, creating what Ritchie calls gush-up economics. Hence the fourth pillar of our reform, the creation of citizens' capital accounts as a flexible asset base for every American citizen. Nicholas Berggruen, the founder of Berggruen Holdings and the Berggruen Institute, has outlined some of the advantages of something like citizens' capital. If every American had a citizens' capital account, it would make every American an owner, giving them a stake in the American enterprise's future productivity and value creation. As he highlights, value creation currently happens more via intangible assets, platforms, intellectual capital, financial capital, not labor. With artificial intelligence and other technologies, this dynamic will get more intense. All Americans should benefit as owners of productive assets in an economy using their private data to grow and produce value. Citizens' capital does not have to be exclusive of wage subsidies, e.g., earned income tax credits, but would need to be an important tool for rebuilding assets for lower and middle-class workers that gives them opportunities to benefit from compounding asset growth. Wage subsidies could be used as a complement to citizens' capital to give back the funds via payroll tax credits with less structure and even more flexibility. Pairing both with financial literacy and investment education programs would align with OECD guidance. Measures supporting savings at the bottom of the income and wealth distribution, as well as financial education to inform lower income and wealthy individuals about investment opportunities yielding higher returns, are key tools in addressing extreme wealth divergences. Addressing our current social trust crisis, citizens' capital would align the interests of Americans that currently work in two different economies, the capital-based economy and the wage-based economy. During the Gilded Age of Wealth Concentration, G.K. Chesterton warned about the economic condition in which there is a class of capitalists roughly recognizable and relatively small, in whose possession so much of the capital is concentrated as to necessitate a very large majority of the citizens serving those capitalists for a wage. This approach of using a tax on hoarding to fund citizens' capital would reverse this power dynamic and give everyone access to capital. Not equal amounts, but at least a stake in the game, with capital income to supplement their wage income. This tool would also align those that develop the next high-growth startup and those that care for our families, maintain our infrastructure, and steward our natural resources. We would all be playing in the same game. All forms of productivity, both maintaining and innovating, would be encouraged through investment. In practical terms, how could this be done? One element could be a child trust fund. A federally funded trust account could be created for each American child to access when they reach the age to vote. Americans could use these funds to study at a college or vocational school, buy a house, or to start a business. These child trust funds would address some of the core economic mobility challenges of minorities and those growing up in low-net-worth zip codes highlighted in Raj Chetty's research. Instead of pitting minorities and the white working class from rural areas against each other, put them on the same team as fellow Americans with a common stake in a growing, productive economy. Immigrants, upon legally becoming citizens, will also benefit as their productivity benefits their fellow citizens. Australia and Singapore provide additional models of citizens' capital. Everyone who has worked and resided in Australia has a superannuation account as part of a $2.9 trillion sovereign wealth fund, with a value greater than Australia's GDP. The fund provides a way for all Australians to benefit from compounding investments in stocks, bonds, and other forms of capital. Singapore has a similar central provident fund that allows citizens to invest through their individual accounts in exchange-traded funds, ETFs, fixed deposits, bonds, and other securities. Australia has among the highest levels of median wealth per citizen of OECD countries, in contrast to America, which has one of the lowest among rich countries. Wise stewardship of its sovereign wealth fund has allowed Singapore to simultaneously lower taxes, raise the quality of public education, and lower wealth and income divergences. In addition to funds earned from taxes on hoarding, Nobel Prize-winning economist Joseph Stiglitz proposes an additional avenue to further build the Citizens Capital Fund. The U.S. government could take a stake in companies that it bailed out in past and future crises. Banks that were bailed out, pharmaceutical companies with windfalls from vaccine programs, and technology companies that benefited from forced lockdowns and mandated telework would be required to provide taxpayers' ownership shares. The public is taking on the risk. They should benefit from the returns via regular distributions to all citizens, similar to the dividends paid by the Alaskan Social Wealth Fund. A dynamic economy is circulating capital, not hoarding capital. A tax on hoarding that converts the hoarded capital into assets, incomes, and skills for the average American puts that capital back in the bloodstream. It benefits everyone, including the rich, with higher levels of productivity growth, lower levels of poverty and dependency, a growing American enterprise, and higher levels of social cohesion that lead to a stronger nation in a complex global environment. Why would Pope Francis wade into a risky political battle over economics and even take on his wealthy donors? His ethos is that of a peacemaker. Like his predecessors in the 19th and 20th centuries, Francis knows that a political economy where the wealthy have stripped families of the dignity of working and stewarding their property is a powder keg for social conflict. Many economists and political thinkers are beginning to rediscover that economies are embedded in a context of human relationships. There is a virtuous relationship between Smith's theory of moral sentiments and the wealth of nations. Societies that have strong social covenants of mutual trust and reciprocity also have higher levels of productivity, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Economist Branko Milanovic best captures how a healthy social covenant prevents the unstable hoarding of wealth. It is not clear if the societies so dedicated to the acquisition of wealth by practically any means would not explode into chaos were it not for these constraints. In the years since our initial advocacy began in 2015, we have witnessed increasing violence, rising radical factions on both the right and the left, and growing social and political unrest. Martin Sandbu summarized our crisis well. The political divisions we are experiencing are the product of the end of economic belonging. We can measure social instability over time. With increasing chaos, America has become more vulnerable to domestic unrest and external security threats from authoritarian rivals. In their 2020 Global Peace Index, the Institute for Peace and Economics observed that the United States experienced the most significant decline out of all the countries in the study, falling 26 places to 121st out of the 161 countries. In a separate study of the political stability of 178 countries, called the Fragile States Index, the United States saw the largest year-on-year decline in total score in 2021. This instability affects our standing, our security, and our place in the world. If policymakers do nothing to address the fundamental dynamics of wealth and power concentration, American peace, freedom, and security are all at significant risk of further deterioration. Alternatively, the wealthy of our country have the patriotic opportunity to give back the takings, stop spreading the outdated ideology of trickle-down economics, restore productivity growth, and renew the social covenant with the American people. We have a window of opportunity to build a better future where every American can achieve the American dream and flourish in their community. The time to act together is now before it is too late. ESG, environmental, social, and governance. Investing has become one of the fastest-growing areas of finance in recent years and increasingly influences capital allocation decisions for investors and firms. But what exactly is ESG, and does its actual impact on a broad group of economic stakeholders match its advertising? As ESG funds have grown their assets under management in recent years, ESG investment criteria have, if anything, only become more contested. Indeed, Bloomberg Businessweek recently revealed that the largest for-profit accreditation company of corporate environmental and social responsibility, MSCI, does not actually measure a corporation's impact on society or the environment, but rather assesses how companies are reducing regulatory and brand risks for their shareholders. New York University finance professor Aswath Damodaran recently lamented that the ESG ecosystem is merely a gravy train for consultants, ESG fund managers, and investment marketers, leading to little social benefit for stakeholders outside of the self-serving circle of the ESG industry. Former Facebook executive, SPAC promoter, and social capital founder Chamath Palihapitiya has made an even bolder statement that ESG funds and evaluation agencies like MSCI are fraudulent products. He argues that these groups use the veneer of social and environmental responsibility to reduce regulatory oversight for multinational behemoths, while allowing them to apply for negative interest rate loans from central banks. From Palihapitiya's perspective as a venture investor, these greenwashed and social-washed funds attract investment away from actual businesses that are addressing social and ecological challenges more fundamentally in their business models. MSCI and other ratings companies have also been criticized for their lack of transparency, divergent approaches to measurement, and conflicts of interest. While credit rating agencies' measures of the credit risks of companies are largely comparable, ESG ratings do not show this same convergence. Florian Berg of MIT's Aggregate Confusion Project has shown that often the firm that is in the top 5% for one ESG rating agency belongs in the bottom 20% for the other. This extraordinary discrepancy is making the evaluation of social and environmental impact impossible. Under the current state of affairs, ESG ratings are basically meaningless for comparing investments. Nevertheless, whether the ESG industry is a gravy train, a fraudulent system of smoke and mirrors, or a mixed bag of confusing options, one thing is clear: the industry is ballooning. By 2025, ESG funds are predicted to grow to $53 trillion. .61 in $3 invested globally is now invested in ESG products. From 1993 to 2017, ESG reporting grew from 12% to 75% in the 100 largest corporations in 49 countries, 4,900 companies. By some estimates, there are 160 ESG ratings and data products providers worldwide. Fueling this growth is increasing demand from investors across all demographics. According to a survey conducted by Natixis investment managers of 8,550 individual investors across 24 countries in April 2021, 77% believe it is their responsibility to keep companies accountable for their impact on society and the planet. Yet paradoxically, ESG funds rarely vote in favor of environmentally and socially conscious shareholder resolutions. Researchers assessed 593 equity funds with over $265 billion in total net assets that specifically used ESG and climate-related keywords in their marketing. They discovered that 421 of the funds, or 71%, have a negative portfolio Paris alignment score, indicating that the companies within their portfolios are misaligned from global carbon reduction targets. BlackRock's U.S. Carbon Transition Readiness ETF has holdings in fossil fuel companies and invests in the largest funder of fossil fuel companies, JPMorgan Chase. Institutional Investor magazine has highlighted a litany of examples of major brands, Coke, Nestle, etc., that have been celebrated as ESG stars and yet deplete local water aquifers, generate significant plastic waste, employ child labor in their supply chains, and provide mostly unhealthy beverages to their customers that contribute to obesity, diabetes, and other health problems. Other highly rated ESG investments like Nike, HP, and Salesforce have used accounting tricks to avoid paying U.S. taxes. What about the innovators in Silicon Valley? Scott Galloway, professor of marketing at New York University's Stern School of Business, has taken aim at Aspiration, a fintech company valued at $2.3 billion that provides debit cards as well as an ESG-focused investment fund, Redwood, which has been highlighted in B Corporation's Best for the World. Yet, like many ESG ratings companies mentioned above, the AIM Aspiration Impact Measurement score it uses to inform customers of positive impact purchases lacks transparency. Even worse, AIM highlights brands based on their climate and diversity slogans regardless of their effect on climate change or other real-world impacts. Aspirations Fund, contrary to its marketing slogans, invests in carbon-emitting airline and energy companies. In contrast to what the ESG industry may say in their marketing, these funds and companies are not exactly exemplars of high integrity or corporate citizenship. These revelations undermine the claims of the ESG industry that their funds will reduce the negative impacts of corporations on the common goods, air, water, livable climate, social trust, etc., critical for the flourishing of American families and communities. In reality, ESG metrics work from the outside in assessing the risk from society to the company, not the reverse. While transparency can be effective at changing some corporate behaviors, most market-led ESG measurement accounts for activities or processes and not outcomes, often reporting new ESG programs but not reporting the success or failure of these efforts. Any scrutiny of existing activities begets other activities that may be great for public relations and reducing oversight, but which do not fundamentally alter the corporation's negative impact on American society or our natural environment. As an example, McDonald's recently reported its commitment to achieving net zero carbon operations by 2050, but still fails to show how it will practically address its current massive impact on global warming. Such corporate behavior is predictable given the past and current design of financial institutions and modern corporations. Until these designs are reimagined and replaced, ESG will rarely align with social and environmental impact because investors and corporations will be primarily focused on profit and valuations. We should not expect otherwise. Some in the industry have claimed that markets on their own are moving toward investments in businesses that do good profitably. Some studies have shown better social and ecological performance can lead to better financial returns, especially for those who make wise bets in predicting social shifts. But this research does not conclude that these efforts will lead to corporations actually solving problems for people and the planet. More recent, conflicting analysis is showing that positive ESG performance does not always correlate with higher cash flows or profitability. Other studies have found that while companies with a poor ESG record may face higher costs of capital, the lack of social and ecological limits gives them the competitive advantage to scale globally and increase profits. As a proof point, oil stocks actually performed better in 2021 than highly rated ESG funds. It is getting harder to claim that good behavior, at least as currently defined by ESG funds, is an effective means to achieve higher profitability and returns for shareholders. In contrast, while ESG products track the impact of social attitudes and potential government policy on the corporation, the adverse impacts of corporate activity on the nation are becoming clearer. U.S. policymakers, in particular, should note the recent corporate failures that demonstrate how the financial goals of multinational corporations and investors continue to be misaligned with the aims and interests of the American Republic. Since the Constitutional Convention, the people of the United States have sought to form a more perfect union. Yet when Mark Zuckerberg, CEO of Facebook, now Meta, learned from his staff that platform changes that were aimed at strengthening bonds between users were actually making Americans angrier at each other, he resisted proposed fixes because they would lead to lower levels of user engagement and lower ad revenues. Our republic is dedicated to promoting the general welfare. Yet when Purdue Pharmaceuticals realized that its top-selling pain medicine was causing overdoses, addictions, and community breakdown, it doubled down on its aggressive marketing of opioids. Our republic is designed to secure the blessings of liberty for ourselves and our posterity. Yet in 2019, the NBA restricted the free speech of American coaches and players who spoke up for the liberty of Hong Kong residents facing oppression from the Chinese Communist Party. The goals of the Constitution and the goals of multinational corporations are often misaligned. These conflicts of interest all make sense if you understand the design of modern corporate governance. If a corporation's purpose is to increase shareholder returns, and the salary and stock benefits of CEOs are tied to shareholder returns, and regulators determine that management has a fiduciary responsibility to consider only ESG factors that are material to financial returns for shareholders, then why would any company limit its ability to increase valuation and profits? In 2019, facing this dilemma of profit maximization versus corporate citizenship, the Business Roundtable, a powerful collection of over 180 American CEOs, made a public statement ending the organization's decades of support for economist Milton Friedman's idea that the social purpose of business is to maximize shareholder value for investors. They provided a new vision called stakeholder capitalism, which includes the full range of stakeholders: workers, investors, suppliers, communities, etc., that should experience the benefits of growth and prosperity. Although the announcement made a splash in the financial and business press, 2 years on, the dominant ESG investment players still promote Friedman's shareholder-first model, albeit with a socially varnished covering. Unfortunately, the Business Roundtable lacked a rigorous plan to turn its grand visions into reality and to overcome the conflicts between genuine ESG and profit maximization highlighted above. In 2021, researchers from the Harvard Law School program on corporate governance found that about 85% of the signatory companies didn't even mention joining the historic statement in their proxy statements sent to shareholders the following year. Among the 19 companies that did mention it, none indicated that joining the statement would cause any changes to how they treat stakeholders. Their analysis of the signatory companies revealed that 2 years later, corporate governance is still tied to shareholder value maximization with no substantive link to performance for other stakeholders. While in the last decade, many companies have begun to incorporate ESG approaches into their strategic conversations, annual reports, and public branding, most have lacked any formal management and incentive structures to systematically utilize capital and talent to achieve positive ESG impacts. Even more difficult, federal and state policy still upholds the shareholder-first paradigm. But for ESG to become something more than a gravy train, it will require, as Harvard Business School professor George Serafeim has advised, both market forces and public policy. Contrary to the opinions of some, neither is likely to be sufficient in making progress, and both are necessary. From the market side, in the wake of the financial crisis, a positive step occurred when the CEO of Mars Corporation asked his board, "What is the right level of profit for a company?" This provocative question sparked a movement called Economics of Mutuality, led by Mars's then chief economist Bruno Roche and Oxford Said Business School professor of finance Colin Mayer. In their proposed new paradigm, mutuality is the creation of shared and lasting positive benefits across stakeholders through an organization's activities. In the context of corporate governance, every corporation has a purpose to produce profitable solutions to the problems of people and planet, while at the same time not profiting from producing problems for people and planet. In Roche and Meyer's new conception, ownership is not just a bundle of property rights, but also a set of obligations to stakeholders to put their purpose into practice. Firms in this context are not just nexuses of contracts, but a nexus of relations of trust based on principles and values upheld by the boards, directors, and companies. The economics of mutuality squarely opposes the theories of financial capitalism inspired by Milton Friedman. Mutuality claims that the theory of shareholder value maximization has little to no regard for our human ecology, the reality that people and businesses exist inside a web of ecological and social relationships, and that this human ecology is built on a foundation of common goods necessary for human and planetary flourishing. In Completing Capitalism, Roche and his co-author, Mars's Catalyst think tank director Jay Yacoub, observe that while financial capital is abundant under the regime of low interest rates and cheap money, scarce natural resources are being used at an alarmingly unsustainable rate, overshooting our global capacity to renew what they term natural capital: clean freshwater, clean oceans, energy, topsoil, biodiversity, etc. The resources needed to support human life and economic activity over the long term. We are taking more from Earth than the planet can now sustainably provide. With Mayer, they outline additional common goods, human talent, social trust, and more, undergirding successful businesses in an economics of mutuality. Unlike the Business Roundtable, Mayer and Roche's proposals to address these new scarcities in common goods have actual substance and depth. From the lofty reimagining of corporate purpose, they have drilled down to the mundane challenges of accounting for societal and ecological impact, creating a way to measure responsible stewardship for multiple common goods. To aid CFOs in the challenge of responsible oversight, Mayer, Roche, and their colleagues have even reimagined a mutual profit and loss statement to track a company's performance in creating mutual value for all stakeholders. At Oxford, they are training both MBA students and current business leaders in a methodology of purpose-driven leadership and the management of mutuality within corporations, providing case studies of real companies that put purpose into practice. One of their case studies demonstrates how SAP, a company with over 95,000 employees and $24 billion in revenues, is implementing integrated reporting, a process of assessing, measuring, and quantifying forms of pre-financial capital throughout its business. Examples of metrics include retention and development of talent, employee well-being, and the reduction of carbon emissions, energy usage, and water usage across the global company. With 77% of the world's business revenues touching their systems, SAP has an opportunity to influence pre-financial reporting at a global scale. Economics of mutuality is a noble, well-designed effort, but what if we are too late in the game? Take the example of climate change. Over a decade ago, the Pentagon recognized climate change as an accelerant of instability or conflict, placing a burden to respond on civilian institutions and militaries around the world. Recent studies have documented the impacts of climate change on over 20 strategic U.S. military sites around the world. In the next 20 years, these impacts will grow in scale and complexity, as global temperatures are expected to warm 1.5 degrees due to increasing human emissions of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases caused by economic and population growth. On the current trajectory, climate change will have devastating effects on water and food systems both at home and abroad. In more fragile areas of the global south, the prevalence of famines, droughts, and environmental degradation will continue to intensify conflicts over scarce resources and push millions of people to migrate to developed countries like the United States, risking political stability in all regions. In 2021, these realities became hard to ignore. Due to a mix of climate change, poor forest management practices, and overdevelopment, global wildfires were larger than ever. The effects of climate change and natural resource depletion are starting to hit home for Americans, where 75% of the American West faced drought in the last year. And yet, even with widespread public outcry about impending effects of climate change, global emissions of greenhouse gases, GHGs, continue to rise. Part of the challenge is that emissions are actually going down in the United States, but in Asia, where most of our supply chains have been outsourced, emissions are still growing at an alarming rate, as well as emissions generated by the transportation of goods back from Asia. From an American perspective, should we be allowing multinational corporations and financial institutions to devour these resources and profit from regulatory arbitrage without concern for the impacts on the national security of our country and the general welfare of our citizens? On the social side, corporate disinvestment in the American workforce and the decimation of American communities due to mass outsourcing of manufacturing and offshoring of tax liabilities has contributed to destabilizing distrust among our fellow citizens. This distrust, combined with the fracturing effects of corporate social media, has rotted away the foundations of legitimate democratic governance and sparked a rise in domestic political violence culminating in the 2021 riots in the Capitol building. Social distrust, climate change, and the effects of forced mass migration on our politics are already beginning to feed into each other, making each problem harder and harder to solve and our nation increasingly vulnerable to outside threats from geopolitical rivals like Russia and China. The windows for change are closing quickly, and a fraudulent ESG system will only redirect public attention away from strategic investments in solutions to our country's most pressing problems. BlackRock's former chief investment officer for sustainable investing honestly reflected on this reality in a tell-all essay. What if the work I had been doing at BlackRock was actively harming society by misleading the public and delaying overdue government reforms? While a market-led economics of mutuality movement is a brilliant long-term, soup-to-nuts approach to transforming our social and economic systems, we do not have time for corporations to slowly develop a social conscience. Globally, the modern corporation took centuries to evolve culturally and politically into its current form. In the United States, our political system has helped centralize corporate power, given private corporations many of the liberties and rights of individual persons, and enshrined in law corporate managers' fiduciary responsibility to increase shareholder value as their primary purpose. To implement Roche and Myers reforms in an American context will require decades of complex cultural change in both our political economy and financial institutions. Further complicating these efforts, our federal system decentralizes state authority over corporate governance. To change the nature of the American corporation would require changes in 50 different states. The libertarian culture of America, even for some on the corporate left, will likely consider any such reimagination of corporate purpose and social accountability as a limit on individual freedom, even though better corporate investments in common goods could actually increase individual freedoms through better pay and benefits, better long-term investments in human talent, and increased social trust due to shared value creation for local communities. Some corporate leaders will fight this tooth and nail and redirect public attention solely to individual rights issues like racial and gender diversity. Of course, a reasonable pursuit of equitable pay based on performance and ability is essential for civil rights and the constitutional goal of establishing justice. But adding diversity to boards and executive teams, while important, is not likely to lead to a family wage for working-class Americans, many of whom are women, immigrants, and people of color. Luckily for investors, most diversity, equity, and inclusion (DEI) efforts deal with more subjective issues like sensitivity in communications and marketing, and often do not restrict the corporation's ability to focus almost purely on profitability and valuation at the expense of workers and local communities. More rigorous requirements for corporate stewardship will be much harder to justify in service of the bottom line. We see this resistance to real accountability playing out in the recent efforts by the U.S. Securities and Exchange Commission, SEC, to regulate corporate reporting on non-financial performance. The SEC, under Chairman Gary Gensler, has signaled an intention to create baseline standards for sustainability reporting, but faces substantial opposition from some in the financial industry who defend a narrow definition of materiality. He has also faced fierce opposition from some politicians, and SEC Commissioner Hester Pierce has claimed many ESG issues lack a clear tie to financial materiality and therefore do not warrant inclusion in SEC-mandated disclosure. And if not materiality, what would an alternative limiting principle be? In other words, if it doesn't help the bottom line, it shouldn't matter. Transparency now, impact-weighted accounts. Again, this ultimate emphasis on financial performance is to be expected. We need to realize that corporations, especially publicly traded multinational corporations, are not designed for social outcomes and likely will not be anytime soon. But our republic under the Constitution is. We need to strategically focus on corporate transparency efforts that match the goals of the Constitution, e.g., national security, domestic tranquility, the general welfare of our citizens. Particularly for American companies that provide ESG products, the government should be able to know that firms are not negatively impacting the United States. Otherwise, any ESG product is fraudulent. Unfortunately, this is all too similar to some other corporate marketing labels like Made in America and organic foods. Even within the constraints of our current political economy, the U.S. government has the appropriate role, power, and resources to provide information on stewardship of national common goods without unduly limiting the economic liberty of Americans, especially if the investment products in question label themselves as socially and ecologically responsible. There is precedent for this in American history as well. In the wake of the financial crisis that caused the Great Depression, the Roosevelt administration rightly standardized Financial Report (ING) to increase transparency and protect the integrity of markets for the good of the national economy. This transparency effort ultimately led to growth in capital markets. Given the risks we face as a nation from corporate impacts to community flourishing and freedom, we need a similar effort to increase the transparency of ESG reporting that address the multiple crises outlined above. Professor George Serafeim of Harvard Business School and impact investor Sir Ronald Cohen have created one potential near-term solution that provides a credible and objective methodology for assessing corporate impact on our society and environment. In this accounting methodology, called impact-weighted accounts, line items on a financial statement, such as an income statement or a balance sheet, are added to supplement the statement of financial health and performance by reflecting a company's positive and negative impacts on employees, customers, the environment, and the broader society. The impact-weighted accounts augment traditional valuation methods and calculate negative social and ecological impacts in terms that business people can understand. Value creation and value destruction for society in dollars or other currency terms. The approach provides precise, comparable figures about the impacts of corporate operations, employment, and products, and reflects them in financial accounts. Serafeim and his team have analyzed the total environmental cost created by 1,800 companies. As an example, they found that Sasol and Solvay, two chemical companies with comparable revenues of around $12 billion each, created environmental damage of $17 billion and $4 billion a year, respectively, while another, BASF, with $70 billion of sales, created $7 billion. His team has revealed that 250 businesses create more environmental damage a year than profit, that 600 create damage equal to 25% or more of profit, and that together the 1,800 companies create $3 trillion of damage annually. Seraphim and his team have shown that you do not necessarily need a regulatory authority to create transparency. What if an independent organization had the resources, mandate, and bipartisan oversight to use Seraphim's methodology to assess the social and environmental impact of all U.S.-based firms in ESG funds? Without any additional regulation, American citizens and investors would have access to public data that accounts for social and ecological impact. Similar work could be done to assess other national interests or constitutional goals. This would bypass the need to show connections to materiality as outlined in SEC regulations and would require no changes to corporate governance law at the state level. A company could still pursue shareholder value maximization at the expense of other stakeholders, but if it chose that strategy, it would have to address the public outcry for the social value destruction caused by its products, services, and activities. If the U.S. government does not act, other stakeholders will. Global finance is moving to standardize ESG reporting. The United States has a window of opportunity to make sure we measure corporate impact on American society, not the other way around. Different models and regional approaches, United States versus Europe versus Asia, to ESG standards make efficiency and scale difficult for global banks, asset managers, multinational corporations, ratings agencies, and accountants. These players have every incentive to align ESG standards around the ends of the financial industry, not society. To address the demand for clearer ESG criteria, the IFRS Foundation trustees announced in November 2021 the creation of a new standard-setting board, the International Sustainability Standards Board, ISSB, to house these efforts. Some have questioned the independence of IFRS to create standards for the industry, however, when a large percentage of the organization's funds comes from financial services and accounting firms. Outside the industry, IFRS receives funds from the Chinese Ministry of Finance. Their work towards standardization and transparency in sustainability reporting is rational and in principle a good practice for corporate responsibility at a global level, especially for climate change. And accounting standards for financial reporting are not likely to need variation across societies. Accounting for social impact is different, however. What is socially good in Vietnam or Belgium may not be socially good in the United States. Americans should be determining what is good for their own society. While it is not an individual nation, the European Union as a governing body has moved further in regulating its ESG industry. The European Commission has led a multi-stakeholder process to align the meaning and use of ESG terms and metrics, or taxonomy. Like any collaborative effort at the level of the EU, the process was messy. The final content is dense and complex, which will likely add further fuel to the ESG consulting and accounting gravy train, and not every country is happy about the outcomes. The German Green Party objected, in particular, to the inclusion of nuclear energy and natural gas in the ESG taxonomy. Defenders of nuclear, especially the French, point to the efficacy of nuclear in reducing carbon emissions. Gas was included because of the social impact that the loss of natural gas could have for many poorer European countries. But to the Commission's credit, it has driven a process that is citizen-centric, not finance-centric. Starting in 2022, asset managers in the EU will be required to integrate social and environmental impact considerations into their fiduciary duties. The United States has different interests and priorities than the EU, but it shares common primary stakeholders, citizens, not shareholders. We likely will not create a complex taxonomy of social and ecological responsibility and regulate the use of that taxonomy. But we can hold the financial industry accountable with stronger, federally funded assessments of corporate impacts on our nation. Regardless of the current hype, ESG will rarely fully align with the stewardship of common goods because investors and corporations will always be primarily focused on profit and valuation even when they say otherwise. This should be expected based on the centuries-old design of corporate incentives. Without government-led accountability for powerful multinationals, corporate managers will continue to pursue shareholder value maximization at the expense of national interests and the flourishing of future generations. We have a choice. America can either lead or outsource responsibility for what is good for our society to corporate managers and unelected global organizations, ones getting funding from the Chinese government. If America wants to be more than a servile state to unelected global interests and instead have corporations serve the nation and the common good of our society, American policymakers need to create transparency in social and ecological impact that works for our national goals as outlined in the Constitution. The time for America to act is now, while we still have the agency to lead and influence the process for our national security and general welfare. Humanity appears to be passing through a renewed phase of sharp fertility decline on a near-global basis, but it is too early to say whether this is a blip or whether we are transitioning into a new, lower fertility equilibrium. This puts pressure on governments in developed countries to address the gap between ideal and realized family sizes perhaps sooner than many would like, both because the dearth of births will accelerate population decline and because many immigrant-sending countries are also aging. Since parental earnings will be ever more valuable as a source of taxable income, governments will need to be creative in their efforts to stabilize population sizes and shore up their welfare states without discouraging women from remaining in the workforce. The American welfare system, based on means testing and market-driven social services, which has been in place since World War II, is increasingly seen as broken by both left and right. Progressives are frustrated because they believe the benefits are insufficient, while libertarians and conservatives dislike the model due to the excessive complexity and redundancies that arise from a bureaucratic patchwork system. Out of this agreement that the existing welfare system is an outdated model for the current era, a new alternative is emerging: the guarantee of a basic income, or BI, for all citizens. Simple, universal, and transparent, the BI is touted as a remedy for stagnant wages, an antidote to inequality and the rising concentration of wealth, and a booster for individual liberty. Yet many of its advocates refuse to see its shortcomings. Economically unsustainable, politically unviable, and socially corrosive, the BI, at best, fails to solve the root problems of existing social programs and, at worst, amplifies them. True welfare reform would not only consider economics and liberty, but also solidarity and human development in building a program that actualizes the community it serves. Fortunately, there is another option. A universal job guarantee, or JG, can transform the safety net, substituting traditional, means-tested models in favor of a program that not only helps the needy, but also provides opportunities to build human capital and further strengthen social solidarity. A social program that is both macro and micro-minded and cognizant of the demand and supply side, it offers a better approach for tackling the ills of the 21st century economy. The impulse toward a better, more effective welfare state is understandable given the state of the American economy. Faith that growth alone can improve people's livelihoods was broken by the Great Recession. The new malaise has taken many forms: greater inequality, stagnant wages, a declining middle class, and diminished labor force participation among young adults. This decline in labor force participation is of particular concern because of its destabilizing political effects. For the first time in recent history, parents doubt that their children will enjoy a higher standard of living than their own. 1. This is not sustainable. A thriving democratic polity requires a robust network of property owners who have a stake in the system. As seen in recent events such as the Arab Spring, this cannot exist where economic conditions diminish the workforce and the middle class. As globalization increasingly encourages the outsourcing of low-wage labor to foreign countries, so too the malaise grows deeper and more entrenched. The longer the country waits to solve this crisis, the worse it becomes. The short-term unemployed eventually become the long-term unemployed, whose productivity, earnings, and well-being are affected even into retirement age. These trends are not uniform, because the barriers to foreign exchange apply more to labor than to capital. Globalization disproportionately harms working-class Americans. Yes, free trade has raised the overall level of income in the country, but a nation is not an aggregate statistic. It is the individuals that make it up who should be the focal point of any socioeconomic policy. It is through these long-term trends that the share of income to capital, rather than income to labor, has hit an all-time high. These problems become more politically malignant as they manifest themselves across time and space, creating regional and intergenerational inequalities through low social mobility. While no one denies that the private sector is still the engine of economic growth in America, additional resources must be mobilized to provide for the needs of the broader nation. Given that the original welfare state was devised in times of greater prosperity and equality, it is natural that changing circumstances have led to a desire for different approaches. On paper, a basic income is a simple concept. Everyone is entitled to an annual monetary income that is neither means-tested nor work-tested. The nuances between different proposals stem from issues such as how it is funded, the amount provided, whether it should be scaled to households or individuals, and whether any kind of means testing or conditions should be applied at all. This idea is not new. Thomas Paine, in his 1797 pamphlet Agrarian Justice, advocated that each adult should receive an annual benefit of £15. The broader contours of the proposal continued to receive support over the centuries from proponents as diverse as Bertrand Russell, Huey Long, and Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. In fact, it was nearly made policy in America by Richard Nixon and was embraced by his opponent George McGovern in the presidential election of 1972. That said, full implementation of the idea remains largely untested. The most immediate attraction of this proposal is its simplicity. The notion that we can reduce the complexities of the welfare state into a single program is appealing to the libertarian mindset. The supplement to this is that people can use a social entitlement to fulfill their needs as they perceive them, which is attractive from the perspective of both social justice and liberty. In addition, the program appears to nudge a person's psyche towards a more desirable way of living. By securing a person's right to live and establishing a psychology of abundance rather than scarcity, the BI can promote entrepreneurialism, trust, and solidarity. It can also foster other virtues by grounding the desire to work on sources other than money, such as pleasure, pride, and recognition. One's inner Hayekian is also pleased by the fact that it mitigates issues stemming from the knowledge problem of government. Because governments lack direct access to the price mechanism and to each individual's personal desires, a BI transfers decisions about social spending to the entity most capable of making these effectively, the individual. It also reduces the implicit political bias between paid and unpaid work, such as care work and volunteering, as well as between different sets of natural human endowments, without interfering with personal freedom. Politically, the BI has several other attractive features. By consolidating multiple forms of social spending that already constitute an implicit guaranteed minimum, the program is harder for special interest groups to steer towards rents. By providing cash instead of specific goods, it would also be more transparent on costs. Some thinkers further argue that the program can be justified on moral and theoretical grounds. By guaranteeing the income to everyone, the program is less stigmatizing than traditional welfare and liberates citizens from dominating control by political elites. While a livable, nationalized BI has not been implemented yet, there are smaller-scale policies that can give an idea of the impacts. For example, the New Democratic Party of Manitoba, Canada, implemented a basic annual income experiment that provided an inflation-adjusted annual income of $20,000 to a family of 4. The end result was an 11.3% reduction in labor market participation, about one-third of which was attributable to community context effects. This implies that there is a cultural impact of creating a basic annual income that increases the likelihood of voluntarily leaving the labor force. This withdrawal was primarily among young adults who went into care work, disability, or higher education. In America, Alaska provides an annual BI of $1,000 to its residents from a permanent fund financed by revenue from its natural resources. However, this clearly does not fall under the traditional definition of a BI that supports a minimum standard of living. The most recent national effort to provide a BI was in Finland. Instead of providing a universal benefit, however, the National Social Insurance Institute, Kela, randomly selected 2,000 individuals who were already receiving some form of unemployment benefits. Subsidies of approximately $645 per month were offered to people who had been unemployed for at least a year or had less than 6 months' worth of work experience. In short, the program in its actual implementation was not a BI model at all, but an unconditional unemployment subsidy. Efforts elsewhere have mostly been defeated. For example, voters in Switzerland defeated a 2016 referendum calling for a BI of $30,000 per year to every citizen. Of the above, only the Manitoba plan would fit the traditional definition of BI. However, since the plan was neither permanent nor likely perceived as such, empirical insights from it are of limited value. A credibly permanent BI program would probably affect incentives in a different manner than such a small-scale, short-run experiment. The widespread appeal among academics and policymakers of otherwise differing philosophies masks the deeper underlying disagreement over how BI should be implemented. Progressives view the BI as a complement to the welfare state, a way of enhancing it and making up for its various shortcomings. However, libertarians and market-oriented thinkers view the program as a substitute for the existing welfare state, a way of consolidating several different programs under one roof. In any event, due to existing budget constraints and the high financial cost of this program, as will be discussed below, this article focuses on BI as a substitute for existing welfare programs. If it is unviable or undesirable even in that state, it is surely not sustainable as an additional complement to the existing welfare state. Before assessing whether BI is a viable or desirable plan, it is worth noting the fundamental paradox in its implementation. Any policymaker or advocate supportive of a BI must have three constraints in mind. First, that it is affordable; second, that it is universal; and third, that it is large enough to constitute a living wage. The reason for the third is that a non-livable income supplement would not be significant enough to actually change how individuals use their labor time or perceive economic risk. Only two of these three are sustainable in any given policy, however. For example, let us assume that a livable income is $20,000. Clearly an understatement, but even this policy would lead to annual welfare spending of over $6 trillion in the United States. To pay everyone in the country even $10,000 per year, America would have to raise the government revenue share of GDP by nearly 10 percentage points. A welfare program of that size would vastly exceed the entire American welfare state in its current form. On the other hand, a program that is affordable and universal would have to be much smaller in size, similar to the Alaskan Permanent Fund. Alternatively, a large, affordable program would have to be means-tested, which would eliminate one of its advertised benefits: avoiding the welfare wall, the implicit tax for working, which arises when programs are means-tested. Some support a BI because the consolidation of several welfare programs into one can potentially raise its political profile and therefore secure popular support. This would theoretically make the program more difficult to weaken or eliminate. But this hypothesis is not borne out by the history of other welfare programs. Large, universal programs, such as Social Security and Medicare, are always part of the political discussion when it comes to budgetary cuts. The key reason they have been able to resist cuts in the past is that their largest benefits are concentrated among a particular group of constituents: the elderly. Manker-Olson's classic analysis of government programs states that the political sustainability of a program is a function of how concentrated or diffuse its costs and benefits are. Programs that benefit a narrower, more homogeneous group of recipients, while spreading costs among the broader population, are more sustainable than programs that do the opposite. A program like the BI would have the most diffuse benefits possible to the entire political community or universe. While the revenue could come from the broader population, the implicit costs would be most heavily borne by existing labor institutions such as unions, who would therefore have an incentive to fight and weaken the program. The high-profile nature of the program also makes it a target for modification and adjustment when governments are under pressure to make cuts, as was seen in Finland's implementation. The actual impacts of BI center around three different aspects: how it impacts individuals, the community, and those beyond the nation's borders. In terms of its individual impacts, economic theory and the limited case studies available, such as Manitoba, clearly demonstrate that a BI disincentivizes work and reduces participation in the labor force. Income, like any other good, is subject to diminishing marginal utility. You and I may claim that we would continue working simply because of the joy we find in it, but chances are we do not represent the general population. For the working-class American who performs difficult, manual, or more repetitive labor, the chance to escape work would carry great allure. Therefore, an initial endowment of income, regardless of employment status, reduces the incentive to seek further employment. When viewing the BI as a transition from, and at least partial substitution of, the status quo, the program has even worse distributional effects. In pursuing universality, advocates of a BI would actually redistribute wealth upwards. This would not only be undesirable from a policy perspective, but would surely be used as a political argument for transforming the program into something means-tested, thereby defeating its original purpose. And this is just the economic analysis. Due to difficulties in experimental design, social scientists have not considered social impacts nearly as much as economic ones. Yet, it is the social impacts in particular that could prove most disastrous. Standard economic theory focuses on how individuals make decisions given a particular set of institutions and desires or utility functions that stem from one's identity. What is left out of the model is how a given set of institutions can shape and transform those desires through culture over time. And this is just the economic analysis. Due to difficulties in experimental design, social scientists have not considered social impacts nearly as much as economic ones. Yet, it is the social impacts in particular that could prove most disastrous. Standard economic theory focuses on how individuals make decisions given a particular set of institutions and desires or utility functions that stem from one's identity. What is left out of the model is how a given set of institutions can shape and transform those desires through culture over time. If a program like BI emancipated individuals from the drudgery of work, then it could reshape a society into one where work is undervalued. This is not an exaggeration if one takes seriously the claim that a key feature of these programs is that they can liberate individuals from work. Individuals who grow up in such a world would be shaped by a community that says the good of work should be less of a priority than it is today. A conservative opposed to untested, radical change should be skeptical of this kind of social transformation. In the age of wonkery and data, the policy discussion above is where the analysis often ends. But in the long term, it is politics that determines whether a program will survive or work as intended. If one takes a tripartite view of society with a public, private, and civil sector, then a BI could further shrink one of the most important elements of civil society, labor unions. After all, a BI is an individualistic policy. By raising each individual's own personal bargaining power, it diminishes the need for collective bargaining and social solidarity. When individuals have a stronger exit option, they are less likely to voice collective opposition towards an organization or institution than to simply leave it. This is why unions have expressed concerns that a livable BI will render them superfluous. By further weakening this core civil society institution, the BI removes yet another of Burke's little platoons that play an active role in intermediating between society and an ever-centralizing bureaucracy and advocate on behalf of the community beyond the ballot box. This is why highly unionized countries, such as Belgium, fought against proposals for a BI. Belgium operates under the Ghent system, in which unions receive the revenue for subsidized unemployment insurance programs and operate voluntarily. An independent BI would weaken unions at the expense of an even stronger federal government. Since at least a portion of the American welfare system is funded by social contributions and not general taxation, a movement towards a generalized BI could be perceived as a massive expansion of welfare. And all of this presumes that individuals would grow to like the program in the first place. Career and work form a key part of a person's identity. A society with a livable BI will invariably split the working classes into those who continue to work and those who choose not to. This kind of intraclass conflict would damage social solidarity and create new artificial divisions amongst individuals at a time when national solidarity and a sense of common community have fallen to an all-time low. An economic response to all this is that by increasing flexibility and freedom for individuals, those same individuals can seek out new opportunities elsewhere. This results in a classic prisoner's dilemma. However, for communities as a whole, large numbers of individuals relocating in search of new opportunity diminishes the social capital of some communities. Depreciated social capital and trust can result in outcomes that reduce the productivity of every aspect of a community and the broader economy. Lastly, changes in a country's social institutions and policies change the type of people who wish to immigrate there. A policy that promises future citizens freedom from work would attract a very different type of immigrant than the classic entrepreneurial types of yesteryear. In becoming a magnet for individuals who may not want to work, the BI undermines itself. Simple ideas often have a seductive allure, promising that society's many ills can be cured with policies that seem intuitively desirable. Such policies, however, must withstand the scrutiny of rigorous analysis and historical evidence. In this regard, the BI fails on multiple counts. It is not sustainable in the form advocated by its most ardent supporters. In fact, in the few cases of attempted implementation, BI models were almost immediately overturned or altered beyond recognition. The biggest cause for concern, however, transcends its basic sustainability issues. Epistemic restraint should make one wary of attempts to transform society in ways that we neither understand nor have any prior context for. This humility tends to discourage any adoption of a BI proposal. But what to do instead? The ills of the modern economy will continue to exist under the status quo. Is there a program that effectively addresses these issues while operating through existing social institutions and norms? Versus the BI, a job guarantee (JG) is a superior option, both in terms of policy efficacy and political feasibility. While it is also a relatively new concept, having emerged in the past few decades, it is preceded by various forms of public works programs. Like the public works program, it involves the government directly providing jobs to people, particularly in times of high unemployment and low labor force participation. Unlike the traditional public works program, however, A JG tackles unemployment and poverty at both a macro and microeconomic level. So how does it work? The government determines whether there are unfilled jobs in society, usually because the value add of such work is a public good. It then provides a fixed wage to any and all who are qualified and interested in performing the job. This can be both the unemployed and people employed in other industries. The point is that the job is universally provided at a fixed wage. In doing so, the government can operate as an employer of last resort that uses the price of labor to regulate its quantity. One current proposal for establishing JG is offered by the Center for Full Employment and Price Stability. The proposal is to offer a job to all, regardless of the state of the economy and each applicant's demographic characteristics. By offering a living wage, the proposal would hire from the bottom of the labor pool and stabilize lower-level wages. As such, this policy could be a mechanism for implementing labor market reforms alongside labor market stabilization. Unlike BI, a JG program would tackle both supply and demand-side issues related to labor, and therefore be a tool of both macro and microeconomic policy. The age-old question of macroeconomic policy is whether policymakers should fix the level of employment and deal with inflationary or exchange rate pressures, or fix the inflation rate and deal with unemployment. Given that evidence suggests unemployment costs are asymmetrically higher than the costs of inflation, it would be sensible to focus on the former. Instead of the traditional scenario, where a reserve level of the structurally unemployed exists under a stable inflation rate, the JG creates a reserve level of individuals employed under the guarantee. This ratio of JG employment to overall employment is the buffer employment ratio, or BER, and is targeted by the government through the compensation instrument. When inflation exceeds the target, the government can increase the BER through fiscal and monetary tightening, thereby transferring workers from the inflating private sector to attenuate the inflationary spiral. Conversely, the program can also cut wages to pull workers out of the public JG pool and back into the private sector to balance labor shortages and public finances. Although a JG policy is clearly countercyclical, it does not manage the level of aggregate demand. On the other hand, it does free the Federal Reserve to pursue a more technocratic role in managing aggregate demand, while leaving the management of employment in the hands of an institution that can be placed more directly under the control of Congress. It is worth noting that this policy avoids the Lucas critique, a heuristic for the idea that many macroeconomic policies assume individual ignorance or irrationality when, in reality, people typically behave to thwart those very same policies. Because this policy operates on consent and transparency, it actually operates more effectively when workers are better informed about the policy. Beyond the perspective of labor economics, it is important to remember that unemployment and underemployment are social phenomena with cultural consequences, just as real as their economic ones. Since these phenomena involve issues best decided by the broader polity, an institution directly under the purview of Congress should exercise authority over them. On the supply side, the JG can also be a vehicle for improving long-term structural inefficiencies in the labor market, which stands to see over 47% of current jobs being automated in the future. While some criticize the JG as a make-work program, there is no reason this has to be the case. There are many underprovided public goods, whether in education, R&D, or infrastructure. It is far from being make-work when the American Society of Civil Engineers gave the United States a D+ and said that $3.6 trillion will be needed to make the necessary fixes to our infrastructure. The JG could structure its employment offerings and provide the training needed for unemployed workers to find work in socially beneficial positions. This program can develop infrastructure capital and human capital at the same time, while promoting greater macroeconomic stability. The BI doesn't have these benefits. As an unconditional, universal guarantee, BI has zero impact in the arena of macroeconomics. Its purpose is purely at the individual level. Mainstream economic thought responds that individuals are most fit to determine how they can build their human capital when provided with a cash infusion. The addendum to this argument is that governments have only limited ability to predict the long-term direction of the broader economy. There are some merits to these arguments. However, even putting aside the side effects for social capital and culture, they presume individuals can tack on social costs and benefits as part of their own internal calculus. Human cognitive biases and hyperbolic discounting in favor of the present over the future undermine the claim that decentralized individuals can understand and direct the broader national interest. The idea that markets alone have been the dominant force in driving long-term economic growth is also undermined by historical evidence. Nearly all nations that have industrialized and escaped the poverty trap have done so with the state operating as an agenda setter for broader industrial policy. This is the case in South Korea, Japan, and the United States. Fields such as the internet and nanotechnology only exist because the state acted as an investor and an incubator for ideas that led to their creation. While the state is no substitute for the innovation and competitiveness of markets, it can use a program such as the JG not only as a tool for helping the indigent, but also as a broader strategic platform for creating future markets that workers can participate in and add value to. In building these innovation centers under a JG program that has congressional oversight, the government can also further democratize the pursuit of solutions to pressing economic and social problems. Have JGs been implemented in the past? While no such program has been attempted for a population as large as America's, there are several significant case studies. One attempt was the Humphrey Hawkins Full Employment and Balanced Growth Act of 1978, which in its inaugural form stated that individuals have a legal right to a job backed by the power of litigation. However, due to inflationary fears, this power was later stripped from the bill. The Department of Labor also enacted the Youth Incentive Entitlement Pilot Projects, YIEPP, program under the 1977 Youth Employment and Demonstration Projects Act, YEDPA. In this program, children aged 16 to 19 in low-income households who had not yet graduated from high school were offered minimum wage jobs that were part-time during the school year and full-time in the summer. While the jobs were offered universally to anyone in the demographic sample, they were conditional on remaining in and returning to school and meeting academic and job performance standards. The program did not improve existing graduation rates, school enrollment, or other social outcomes, but it did lead to large increases in employment, labor force participation, and earnings among the sample size. A nationwide example is India's Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, the world's largest public works program. Offering a universal JG in the agricultural sector, it reduced poverty in the affected community by nearly 50% during the agricultural lean season. In doing so, the program improved consumption among affected households over the long run. In examining these programs, it is worth noting that all of them operate through traditional, existing institutions surrounding work and communal efforts. Unlike the BI, which implicitly relies on weakening existing institutions and moral norms, the JG improves society by allowing it to pursue that which it already values: public goods, a common work ethic, and human development. A common problem in modern political thinking is its neglect of the telos, or desirable end state, for both individuals and communities. Freedom and justice are of course important values, but they must ultimately be understood in light of what they can guide us towards: the properly ordered or good life. Like many libertarian solutions, the BI leaves the question of the good life blank, prioritizing the means as ends in themselves. The paucity of this idea is, historically, not a radical notion. Traditional ethics were oriented towards the community, which would determine what constitutes the desirable or preferable life, and correspondingly guide its constituents towards that life. In Aristotle's conception of the body politic, political communities, including America, are formed with an ideal or desirable society in mind. Therefore, policies ought to be structured towards achieving that end. Basic income, as its advocates prefer, is intentionally directionless and therefore ill-suited to building solidarity and community in pursuit of the national interest. This Aristotelian tradition is the benchmark of Western civilization and its descendant nations. In the sphere of work, it manifests itself in several forms depending on a nation's particular culture, such as the Protestant work ethic, or the dignity of labor under the principles of Catholic social teaching. As an example, Catholic social teaching as articulated by Pope John Paul II in Laborum Exercens, 1981, speaks of the dignity of work as a fundamental aspect of the human identity. It follows from this that a role of government is to coordinate planning among key institutions of society to encourage and provide meaningful, full employment for the general population. Tied to this is the importance of intermediary institutions, such as labor unions, which limit the scope of government and provide a voluntary means by which workers can seek to fulfill their potential and improve their livelihood. This tradition even finds secular advocates in Amartya Sen and Martha Nussbaum's capability approach. This model also subordinates wealth maximization in favor of improving human capabilities that many communities would grant as fundamental to a well-functioning society. Some of these are material, such as food and health care, but many are habitual, such as sense of community, democratic participation, critical thinking, and social solidarity. It is in the context of these ideas that a particularly ambitious JG program could use its labor purchasing power as an agent of moral change to reduce discrimination in the private sector labor market against ex-offenders, military veterans, and other groups, as well as improve labor conditions in the private sector by setting the agenda on proper hiring practices. In effect, the JG program would be a public option for labor, indirectly spurring more pro-worker policies without coercion. A BI cannot hope to solve any of these problems, especially if it substitutes existing, more paternalistic welfare programs. Welfare programs should be constructed to aim towards what a person ought to be in the context of what a person actually is. A JG program can play a key role in supplementing existing institutions to guide people and their communities further towards that purpose. In recent months, the JG has picked up steam in left-wing policy circles. The Center for American Progress has already put out a proposal for a large-scale, permanent program focused on public employment, infrastructure investment, and education support in the form of public apprenticeships. While the proposal is light on specifics, it would move the country further towards federalization and centralization of labor policy. In doing so, the proposal would run into several issues that entail bureaucratic policymaking. As with any major social program, policymakers must take care to ensure that key aspects are structured in a manner that avoids the classic pitfalls of public policy, rent-seeking and knowledge problems. To incorporate competition and market dynamics into the actual projects supported by the JG program, the government should act as a labor intermediary between private contractors and JG employees. These private contractors would be selected through a competitive, blind auction, thereby creating a project partnership steered by entrepreneurial leadership, built by American labor, and overseen by a government referee. An even more radical innovation that could complement the above program is to create private firms whose goal is to help the long-term unemployed, and then give prizes to the most successful firm. This system can apply to a wide cross-section of projects related to public goods, from caring for the elderly to R&D to transportation infrastructure. While these JG jobs should be universal, policymakers must also put rules in place that disincentivize opportunities to shirk. One option would be to suspend individuals without pay for temporary periods of time if they underperform. Another would be to reward employees based on performance to incentivize quality in the workplace. Since the goal of a JG is at least partly macroeconomic, it should be standardized in a way that allows it to avoid time lags in response to changes in macroeconomic conditions. This means targeting specific BRs and using the total real monetary value of the compensation package as an instrument for reaching that ratio. At the same time, the Fed can implement a policy such as nominal income targeting to manage the level of aggregate demand. Congress would oversee the composition of the compensation package and determine the types of projects and jobs of the JG program. This would allow for political oversight with independent administration. The hiring process would also need to be independent to prevent the program from becoming a patronage system. There is also a potential circumstance in which cutting the compensation package to target a particular BR would be politically unfeasible because it would be below a perceived livable level of compensation. In that case, the leadership of the JG program may have to adjust non-pecuniary benefits to reach the appropriate BR. Striking a balance between markets and the state is an ever-present conundrum when designing major policies. It is important to get the balance right with a new social program in order for it to be successful and accrue long-term political support. In its politics, a JG is a superior option to BI in many respects. Today, people make a mental distinction between what they perceive as welfare and entitlements. Welfare is perceived as frivolous and unearned, but entitlements are viewed in the language of rights and obligations. Food stamps are seen as welfare, but Social Security is seen as an entitlement since people pay into it. By providing goods to workers as a payment for adding value to necessary public projects, policymakers can increase the likelihood that a program is viewed as a genuine entitlement. An unconditional, no-strings-attached cash grant to everyone is much more likely to be viewed as welfare and is therefore harder to defend in the political arena. Related to the welfare entitlement dichotomy are the power dynamics between different class groups. At a time of rising social polarization, new social programs should strive to balance and raise interclass, national solidarity. An unconditional BI that divides working-class people into those who work and those who choose not to would raise these divisions. These non-workers would also be more beholden to the elite classes and could, therefore, be more of an impediment to further reform. A JG program, however, can build supporting coalitions across industrial and regional lines. Because the JG program can use private contractors to support various public projects, it can secure the support of various industries to help build and sustain the program. A BI program would face much greater difficulties because its benefits are diffuse across the general population and, therefore, less likely to create a focused constituency. Regions of the United States most affected by long-term employment problems, such as the Rust Belt, would benefit most from a targeted JG program designed to build human and social capital in the most blighted regions. By building public projects in these regions and coordinating their efforts through the local government and public-private partnerships, the federal government can foster a culture of production and work to build the social capital needed to create a thriving commercial ecosystem. A BI, however, would not be targeted to address any of the above concerns. In fact, its key mechanism for improving welfare, individual freedom, would likely lead to relocation of individuals out of these blighted communities, thereby reducing social capital and exacerbating the prevailing problems. Conclusion: we have reached a point where existing solutions are no longer sufficient to solve the largest problems of the day: unemployment, stagnant incomes, and crumbling infrastructure. Big, invasive problems demand big, innovative solutions. Modern economic thought has already produced its proposal: give people money. But large-scale issues require national will and coordination. Economics alone cannot account for social costs and benefits, as well as factors of culture, identity, and norms. A truly holistic plan for tackling the great social ills of today requires an approach that is social and cultural as much as it is economic. A JG can fulfill that need. Actors on the left have already begun to support the program because they see its potential to nudge the nation towards their desired end state. The right must seize this unique opportunity and incorporate the needed reforms to correct its riskiest excesses. In doing so, they can transform the nature of the welfare state from one of take and transfer to one of collaborate and create. In recent years, experiments in basic income have proliferated across the United States. According to a September 2022 report in the New York Times, at least 48 trials have been launched since 2020, and several more have been announced this year. A constellation of organizations is behind these efforts, with municipalities raising funds for individual pilots, either through surpluses accumulated from federal pandemic relief revenue or public-private partnerships. For leading advocates of basic income, such as Mayors for a Guaranteed Income, these developments point to an emerging consensus about the merits of unconditional, direct cash assistance to ameliorate financial insecurity, and thus a critical breakthrough in the politics of welfare after decades of stigmatization by both Republican and Democratic politicians. On the surface, this would appear to be a victory for a transatlantic left that has grappled with how to combat austerity and gigification in the wake of the Great Recession. Proponents such as the late anthropologist David Graeber believed that basic income would simultaneously reaffirm social citizenship and redefine it. Following the anti-status principles of the 1960s New Left, Graeber argued that a universal basic income would deepen individual autonomy. It would reform, if not greatly shrink, the coercive functions of the welfare state by invalidating the power of bureaucrats to surveil welfare recipients. In Marxian fashion, basic income would promote the free association of individuals while eliminating the impetus for the social services and workfare bureaucracy. At an amount above mere subsistence, it would foster every person's true talents and ingenuity. The fruits of labor would be progressively aligned with self-fulfillment and thus separated from compulsion by capital and the state. Among left libertarians, this freedom speaks to the imminence of a post-work future, in which humans will at long last be liberated from wage labor and antiquated Victorian norms about self-reliance and the dignity of work. Yet progressive celebrations of basic income's emancipatory promise ignore that its growing legitimacy often stems from different sources. As several commentaries noted during the 2020 presidential campaign of entrepreneur Andrew Yang, whose singular focus on basic income dramatically boosted media coverage of the issue, the concept enjoys a considerable intellectual pedigree outside the left. Prior to the 2010s, its most famous supporter had been the neoliberal economist Milton Friedman, whose idea of a negative income tax served as the basis for Richard Nixon's ultimately abandoned family assistance plan. Friedman sought to harmonize social policy with market efficiency. Regular, unconditional cash transfers in place of the Social Security system, he reasoned, would curtail state coercion of the poorest welfare recipients, enhancing freedom of choice. Distortions of the price mechanism would correspondingly be averted by eliminating the justification for new government programs. For neoliberal enthusiasts more broadly, A basic income would neutralize popular pressure to mount costly political interventions in the economy, thereby winnowing the constituency for a clientelist bureaucracy whose self-perpetuation threatened to diminish private initiative and economic dynamism. Yet, despite its neoliberal proponents, the rise of basic income tends to be construed as a victory for progressivism, if perhaps not the utopianism suggested by Greber. A thorough understanding of the concept's evolution, alongside changes in political economy since the post-war era, has eluded most analysis. Basic income's potential to integrate seamlessly with neoliberal governance remains underexamined. Welfare for Markets: A Global History of Basic Income, a new book by Anton Jaeger, a historian of political thought at the Catholic University of Leuven, and Daniel Zamora Vargas, a sociologist at the Free University of Brussels, takes great strides to address this deficit. While acknowledging clear differences between left and right conceptualizations of basic income, the authors argue that there is an undeniable convergence at play due to basic income's very nature as a monetary remedy for the economic difficulties of the individual. Both left and right, Jaeger and Vargas Wright, premise their arguments on a critique of publicly provided, in-kind benefits, which stipulated the collective determination of needs. In turn, the hope now became to provide welfare for and not outside of markets. However framed, support for basic income effectively admitted the supremacy of markets and their inexorable march. Given this fatalism, the authors suggest, the growing popularity of basic income portends the eclipse of social citizenship as it had been constructed by trade unionists, agrarian populists, social reformers, and their allies in government during the first two-thirds of the 20th century. In the age of hyperpolitics, basic income would permit everyone to go their own way, cementing politics as a perpetual, yet increasingly optional battle of tribes and identities, not the negotiation of the material basis of citizenship. This tension between basic income and what may be broadly termed the social democratic definition of citizenship is central to the book. Instead of seeking to forge or expand policies that effectively decommodify labor via various forms of social insurance and public provision, basic income is predicated on a straightforward proposition. Transfers promote market inclusion, access via a floor to support everyday consumption, while respecting individual autonomy. Basic income's entwinement with market logic therefore contrasts with the normative understanding of market boundaries as articulated by both social democracy and variants of conservatism concerned with the moral and spiritual hazards of limitless commodification. In other words, there is no assurance of basic income's social utility, a point Friedman readily affirmed. Prudent beneficiaries may obtain more nutritious groceries or purchase new school clothes for their children, but basic income in itself does not adjust the contours of political economy, nor does it establish shared standards and aspirations for what constitutes the good life or a just society. It merely extends a baseline to survive and participate in a market economy, a lubricant to maintain consumption and, by extension, the operation of markets as presently constructed. This is not to assert that basic income could not be part of a larger political project to transform the social contract. But as Jaeger and Vargas show, an array of thinkers see cash transfer schemes as a way to avert social and political unrest arising from unmet expectations. From the perspective of global governance NGOs, philanthropists, and neo-progressive technocrats, perpetual due commerce is still within reach as long as people have a dependable stream of income. Such market optimism, however, profoundly misunderstands the crisis of development in both the global South and advanced, post-industrial countries. Jaeger and Vargas trace basic income's history by way of an anti-mythology, distinguishing basic income from previous ideas for social grants, which themselves differed from traditional poor relief. From pre-industrial times up through the 19th century, these were typically conceived as a form of land redistribution that would reinforce a producerist ethic. While seemingly radical for their time, most were consonant with the spread of property rights and the expectation that citizens had a duty to contribute to the Commonwealth. The purpose was not to build a utopia of radical equality and common ownership, but to mitigate the economic dislocations resulting from capitalism's ascent. A common social dividend in the form of land would ensure laboring men retained a stake in their work. Still, the authors Wright, Thomas Paine, and other philosophers who departed from deeply ingrained beliefs about charity framed their grants as a matter of social justice and republican obligation. The notion of reciprocal duties inherent in these proposals implicitly recognized the coevolution of citizenship and nationhood. Social peace in an age of revolutions could be won by reestablishing, or preserving, the laboring man's connection to the soil. Yet, While land grant proposals on both sides of the Atlantic intended to uphold agrarian virtue, they increasingly reflected the pressures of industrialization and widespread fears about indigence. In the United States, for example, Henry George's anti-monopolist land tax scheme rested on the populist hope that a semi-mythic, equitable distribution of property could be regained in spite of accelerating concentrations of industrial ownership. Early socialists, such as followers of French philosopher Charles Fourier, meanwhile, began to advocate a guaranteed minimum for all men, women, and children consisting of essential foodstuffs, household goods, and adequate shelter. Although calls for unconditionality became more frequent, Jaeger and Vargas underscore that most socialists saw a duty to work as fundamental to building a socialist economy. For both Rosa Luxemburg and Vladimir Lenin, a minimum that eliminated work requirements violated the basis of citizenship in a socialist state. Any able-bodied person who did not work forfeited their democratic right to influence economic planning. As with their counterparts who were rooted in liberal or populist strands of productivism, socialists in the early 20th century were hostile to grants-sans stipulations. Only in the aftermath of the First World War did unambiguous cash-based proposals for basic income take shape and slowly supplant the ownership paradigm. Several of these plans originated on the British left, but whether presented as a state bonus or dividend for all, they proved too heterodox for a Labour Party focused on employment, wages, social insurance, and nationalization of industry. Further steps toward a recognizable basic income appeared in 1943, when the aristocrat Lady Juliet Rees-Williams proposed a weekly universal allowance for all citizens aged 18 or older. Her plan was notable for offering an explicit alternative to the in-kind welfare measures proposed by liberal reformer William Beveridge, yet it mandated that all recipients sign a contract pledging to find employment according to their ability. If most of these plans judged that self-improvement through land ownership was obsolete, the duty to work still appeared unassailable. Participation in economic life was equated with work, not consumption or loftier notions of personal liberty. The plan that most clearly broke with hardwired beliefs about the centrality of work, Jaeger and Vargas right, arrived in the form of Milton Friedman's negative income tax. Though it had many implications for the role of government, its genesis was not primarily ideological but technocratic. Friedman sought the most expedient way to smooth income fluctuations, particularly among the poor, without the need for new divisions of public administration. Following his tenure as an economist in the New Deal state, Friedman developed the idea of a non-contributory negative income tax for low-income people that was completely free of behavioral control. The idea's anti-paternalist design, especially its disregard for work requirements, Jaeger and Vargas right, contrasted not only with 19th-century poor relief and social security schemes, but also with the modern notion of rights. Friedman, however, did not entirely negate the legitimacy of rights. At a moment when left-leaning statesmen were becoming more assertive about the legitimacy of positive rights and modern government's responsibility to fulfill them, Franklin Roosevelt had called for a second Bill of Rights in 1944. Friedman homed in on a solution to absolute poverty that appeared to synthesize negative and positive right. It enshrined individual discretion and freedom from state control while affirming that, in a modern industrialized economy, all were entitled to a minimum income that could plausibly cover the cost of living, in lieu of a steady livelihood. As Jaeger and Vargas right, Friedman argued his substitute for ethic-centric welfare was a purer expression of democracy. To escape acts of coercion on behalf of the state and of a priori definitions of needs curtailing freedom, they summarize, money appeared to be the ideal solution for letting individuals choose how they wanted to sustain their lives. As an antidote to top-down social policy, Friedman's technocratic alternative nevertheless acquired an ideological frame that resonated with conservative anti-statism. Even if it were periodically adjusted to reflect moderate inflation or unanticipated exogenous shocks to the price of essential goods, a minimum income was meant to diminish, not amplify, expectations of government. It would divert pressure for policies to guarantee full employment, health care, and other publicly provided goods and services while leaving intact the laissez-faire notion that the life chances of poor individuals ultimately rested on self-discipline and thrift. More fundamentally, a minimum income in place of more public provision would not interfere with the expansion of free markets. From the plan's logic, it could only follow that it was imperative to retard the multiplication of social rights that would reinforce the growth of the state, which, left unchecked, would destroy the functionality of the market. Here we may interpose a word about basic income's apparent duality. On the one hand, basic income can be seen as part of a centuries-old search to establish a dividend that would reconcile social justice to political order and the rule of law without aiming for perfect equality. Its emergence was not entirely sui generis. It was analogous to grant proposals in previous epochs insofar as it responded to the economic conditions of its time. In this light, basic income thus developed organically as a solution befitting the maturation of industrial capitalism and the attendant rise of income politics. Land redistribution for outmoded production methods had simply become impractical. Basic income became viable over time in large part because it presented a technologically appropriate solution to the welfare question in modern economies that had become overwhelmingly dependent on consumer spending and the democratization and later digitization of credit-based transactions. On the other hand, basic income advocacy clearly sprang from new and changing assumptions about how to best address poverty in an economy primarily consisting of wage earners and organized around mass production. As Yeager and Vargas argue, the rationale behind Friedman's negative income tax and similar plans marked a qualitative break not just with previous grant proposals, but with the broader school of in-kind welfarism that, by the end of the Second World War, seemed certain to triumph in the democratic West. Cash-based welfare programs, of course, were not new. Pensions and compensation for injured workers, for example, were already familiar to multiple generations of people in parts of Europe and the United States, but Social Security and comparable systems upheld the principle of reciprocal rights and duties. Among more ambitious architects of the welfare state, cash relief was always meant to be conditional and ancillary to the larger goal of removing key sections of economic life from the vagaries of the market. Indeed, welfare centered on cash transfers conflicted with the utilitarianism underlying welfare economics, which was inextricable, the authors write, from a normative vision of the good society. In-kind measures combined ideas about justice, security, and uplift, whereas unconditional cash support, in the view of skeptics, could lead to imprudence and vice, risking counterproductive and baleful effects upon national welfare. Basic income in all its guises took direct aim at such paternalism, challenging hard-fought principles about the necessity of the welfare state and its constituent elements. In the face of significant elite resistance, these principles, though conceived as universal, had been forged and delimited through compromise. Their application in specific programs was inseparable from the transactional politics of campaigns and parliamentary blocs, a latent weakness that neoliberals and libertarians would later seize upon. For all its grander promises, the welfare state was also a pragmatic response to industrialism and a search for social order in which the primacy of nuclear families went unquestioned. Even with the confidence and long-term horizons afforded by newly inaugurated methods of Keynesian pump priming, building the welfare state entailed shrewd decisions about how to distribute resources drawn from existing engines of growth. As with the reciprocity between rights and duties, the health of the welfare state required conditions that reinforced social cohesion. For reformers on the old left, defining public needs depended on a certain fixity to the rhythms of industrial society and the desirability of full employment. Like their Bismarckian antecedents, the structure and distribution of social democratic, Laborite, and New Deal welfare policies presumed the enduring importance of the male breadwinner to labor markets and public revenue. This was reflected as well in programs that were defined in practice by the absence of a male breadwinner, such as aid to families with dependent children. The practical exigencies of welfare statecraft, therefore, required popular understandings of societal goals that enlisted norms about the respective roles of different sectors and demographics. The course of post-war welfare capitalism, however, would fray these expectations. In fact, the unanticipated pace of change that would vault fairly regimented manufacturing societies into a stage of indefinite flexibilization, based to a significant degree around cheap consumer goods, personal expression, and individuated services, had its roots in the early interwar period. Particularly in the United States, the exponential growth of goods and services in the 1920s capped a half-century of economic transformation in which questions of social justice, beyond their political feasibility, now also involved their efficient assimilation into corporate capitalism. Social corporatist arrangements, even in their truncated New Deal form, plainly manifested this amalgamation. Even for those European policymakers who were committed in principle to the socialization of industry, it was understood that the welfare state represented a mediation or symbiosis of public needs and private initiative. 26 With the rise of mass, and later customizable consumerism, however, it became evident that the latter was not exclusive to the province of capital. It extended, as Friedman insisted, to private citizens and their respective choices about how to best fulfill their needs and wants. Welfare policy, accordingly, could not be easily segmented from consumer welfare and quotidian choices about household well-being. On this score, as Yeager and Vargas write, Friedman was undeniably perceptive about the friction between normative welfare economics and individual preference. The system that funded in-kind measures and conditional payments, as well as a host of welfare-adjacent public services, could not easily accommodate changing attitudes in which self-actualization through market choices gradually began to supersede the collectivist tendencies of the 1930s and early 1940s. Indeed, Friedman's arguments called into question the elaborate system of welfare state management and its layers of political brokerage. With the partial exception of Scandinavia, newly designed welfare states arguably hinged on a precarious consensus about their desirability and authority. Taxation of average citizens, whether on income, property, or as value added at the point of sale, had to be sensitive to purchasing power. Additional welfare spending required caution that was not merely conciliatory toward elites but mindful of the unpredictable ups and downs of middle and working-class constituents that fell outside the purview of welfare policy. A balancing act between fair prices, fair wages, fair taxes, and perceivable, widely dispersed benefits, i.e., public reinvestment and state-subsidized upward mobility, not only old age security, was necessary lest right-wing claims that the welfare state exploited labor, and not only the successful, for the sake of the indolent gain traction. Alongside pressures to control inflation, however, this balancing act was undermined by the welfare state's bifurcation between universal and targeted benefits. Center-left politicians understood that a durable welfare state required contributions to the tax kitty across society just so long as they were not felt to be too extractive. At the same time, the acute and confounding problem of poverty amid post-war abundance continued to plague policymakers. In the United States, means-tested assistance, conceived by many as the most just and purposeful use of public revenue, became more conspicuous, even as more and more analysts questioned the efficacy of these remedies to poverty. From the late 1960s onwards, one consequence of this approach was that welfare access was increasingly construed by its opponents but also its supporters as a fulcrum of movements for racial and immigrant justice, when it previously had been interwoven with policies designed to stimulate economic growth for white majorities and had originally excluded many non-whites. The resulting racialization of welfare, we might add, was inadvertently buttressed by the growth of nonprofits meant to serve distressed or marginalized communities, since their presence in urban landscapes, as entities of social governance that could be misperceived as direct extensions of the state, enhanced the impression that poor minorities were now entitled and encouraged to receive special aid, regardless of how modest welfare and other forms of aid were in practice. Any vision to expand welfare and the public sector, moreover, had to not only accommodate recalcitrant economic interests and conservative mores, but wrest approval from an economics profession that, while aligned de facto with certain goals of progressive social policy, stressed ever-multiplying trade-offs in the quest for economic growth. Just as American policymakers were especially alert to public accusations of government overreach, so too were they concerned with governing in accord with the latest technical adjustments to the growth paradigm. Friedman's resolute confidence in the price mechanism Yeager and Vargas Wright was part of a ferment in American economic thought in which an equilibrium between growth and relative price stability took precedence over other concerns. Indeed, all social policy was increasingly seen as downstream from and contingent upon stable growth. Freed from the crisis management of the Great Depression, economic policy had to weigh the effects of expanding bureaucracies and avert the so-called crowding out of private investment. By the 1960s, the overriding emphasis on growth threatened to constrict the possibility of more in-kind redistribution and greater public control of the economy. Commercial Keynesians in the Kennedy and Johnson administrations, such as Walter Heller and James Tobin, helped alter the state's role in economic affairs. Instead of relaunching an activist state that would widen the scope of public interest, the primary responsibility of liberal government became stoking new ventures in the private sector. Depicted as a more efficient form of stimulus than public works, the Keynesian tax cuts of 1962 and 1964 augured a streamlined, supply-side approach to fiscal policy that would become more pronounced in the Reagan and Clinton eras. Welfare, it must be emphasized, would not shrink but expand through the early 1970s. Aside from exploding welfare rolls largely made up of aid to families with dependent children AFDC recipients, the Great Society programs of the Johnson administration preserved much of the in-kind logic that had shaped a previous generation of welfare architects. Most significantly, Medicaid and Medicare demonstrated the potential of the American welfare state to decommodify citizenship. Yeager and Vargas overlooked the importance of these programs and the ways they lessened, despite their lack of universality, public acquiescence to zealous free market and anti-welfare political positions over the following decades. Community action programs, meanwhile, reconceived grant-making as a mechanism to combine local development with targeted, in-kind assistance for low-income people. In these respects, the welfare state was far from a lumbering apparatus but a business in its own right, capable, albeit under intense political pressure, of absorbing new constituencies and innovating new programs. Despite potent accusations that the American welfare state ensnared poor people, and Black Americans in particular, in intergenerational poverty, the developmentalist impulses of the Great Society continued the New Deal's underlying purpose of market integration. To keep the mix of private enterprise and public benefits chugging, Great Society administrators understood that entrepreneurialism and skill building had to be cultivated at society's margins. That challenge pointed to the paradox at the heart of American liberalism's particular synthesis of growth and welfarism, but also the struggles facing center-left parties more broadly. Strong and durable labor market participation required economic development that addressed the struggles of specific regions and demographics, yet development under democratic capitalism increasingly entailed shifts in investment that undermined employment where it had been stable. To the frustration of many underdeveloped regions in the United States, the return of capital's liquidity preference and increasing trade liberalization would also stunt opportunities for growth in the years before financialization. Between the accelerating pace of regional deindustrialization and the socio-political upheaval that roiled Western democracies in the late 1960s and early 1970s, the capacity of the welfare state to adapt to further social change appeared to be exhausted. The crisis of the welfare state was simultaneously a crisis of development. Slowing growth and deeper recessions sundered coalitions that had pivoted on what was, in truth, an often nebulous mix of redistribution and developmentalism. Skepticism over the welfare state's efficacy, indeed, suspicion over its supposed capture by privileged interest groups, spread from the right to the mainstream. Yet, despite the backlash against welfare payments incited by the right, Yeager and Vargas show, the logic of basic income gained sway over growing numbers of politicians, policymakers, and economists. In the United States, Friedmanites and commercial Keynesians increasingly united in the belief that adjustments in the tax code that improved the purchasing power of the country's bottom rungs were superior to onerous, programmatic attempts to eliminate poverty and shape human behavior. This conviction only hardened amid the sobering failures of the war on poverty. In these opinions, Yeager and Vargas write, basic income's pro-market wing had unlikely, and sometimes unwitting, allies in the civil rights movement and New Left. Growing support for basic income reflected not so much utopian hopes but a post-industrial realism. Even as official unemployment hovered at historical lows in the late 1960s, civil rights activists, including James Boggs and Martin Luther King Jr., accurately perceived that trends in automation and offshoring would deprive the majority of Black Americans of the growth that had fueled white workers' unprecedented share of national income. By 1967, King had departed from a strong focus on jobs and community development, and he endorsed a guaranteed income by stressing the importance of unburdened consumption. King's belief that an income floor would be a critical lifeline for Black citizens as productive investment receded dovetailed with a rising bipartisan chorus decrying the stifling and pathologizing effects of the welfare state. Absent meaningful paths for development, the racialized stigma surrounding the patchwork of means-tested benefits would only worsen. A basic income, at the very least, would ensure a kind of everyday empowerment for Black families that, following the implosion of the New Deal order and high tide of Black insurgency, seemed less and less attainable through traditional interest group politics. This cross-ideological groundswell behind basic income ebbed in the early 1970s with the defeat of Richard Nixon's Family Assistance Plan, FAP, in the Senate. Largely developed by Democrat and Nixon advisor Daniel Patrick Moynihan, the FAP met resistance from a range of potential supporters for predictable reasons. Basic income advocates on the left considered the amount to be too little, while the U.S. Chamber of Commerce and other establishment voices expressed the usual concerns that a guaranteed income would disincentivize work. Yet there was a partial triumph, Yeager and Vargas write. The Nixon administration successfully introduced the Earned Income Tax Credit, which, while tying the benefit to employment, advanced Friedman's thesis that cash, in this case an annual federal tax refund, was the best way to help the working poor. Percolating anti-welfare sentiment and various political misgivings had conspired against the realization of a basic income, but in the decades that followed, progressive technocrats would home in on the EITC and a bevy of other credits to enhance the purchasing power of low-income Americans, quietly injecting a modicum of equity in a tax code that otherwise favored the rich and upper middle class. Much in line with Friedman's wishes, welfare in an age of welfare state rollback was becoming less visible and largely instrumentalized through the submerged state. In Europe, meanwhile, basic income's revival gestated through the 1970s as the New Left began to coalesce around new ideas about autonomy and the future of work. Whereas in the United States, basic income's momentum had derived from a mixture of liberal disenchantment with the welfare state and a neoliberal push to optimize market efficiency, in Europe it emanated much more from left-wing anti-statism. This amounted to an ideological revolt on several fronts. Workerist tenets that had fueled the old left, prominent new left thinkers argued, had led to justifications of Fordism, bureaucracy, and other modes of social control, disfiguring the socialist project and obscuring the ultimate goal of human emancipation. The welfare state was no longer a promising midpoint on the road to industrial democracy and a planned economy, but a source of stratification and authoritarianism, a distortion of true social justice. Indeed, the state was reconceived as an obstacle to freedom, much as the neoliberal right had insisted. Just as significant, the old left exhibited a willful blindness to the dialectic between social and technological change in the computer age. Capitulations to industrial capitalism had seeded backwardness and a jealous protectionism, the creeping defense of closed borders and national identity over solidarity with those most victimized by capitalism. Given the inevitable rise of cybernetics, however, many new left theorists concluded it was only a matter of time before these nodes of resistance would be swept away. Owning the means of production in the traditional producer's sense was destined to become irrelevant. At the dawn of the 1980s, Jaeger and Vargas right, leftists thus carried out a double maneuver against both an old left and an old right, which had supposedly entered an unholy statist alliance. In the Netherlands, France, Belgium, and other parts of Western Europe, basic income became the organizing banner for a host of anti-statist and ostensibly anti-capitalist impulses. Friedman's closest counterpart in this orbit was Belgian philosopher Philippe van Perijges, founder of the Basic Income Earth Network, whose call for an allocation universelle provocatively proposed abolishing the welfare state along with all subsidies for industry. In a strange parallel to right-wing populists, van Perijges sought to disrupt the established categories of left and right. Yet while key right populist voices were migrating from a neoliberal tendency to a selectively protectionist statist axis, van Perijges sought a coherent libertarianism that would leave the left-right axis pulverized by reconciling the desire to extinguish state authority with massive redistribution that curbed the power of the beneficiaries of the market. The ambiguity regarding whom those beneficiaries were was no doubt suggestive. Not unlike populist denunciations of special interests that could be heard across the political spectrum in the United States, van Perijges' attack conjured up not only rentier capitalists but so-called labor market insiders and the bureaucrats whose salaries depended on the nexus of private and public enterprise. Van Perijges' call for redistribution, however, betrayed its own capitulation to the unshackling of markets that was sweeping both the global north and much of the developing world. In his ideal formulation, highly progressive taxes would fund a maximal basic income, in contrast with the right neoliberal hope that a modest basic income would be sufficient to bury the debate over inequality for good. But this vision of an egalitarian future either failed to reckon with or simply discarded the ends that had justified the buildup of state power on the left, namely decommodification and the effective insulation of key spheres of human existence from market pressures. Van Perijges' prescriptions likewise disengaged from pressing questions about the future of development. As with other left-leaning advocates of basic income, this was representative of a broader retreat among progressives from efforts to build state capacity and strengthen infant industry in the global south. If the welfare state in advanced economies was a discredited project, Jaeger and Vargas right of the prevailing outlook, what good was it to repeat the process through overambitious developmentalist projects elsewhere? Like the tacit mutual recognition between neoliberals and neo-leftists that Keynesian full employment models had become obsolete in the United States and Western Europe, so too did basic income proponents converge with technocrats who had heralded the end of state-led developmentalism in the wake of the Third World debt crisis. Progress for the world's poor was subsequently narrowed to forms of poverty reduction that were compatible with the fiscal and monetary parameters set by the structural adjustment loans of international financial institutions. Privatization, the abandonment of industrial policy, and the removal of capital controls forced former left developmentalists to regard self-determination, as Friedman did, as the simple, everyday exercise of agency within the market. The implication for affluent countries that had undergone deindustrialization and shed trade union density was ominously similar. The trend toward mass informalization and its subsequent treatment by the transfer state was but a fait accompli. With the exception of a handful of middle-income countries and the East Asian tigers, globalization thus increasingly meant a form of market integration that maintained informal labor and marginal entrepreneurialism. Alongside microcredit, experiments in cash transfers became an attractive way to secure elementary provision without imposing onerous demands on state capacity or chasing investment in value-added manufacturing. Through a combination of humanitarian grants and fiscal policy loosened up via shrinking public sectors, Yeager and Vargas write, dozens of mostly conditional cash transfer programs had spread across southern Africa by the early 2010s. Yet the trend toward digital, unconditional helicopter money was also taking off. While basic income advocates may have been heartened, positive coverage of these developments overlooked the fact that startup organizations like Give Directly and the Economic Security Project were blurring the lines between charity and public-private coordination. As the decade drew to a close, welfare without the welfare state was taking more concrete form, and yet the vision of streamlined tax adjustments overseen by a lean body of technocrats was already in the process of being supplanted by one in which supposedly altruistic private power could dispense digital cash like manna from heaven. The COVID-19 pandemic marked a caesura in the way people thought of state power, suspending many conclusions about the primacy of markets and the end of history. Emergency conditions, economic progressives hoped, were precipitating a reckoning with the fallacies of market orthodoxy. Perceptive observers, however, remarked that the most significant interventions in the economy seemed to only reify the rise of the transfer state, that welfare for markets could extend to virtually everyone if a crisis demanded it. More than one-off checks from the Trump and Biden administrations, the expanded unemployment insurance program in the CARES Act that provided an additional $600 in weekly benefits to millions of working and middle-class Americans, in some cases for a full 53 weeks, was a foretaste of what a humane basic income might look like. Now familiar to millions of people who recently experienced unprecedented government transfers, basic income in the United States has nevertheless reverted back to the realm of private startups and civil society, rather than becoming a popular rallying point that might be integrated by an enterprising politician into a major party platform. In fact, as most emergency relief measures have expired, hopes for a revitalized American welfare state have been sidelined in favor of an industrial policy centered on tariffs, tax credits, procurement rules, and targeted export controls. This neo-mercantilist turn from a Democratic administration no less continues to flummox progressive and right-wing neoliberals, as well as those leftists who, in one pitch or another, dismissed industrial labor as a residual concern for the future of political economy. These developments have not deterred champions of basic income from professing its elegance as a solution to poverty. Their case can be persuasive. As various testimonials and reports from individual trials attest, basic income empowers people to have more financial control over their lives. In some limited ways, too, its emancipatory potential was revealed by pandemic transfers. For many non-essential workers in low-income brackets, there was no great pressure to return to lousy jobs, which availed a unique opportunity to find better pay and conditions amid tightening labor markets. This possibility nevertheless underscores the fact that basic income's efficacy is inextricable from other patterns and shifts in political economy. The freedom to find better work or refine one's skills without immediate pecuniary demands is qualified by the degree of social and economic development of one's surroundings. Hence, while it is plausible that were a universal basic income to be instituted, people would become less dependent on selling their labor power, this freedom, and the corresponding cultivation of the self, would nevertheless be conditioned by the level of security that could be obtained through markets and traditional means-tested welfare. That basic income represents a sort of post-industrial noblesse oblige, uplift without the imperative of good works or public works, likewise belies progressive confidence in its potential to transform economic relations. As Yeager and Vargas illustrate, basic income in itself challenges neither the illusions of consumer sovereignty nor the geographic, sectoral, and class-based distribution of economic development. What goes into the pie, how the pie is grown, how the pie is carved up, the questions that have been historically pertinent to political economy, whether under 19th century neo-mercantilism, social democracy, or third world developmentalism, are irrelevant to the rationale of basic income. Instead, basic income in many respects promises to circumvent these questions, along with messy attachments to occupation, section, or nationhood. Despite new geopolitical realities auguring multipolarity and regionalization, such thinking assumes the ongoing depoliticization of national economic policy, contrary to prognostications that we are nearing the threshold of automated communism, thereby at last proving that the disaccumulation of capital, first glimpsed in the 1920s, is irreversible. The pandemic demonstrated that globalized transmission belts of mass consumption can be severely disrupted without the endogenous networks of industrial capacity and know-how that once characterized advanced national development. Whether or not one claims allegiance to the left or right, Support for basic income cannot in the end escape questions of development which are integral to any politics of historical consequence. Perhaps basic income's greatest liability, then, is that it offers no clear solution to the disinvestment that has degraded so much of our social and physical infrastructure. In prosperous economic hubs marked by sharp inequalities, a basic income may well curb crime, eliminate financial stress, or provide an exit ramp for those suffering from exploitative work conditions. In many other areas, by contrast, the persistence of market deserts, whether for produce or hospitals, demonstrates that basic income's utility is limited without incentives for development facilitated and guided by the state. Its ability to quell sources of populist grievance and enemy is thus far more dubious in places that have little economic diversification to speak of. A corollary is that corporations that wield monopoly power may simply sponge it up. If cash assistance is primarily going toward Walmart or Amazon purchases, nothing is being done to diversify the local economy, improve job options and wages, and support municipal revenue. Under those conditions, the associational power of average citizens that has been historically realized through trade unions or other forms of community organization would not revive but continue to wither, to the detriment of local government and its capacity to supply essential services and attract investment. Basic income, in other words, does not solve issues like contaminated municipal water, declining life expectancy, decrepit educational facilities, post-industrial blight, and other social maladies that fuel desperate choices and depopulation. In all probability, even a generous version in lieu of an expansive developmental agenda would not be enough to foster the entrepreneurship that many of its supporters profess to support. The coronavirus pandemic has changed people's expectations of what government can and should do. Debate around the limits of markets has accelerated, creating more space for conservatives and progressives alike to put forward new ideas for reform. Many sense that the rapid expansion of federal power and spending over the past year marks a major turning point for the future of the American state and the broader realignment of American politics. When lockdown measures forced businesses to shut, unemployment figures skyrocketed. By April 2020, unemployment hit an historic high of 14.8%. The economy contracted by 31.4% in the second quarter of last year, sending shock waves across the country. A Rand Corporation survey in May 2020 reported that 36% of adults with a household income below $25,000 per year experienced a fall in income since February. For middle and higher-income households, it was 31%. Amid the current disruption to working patterns, unemployment is not forecast to return to the pre-pandemic level of 3.5% until the end of the decade. To tackle the crisis, President Trump signed the Coronavirus Aid, Relief and Economic Security Act, CARES Act, a $2.2 trillion stimulus package. The CARES Act briefly prevented an increase in poverty, but as its measures began to lapse after July 2020, the poverty rate rose rapidly. From June to November, the poverty rate went up from 9.6% to 11.7%, marking the biggest one-year increase in 60 years. The economic and social impact of the pandemic has been severe and will be long-lasting, forcing legislators to grapple with the challenge of finding new solutions that will adapt the welfare system to the post-coronavirus world. The pandemic has also brought into focus an intellectual debate that has been happening on the right since President Obama's 2012 victory, when a group of reform conservatives made the case for a root and branch review of policy that could help secure a new majority for the Republican Party. They argued that the Republican Party needed to reconnect with lower middle-class and working-class families by becoming friendlier toward the welfare system and less deferential toward the needs of big business. But these efforts were ultimately overtaken by the 2016 presidential election. As a populist insurgent, Trump built his coalition through opposition to ruling elites in both major political parties and a promise to restore economic and cultural security for the working class, speaking to their sense of grievance rather than providing new policy solutions. Despite enjoying unified government for the first time in over a decade, Republicans could not find a consensus on how to deliver Trump's vision. Speaker Paul Ryan expended his party's political capital on a failed attempt to repeal the Affordable Care Act under pressure from the pro-business and anti-government wings of the party. The passage of the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, whatever its merits, was a clear demonstration of how Republican legislators are still more responsive to their donors than to their voters. This dynamic has continued to be an obstacle to any serious moves by the GOP toward a more populist economic appeal to working-class voters. Frustration with pro-business and anti-government Republicans has led to a deepening of divisions within the conservative movement and inspired an intellectual challenge to the primacy of free market economics. Social conservatives and populists are now much more open to using government intervention to promote pro-worker, pro-family policies. The purpose here is not only to tackle poverty in the deindustrialized heartland, but to resolve the wider economic and cultural crisis in working-class America, which has been exacerbated by the pandemic. In the aftermath of the 2020 presidential election, the Republican Party and the conservative movement are still coming to terms with the fissures exposed by Trump's time in office. It has become commonplace to say that a return to Reaganism will not help conservatives come together and win again. That does not mean conservatives cannot look at their past for inspiration. In today's second gilded age of billionaire robber barons, tech monopolies, offshore jobs, and concentrated wealth, conservatives can emulate the example set by President Theodore Roosevelt. Promising a square deal, Roosevelt made it his mission to achieve national unity and strength by reconciling the class interests of business and labor. Busting trusts and protecting consumers put the Republican Party firmly on the side of ordinary Americans. Going against the pro-business orthodoxy of his party's old guard allowed Roosevelt to pursue reforms that could help save industrial capitalism from itself. It is in the spirit of Roosevelt's square deal that conservatives can shape a policy agenda that rebalances the nation's relationship with global capitalism, helping a left-behind working class and a shrinking middle class. Welfare reform has already become a flashpoint in this struggle to reform conservatism after Senator Mitt Romney put forward a bold proposal for child allowances earlier this year. To expand the coalition and become a truly multi-ethnic working-class party, conservatives have to peel away years of orthodoxy and put together a fresh program of economic and social reform that can appeal directly to low-income Americans. President Biden's ambitions have been fundamentally changed by the pandemic. At first promising a return to normalcy and the center ground, he is now charting a course that is much more favorable to progressives, while facing his party's own internal divisions. If Senate Democrats reform or remove the filibuster and usher in a raft of new changes, it will not just mean a major transformation of American politics. It will also demand a robust policy response from Republicans that can provide a credible alternative to the American people. Under the new administration and a Democratic Congress, the pandemic has also facilitated the shift from discussing short-term relief measures toward long-term reform. Progressives see that this is the moment to deliver more expansive government programs, starting with the American Rescue Plan Act. The legislation has shattered the fragile bipartisan consensus on welfare that has existed since the 1990s. At the center of this debate is the proposed expansion of the Child Tax Credit, CTC, making it a fully refundable benefit paid on a monthly basis. Though it is currently a temporary one-year measure under the American Rescue Plan Act, President Biden is now pushing for the CTC to become fully refundable on a permanent basis, extending its expanded benefits through to 2025 in the Build Back Better Act. To provide a conservative alternative, Romney put forward the Family Security Act earlier this year, which would introduce child allowances on a permanent basis. His proposal in turn became a lightning rod for the ideological divide within the conservative movement. Tax credits have made a major contribution toward having child poverty from 1970 to 2016. Despite this progress, child poverty has cost the United States between $800 billion and $1.1 trillion per year in lost adult productivity, crime rates, and health problems. As well as promoting the social value of work, most conservatives believe in supporting stable families as the essential building blocks of healthy and prosperous communities. That is why there is a growing conservative case for increasing the welfare system support for families to address the costs of raising children. Preparing the ground for Biden's CTC expansion, albeit unintentionally, Senators Mike Lee and Marco Rubio scored a significant victory with the expansion of the CTC in the 2017 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, which doubled the annual CTC payment and raised the gross income threshold for the phase-out. Romney has taken this one step further by supporting a permanent child allowance that would apply to everyone regardless of whether they are working or not. Most conservative advocates for reform favor an expanded CTC that would only apply to families in work, but even this more restrained option has received significant opposition from other parts of the conservative movement. That is why pro-business and anti-government Republicans prioritized a deeper cut to corporate tax rates over the modest expansion of the CTC in 2017. The Romney proposal is also more generous than the American Rescue Plan Act, providing monthly payments of $350 for children aged under 6 and $250 for children aged 6 and over, starting in the third trimester of pregnancy. All families with income under $400,000 per year, or $200,000 if single, would receive the benefit regardless of employment or income. This has been framed as a pro-life, pro-marriage policy that tackles poverty, reduces bureaucracy, and addresses punitive marginal tax rates. In order to ensure the new child allowance is budget neutral, it would replace the CTC as well as the child and dependent care tax credit and SALT deduction, which largely benefit upper-middle-class families. It would also simplify the Earned Income Tax Credit, EITC, and replace the Temporary Assistance for Needy Families Program, TANF, two anti-poverty programs that have defined the welfare reform debate over the past 30 years. Samuel Hammond of the Niskanen Center has been a leading advocate for this new conservative approach to welfare and family policy. The Niskanen Center estimates that the Romney proposal could reduce poverty by 14%, cut child poverty by a third, and have deep child poverty. The main inspiration for the Romney proposal is the example of Canada, where child allowances played an instrumental role in cementing a political realignment in center-right politics, uniting moderate and populist conservatives. Bolstering the conservative argument for child allowances is the fertility crisis. In 2019, the fertility rate fell to its lowest level in 35 years after 5 consecutive years of decline. This sustained decrease has led to 5.8 million fewer babies being born in the last decade. Increasing levels of immigration have not resolved this crisis, as immigrants assimilate to the low fertility rate over time. The pandemic has only worsened these trends as fears grow of a COVID baby bust. As people start to plan for life after the pandemic, conservatives should be thinking about how to make it easier for people to start a family and raise children. For many potential parents, the desire is there, but they worry about being put at a financial disadvantage. There are also many parents who have fallen through the cracks in the welfare system because they did not earn enough to qualify for the CTC and earned too much to access welfare. On top of this, working families are paying for Social Security through their payroll taxes. The economy does not provide a proper family wage, so it makes sense that social insurance ought to fill the gap. Low-income households are not just under financial strain when it comes to raising children. They also enjoy fewer choices in how they raise their children. Many are forced to adopt the two-earner model to stay afloat. This means parents spend more time working low-paid jobs and spend less time with their children at home. Research from American Compass has found that, across class lines, 53% of married mothers would prefer to have one full-time earner and one stay-at-home parent when raising children. That does not mean every family should be pressured into adopting this model. Rather, the system should be neutral toward its treatment of different family structures, giving parents more choice. As part of this new relationship between families and the state, the Romney proposal is about making the welfare system fit for the 21st century. For decades, Republicans have used the tax code as a way of increasing spending, leading to waste, complexity, and a weakened tax base. By transferring the administration of child allowances from the Internal Revenue Service, IRS, to the Social Security Administration, SSA, there would be a more rational and simple means of delivering this support, fostering greater trust in the welfare system. Under the current system of tax credits, there is a high fraud and error rate, especially in the EITC. The sheer complexity of the system leads to a significant number of EITC payments being classed as improper payments. According to the IRS, $18.4 billion of the program's $73.6 billion in EITC claims were improper in 2018. This can be caused by people incorrectly claiming children, misreporting their income, or using an incorrect filing status. Monthly payments are also more popular with parents than the annual lump sum provided under the old CTC and the current EITC. American Compass found that 60% of parenting-age Americans favor monthly payments. A lump sum can certainly help with large purchases, such as a new car, but it does little to help with the day-to-day issues that create hardship for working families. Instead of using tax credits as a means of forced savings, child allowances can help families with their cash flow on a regular basis. As well as using child allowances to replace the CTC, the Romney proposal makes fundamental changes to the EITC, which is an anti-poverty policy tool that has been popular with conservatives. The EITC has been widely praised for targeting low-income earners in both urban and rural America, increasing labor force participation, especially for single mothers, reducing poverty, and making the tax code less regressive. The current EITC, however, does not provide enough support for workers with no children. Despite making up 25.8% of EITC returns in 2016, single workers with no dependents only received 3.1% of the benefits. In the same year, EITC reduced the number of unmarried households with 3 children in poverty by 20.2%, but there was only a 1.5% reduction for unmarried childless workers. Increasing the EITC benefit for workers with no children has received substantial bipartisan backing, but disagreements between Democrats and Republicans over funding such an increase have prevented this situation from changing. EITC's phase-outs also create a penalty against marriage. In 2020, a married couple with 2 children filing jointly could lose $2,357 compared with an unmarried couple with 2 children and the same income but filing separately. Around 82% of couples earning with a 2-year-old or younger in the second and third quintiles, $24,000 to $79,000, and 66% with a 2-year-old or younger in the bottom quintile, below $24,000, were affected by the marriage penalty across multiple welfare programs in 2016. The cost of eliminating the marriage penalty under the existing system has also stopped legislators from taking action. The consolidation of welfare under the Romney proposal is certainly an opportunity to reform the EITC, making it more generous for people with no children and removing the marriage penalty. Increasing EITC benefits, however, is not guaranteed to incentivize people to work more. For example, MDRC ran Paycheck Plus in New York City in 2013, a study of the benefits of EITC expansion for single adults. The incidence of severe poverty fell by 3.4% and the average annual employment rate increased by 1.9%. But there was no significant increase in work rates. The Paycheck Plus study in Atlanta, Georgia, in 2015 found no increase in work rates at all. But these proposed changes to the welfare system have triggered opposition from some conservatives who prefer to maintain the post-1996 reforms. They are concerned that child allowances, on top of food stamps, housing vouchers, and other welfare programs, would lead to a spike in dependency and discourage work. Scott Winship of the American Enterprise Institute, AEI, has been a particularly prominent voice for this argument. Even advocates for CTC expansion, including Lee and Rubio, have not signed up to the Romney proposal and fear the consequences of turning the CTC into an almost universal benefit. These concerns are partly driven by the proposal to abolish TNF. Winship and other conservative opponents of child allowances say that TNF provides a point of contact between families in poverty and key support services. Removing the work requirements in EITC, CTC, and TANF would leave unaddressed the underlying causes of poverty, such as substance abuse, absent parents, poor schooling, and crime. To conservatives like Winship, the best starting point for people in poverty is to find a job with adequate support from the government, not just to receive cash from the government. Orrin Cass of American Compass has attempted to square the circle with his Family Income Supplemental Credit, FISC, proposal. It follows a broadly similar model to the Romney proposal, but it would not be available to most people out of work. Instead, it would be tied to a household's income reported in the previous year. This maintains a work requirement, ensuring recipients have already paid into the system, and leaving TNF untouched. Cass believes this would deliver a sustainable form of social insurance for middle-class families without trapping them in the welfare system, but the inclusion of a work requirement might be unnecessary. Supporters of child allowances have considered how the income effects from the Romney proposal could lead to parents changing how they work. Looking at the Canadian experience, both single mothers and married mothers overall actually increased their number of hours worked 3 years after child allowances were introduced. Only married mothers without a college degree and with children aged below 6 worked less. This suggests the child allowances helped families to find arrangements that best suited their circumstances. Child allowances would prevent parents from being trapped on welfare by removing punitive marginal tax rates and divert families away from welfare when they run into financial difficulty. This was not the case under the pre-1996 welfare system. It would also be difficult for people to abuse a child allowance system. Only 22,000 out of 50 or 60 million households have 5 children and earn between $17,000 and $19,000, so it is unlikely that a large number of people would claim the maximum amount allowed under the Romney proposal. The conservative fight over child allowances is about the fundamental question of who the welfare system is for. Some conservatives do not want welfare to be expanded to support the middle class. They see child allowances as being different from other forms of middle-class support such as health insurance, college savings, and the mortgage interest tax deduction. There is also fear that these benefits could be ratcheted up around election time by politicians bidding for people's votes. Robert Doar and Matt Whitinger, both of AEI, have gone even further in complaining that CTC expansion is a stealth plan for a universal basic income. It is right to say that child allowances would mark a major shift in how welfare is designed. Many of the means-tested welfare programs that have developed since the 1960s, including TNF, fail to discern between families in poverty and families with temporary financial problems. Broad benefits lend equal dignity to parents of all backgrounds, removing the stigma of means-tested welfare. It is a move toward a model of social insurance that can act as a bond between the majority of Americans. In debates over the Build Back Better Act at the time of this writing, and likely similar legislation in the future, conservatives have an opportunity to use the Romney proposal as the basis for compromise with progressives, shaping the long-term future of the welfare system. It is highly unlikely that a majority of Democrats will accept a permanent child allowance with a revived work requirement. Instead, accepting the principle of child allowances for families in and out of work could help deliver other reforms to simplify and rationalize the welfare system. It would also send a powerful message to everyday Americans about the social value of parenting. Despite the disagreement among conservatives, the history of TNF can still provide useful lessons for future reform. The program has made significant progress in tackling poverty and promoting work, although it is now a much-reduced part of the safety net and contains a number of flaws in its design. Before going ahead with child allowances, conservatives of all persuasions have to consider TANF's success and failures. Under Presidents George H. W. Bush and Bill Clinton, states were first granted waivers from the federal government to test welfare reform due to frustration with the failings of Aid to Families with Dependent Children, AFDC. This led to groundbreaking experiments with work requirements. Wisconsin became a famous pioneer during these years. After the controversy over the widespread welfare queen story in the 1970s, partly inspired by the case of Linda Taylor in Chicago, the emphasis of welfare reform was placed firmly on single mothers, but with safeguards for children and disabled people. AFDC was the program most closely associated with the perceived failure to help single mothers become independent of the welfare system. It is the fear of returning to this situation that has motivated much of the opposition to child allowances. The failings of these programs inspired Clinton's pledge to end welfare as we know it. He signed the 1996 Welfare Reform Law, the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act, largely written by a Republican Congress. The legislation replaced AFDC with TANF, which introduced work requirements, time limits, and a work support system to subsidize low-income earners. This was the last major overhaul of means-tested welfare at the federal level and has shaped the welfare reform debate ever since. Following the 1996 Welfare Reform Law, there was a decrease in child poverty and an increase in single mothers and never-married women entering employment within 5 years. The share of poor single mothers with children aged under 18 in work increased from 44% in 1993 to 64% in 1999. Poverty among children of single parents fell from 50% in the early 1980s to 15%, with decline starting during the 1990s. This suggests that the 1996 welfare reform was related to gains in employment and poverty reduction. There were also other factors at play during this period. The economy was growing strongly during the 1990s, creating jobs and raising wages. More importantly for low-income households in employment, tax credits became a crucial support for workers. Conservative supporters of the 1996 welfare reform law claim that work requirements account for 27% of the rise in the employment rate of single mothers between 1993 and 2002. But the evidence on the ground is decidedly mixed. The National Evaluation of Welfare-to-Work Strategies, NEWS, made up of 11 trials from 1991 to 1999, found that only programs with trained staff and sufficient funding delivered positive results, such as in Portland, Oregon. Even then, people in the Oregon program group claimed benefits for around 20 months during the 5-year trial period. The NEWS data shows that the loss of income from withdrawn benefits was greater than the gains in earnings, averaging a loss of $339 per year. The case for TNF has also been largely undermined by its flawed method of funding and administration, leading to the program not being evenly implemented across all states. Peter Germanis, a conservative economist who served under the Reagan and first Bush administrations, has exposed how state agencies have moved away from the 1996 welfare reform law and manipulated the system. For example, Illinois and California have combined low unemployment counties in order to qualify for the work requirement waiver. Due to the limited set of federal regulations, TNF funds are often used for purposes other than helping families in poverty. Since 2007, Michigan has spent $100 million annually in TNF funds on scholarships, including tuition at private colleges for families with annual incomes over $100,000. The TANF block grants given to the states are also flat-funded, meaning they have declined in value relative to prices, wages, and population growth since 1996. At TANF's start, it reached 68% of families experiencing poverty, but in 2019 it only reached 23% of families experiencing poverty. The decline in support from TANF has arguably increased people's reliance on other means-tested welfare programs, especially the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, SNAP. In 2019, SNAP and housing assistance, respectively, kept 2.5 million and 2.6 million people out of poverty. These design flaws have led to TANF's exclusion from much of the recent coronavirus legislation under Trump and Biden. Instead, unemployment insurance, UI, SNAP, and stimulus checks have provided the bulk of support to people impacted by the pandemic. Work requirements have already been suspended or covered by good cause exemptions in 31 states. In its current form, TNF is not providing the support that is needed during an economic downturn and is being overtaken by other, more effective programs. TANF's diminished status has contributed to the disintegration of the bipartisan consensus on welfare, making it less likely that work requirements can be expanded in SNAP and other welfare programs. There are also limited benefits to be gained from tougher work requirements. A Center on Budget and Policy Priorities study found that 74% of non-disabled adults receiving SNAP benefits worked in the year before or after being surveyed, going up to 87% for families with children. 30 states have also been able to waive work requirements for SNAP during the Great Recession and the pandemic. Work requirements have only been tested with housing assistance on a very limited basis. Just 9 public housing authorities, PHAs, had work requirements in 2015, with a small share of tenants affected. A rigorous study of work requirements in the Charlotte Housing Authority in South Carolina showed modest effects on employment and income, and no increases in average hours worked. An attempt to apply work requirements to Medicaid in Arkansas led to the uninsured rate increasing from 10.5% to 14.5%, while employment fell from 42.4% to 38.9% from 2016 to 2018. The requirements were put on hold after a federal judge ruled that the policy violated federal law. The 1996 welfare reform was certainly an improvement on the previous system, but TANF has arguably fulfilled its purpose and is in need of replacing. Its design flaws ought not to be repeated in other programs like SNAP. That is not to say the use of work requirements should always be avoided or that encouraging people on welfare to find work is wrong-headed. Conservatives who favor the Romney proposal would be unwise not to consider how abolishing TNF would have an impact on connecting people in poverty with job opportunities and support from state and local services. The focus on tax credits and work requirements has led conservatives to neglect workforce development as a necessary anti-poverty tool. In fact, conservatives should be thinking strategically about labor policy to find new ways of helping workers to get better-paying jobs and start families. A good place to start would be to look at subsidized employment programs as a means of ensuring that anyone can find a job if they are able and willing to work. This involves giving employers a subsidy to hire workers from eligible groups who then receive on-the-job training and wraparound services. Such a program would create jobs for people that employers would otherwise not normally hire. This means helping those who face the most serious barriers to work and need intensive preparation for entry into the competitive labor market. These barriers can include caring responsibilities, health problems, discrimination from employers, criminal records, and limited social and economic resources. Even before the pandemic, almost 12 million people were unemployed or underemployed in April 2019. Subsidized employment can also provide automatic stabilizers to protect workers during an economic downturn alongside UI and SNAP. There are over 40 years' worth of such programs being tested in the United States, which were comprehensively examined by the U.S. Department of Labor (DOL) in 2010. These programs have mostly been randomized control trials taking place over 2 to 4 years targeting small, specific groups of people. The evidence collected has shown short-term success with raised employment and earnings, but mixed long-term results due to the limited nature of the programs. One of the most successful examples of transitional jobs was the New Hope for Families and Children demonstration project in inner-city Milwaukee, Wisconsin, between 1994 and 1998. New Hope provided those unable to find full-time work after 8 weeks with help and referral to a minimum wage-paying community service job, CSJ, on a full-time or part-time basis. Nearly 40% of CSJ users transitioned to unsubsidized jobs, and 25% used CSJs to fill the gap between 2 periods of unsubsidized work. About a third of participants used a CSJ at some point. 5 years after the 3-year intervention, MDRC evaluated New Hope's impact through a random assignment study. Findings show that adults in the program were more likely to work and have better well-being during the 3-year period. But these benefits did not last long after the program's completion except for people facing moderate barriers to work. Impact was more long-lasting for their children who became more likely to have a positive attitude toward work. This is a powerful example of an employment-based poverty intervention. As a time-limited project, it has limitations on what could be achieved, but the results do suggest it is worth pursuing further experimentation with subsidized employment. More recently, the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act established the TANF Emergency Fund, which included $1.3 billion for subsidized employment programs before expiring in 2010. This was taken up by 39 states and the District of Columbia, placing 260,000 workers in subsidized jobs. A 5-state survey showed that 63% of employers taking part in the programs said that they created jobs that otherwise would not have existed. Scrapping TNF offers a chance to experiment more ambitiously with these programs. The Center on Poverty and Inequality at Georgetown Law and the Center on Poverty and Social Policy at Columbia University estimate that a national subsidized employment program could move 3.5 million people out of poverty. This policy has largely found congressional support from Democrats, but it is an idea that conservatives should consider adopting as part of their own policy agenda. The Economic Ladders to End Volatility and Advance Training to Employment Act, Elevate Act, introduced in 2019 by Democratic legislators, provides a potential model for reform. The legislation would add a new title to the Social Security Act allowing states to establish subsidized employment programs. Under this legislation, states would have to use at least 70% of funding for employment costs such as wage costs, training expenses, and employers' payroll tax bills, and 15% of funding at most on administrative costs. 3 tiers of evidence standards would ensure 50% of state spending goes to the most promising programs. This gives states the freedom to experiment while still demanding proof of value for money and gains in employment. A national subsidized employment program would also bring the United States closer into line with other Anglosphere countries that spend more on workforce development. The UK's Conservative government has started testing this approach, introducing subsidized employment schemes for young people and the long-term unemployed in response to the pandemic. Expenditure on labor force participation programs in the United States has actually fallen from 0.25% of GDP in 1985 to 0.11% of GDP in 2016. Delivering a major overhaul of workforce development would help the people who struggle most to get a job. Biden's Build Back Better Act includes significant investment in workforce development. Engaging with Democrats could help put a conservative stamp on this issue or take this work toward a more ambitious reform under a future Republican administration. It would also stop the momentum growing among progressives for a federal jobs guarantee. By directing more attention toward workforce development, conservatives can help bring about a welfare system that encourages greater experimentation with services to help people find work and escape poverty. To successfully deliver an expansion of workforce development, a well-funded and efficient administration at the state and local level is required. Case managers must ensure that work is at the center of their relationship with recipients. There also needs to be space for a trial-and-error approach which encourages innovation. Recent evidence suggests how new approaches toward the delivery of employment programs can be explored further to help guide people in poverty toward full-time work and long-term careers. Notable success has been observed in sectoral-based employment programs. The DOL's Sectoral Employment Impact Study in 2010 examined a number of training providers specializing in particular industry sectors. Overall, participants were found to have earned 18% more than control groups. Following on from this work, The Bipartisan Work Innovation and Opportunity Act was introduced in 2014 to expand the workforce development system, including a large number of sectoral employment programs. Studies over the past decade have shown further promising evidence to support this approach. For the Work Advance study launched in 2011, providers in the program supplied formal training to help people on low incomes achieve industry-recognized certifications. Across all 4 programs, 40% of participants were earning at least $30,000 in 2018, which was 6% higher than the control group. As there was no overall increase in employment, this suggests that participants were able to sustain improvements to their earnings. When designed and administered well, these programs could play a significant role in helping more people to find work and advance in the labor market. Capital Idea, in Austin, Texas, has developed a program focused on local labor market conditions and the best avenues for higher earnings. Participants undergo intensive case management through a career navigator with full coverage of training-related expenses, including tuition, books, childcare, and transportation. Participants also have to establish a specific career path. There is constant communication with employers and cross-checking of training programs with industry leaders. For over 20 years, Capital Idea has been helping people move out of low-wage jobs and into higher-skill jobs. In 2019, its graduates earned an average starting wage of $22 per hour. Analysis found that sustained wage gains for participants continued for at least 4 years after program completion. A program in San Antonio, Texas, named Project Quest, follows a similar model. 9 years after entering training, participants are still experiencing high rates of employment and earning over $5,000 more annually than the control group. There has also been promising progress with place-based employment programs overseen by the U.S. Department for Housing and Urban Development, HUD. These programs mainly target people receiving housing assistance, either through public housing or the Section 8 Housing Choice Voucher, HCV. The goal is to help people achieve self-sufficiency and move off housing assistance. The most prominent example of this approach is the Jobs Plus program. Jobs Plus is a combination of employment and training services provided on-site at a job center, modified rent rules to incentivize work, and community support for work through neighbor-to-neighbor information sharing. It targeted all working-age, non-disabled tenants in public housing, and was implemented by local interagency partnerships that linked together workforce development, welfare, and the housing authority. MDRC tracked 5,000 people over 6 years in 6 different cities who participated in Jobs Plus from 1998 to 2003. It was a voluntary program, but 3/4 of targeted residents made use of its services and/or incentives. During the program, there were gains in earnings of around $4,600 per resident and $6,000 per working resident. Success was, however, dependent on the quality of implementation by local administration, and the participants were largely stable families with people considered to be more employable than poor adults overall. Jobs Plus is now being scaled up to 31 sites for further study. A promising HUD trial, the Family Self-Sufficiency FSS program, first launched in 2007, is being applied to HCV recipients. The program provides case managers who help participants to establish employment goals, connect with services, and manage an escrow account. The work reward study by MDRC examined New York City's FSS program, leading to further trials in March 2012 with 18 PHAs and 2,556 working-age HCV holders. Despite the FSS trials increasing participation in employment-related services by 13%, there was no increase in employment or earnings in its first 2 years. My Goals for Employment Success is another ongoing workforce program run by MDRC alongside the Housing Authority of Baltimore City and Houston Housing Authority. It is testing a coaching and incentives program for HCV recipients. The aim is to help these families to find work, build careers, and move toward self-sufficiency. This could then inspire approaches toward other groups of disadvantaged adults. It is using financial incentives, local labor market analysis, and financial coaching over a 3-year period. Many of these programs have been run on a voluntary basis and on a small scale, but there is strong enough evidence to support further experimentation. These studies reinforce some key lessons about successful workforce development. People need tailored support through effective case management, supplemented by wraparound services and links with local industry, in order to discover their route out of poverty. By expanding workforce development, Everyone who is in poverty and able to work would have the chance to participate in and benefit from what these programs have to offer. When President Theodore Roosevelt said that the welfare of each of us is dependent fundamentally upon the welfare of all of us, he was speaking to people's sense of solidarity. A successful welfare system largely depends on the majority of citizens feeling they have a stake in its future. It is true that people expect the welfare system to help those most in need and not to trap them in dependency, but that does not mean it has to entrench class differences. The welfare reform debate since the war on poverty began has been defined by decades of political polarization and distrust toward programs that have stigmatized people in poverty through means testing. The slow and arduous journey toward the EITC in 1975 and TANF in 1996 certainly delivered significant policy victories for conservatives, but they have not brought about a lasting consensus. Instead of finding new ways of toughening up means-tested programs that reinforce barriers between the middle class and people on welfare, conservatives should be looking at ways of simplifying the system. A new focus on reforming tax credits and expanding workforce development would establish a welfare system that is better placed to be well administered, secure the public's trust, protect the most vulnerable, and incentivize people to find work. The pandemic presents conservatives with a new opportunity to recast the shape of the American state and realign American politics. Falling back on culture war tactics in the media or obstructionism in Congress will not improve the lives of working-class Americans or grow the middle class. Conservatives can only build a new majority by giving American families and workers a square deal that renews America's social contract. The idea that economics is the study of markets is one of the greatest mistakes of our time. Properly understood, economics is the study of the production of goods and the provision of services. The market is only one realm in which goods production and service provision are found. The others are the family, the state and civil society, the nonprofit or charity realm. The family is the oldest economic institution, as the very term economics, from the Greek word for household management, suggests. Each of the four interlocking economies that make up the economy as a whole is based on a different set of principles. In the family economy, family relationships govern the pattern of both contributions and entitlements among family members. In the public economy, the state takes in taxes and provides goods or services to citizens according to some conception of the public interest. In the market, goods are produced and services are provided by firms or individuals in return for profits or wages. In the nonprofit or charity economy, people donate gifts of money or labor to organizations which help needy individuals or supply social goods, like higher education or museums or hospitals or symphony orchestras. 3 of the 4 realms of the economy are relatively new historical developments. For about 97% of the 300,000 years or so since modern humans evolved, goods production and service provision, like care for the young, elderly, and sick, took place entirely within small or extended families of hunter-gatherers. The agrarian era, which began in the Middle East about 10,000 years ago, accounts for only about 3% of human history and prehistory. The industrial era of the last 2 centuries makes up only about 0.06% of the existence of Homo sapiens. The conversion of hunter-gatherers into agriculturalists permitted the formation of states, most of them predatory gangs which extracted food or forced labor from farming populations whom they conquered and ruled. Until the Industrial Revolution, most people in agrarian countries lived in largely self-sufficient peasant households and villages and were forced to pay tribute, compulsory labor, or taxes to mafia-like rulers, who were often of a different ethnic nationality. The bureaucratization of government, foreshadowed in pre-modern imperial China, is largely an industrial-era phenomenon, dependent on mechanized economies which are sufficiently productive for taxes to support a permanent salaried officialdom. Before the Industrial Revolution, both local and long-distance markets were scattered, shallow puddles of water on the deep bedrock of self-sufficient local peasant economies. The replacement of most household production and domestic provision by goods and services purchased in commercial markets or provided by government agencies is a phenomenon only of the last century and a half, even in the most advanced industrial countries. Until the 19th century, corporate capitalism in its familiar form did not exist. There were mostly small mercantile operations based on partnerships or families. Large factories were often owned by the state, like the Venetian arsenal and the U.S. arsenal system of government-owned arms factories that existed from the 1790s until the 20th century. The earliest large-scale private corporations tended to be government-chartered monopolies responsible for creating and administering public works like toll roads and toll bridges. These were more like government contractors or public utilities than like corporations in the modern sense. Only in the second half of the 19th century, with the widespread adoption of general incorporation laws, which got rid of the requirement that all corporations be separately chartered by state or national legislatures, did modern corporate capitalism take off. The nonprofit sector, too, is of recent origin. To be sure, in Western Europe there were hospitals, orphanages, homes for the poor, and other charities from the Middle Ages onward. But these tended to be run by an official state church, which in practice was a government agency. The secularization, privatization, and bureaucratization of the nonprofit sector in the West has been a recent phenomenon of the industrial era. As this history suggests, the greatest division in economic life is the historic one between family and non-family activities. The non-family realm, largely limited to the government in the agrarian era, only recently has been differentiated in many countries into the three new realms of the bureaucratic state and its two spin-offs, the private for-profit corporation and the secular non-profit agency. Familism versus individualism. Arguably, then, the deepest division in modern societies is not between the left and the right, but that between familism and individualism. Individualists include most progressives and free market conservatives, as well as libertarians and socialists. These four schools of thought did not exist before the industrial era, and indeed would have been incomprehensible in a world of peasants and landlords. They are branches of the same young tree. They share an individual-centered morality inherited from 19th century Euro-American Romanticism, which in many ways was a secularized form of Protestant Christianity. For romantic individualists, only freely chosen identities and obligations are legitimate. It follows that the family, like the nation, another community into which you are born without being consulted in advance, is an oppressive institution, from which individuals must be emancipated to fashion their own unique identities as autonomous workers and consumers. If the family cannot be abolished altogether, the hindrances it poses to the self-realization of its individual members can at least be minimized. Given these moral assumptions, it is natural that individualists view the transfer of ever more goods and service provision from the oppressive family realm to the non-family realm of freedom and personal fulfillment as progressive. While they agree on the utopian goal, a global society of emancipated individuals, in which the influence of families and nations will be watered down or abolished, the rival socialist, liberal, conservative, and libertarian schools of individualism disagree about which recently invented non-family organizations, state bureaucracies. For-profit firms? Non-profits should perform tasks that were performed by human families for 1/3 years. For example, individualists tend to agree that all parents of young children should be in the workforce full-time, in the service both of ever-growing GDP and personal self-realization, by means of careers that they have chosen rather than inherited. But left individualists want childcare to be provided by public bureaucracies, while right individualists prefer that young children be tended en masse by private commercial enterprises. When it comes to education, familists are sympathetic to homeschooling, while progressive individualists support monopolistic public schools and libertarians favor school choice. In the 20th century, labor organizations in Europe and the United States tended to reflect the strong familist values of their working-class members, who were often children or grandchildren of peasant farmers. The ideal of many labor activists, including the turn-of-the-century firebrand Mary Harris Mother Jones, was the one-earner family and the family wage. The male breadwinner would be paid enough to support a non-working wife who cared for the children. The capture of organized labor in the late 20th century by the college-educated overclass, however, along with the triumph of so-called corporate feminism over maternalist feminism, has led both private and public sector unions to abandon their historic concerns about working mothers. The co-optation of organized labor by the socially liberal managerial overclass means that familism is now defended chiefly by religious conservatives. The long-term decline in religious belief in Europe and North America might therefore suggest that familism, as a value system, may be on its way to extinction in the post-industrial West. It is easy to imagine a post-family economy. In order to enable both parents to work full-time, all children could be warehoused in public or private nurseries and schools practically from the moment of birth, seeing their parents only at nights and on weekends. The automation of more and more goods production and routine services need not lead to mass unemployment. On the contrary, the automation of most production is compatible with ever-increasing employment outside of the home in a growing personal service sector. More and more former household services, cooking, cleaning, childcare, elder care, can be outsourced from the family and provided to consumers by paid private sector workers or paid government employees or, in theory, by the paid employees of nonprofit agencies. But this post-industrial, post-family service economy is hardly a glorious millennium to be welcomed. If such an outsourced family chore economy were characterized by an egalitarian distribution of income and wealth, most adults would spend most of their lives doing each other's laundry, as it were. On the other hand, if income and wealth were highly unequal, most workers would directly or indirectly provide menial services for a small rich oligarchy, in a high-tech version of Downton Abbey. Fortunately, the erosion of the family is not the inevitable result of technology. To be sure, until something like the universal replicators of science fiction are found in every garage or basement, the production of most goods at home is unlikely to revive, to the disappointment of neo-agrarian distributists. Most advanced manufacturing and telecommunications will continue to be carried out by corporations, often immense national and multinational oligopolies, or large-scale public utilities. But many other kinds of goods production and service provision can be kept in the family household or restored to it, even in a high-tech economy in which most people are wage earners for at least part of their lives. By the household economy, I do not mean the small family businesses that are idealized by nostalgic reactionaries, small firms that often pay the lowest wages and have the worst labor practices. I mean the use of advanced technology in the actual production of goods and provision of services for use, rather than for sale by the family in its own home. In addition to allowing more conventional paid work for others to be done from home, as has occurred in the aftermath of COVID-19, technology can also replace commercial or public services with unpaid labor augmented by appliances in the household, including home office equipment and small-scale rapid prototyping devices. For example, video conferencing as well as access to internet databases, recorded lectures, and online grading by AI could enrich homeschooling for students of all ages. Unfortunately, GDP as currently measured does not count technology-enabled unpaid labor at home. One perverse consequence is that a high-tech familist economy, in which fewer people work for wages and more work was done at home with the help of advanced technology, might have a lower GDP than an individualist economy with more primitive technology but a larger share of the population in the workforce. For this reason, GDP ought to be scrapped as a measure of economic health. It should be replaced by a measure that focuses on technology-enabled labor productivity in all realms of the economy, not just the market, and therefore does not implicitly encourage labor for wages rather than housework. The greatest difference between a familist society and an individualist society might concern whether to respond to growing income by seeking more consumption or more leisure. In the individualist society, once basic manufactured goods were available to all, most people might nevertheless choose to continue to work long hours away from their families in order to afford either high-status versions of standard, widespread manufactured goods Maseratis instead of Hyundais, or high-status luxury services like those provided by personal shoppers, pedicurists, or plastic surgeons. But interpersonal arms races for trophy goods and trophy services are unlikely to incentivize investment in productivity growth in standardized, mass-produced consumption goods or home appliances that augment unpaid domestic labor. In a familist society, such wasteful and frivolous competition for high-status consumption would be kept in check by high consumption taxes which would fall on luxuries but exempt necessities. To influence the trade-off between buying a luxury car and having a second child, a familist government would make raising children cheaper and owning luxury cars more expensive. What about the welfare state? Here, a familist society might depart radically from the individualist model by making the nuclear or extended family, not the individual, the unit for purposes of welfare policy and taxation. Tax credits for childcare and elder care should go not to individuals but to the family unit, including perhaps the grandparents or siblings or other relatives. Multigenerational families, not the government, should decide on the division of caregiving labor within the family. Property taxes on homes should be lower for families with children than for individuals, and perhaps eliminated altogether for multigenerational and extended families under one roof. Purchases of machinery to be used in home production with unpaid domestic labor, like microwave ovens, washer dryers, refrigerators, dishwashers, home office printers, and perhaps 3D printers, should be treated by tax authorities as capital investments by the family incorporated, not as consumption. Potentially eternal tax-exempt family trusts, with contributions from different family members over time, could be set up for multigenerational families of limited means. Money could be withdrawn without penalty for a variety of purposes approved by the family as a whole. Modest family trusts could be designed so that they will not be depleted by means tests for certain public benefits, like the individual asset test for Medicaid-funded nursing home care. In a familist economy, even the poorest families could have entailed estates. We need a Copernican revolution in the way we think about the economy. Our Ptolemaic economists and economic policymakers treat the market as the center of the social system, orbited by family, state, and civil society. Where is the Copernicus who will provide a vision of a society in which the state, the market, and the nonprofit sector are properly understood to be satellites of the family? Early in my teaching career, I sat in a meeting at my public school district. Projected up front was a colorful graphic with the word equity, placed at the very center. It was the conceptual cornerstone and guide star of this governmental entity, justifying and affecting every one of its policies, practices, curricular decisions, even down to the organization of classroom desks. Rows were said to create a hegemonic power structure wherein the teacher is oppressor and the student is oppressed. In the past decades, American education has undergone a fundamental shift in its telos, replacing achievement, equality, and merit as foundational ideals with this notion of equity, and, until very recently, few have stopped to question the goodness or rightness of this transformation. At that meeting, I naively whispered to my colleague, "What if we disagree with the idea of equity?" He scoffed. Such a question was not worth discussing. Of course, this single anecdote illustrates a larger shift and politicization of American education. Schools have removed classics from shelves and reading lists, and replaced them with young adult fiction parroting the latest progressive obsession. Prospective teachers imbibe Marxist-influenced critical pedagogy from academic publications and at university schools of education. In social studies, students research and advocate for the latest cause célèbre, instead of learning traditional history or reading our country's founding documents. If they engage in the latter pursuits, they do so only to critique, deconstruct, and topple our national ideals like antiquated statues. Taken together, such stories illuminate what revered Professor E.D. Hirsch has called the educational thought world, the dominant beliefs within the sector that manifest in slogans, platitudes, passing remarks, and ultimately the instruction, curriculum, and policy of our schools, the ideas that are almost in the air, reinforced in every education-focused publication and teacher meeting. What does this thought world implicitly communicate to students? That their personal passions, however irrational, warrant indulgence. That the here and now is all that matters, and only topics that interest them are worth study. That the highest good in their life is political involvement and activism. That no work of art or institution is better than another, deserving our acclaim or humble respect. Many in the media decry and lament the supposed culture wars in our schools. In reality, our recent brawls over which books to read, how to frame America's history, or the rights of parents are very much a return to the ancien regime. In the preceding decades, technocratic debates over testing metrics, charter schools, and pay scales dominated discourse. But historically, the defining fights centered on prayer, the Pledge of Allegiance, which translation of Scripture to use, who was allowed access to our buildings, which language would be taught, and other issues that touched on ethnic and religious lines. Our recent technocratic debates over testing metrics and academic outcomes are worthwhile, but they represent minor adjustments to the dials and knobs of our ship of state. Cultural debates about what sort of citizenry our public institutions ought to create direct the very course of it. For decades, conservatives largely ceded the cultural ground in our schools. Thus, the recent flares of classroom culture wars represent movement conservatism's return to fighting for education. And the right is winning victories. Polls even show more public trust in the Republican Party than Democrats on the issue of education. While unfortunately coded as conservative, values such as merit, the liberal arts tradition, or curricula that prioritize classic novels maintain appeal to a broad swath of the American public. Even so, progressives control so much of the public education infrastructure, and have captured so many organizations that inhabit and influence it, that conservatives and their centrist and liberal allies will ultimately lose this battle unless they look beyond passing a handful of libertarian-influenced policies and begin to focus on rebuilding and reforming the institutions within and around public education. At their founding, our public schools had a dual purpose, both academic and civic. Schools form the individual child and the broader society. Neither duty is superior to the other. Choosing which is right and proper for a school is akin to choosing which of our legs is more important. They're twin pillars. In a series of annual reports, Horace Mann, the intellectual and politician credited with creating American public education as we know it, set forth these interrelated objectives of common schools. Most simply, common schools provide necessary intellectual capacities and practical skills. Often derided as coldly utilitarian, Mann frames this justification in a far more robust, emboldening way. Schools form children into skilled artisans and scientific farmers, into scholars and jurists, into the founders of benevolent institutions, and the great expounders of ethical and theological science. They create self-reliant, self-sufficient individuals. They populate a society with a competent citizenry upon which our industries, culture, and affluence depend. What's more, a universal, rudimentary education allows a democratic society to function at a very practical level. Citizens can read newspapers and press briefings, arbitrate competing claims from advocates and politicians, and come to reasonable conclusions. Much education debate has focused on this first purpose: raising reading and math scores, inculcating basic factual knowledge, and fostering workforce skills. These are necessary, fundamental duties of schools, but they are only half of what schools do. A second, arguably even more important purpose of public education is its ability to create and sustain shared civic principles. Man believed that education should be moralistic, a protection of society against the giant vices which now invade and torment it. Schools not only sustain culture but shape it. The common school existed to unify the country, providing a shared experience, a shared cultural knowledge, and shared civic values. The training of the schoolroom expands into the institutions and fortunes of the state, he wrote. Man predicted what would happen if schools began to advance a partisan political view, if each classroom became a miniature political clubroom that was filled with political addresses prepared by beardless boys in scarcely legible handwriting and in worse grammar. He saw that parents would come to resent that their children are indoctrinated into political heresies and so withdraw them from the school. He predicted even that one set of school books should be expelled and another introduced as they might be supposed, however remotely, to favor one party or the other. He was, in effect, saying that schools should impart shared principles but not a dogmatic ideology. America needs common precepts about the rights of man, the nature of government, and the purpose of society. These common beliefs form the only common ground, whence the arguments of the disputants can be drawn without resort to violence or secession. Moreover, a shared common culture creates a community directed toward an agreed-upon common good. C.S. Lewis once quipped that all friendship begins with the question, "What, you too?" implying a point of common interest. When all citizens can discuss common points of history or spark up a conversation with a stranger about their love or hate of the Great Gatsby, it binds us together. Such cultural formation and society-shaping power are fine ideals. But how can we redirect our schools away from solipsistic obsessions over identity or activism and back toward classically liberal American first principles? To counter the ideological capture of American public education, conservatives have advanced two policies: school choice and various prohibitions against overtly political instruction. While certainly improvements upon the status quo, they are woefully insufficient. Consider first school choice. The argument runs thus: when facing market pressures, namely parents exiting the system, schools will either reform themselves or face crippling budget shortfalls. Competition incentivizes improvement. At the very least, whether they're unhappy with mediocre education or outright political indoctrination, dissatisfied parents can take their taxpayer-subsidized education funding elsewhere. School choice might provide an escape hatch for some families, but will it bring about large-scale reforms of public education? Unlikely. Roughly 80% of American children still attend traditional, district-operated public schools, even with the recent exodus of students and families. If current trends persist, this overwhelming majority will continue to attend such schools for the foreseeable future. Inertia is a powerful force. Any alternative institutions, however important, will educate a minority share of the population. Moreover, as schools face steep, post-pandemic declines in enrollment, many states are implementing hold harmless policies, which limit revenue declines and thereby dampen pressure from competition, a primary mechanism through which school choice is believed to improve education. More significantly, however, so long as the institutions surrounding any system of choice are themselves acolytes of progressivism, any charter, private, or other schools will repeat the same shibboleths. That same thought world envelopes these alternative schools. As a member of the founding board of a classical school, I'm facing many of these hurdles right now. Where do we get our teachers or administrators? Our colleges of education are petri dishes where some of America's most noxious ideologies incubate. One of the most popular, and arguably the most influential book for prospective teachers is Paulo Freire's Pedagogy of the Oppressed, an explicitly Marxist tract that overlays the oppressor-oppressed dichotomy onto the teacher-student relationship, even citing the Russian and Maoist cultural revolutions as ideal educational endeavors. In colleges of education, applicants breathe in radical pedagogies in which schools function not as disseminators of truth and a cultural heritage or formal academic training centers, but rather as the loci of societal change. When these institutions train the vast majority of our country's teaching force, who will staff charter or private schools? Accrediting bodies and policies also force this ideological bent on teachers. Illinois' culturally responsive teaching and leading standards require that teachers support and create opportunities for student advocacy, that they include activities for raising consciousness, and that they adopt a broader modality of student assessments that includes social justice work and action research projects, wherein students investigate and advocate for various political issues. At the national level, the Council for the Accreditation of Educator Preparation, CAEP, is the largest accrediting body of teacher prep programs in the country. Its standards list the importance of interrogating biases, safe spaces, and DEI, but nary a mention of anything actually foundational to instruction like the science of learning, curricular construction, or classroom management. Or consider the accrediting and approval process for new schools. When national accrediting associations require, or at the very least recommend, that schools hire DEI officers, adopt anti-racist curricula, and implement comprehensive plans for DEI, even conservative classical school founders must either acquiesce or quit. Under the institutions currently shaping our education sector, from teacher credentialing and school accrediting to curriculum companies and consulting agencies, implementing school choice would provide few real choices to parents. If a restaurant owner only has pasta, marinara sauce, and an Italian chef, it doesn't mean much to tell diners they have free choice to develop any menu they want. When all ingredients, supplies, and ideas are uniform, choice remains a mirage. To paraphrase Henry Ford, parents can choose any school they want so long as it's woke. The decline of two notable charter school systems exemplifies these problems. America's largest and arguably most successful charter school system, Knowledge is Power Prep, KIPP, serves more than 100,000 students at 272 schools. But after the murder of George Floyd and the ensuing riots, it retired the revered slogan "Work hard, be nice," a motto that is concise, actionable, and comprehensible because it supposedly carried vestiges of white supremacy and prized submissiveness, only to replace it with "Together, a future without limits," soupy, vague, and passive. KIPP's blog, once a resource for practical teaching and administration advice, now elaborates progressive neuroses about white accountability and promotes books on transgenderism for every grade level. Another system, Uncommon Schools, fell from grace that same summer. Its decline was less precipitous but still notable. In an open letter, school officials promised to loosen their once exacting behavioral standards, including the requirement for silence in the halls, to relax dress codes, and to reduce reliance on punitive discipline such as detentions. Such self-styled no-excuses schools were once bright spots on the education landscape. They were deemed gap-busting schools by the Research Center Credo at Stanford and offered models that thousands of schools across the country watched and many mimicked. Unfortunately, many of these institutions now fare no better or even worse than their traditional public school counterparts. These schools faced progressive pressure, and without other institutions to provide the wherewithal and rhetorical cover to bolster their positions, they caved. Today, many of these institutions, which accomplished the once progressive goal of closing achievement gaps, are crumbling. Finally, there is an assemblage of local laws and regulations that handicap the growth of charter schools. State-level caps on the number of charter schools, onerous licensure laws that prohibit principals from hiring staff, state budgets that allot drastically lower per-pupil funding to charters, authorizing rules that force classical or no-excuse charters to compromise their vision, limitations on the sale of public school buildings to charter or private schools, and even the lower borrowing. Costs that public schools can take advantage of for major capital investments in new facilities. As these laws and regulations vary from state to state and even city to city, a full accounting of them is beyond this essay, but their collective effect is the same. They limit the supply of alternative schools such that, even as demand grows, genuine school choice will remain elusive. The second popular conservative education strategy is to ban things. Idaho banned the teaching of critical race theory. An executive order from Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders banned indoctrination or any education tied to critical race theory. Dozens of such policies have proliferated across the country at the federal, state, and local levels, both legislative and executive. But this approach, too, is inadequate. How does one ban a zeitgeist? Forbidding critical pedagogy or other progressive ideas in schools through executive action or a few pieces of legislation cannot hold back the deeper ideological currents. Former philosophers of education such as John Dewey have had profound impacts on school policies and practices, even if students never read his magnum opus Democracy and Education. Anywhere students choose their own curriculum, engage in projects instead of traditional instruction, or create their own behavioral rules, Dewey's influence shows. So, too, students can absorb the precepts of Kimberly Crenshaw or the thought of Richard Delgado without ever cracking the foundational texts of critical race theory. Would reading Romeo and Juliet through a feminist lens, as recommended by the National Council of Teachers of English, run afoul of these bans? How could a ban limit critical race theory's influence on ever-weakening school consequences and discipline structures? How do bans surveil the lion's share of instructional resources which teachers craft on the fly or pull from their own internet searching? What's more, progressive terminology famously evolves. Today, critical race theory or diversity, equity, and inclusion run afoul of bans, but tomorrow it may be belonging, compassion, or community. The ideas can persist under new nomenclature. A politician who banned critical race theory will once again have to explain to the public how these euphonious-sounding words mean something quite different in the mouths of activists. Politicians will spend their limited political capital banning an ever-mutating hydra of wordplay. School choice and bans are necessary steps but insufficient. Moreover, once conservatives pass these bills, there's a significant risk that voters' righteous anger will be sated, complacency will return, and the same ideas will pass along to the next generation. The reform of American education requires a far more comprehensive vision. More than a handful of preventative policies, reformers need to rebuild, reorient, and repurpose the hundreds of mediating institutions upon which any thriving education sector relies. In many ways, the band of conservatives and centrist liberals fighting for education reform resembles the Greeks at Thermopylae contending with the overwhelming Persian army. There are seemingly endless ranks of authors, bureaucrats, institutions, accrediting services, academics, teachers, and administrators all advancing a progressive vision in our schools. Nevertheless, consider what just 3 reformed institutions could do to shift the thought world in education. As already alluded to, an essential task, arguably the most important, is the training of a corps of teachers. Like any profession, there are skills required for successful execution, classroom management techniques, assessment and grading strategies, pacing considerations, question asking, even down to how to run simple routines like handing out papers or classroom transitions. In the United States, there are over 3 million teachers, and most receive their training at teacher prep programs housed within colleges of education, where they spend more time swimming in critical theory than learning about the nuts and bolts of running a classroom or the content of the subjects that they will be attempting to impart to their students. The dominant theory of education has shifted once before, and schools of education bear most of the responsibility for this change. Prior to the 20th century, classical education was predominant. But in the early 20th century, progressive theorist John Dewey and his protege William Kilpatrick together trained tens of thousands of prospective teachers at Teachers College of Columbia University, then one of the first university schools of education. Its association with academia gave the progressive dogmas of Dewey and Kilpatrick the allure of expertise, and so their progressivism supplanted classical education in universities and, thereby, the K-12 institutions beneath them. Their program churned out a teaching workforce that filled schools, bureaucracies, administrations, curriculum companies, unions, and every other educational institution. Already, nascent efforts exist for alternative training institutions. Most notably, Hillsdale College now offers a master's program in classical education, training a corps of teachers for the budding classical school movement and hopefully for public schools as well. Liberal arts colleges or enterprising professors and administrators at major public universities could form similar apolitical, albeit classically influenced, programs to train up a new generation of education professionals. In Governor Ron DeSantis's bill to defund DEI and other related policies on public campuses in Florida, he also included a provision to establish the Hamilton Center for Classical and Civic Education. The center will offer students majors in philosophy, politics, economics, and law, all rooted in the Western tradition. A positive development, but governors can and should use their governing authority over public institutions to establish similar centers at flagship universities across the country with an emphasis on training teachers in this tradition as well. It would only take a few programs to have an effect. If, say, Texas, Florida, Arizona, and Michigan formed a handful of such institutions, they'd immediately create a robust network. The classical education movements in their states would have personnel, scholarship, and resources at hand to flourish, and enterprising school founders, or even individual teachers looking for an alternative, would not need to build from zero. Already, the Barney Charter School Initiative of Hillsdale and the influential Great Hearts Academies in the South are model classical systems. Paired with institutes of classical education and teacher prep programs, they could expand and replicate their model more easily in other friendly states. Moreover, such a network would make it easier for similar institutions to form and persist even in blue cities and states. San Francisco may not lead the way for a classical revival, but frustrated parents looking for an alternative can use these resources in their homeschool co-ops, and a few independent schools could form and endure. State-level politicians could also pass legislation to fund and ease the creation of alternative licensing programs, such as Teach for America, but with an emphasis on traditional liberal arts. Many classical school principals tell me of the difficulty in hiring teachers because they want to bring former accountants or engineers on staff. Even if they could train them in-house on the practicalities of running a classroom, licensure laws often prohibit them from doing so. A sizable body of research finds that traditional training at schools of education has middling effects. It improves a teacher's efficacy in the first year, but unlicensed, untrained teachers catch up within a year. Only experience and subject matter knowledge substantially improve a teacher's academic impact. What's more, alternative licensing programs have a greater value add on student achievement. Loosening licensure laws, requiring only a subject matter content degree and not an education degree, for example, would not necessarily advance classical education, but it would break the pipeline connecting universities and their fringe politics to schools. Such measures, along with establishing teacher apprenticeships as Tennessee and a few other states have done, would allow charter schools more leeway to choose and train their own staff. Eventually, as these institutions train personnel and their success persuades even the skeptical, there could be a critical mass of school staff to upend much of the worst ideas in the education thought world. To influence yet more educators, conservative policymakers could leverage licensing and accrediting policies to pressure public teacher prep programs to offer teachers at least a handful of classical or traditional readings on education, as well as necessary, ideologically neutral topics such as the science of learning or classroom management. Such institutions would also assist with a further essential task: new publications. Countless magazines and websites with a leftward tilt exist in American education. Online blogs tout the latest curriculum, provide teachers advice for instruction, and review the latest research. Multiple trade papers cover the latest news, run op-eds, and feature arguments of the day, almost invariably through a progressive lens. All successful political movements have had central publications to hash out their disputes and advance their arguments, from National Review for the Reaganite Republican Party to Leninist Pravda. Where can educators go to learn more about classical education? Where should a sympathetic politician turn to review arguments regarding classical education policies? Hillsdale could found a scholarly journal of classical education to disseminate research and debate philosophical first principles. Great Hearts could begin a teacher magazine covering the latest news in the sector and offering teachers practical advice. Soon, more seminars and teacher conferences crop up with these leaders, authors, teachers, and professors reinforcing, improving, and sustaining the movement. The final critical task is a better standardized testing regime. It's a truism in education that what's tested is taught. The SAT and ACT are insipid, offering students lifeless readings pulled from third-tier social science books or contemporary op-eds from Democratic politicians. Conversely, the Classic Learning Test offers students passages from a treasury of classic authors and works of literature. Hundreds of individual liberal arts colleges now accept the CLT as an entrance exam, and the state of Florida has made it an acceptable admissions exam for all of its public universities, while Tennessee looks to follow suit. More states ought to follow Florida's lead. Countless other mediating institutions need to be built. Where can state and district-level executives find the policymakers to fill their administrations and cabinets? Reforms of governors such as Ron DeSantis or Sarah Huckabee Sanders will face challenges so long as state departments of education are staffed with ideologues opposed to their agenda. Who will write the curriculum? Who will train charter school leaders? Who will assist and advise new charter and private schools through the authorization process? What consulting firm will a district hire when seeking improvements? Who will a teacher turn to for legal counsel? If not their local union, what professional organizations could they join? The left has an expansive network of such organizations. Anytime new teachers, even politically conservative ones, begin their career, they can only receive professional development training from education academics. The risks of legal challenge incentivize them to cozy up to their local union. The only curriculum available to them advances a progressive worldview, and the tests for which they train their students encourage a bland, utilitarian conception of learning. As a young teacher, I felt this pull. My university training had me read academic essays on critical race theory and transgender literacy. The National Council for Teachers of English, the foremost professional organization for my specialty, recently declared the need to end classic texts and academic essays as the focus of literature classes. Instead, the organization now emphasizes the need for reading through various critical lenses and even the inclusion of graphic novels such as genderqueer in the curriculum. All publications or professional development materials hawked to teachers offer a student-centered, progressive approach to pedagogy and discipline. While official policy can be helpful, education requires comprehensive institutional reform. Not just a few pieces of legislation and a handful of executive orders, a reversal and counter-imitation of the slow march through the institutions that began in the 1960s and remade the American K-12 and university landscapes. Any enterprising reformer would accomplish as much from founding or working with a nascent organization, such as the CLT, than advocating for another policy change. Funders might win far more lasting improvements by bankrolling a teacher training program in classical education or a Christian private school than cutting another check for some advocacy organization. An institutional analysis of American education raises the question, what ought we to do with our public schools? And I'll likely ruffle some conservative feathers when I suggest that it's quite reasonable to consider our system of public education a great American institution. Like Congress or our universities, they may be corrupted, but are they not worth saving? The inheritor of a once grand estate fallen into disrepair could raze it to the ground, dispose of its art, entrench the garden, or revitalize its greatness. Are we stewards or demolitionists? Prior to the common school movement of the 1800s, education in much of the country was either a privilege of the aristocratic few or a haphazard affair, cobbled together under the auspices of various churches. Today, while test scores and graduation rates leave much to be desired, our population has universal access to schooling, all but eradicating true illiteracy. Our nation has led the world in scientific advancement for the better part of a century, boasting some of the greatest universities and thinkers in the world. On the timescale of human history, mass education is a recent phenomenon, and any criticism of public education must consider this reality. In their original conception, public schools were community affairs, not bureaucratic organizations. Each new town had to establish a plot of land for its local community school, and vestiges of this ideal survive. Children walking through their neighborhood street to a red brick building to learn under the tutelage of Mrs. Pennyworth, a beloved teacher, who is always available to her students with a hug, Band-Aid, or picture book for sharing. In many towns, the public school remains the center of the community, the weekend football game or musical providing the best entertainment on any Friday evening. Adults and children with disparate political, socioeconomic, and racial backgrounds come together for the common good. Should we ourselves set fire to Rome simply because the barbarians are within the gates? Edmund Burke warns that it is with infinite caution that any man ought to venture upon pulling down any edifice which has answered in any tolerable degree for ages the common purposes of society. Conservatives must be wary of their calls to dismantle public education, lest they find that they themselves have become the Jacobins. Even as conservatives advance libertarian policies such as school choice, the health of public education and the ideal of the community school must remain ever present in their minds. That being said, charter schooling may be a superior policy focus at present. As individual institutions, they far outperform traditional public schools. Even more fundamentally, the charter sector represents a return to form for American schools. Prior to the 1940s and 50s, the one-room schoolhouse was the norm. But efforts aimed at saving money saw the centralization of education into mega-districts that necessitated onerous bureaucracies. No longer did local families entrust their children to a handful of teachers, but shopping mall-like high schools brought together thousands of students under the auspices of distant, state-level officials. Charter schools localize education again. Subsidiarity, not free market competition, is the motivating principle. Even while enabling more charters, conservatives should fight for policies that maintain the health of local public schools. This could mean running for school board to gain direct control of discipline policies and curricular decisions, or reforming state-level policies and standards to ensure that civics, classics, and traditional academic content, not politicized theories, make their way into classrooms. For example, Wisconsin recently approved 11 science of reading-related curricula. Schools that use an approved curriculum receive reimbursement from the state for its purchase. Hillsdale's phonics-centric curriculum didn't make the list, and so classical charter schools in the state have to eat that cost, and local public schools in conservative jurisdictions will avoid its use despite its quality. Considering the share of America's children who still attend public schools, it would be an unforgivable mistake to neglect them, leaving 80% of our students badly educated. And discipline policies are another pressure point for reform. Many states, California, Illinois, and plenty of others, have restricted local districts from appropriate discipline in the classroom, requiring onerous restorative justice plans before schools can impose suspension or detention. Some state policies even outright prohibit punitive discipline for insubordination or anything else short of violence. Reversing these policies at the state and school board level would improve the education of the majority of American students. Speaking broadly, institutional education reform would see a center-right coalition continuing to create alternatives to poorly performing, ideologically captured public schools, while also enacting effective policy reforms at the local, state, and federal levels. But both sides of that equation require winning elections and having sound policy ideas, not just bans and prohibitions. Perhaps more than any other policy area, education will determine America's future, toward revitalization or a limp toward expiration. Reforming it will require a comprehensive, positive vision and multiple generations of compounding wins. The U.S. education system spent more than $26 billion on technology in 2018. That's larger than the entire Israeli military budget. By one estimate, annual global spending on technology in schools will soon total $252 billion. To hear presidents and prime ministers tell it, this spending is laudable and even necessary to reduce inequality and prepare a workforce ready to compete in the global economy. But the technology pushed into schools today is a threat to child development and an unredeemable waste. In the first place, technology exacerbates the greatest problem of all in schools: confusion about their purpose. Education is the cultivation of a person, not the manufacture of a worker. But in many public school districts, we have already traded our collective birthright, the promise of human flourishing, for a mess of utilitarian pottage called job skills. The more recent, panicked, money-lobbing fetish for STEM is a late realization that even those dim promises will go unmet. Second, it harms students even in the narrow sense of training workers. The use of technology in schools actually lowers test scores in reading, math, and science, damages long-term memory, and induces addiction. Both advanced hardware and the latest software have proven counterproductive. The only app or device found to meaningfully improve results with any consistency is an overhead projector in the hands of a competent human teacher. Finally, educational technology is a regressive political weapon, never just a neutral tool. It increases economic inequality, decreases school accountability, takes control away from teachers, and makes poorer students more vulnerable to threats from automation and globalization. Liberal arts education, which has always given a central position to mathematics and the sciences, will only be harmed by the recent push to get more STEM in schools, because today's STEM has only a cosmetic relationship with the sciences. STEM ideologues and real educators are pursuing very different goals. The purpose of education in the sciences is to cultivate children as knowers in and of the world. The purpose of STEM programs is just to create more of a certain kind of worker. That sounds like a controversial claim, but it isn't. STEM promoters tell you as much. In 2009, the Obama administration launched 2 education programs with a combined budget of over $4.6 billion. Race to the Top, which asked states to compete for federal grants, and Educate to Innovate, a series of public-private partnerships, were both explicitly designed to promote STEM training. America needs a world-class STEM workforce to address the grand challenges of the 21st century, said John Holdren, Obama's science advisor. In his 2013 five-year plan, Holdren wrote that advances in STEM have long been central to our nation's ability to manufacture better and smarter products and grow the economy. The jobs of the future are STEM jobs. The Trump administration has continued in the same direction. In 2018, the same Executive Office Council affirmed, a diverse talent pool of STEM-literate Americans prepared for the jobs of the future will be essential for maintaining the national innovation base that supports key sectors of the economy. Again, the push was never really about science on its own terms or for its own sake. These efforts are all about technology, especially technology as a substitute for a well-ordered political economy. Consider the acronym SCIENCE. In this context, means only the natural and physical sciences, nothing social or human. But increasingly natural sciences are absent, too. Attend a local STEM festival, which used to be called a science fair, and you probably won't find much geology or physics or chemistry happening, but there will be plenty of apps and Lego robots, i.e., tech-based labor in place of intellectual development. Technology, obviously, is the focus. Engineering is arguably already one of the sciences and thus redundant in this acronym. Mathematics is just there for looks and because politicians are nervous about competition from East Asia. No one actually wants your student to get into category theory or probabilistic combinatorics, unless of course there is some commercially viable applied angle. What we find is that even the traditional disciplines are subordinated, not just to the practical, but even in practical application to further commercial prostitution. The theory of relativity, calculus, even the physics of a bridge, these are deemed valuable not for helping us reach the good, the true, and the beautiful, but only insofar as they give us GPS satellites, efficient insurance pricing, and interstate highways, and even then, only if the latter public goods are mediated by private profits. Yet, after decades of trying, it is clear that injecting more technology into education turns out to be a massive waste of time and resources, even according to its proponents' own criteria. The massively subsidized rush to convert schools into Apple stores only diminishes students' capacity for creativity and innovation. Technology, even in the narrowest commercial sense, depends on the liberal arts, pursuits that are subject neither to the practical demands of society nor to its untrained desires, to provide the higher ends that technology serves, as well as the new thinking on which it is based. The blatant commercial wastefulness and impracticality of number theory, not to mention literature or playing the violin, offers hints that those pursuits are priceless rather than worthless. The sciences and mathematics have a historic place in the curriculum, and technology does not. For the simple reason that the latter is not inherently about anything. Absent human contributions on specific topics, cut off from the subject matter of academic work, technology is nothing, an electron microscope without any samples, darkened VR goggles, an empty spreadsheet. Specializing in techne as such means trying to teach people to be good at making without having any idea of what to make or why to make it. How did we get here? The American public education system, a rusted-out 1976 mustard sedan whose check engine light is always on, is driven by a psychopath who wants, by turns, to crash it for the insurance, to insist that cars can be submarines, and to spend hilarious sums on unnecessary parts. Libertarians with their vouchers would rather send the vehicle over a cliff, cash the insurance payout, and save themselves. Progressives want to replace the curriculum with pamphlets based on social theories invented 5 minutes ago, submerging the institution in an absurd soup. Sober-minded centrists promote coding, gadgets, and the tailorization of the classroom, the equivalent of gleaming custom chrome rims on such a tired auto. Pointless, expensive, embarrassing, distracting enough to cause an accident, and no help whatsoever for the corrosion happening inside the engine block. Over the last decade, there has been a broad, coordinated effort to raise the status of technology education and to bring more computer resources into schools. Almost every classroom in the United States now has internet access. 88% have high-speed broadband, and the ratio of computers to students is nearly 1-to-1. Yet there are now clear signs of a movement against tech in education, especially before high school. In the United States, the classical education movement as well as Waldorf, Montessori, and other alternative models continue to grow. Many of these prohibit information technology in K-8 classes and yet manage to foster model students. The most popular private school in Silicon Valley is just such a school. Likewise, an elite private school in Sydney, Australia, the alma mater of 3 prime ministers, banned laptops in 2016 and required students to handwrite essays through the 10th grade. The headmaster said the school found money spent on interactive whiteboards, laptops, and the associated software was a total waste. The backlash is justified. The first stage of STEM penetration, carpet bombing classrooms with PCs and gadgets, turned out to be a disaster. The largest international education survey, the OECD Program for International Student Assessment, PISA, most recently tested over 540,000 students in 72 countries with exams on reading, science, and mathematics. The latest results showed that classroom usage of all of the most advanced equipment was associated with worse student performance on every type of exam. Students using tablet computers at school saw on average a 10% lower math test score versus peers who didn't. Ebook reader use meant an 18% lower score in reading. Desktops, laptops, internet access, and Wi-Fi all were linked to lower scores. Even the widely touted interactive whiteboard was associated with worse results in reading, science, and math. The only technology linked to a meaningful improvement in test scores was that old standby, a projector. US-specific studies reach similar conclusions. Austin Goolsbee, before he was chair of President Obama's Council of Economic Advisors, found that 4 years of investments in education technology in California public schools had no statistically significant impact on student performance. In another study, a randomized controlled trial giving computers to U.S. students in grades 6 to 10 had no measurable impact on homework time, grades, standardized test scores, or attendance, and some trials saw negative effects. In a study of over 700 students at West Point, those with computers in class had test scores 0.2 standard deviations below those of students who did not. The use of devices in class is also linked to impaired long-term memory. In one study, the final exam scores of students whose class permitted electronic devices were 5 percentage points lower than those whose classes did not. Importantly, performance was not meaningfully different for quizzes conducted immediately after material was presented. End-of-unit exams saw a moderate divergence, with the greatest difference at the end of the course. Distraction, in this case, had the greatest effects on long-term retention. One surprising result was that of memory impairment even for students who didn't use devices, if they were placed in classes where many other students did, a kind of technological contact high or low in this case. The study authors explain the latter effect in terms of device-riddled classes having been changed from an occasion for joint attention to more like a group of individuals in a waiting room occasionally looking up. When confronted with such poor results, tech proponents counter that while the initial effort was to get students connected to the internet and using computers, the next and more promising step has been the introduction of computer-assisted instruction, CAI. The pitch is that specialized software allows for personalized instruction at a student's own pace. Unfortunately, results for this next phase are no better. Meta-analysis of the literature in this area concludes studies of ICT information and communications technology and CAI in schools produce mixed evidence with a pattern of null results. Programs that give software to students do not generate gains in academic outcomes, and programs using computer-assisted learning tend to crowd out traditional instruction. A broad study of 16 different software products found that, after 1 year, students using the software did not have test scores that were statistically significantly better than students who did not, and some had significantly lower math scores after a second year. A simple point about expectations often gets overlooked. The programs studied here include an increase in instruction, additional educational funding, or both. As Bullman and Fairley note, much of the evidence in the schooling literature is based on interventions that provide supplemental funding for technology or additional class time, and thus favor finding positive effects. In other words, we should expect great results given the boost in resources. We already know that an increase in conventional resources, e.g. teachers, smaller classes, works. Therefore, even null results from tech programs are damning. There are a few ways tech was supposed to help. The most obvious change, substituting for teachers, has proven counterproductive. Using educational technology to replace teachers or to scale ineffective practices guarantees poorer learning outcomes. Second, while personalized instruction tailored to the needs of individual students is intuitively appealing, that's what a human tutor offers. After all, The mixed results for mathematics software and null to negative results for reading software suggest again that for each dollar spent, nothing beats instruction from a human teacher. Finally, the big hope had been to motivate students to learn through interactivity and gamification. What any given software vendor might tout as a stimulating lesson, however, is often just a frustrating distraction for students. The case of a Duster basketball shows that even highly engaged students may not be learning anything at all. In a randomized controlled trial, more than 500 students were assigned either to an ordinary module teaching how to divide fractions or to a module teaching the same topic using a basketball game, like computer program. Students assigned to the basketball game spent about 5 minutes longer on the lesson, but performed significantly worse than students following the regular method. Ultimately, tech that boosted student engagement just took a longer time to teach them less. Then there are the side effects and opportunity costs. Replacing handwriting with typing is academic malpractice, given the overwhelming evidence on the value of handwriting for brain development, deeper learning, and memory. Reading on paper results in better understanding than reading on screens. Today's distraction machines weaken our ability to concentrate and even make us worse at multitasking. STEM initiatives only exacerbate the broader social ills of addiction to technology and tech-related mental health problems. American and English public health officials warn about the strong links between screen use and childhood anxiety, depression, obesity, and low self-esteem. On an addiction scale from candy to crack cocaine, Chris Anderson, the former editor of Wired, describes tech as closer to crack cocaine. Robbed of even the most basic utilitarian talking points, what is a politician looking for campaign contributions from the tech sector, a naive school board member trying to be helpful, or a software sales representative to do? Make an appeal to politics, of course. The digital divide was, until it turned out to be false, the idea that students in low-income school districts would be at a disadvantage in the future because they were not doing enough STEM stuff today. However, we have already seen that the introduction of information technology only tends to distract students and deplete budgets. What's increasingly clear is that the real digital divide of the future will be between students who can afford protection from the bad effects of technology for as long as possible, and those who can't. Dumping gadgets on children is a win-win proposition in poor school districts. It's a win for tech billionaires looking to buy progressive indulgences, e.g., Mark Zuckerberg in Newark, and it's a win for local mayors wanting to gesture toward needy schools without changing the underlying economic reality, e.g., Cory Booker in Newark, Pete Buttigieg in South Bend. It's obviously a win for tech companies, which compete fiercely for the budgets of public schools, mimicking pharmaceutical lobby methods like offering lavish travel budgets and even consultant fees to friendly school officials. But for students, STEM promotion for the sake of future employment is darkly ironic. The most common claim that globalization and automation require teaching students to code doesn't stand up to even fleeting scrutiny. Reliance on technology makes poorer students more vulnerable to globalization and automation, not less. It is not preparing them for the workplace of the future, but delivering them into the gaping maw of the ravenous present. Among the jobs most likely to be automated out of existence are those whose functions are the most similar to computers, including jobs like computer systems administrators, network architects, and computer support specialists, 60 to 70% of whose functions could be automated using current technology. Even the brainiest are not safe. In the finance industry, in recent years, we have seen the development of machine learning tools that can perform in minutes the same analysis for which a human computer science major required hours or even days. You can guess which of those resources was less expensive to retain. An Oxford University study on the vulnerability of different jobs to automation, the largest on the topic, concluded that students who want to prosper in the future must travel against the prevailing ideological winds. That is, they will have to acquire creative and social skills. Automation need not be a threat, though it seems likely to be in the existing political economy. In the United States, over the last 40 years, more than 85% of productivity gains have accrued to the owners of capital, and there is no evidence that the distribution is changing. In a perpetually unjust system, advocates for low and middle-income families should not be naive about who benefits from robots. Globalization is an even more important risk. Almost 50% of the 5.6 million U.S. manufacturing jobs lost since 1990 can be attributed to free trade agreements and China's entry into the WTO. Policymakers who refuse to address trade and capital account imbalances should at least focus on training workers for jobs that can't be sent so easily offshore, i.e., roles that require a local physical presence. Programming, data analysis, and other tech-based knowledge economy functions are the opposite of this. They are obviously the most portable roles that exist, commodity skills begging to be outsourced to economies with cheaper labor. Shunting children in poor school districts into tech jobs is, in other words, merely preparing them for the work that has not yet been sent to Eastern Europe or South America. More locally, the tech incursion poses a clear threat to the authority of teachers and reduces the accountability of schools. Tech proponents are explicit about their desire to replace teachers with screens, but even cooperative instructors are likely to see their expertise devalued in favor of a software-based curriculum against which there is no immediate appeal. Once everyone is using it, deviating from the default settings becomes a rebellious act. Company-trained proctors will be the secret weapons of gubernatorial austerity. Look for these regrettable, hard choices to be made for poorer districts during the next recession. Conversely, schools with struggling students can offload responsibility for poor performance to the evaluation of the new experts. It's not that the student is behind. She's just achieving her full potential as determined by the software. Individualized learning is to anxious, abandoned children what live your best life is to anxious, economically precarious adults. Paternalistic condemnation and the soft bigotry of low expectations. In theory, STEM programs help poor and minority students leapfrog the problems that have plagued their schools. In practice, when those problems reassert themselves, tech is used to punish the laggards. The meanest trick of all is when funds allocated to bring struggling students into the future are used instead to banish them into the realm of for-profit programs called online charter schools, which consist mostly of children watching lecture videos all day instead of being taught by a teacher. Online charter schools are a worsening catastrophe. Compared to the performance of peers in traditional public schools with similar income, race, gender, and first language characteristics, the impact of online charter attendance on student reading is so bad, it's like missing 72 days of school each year. In math, being afflicted by an online charter school is like being absent for 180 days. The authors of the Stanford University study wondered whether the terrible results might be related to the distinctive flexibility of a charter program, but found instead that online charter students fared just as poorly when compared to traditional charter students. In other words, the online, computerized nature of the program is the problem. This matches conclusions from other studies of online courses, which found that they accomplish little and may even exacerbate rather than reduce disparities in educational outcomes related to socioeconomic status. Not that any of these test scores really matter, though, because the jobs at the end of school don't exist. American colleges graduate 50% more students each year than are hired into fields like computer and information science and engineering. Peter Thiel, the billionaire libertarian co-founder of PayPal and Palantir, and one of the last people we might expect to take a critical view of recent tech enthusiasm in education, gave this assessment in a class at Harvard Law School earlier this year. One of the great lies we tell in our society is about STEM, because there are in fact no jobs in most of these STEM fields. If you get a PhD in physics or chemistry, there's no well-paying job for you at the end. The same is true of biology. I've often commented that you're better off as an undergraduate majoring in the humanities than in the sciences, because in the humanities at least you know there will be no job for you at the end, whereas in the sciences you will be deluded into thinking that you will be taken care of by the natural goodness of the universe. The jobs promised by STEM programs serve therefore as a Hitchcockian MacGuffin in political economy, always unattainable, always distracting us from broader goals and more important questions. What should be done with disaffected suburban teens? Just teach them to code. How to help abused women and trafficking victims? Teach them to code. Forgotten Appalachian coal miners? Code. Prison inmates? Code. Liberated Afghan girls? Code. Code. 1,000 well-meaning startups dispense palliative skills to the least of these, leaving economic tumors intact. Two cultures. Double standards. In 1959, C.P. Snow famously claimed that modern society has two cultures at odds with one another. Scientists and technologists supposedly have the future in their bones, while intellectuals in the humanities are to be dismissed as natural Luddites. The critic F.R. Levis infamously thundered that Snow was an uninformed, pompous hack, a public relations man for the scientific establishment, and that his naive picture of material progress left us bereft of hope and meaning. On this 60th anniversary of Snow's lecture, it is clear that Levis won the intellectual battle, but Snow won the culture war. People with the ability to avoid this dystopia already understand the conflict and are years ahead in their response. Elite families in Silicon Valley have been taking a different approach with their children for some time. There are tales of parents with names like Gates and Jobs keeping their children far away from their company's own products. Chris Anderson talks about the descent into chaos and subsequent retrenchment after his child's private elementary school introduced iPads and smart whiteboards. When asked for his most urgent advice for students, Lloyd Blankfein, until recently the CEO of Goldman Sachs, counseled, "Study the humanities. Know how people think. Know how the cycles work. Know the lessons of history." Jeff Weiner, the CEO of LinkedIn, insists that the most important skills gap in America is not coding. The gap is in soft skills like writing, persuasion, and leadership. In this halfway critical stance, the investors and CEOs of the world make unlikely comrades with dozens of philosophers and thinkers who have patiently charted the eclipse of reason. Horkheimer, Marcuse, Heidegger, Christopher Lasch, Christopher Dawson, Jacques Ellul, Michel Henry, Neil Postman, and many others. Of course, the difference between the critics and the elites is that the latter target their advice for their immediate peers while pulling up the ladder behind them. Conscientious wealthy families may limit screen time at home and send their own children to prep schools exempt from deadening education mandates. But they also fund, in the case of the Gates Foundation, projects like the Common Core State Standards Initiative, which take a dim view of any curriculum content that isn't aimed at job readiness. Things could be different. To start, cancel the $26 billion of STEM waste. Give a $5,000 raise to our 3.6 million elementary and secondary school teachers, average annual salary of $57,000, and hire another 130,000 teachers at the higher rate. Let distinctive regional and cultural traditions persist within the context of a classical curriculum made universally available. Support college-age vocational training and skills-focused programs to help fill gaps in key national industries when necessary, but protect the foundational years for younger students. This fight is not just about jobs or middle-class college admissions hysteria. Joseph Ratzinger gave the most penetrating comment of all on what is at stake in a sermon that predates the internet and social media. Delivered during Lent in 1973, the machines that man himself has constructed now impose their own law on him. He must be made readable for the computer, and this can be achieved only when he is translated into numbers. Everything else in man becomes irrelevant. Whatever is not a function is nothing. The Common Core standards, adopted now in most states, include sets of functionalist requirements for meeting key goals. Many of the English language arts anchor standards, for instance, require that children cite evidence and write, and thus think, in patterns that can more easily be graded by computers. Here is the triumph of technology over wisdom and learning. Submit to tech in every matter. We are Eliot's human engines, humanity made readable for the computer. With Boeing's launch of the 737 MAX, the company promised a high-tech update to the world's most popular plane. The model contained a software feature new to commercial aviation, the Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System, MCAS, which promised to automatically resolve emergencies caused by too much lift without any help from a human pilot. It seemed a sound enough program, that is, until October 2018, when a faulty sensor on Lion Air Flight 610 mistakenly activated MCAS and initiated a dive, overriding the pilot and causing the plane to crash, killing all 189 passengers and crew. Only 5 months later, the same software malfunction on Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302 led to the deaths of an additional 157 people. What happened? In one sense, what happened was a terrible design process. Given the software's complexity, which would cost pilots precious time to master, Boeing's designers had opted not to tell pilots or airlines about the program, wiping all references to it from training manuals. MCAS activation was sophisticated and unlikely enough, they reasoned, that there was no need for pilots to know about it, much less to spend time getting trained in its operation. The pilots had been intentionally made ignorant of the program, so they couldn't understand the problem. But there is a deeper sense of mystery to this question. How is it possible for a technological system to come into existence? One that is as huge and complicated as the world's largest aerospace company, in which agents utterly lack the information they need to perform their roles. No one can understand why things happen as they do, and it is unknown where blame should rest when disaster strikes. Only one employee, a technical pilot, faced criminal charges, and he was acquitted. Boeing recently reached a deal with the Justice Department to avoid criminal prosecution. The question is hardly unique to Boeing. Everywhere one turns today, one confronts some maddeningly opaque system, unreachable customer service call centers, government services marked by inscrutable forms and procedures, smartphones' ever-increasing intrusion between us and whatever we are actually trying to do, the operations of which defy comprehension by any mere mortal, even those supposedly in control. This feeling of dread born of organizational entanglement is hardly new. Kafka's study of impenetrable bureaucracies, The Trial, turned 100 this year. 2 decades earlier, Max Weber was already describing the iron cage built by modernity's rationality and calculation. But this old frustration has been given a new color by computer technology and its ever more total digitalization of our lives, which we are condemned to waste away in a hunch while we struggle with buggy but indispensable apps. We might even yearn for the physicality of an iron cage, now obsolesced by a crueler virtual one. Joseph K. was prosecuted for an unknown crime, but at least he got to speak to someone in person. We get a chatbot. There is, we suspect, some vast design surrounding us, the unintelligibility of which is matched only by the incompetence of its authors. Darrell Campbell's Fatal Abstraction. Why the managerial class loses control of software seeks to unravel this mystery and explain the unexplainable digital webs around us. Campbell is both a veteran of the tech world, having worked at Amazon, Uber, Tinder, and other firms, and a chronicler of it, as a former reporter at The Verge. Armed with this experience and perspective, he tells the story of the rise of managerial software and the takeover of the tech industry by a class of narrow-minded, bungling elite managers. Fatal Abstraction gets at something essential by placing the unholy marriage of managerialism and software at the center of modern tech's dysfunctions. But he misattributes their cause. For the unity between software and the managers, between the computer revolution and the managerial revolution, is no arbitrary, reversible thing but the reflection of an enduring tension between the growth of information and the need for control. Software has not been co-opted by managerialism. It is co-constitutive with it. Campbell takes as his starting point the managerial revolution observed by James Burnham in the early 20th century. The subject has received much attention in recent years but bears a brief summary here. For Burnham, as for Campbell, the increased output and regularity of production and distribution in the modern economy introduced a degree of complexity and need for coordination that small, privately owned firms could no longer accommodate. In their place arose industrial giants whose centralization of communications, decision-making, and capital, and whose separation of ownership and control between nominal property owners and the actual controllers of corporate assets signified a decisive shift from one economic system to another. Capitalism's reliance on the market mechanism and the unity of ownership and control over the means of production had given way to a new order, one based on deference to the visible hand of the vertically integrated corporation and the centralized power of the advanced bureaucratic state. The expanded scale of these new enterprises required a kind of mastery beyond that of the details unique to each industry. It demanded a knowledge of the more conceptual, intangible matters of corporate operations, organizational structure, and financial accounting, matters that applied to any large enterprise, regardless of what it did. To fill the need for this type of expertise, a new character in modern society had to emerge, representing, in Campbell's words, a new command and control layer at the very top of the company. The members of this class specialized in abstraction. Rather than focusing on the mundane details of the particular products or services they sold, they floated above in the realm of efficiency and organizational strategy. As Burnham put it, through changes in the technique of production, the functions of management become more distinctive, more complex, more specialized, and more crucial to the whole process of production, thus serving to set off those who perform these functions as a separate group or class in society. The manager might not know how his factory's widgets got made, but he could read a balance sheet and present quarterly earnings before a board. Campbell somewhat oversimplifies this story, collapsing into one concept Burnham's managerialism and the later ideology of neoliberalism. Claims that professional managers cannot prioritize profits over anything because in their view there is nothing else worth considering, and that managerialism defines good and bad only in terms of impacts to cash flows and profits, relate more to the Friedman-esque vision of business in the 1970s and 1980s than to the problems of organizational bigness that the earlier managers arose to solve. One can read the preeminent business historian of the managerial revolution, Alfred D. Chandler Jr., or Burnham himself, without encountering this all-encompassing celebration of money. Indeed, Burnham thought that as capitalism faded away, so would the profit motive. He also understood himself to be describing a transformation that had already been underway for decades. Campbell muddles the history by fusing this long-term economic transformation with a more recent ideological development. Nevertheless, his definition of managerialism offers an effective enough starting point from which to critique the tech industry. The notion that every part of a business can be abstracted into its financial components and therefore optimized according to scientific principles. Managerialism's power and danger lie in how it forces every domain of human action into the Procrustean bed of a generic, contentless administration. The uniform flattening allows professional managers, who lack special expertise in what an individual business actually does, but who have significant expertise in the operation of business in general, to parachute into any operation and quickly understand how to balance the competing demands of customers, suppliers, employees, and investors. A manager can survey a business proposition with just enough understanding to know how to make a quick buck, cutting personnel waste here, synergizing best practices there, and evaluating key performance indicators before jetting off to the next inefficient venture. Now, the world does not lack criticisms of the modern cult of efficiency, or of businesses' prioritization of short-term gains, or of the infuriating insertion of software into and predictable fragilization of everything from cars to refrigerators. But Campbell's argument goes beyond complaints about getting, spending, and complicating. His more novel contribution is to tie managerialism, which dates back more than a century, to the rise of software in recent decades, arguing that their union is uniquely destructive and accounts for today's inscrutable but inescapable systems. Managerialism, in Campbell's estimation, was always bad on its own, with its invocation of non-values such as optimization and the reduction, but not elimination, of collateral damage, the concealment of difficult moral questions behind bland technical jargon, and above all, the dismissal of our common humanity in favor of the inexorable logic of efficiency. But under what we might call the managerialism of atoms, at least the manager's greedy grasp was confined to the physical world, establishing some basic guardrails on their actions. Software demolished those guardrails, enabling an unbounded managerialism of bits. Because software collapses the physical boundaries that constrain the movement of capital, goods, and communication, and can be deployed anywhere on Earth instantaneously, managerialism's focus on efficiency can strike faster than ever. Products are released before they are proven safe, and updates are pushed on users before they are proven functional. Under managerialism, it doesn't matter whether a defective app traps users in a dead end, or whether a malfunctioning software update proves deadly, as long as profits are going up. Accompanying the collapse of time and space is software's abstraction and frictionlessness. Software worsens the intrinsic managerial flaw of putting people in charge of processes they don't understand. It enforces a knowledge gap between worker and manager, between the man who knows the product and the man who knows the organization making that product and the industry it operates in. The mistaken premise that an understanding of a technology's revenue model is the same as understanding the technology itself was well captured in a claim by the Don of Scientific Management, Frederick Winslow Taylor. The workman who is best suited to handling pig iron is unable to understand the real science of doing this class of work. He is so stupid that the word percentage has no meaning to him. This illusion of understanding was problem enough when managers were observing, in person, workers laboring in factories to produce physical items. But software's intangibility allows managers to delude themselves even more thoroughly into thinking that they understand their company's products. As the most frictionless conduit between the human mind and the external world ever devised, software lacks the hurdles that force us to slow down, assess our actions, and avoid mistakes. Now, a manager need only push a few buttons to wreak havoc. The result, Campbell contends, is our maze of computer programs that don't work but which we nevertheless feel forced to use, culminating in disasters that the managers, in their ersatz control, don't know enough about to prevent. Managerialism's agency problem, which ignores long-term risks and declines in functionality in favor of short-term gains, is thus coupled with an epistemic problem, a failure to comprehend the very systems and risks that one is supposed to be overseeing. Software's formal features induce managers to drop their guard and use it carelessly, and software's content intensifies the resulting problems, producing today's dangerous union of corporate blindness and technological power. Most of Fatal Abstraction consists of case studies that aim to extract from various instantiations of managerial software an account of the thing itself. Besides the Boeing disasters, Campbell covers Uber's self-driving cars, PowerPoint, social media, and artificial intelligence, with varying degrees of success. The Boeing story is the most compelling for Campbell's thesis, given the clear role of both management and flawed software, and their ruinous consequences. In Campbell's telling, the MAX crashes were the culmination of a decades-long decline precipitated by Boeing's obsession with efficiency. The Max was not intended to be the highest quality or highest tech product in its category, only the cheapest. Managers' obsession with lowering costs and hitting absurd deadlines, despite their weak grasp of the engineering challenges facing products, necessitated cutting corners and forgoing due diligence, especially around safety. In any organization that comes to rely on cheap kludges and that follows the one unbreakable law of project management, something can be done fast, cheap, or well, but you can only pick two. 16 disasters such as the Max crashes are all but guaranteed. Other case studies follow a similar pattern. A managerially run tech company wants to make money over everything else. Managers foist a new technology on their business or their customers, which they themselves barely understand, and which barely works. And finally, calamity ensues. Uber, for instance, saw software as the key to getting self-driving cars on the road as fast as possible. As the head of its autonomous vehicle program explained, "We don't need redundant brakes and steering, or a fancy new car. We need better software. To get to that better software faster, we should deploy the first 1,000 cars ASAP." The result was the death of a pedestrian just months after Uber halved the number of humans required to monitor autonomous cars' sensors. As with the Boeing crash, culpability here is obscure, perhaps by design. The single safety operator involved in the crash was charged with negligent homicide, but Uber itself faced no criminal charges. Some case studies seem to have been selected less because they support Campbell's thesis of the perfidy of managerial software than because they permit him to recount his own experiences in the tech industry. His criticism of PowerPoint as a weapon of executive deceit, for example, allows him to recount his 15 years at companies that used PowerPoint presentations to mislead investors, customers, and employees. But Campbell offers no reason to view the software as intrinsically complicit in the fraud. If the use of PowerPoint by Theranos Elizabeth Holmes, FTX's Sam Bankman-Fried, and McKinsey Consultants teaches anything, it is that a sucker is born every minute, not anything about the particular nature of managers' usurpation of software. Indeed, this reviewer had never been tempted to defend PowerPoint until seeing it defamed here as an accomplice in Colin Powell's erroneous presentation to the United Nations Security Council about Saddam Hussein's weapons of mass destruction. For all the promise of Campbell's concept of managerial software, much of Fatal Abstraction offers what amount to rather typical examples of tech companies' malfeasance, or at least absurdity. Campbell tells a hilarious story, for example, about Uberversity struggle sessions to convince employees that no criticisms of the company were well-founded. But such ridiculous behavior can be laughed at easily enough without any theory of managerial software. Campbell implicitly concedes as much when he traces Uber's crashes not only to the company's scale and its financial needs, but, above all, to the cult-like allegiance that it demanded from its employees. Nevertheless, although Campbell's criticisms of particular tech companies are not always compelling, he is right to identify a profound connection between managerialism and software. He also has his finger right on the pulse of today's pervasive sense that no one, least of all the peddlers of the latest mandatory upgrade, knows what's going on. The tech industry has become, to borrow from economist Dan Davies, one big accountability sink, with no one to clearly and justly punish. What, then, is to be done? If the problem is managerial software, there would seem to be two potential solutions. Get rid of the managers or get rid of the software. Campbell hardly considers the second option, opting instead for overthrowing the managerial class and, rather than destroying their works, rebooting them with a new ideology. We need software that is not shaped by managerial imperatives, a tech industry in which safety, collateral harm to society, and other qualitative values are incorporated into product development and deployment, rather than being dismissed as non-existent due to their absence from the balance sheet. Such a governing philosophy would offer an approach to software that values modesty alongside ambition, safety alongside speed, and our shared human qualities alongside purely financial qualities. It would also entail overhauling the industry's entire ethos. Campbell sees the non-stop grind set and pitiless hours characteristic of the tech world as unavoidably contributing to the industry's loss of control. Accidents are inevitable if everyone is too focused on hitting quarterly targets and pushing out the next update to stop and check whether the software actually works. For Campbell, such precaution is strictly incompatible with the absolute elevation of efficiency. Managerial companies have only one strategic impulse: get big, do it fast, and make as much money as you can, no matter the consequences. The needed reforms, therefore, cannot happen as long as managerialism remains in place. Of course, the managers aren't going away without a fight. But Campbell is skeptical that more aggressive regulatory or antitrust policy, or reforms to corporate governance, are possible at this point. The biggest tech companies are just too powerful for government regulators to rein in. Instead, if we are to rescue software from the managerial class altogether, the tech workers of the world will need to unite in essentially hacking their own products, contriving to add some additional safety logic beyond what the managers mandate. After all, managers don't understand the products they are overseeing, so they'd never catch the workers who jam their own software to save lives, even if they also reduce sales, thereby ensuring that software reaches the user only once it has proven trustworthy. Campbell's proposal is a sort of reverse bridge on the River Kwai. Here, the managers are the ones ordering the construction of a faulty, dangerous bridge as quickly as possible, and it's up to the POW coders to undermine the mission and secretly make the bridge safe. There's something intuitively appealing about this argument. If a technology is being used in a bad way, why not just start using it in a good, non-managerial way? After all, software has no wants or desires of its own. It can only do what it's told by the managerial class, which acts through the tech workers that it oversees. But this would be to fall for the fallacy, in Marshall McLuhan's words, of the technological idiot, who sees technologies as neutral tools that can be equally used for good or for ill, with no necessary connection between the nature of the technology and its social consequences. Elsewhere, however, Campbell points to just such a connection, intimating a truth that undercuts his hope for a digital world without managers, namely that the two elements of managerial software form a package deal, united by functions and incentives stronger than a big tech cash grab. There is a provocative suggestion implicit in Campbell's argument, that there is an elective affinity, to use Weber's own term, between managerialism and software, based on their shared abstract nature, promise of universal applicability, accommodation of scale, distaste for particularity, and demand for rationalization. The linkage that Campbell perceives between the two is no fluke of avarice, but rather an indication that they serve a similar purpose and offer mutually reinforcing modes of engaging with the modern world. Campbell's insistence that software has been hijacked by managerialism, and that we can have one without the other, supposes that the manager's embrace of software has been a purely contingent affair. Managers have been managing for a long time, one might think, and so when the information economy took off and public attention and financial returns shifted from the tangible to the intangible economy, they simply kept doing what they were doing, only now online. Even when he writes that high technology and managerial control were inextricably linked, he claims that such a link exists only in the eyes of the corporate world, not in reality. Campbell thus approaches only to ignore a profound congruence between managerialism and software, missing a deeper reason why the former has seized upon the latter. Software is the perfect expression of the managerial worldview and the ideal instrument for its mission, making the computer revolution but the latest chapter in the older, underlying managerial revolution. What Campbell misses, perhaps because he merges the administrative challenges that managerialism arose to address with neoliberalism's obsession with profits, is software's tremendous power to increase what James C. Scott called the legibility of the world, the degree to which some discrete object can be identified, observed, recorded, counted, aggregated, and monitored as the result of an intentional effort to organize and make manipulable a mess of complexity. The computer, with its promise of translating everything into the uniform, comprehensible format of ones and zeros, promised a legibility hitherto unattainable, a legibility naturally alluring to the manager, even aside from any financial promise. Taylor, with his then seemingly sophisticated, but now terribly crude, stopwatch method to boost worker productivity, would have bowed before the awesome power of the Excel spreadsheet, a program that would have been more apposite than the PowerPoint slide for a critique of tech-powered quant maxing. The computer has proven to be the most powerful mechanism thus far created for imposing the very kind of order from chaos that has always been the manager's objective. The relationship between software and managerialism, between the computer revolution and the managerial revolution, is thus not one rooted in mere revenue chasing, but rather in the manager's recognition of a similar function and, if we may anthropomorphize a human artifact, a like mind. The manager succeeds by mastering the form, not the content, of an industry and by forcing every foreign detail into the same homogeneous template. What could be better than the world of bits' promise of leveling all the complicated particularity of the world of atoms? This has always been the task of the managers, to, in Campbell's words, make sense of a world that has grown beyond our capacity to understand. Something similar has always been the task of the computer, going back, at least, to Claude Shannon's foundational work reducing all communication to standardized, interchangeable bits. In the same way, The proponents of what Scott called high modernism observed a world teeming with variation, accident and incommensurability, unplanned cities, emergent linguistic quirks, and organically evolving naming practices, and sought to replace them through the forced establishment of a clean, fixed, rational design. Seeing like a manager is little different from, in Scott's formulation, seeing like a state. Indeed, Campbell sounds like an updated Scott when he writes, "The whole point of abstracting the real world into the digital one is to impose order upon it, to find the patterns that are too difficult for humans to grasp, the corrections that are too subtle for us to make." Campbell's hapless bosses and inept tech overlords exhibit the same assumptions as Scott's modernists: that reality can be decomposed into individual, manipulable parts, that processes can be optimized through measurement, and that subjective human judgment can be replaced with objective systems. Lest this relationship between information technology and managerialism appear too ideological or superstructural, history also shows a profound material connection between the two. In fact, it would be a surprise if software were anything but seized upon as an instrument of managerial control, given the longer histories of IT and management, histories which, as historian James Ben Iger has shown, are practically coterminous. As he argues, the unprecedented speed of and corresponding spike in information and communication during the mid to late 19th century precipitated a crisis of control, that is, a period in which innovations in information processing and communication technologies lagged behind those of energy and its application. Beginning with transportation in the 1840s, then spreading to distribution, production, and eventually marketing by the 1880s, the American economy found its capacity to process information overwhelmed by the Industrial Revolution's volume and speed. With every part of the economy, matter, energy, and information, moving ever faster, and with few extant institutions, the market mechanism included, proving capable of meeting the demand for system stability and coordination, society's wheels risked coming off. This crisis was eventually solved by a control revolution, defined as a complex of rapid changes in the technological and economic arrangements by which information is collected, stored, processed, and communicated, and through which formal or program decisions can affect societal control. Such changes in information processing came in two forms. There were technological innovations, among others the typewriter, stock ticker, dictating machine, punch card tabulator, mimeograph, and photostat, all of which helped to accommodate the growth in production, distribution, and consumption. And there were new types of social structures to capitalize on these technologies: modern bureaucracies, coordinated large-scale business enterprises, and a class of managers to oversee the increasing rationalization of society. What this emphasis on a dialectic between information and control contributes to the usual telling of the managerial revolution is the fundamental role played by technological change, with its tendency to both cause and solve crises of informational coordination, to both create a need for, and make possible, a new layer of administrative control, in facilitating the rise of the managers. For the entirety of the managerial revolution, there has been a mutually reinforcing relationship between new technologies of information processing and managerial control. The relationship long predates and likely will outlive Campbell's bogeyman at Microsoft, Meta, OpenAI, and today's other tech giants. The rise of software and the intangible economy ushered in a new but continuous episode in this history. When Ben Iger published his history in 1986, the world's computational capacity could accommodate a few billion gigabytes of information. Today, that figure is measured in the hundreds of zettabytes. 1 zettabyte equals a trillion gigabytes. The computer-driven information explosion is exploding the very language we use to describe it. In 2022, the new prefixes Rana, 1027, and Quetta, 1030, were coined to accommodate the demands of IT and the exponentially growing size of the global data sphere. In the face of this informational onslaught, essentially a new crisis of control, not just the continuation but the acceleration of the managerial project became necessary, resulting in another iteration of the control revolution that is as monumental and complex as the demands of the digital age. As Ben Iger observes, all else being equal, increases in power will always result in increases in speed, which in turn increases the need for control and hence for communication, information processing, programming, and decision, the same abstract technical functions that managers have always performed and sought to perfect. For all of Campbell's attention to software's unrivaled speed, he fails to appreciate that with greater speed comes the need for greater control, and hence for greater management. Hoping for the one without the other, for software without managerialism, is a mug's game, for the two constitute intertwined elements in a single control revolution. What remains for some future Ben Iger to write is the history of this unfolding phase of the control revolution, showing how the computer created both a new crisis of control and the means by which an adapting managerial class could overcome it to secure its place in the new technological reality. In light of the coeval growth of information, technologies to process such information, and managers to administer such technologies since the Industrial Revolution, Campbell's managerial software is something of a pleonasm, representing merely the acceleration of an old and established trend. Even the information overload that Alvin Toffler warned of in his influential 1970 book Future Shock is not really a problem particular to the computer age, but rather a recurring challenge for all industrialized economies. Now, we have come full circle. Managers embrace software because the control crisis offered an undeniable opportunity not just to enjoy strong financial returns, but to reassert administrative dominance over the economy and society. In what is a faithful extension of high modernism's enterprise, Campbell is correct to observe that managerialism is a doctrine of control. But he misses its essential corollary, that software is a technology of control. Detailing this relationship, which Campbell occasionally suggests but never brings out into the open, would be more useful for understanding the political economy of tech, and the reasons why the proliferation of software and the digitalization of our lives have felt so inexorable than moralistic criticisms of managers' greed. It has often been said, following venture capitalist Mark Andreessen, that software is eating the world. But in light of the ongoing control revolution, of which Fatal Abstractions case studies are but a few recent episodes, the truer statement would be that managerialism is eating the world. Software is but the latest instrument in the long-standing managerial project to establish systematicity over a world of mounting complexity, which paradoxically makes control seem both necessary and impossible. Seen from the longer perspective of revolutions, both managerial and technological, dreams of liberated software, unconstrained by the stern hand of the manager, are likely to end in disappointment. Managerialism is not just one ideology among many, or a bit of malware disrupting the information age, but the operating system that allows the entire techno-capital machine to run. Here, Campbell might have engaged more seriously with Burnham himself, who scorned such hopes for a society without some top layer of control. For Burnham, no elimination of the class position currently filled by the managers was possible, in the broadest sense that there would always be a cohort of elites running the show from the top of every society, including modern industrial society. Certainly, not every elite has been as dully focused on the blinkered, neoliberal priorities of recent decades' tech CEOs. But any plot for a revolt by the tech proletariat, a takeover of the machine that yet leaves the machine intact, will fly in the face of the enduring connection between the growing complexity of the machine and the need for a master of that machine. As Burnham himself wrote, when an organization grows to a certain size and when its aims have a certain scope and importance, the conduct of the organizational affairs becomes itself a considerable activity. The organization is able to keep alive and to function only through its leaders. For all the computer's reshaping of society, even it has not overturned the iron law of oligarchy. Whatever social changes occur, whatever happens to economic relations, organization will remain, and through organization an oligarchical rule will be perpetuated. Still, for all the manager's durability, it is worth remembering that for Scott, as for Campbell, the high modernist pretense of knowledge is ultimately just that. Managers have seen in software a technology they think they can understand. As at least the better case studies in Fatal Abstraction show, the managerial class loses control of software and does not actually comprehend the programs it claims to run. Campbell's documentation of botched tech rollouts and overridden safety concerns is the mirror, however conceptually foggy, of Scott's history of high modernism's wreckage, from the Great Leap Forward in China to agricultural collectivization in the Soviet Union to forced settlement in government-planned villages in Tanzania. In each case, the modernists and the managers struggle to overlay a messy reality with a neat order worked, but only for a time, with the extent of the system's eventual collapse proving proportional to the depth of the illusion of control. We are witnessing the warning signs of another such collapse today, as the public pulls back the curtain and finds that the experts no longer understand the systems they run. Having outsourced the provision of many public goods to the tech sector and made basic participation in public life dependent on access to its products, and having also made expertise the criterion of legitimacy, we lack any apparent resources for shoring up the prevailing regime and restoring coherence. The institutions of public life may still possess nominal authority, but they have forfeited intelligibility. Citizens and consumers encounter frail user interfaces for unknown back-end systems. Each of Campbell's disasters, by publicizing our rulers' shoddy work, has done its part to dispel the image of competent administration and undermine any claim to legitimacy. And the disasters will continue until morale improves. In the months since Fatal Abstraction was released, a different model of the Boeing 787 has crashed, killing at least another 270 people. Perhaps, then, the hubristic managerial project of ceaseless standardization, abstraction, and quantification will eventually come to an end, incapacitated, as are each of Scott's and Campbell's case studies, by its own internal contradictions. Burnham himself would be the first to say that no economic order or social structure is permanent, that, in fact, each is more fleeting than most realize. But until such a terminal event should occur, the modern triad of revolutions, managerial, computer, and control, and therefore today's unfathomable yet unavoidable managerial software, are here to stay. Population aging is proceeding apace across the world, but there is little agreement on what to do about it or even whether it is a bad thing at all. On the upside, older, smaller societies will have a correspondingly smaller climate impact, will be able to invest more per child, and will suffer less congestion from overcrowding. Further, many of the causes of population aging are for reasons worth celebrating. Improved life expectancies, greater opportunities particularly for women, and reduced old age poverty. What tends to give people pause, however, is that sustained low birth rates can threaten the viability of social security systems and lead to lower, slower growth rates. Similar to the risks from climate change, an aging, shrinking world threatens to be a place with lower living standards overall. Encouraging people to have more children is not the only solution. Immigration from young to old countries can surely help. Yet many of the traditional origin countries for immigrants to the United States, Canada, the UK, France, and Germany are already at or below the replacement level total fertility rate (TFR) of 2.1 children per woman. India, TFR 2.05, Mexico, 1.90, China, 1.28, Tunisia, 2.11, and Turkey, 1.92, will all soon have fewer potential emigrants. And even those countries that are still above replacement have seen their own birth rates trend steadily downwards since the 1960s. This means that immigration can help shore up many developed world labor forces for the medium term. Though, as seen in recent years, large-scale immigration can lead to political unrest and other trade-offs. But, since no country appears immune to eventually settling into sub-replacement fertility, it is inevitable that societies will have to grapple with the underlying problem. Getting to the root of this latter problem may be a more important challenge than Anglophone or Western European readers anticipate. Many other aging societies face the same growth and social security financing challenges as the United States, but are much less willing to use immigration to bolster their economies. Countries like Japan, 1.34, and South Korea, 0.84, have evinced little support for immigration, even as they have begun the process of population decline. Unless these countries either reverse course on immigration or become more successful in increasing their birth rates, then they and their ultra-low fertility peers with high public debt burdens like Italy, TFR 1.24, and Greece, 1.34, may trigger a bond crisis that could be financially destabilizing. Another cause for concern is that these U.S. allies may struggle to fill their army's ranks, increasing their dependence on U.S. security commitments. For example, the best estimates are that South Korea has about twice the population of North Korea, 51.7 versus 26.0 million. But the United Nations estimates that North Korea had nearly 38% more births in 2021 than South Korea. Fast forward this dynamic by about 20 years, and South Korea's birth dearth may very well be a pressing problem for U.S. national security. Yet, given the scope of the problem, governments have good reasons to avoid doing anything too radical to boost birth rates. Stronger measures may work, but the crux of the problem is that governments want women to do it all, to have more children and to keep working. Any policy that actively encourages one while discouraging the other will be self-defeating. All OECD countries have female employment to population ratios well above 0.5 and several above 0.8. Modern states have thus become completely dependent on the labor and taxes of their female citizens while largely retaining the tax and education structures that were set up back when boys were the default pupil and men were the default taxpayers. Governments are thus boxed in by three different considerations: fiscal, political, and demographic. Together, these form an iron triangle of family policy that effectively limits government's scope of action. On the fiscal side, governments tempted to throw money at families are confronted with the realities of basic tax accounting. The average cost of a child appears to be quite high, A 2017 U.S. Department of Agriculture estimate for the lifetime cost of raising a child born in 2015 put the figure at $233,610, $295,357 in 2023 dollars. By contrast, as of 2021, the federal government can expect to collect $339,173 in federal income taxes over the lifetime of the average citizen. Additionally, the federal government collects $272,000 in FICA taxes from the average person, for a combined sum of $611,173. This means that the U.S. government would have to spend approximately half of its expected lifetime tax receipts if it wanted to fully offset families' costs of having a child. Politically, pronatalist politics are likely to become more difficult as societies age. Older populations in societies with high female labor force participation have a plethora of reasons to resist spending more money on families. For older people, government spending may be viewed increasingly as zero-sum in an age of ballooning old age support payments. Further, as stated above, pronatalist policies that threaten to set back women's gains in the workplace are sure to be vociferously opposed, in addition to being fiscally self-defeating. Lastly, governments will struggle in the face of these realities to target the demographics that appear to have the highest gaps between their ideal and realized number of children. The working and middle classes. A U-shaped relationship between fertility rates and income has emerged in the United States and several other countries, whereby the poorest and richest families appear to be achieving or exceeding their desired fertility targets, but the shortfall has grown in the wide middle. Better access to childcare, increased subsidies, and steps to lower the cost of housing could probably all help the middle and working classes achieve their desired family sizes. All of these will cost money, however, which is something that many governments will find increasingly scarce. Even in Israel, the one wealthy country with above replacement TFR, demographics are causing significant political and fiscal problems. Much of their population growth is concentrated among the Haredim or ultra-Orthodox Jews, who do have very large families, but whose men have lower labor force participation rates than the national average. From a purely fiscal point of view, increased child cash transfers would not necessarily yield the desired return, unless they could be targeted at just the lower fertility parts of the population, a blatantly discriminatory policy. Breaking through the iron triangle thus means re-examining old assumptions about how societies arrived at this juncture and considering fresh approaches to help people achieve their ideal family sizes. A brief review of the history of falling birth rates shows why smaller family sizes have become a hallmark of modern development, and why there are few effective, off-the-shelf policies to change them. In their 2013 book, Why Nations Fail, Darren Acemoglu and James Robinson relate the story of the Englishman William Lee, who invented an early mechanized knitter that would allow people to make clothes in a fraction of the normal time. In 1589, he finally secured an audience with Queen Elizabeth I with the hopes of being issued a royal patent. Sadly, his hopes were crushed, because Elizabeth feared that the machine would destabilize the realm by throwing too many people out of work. Attempts to acquire a patent in France and from Elizabeth's successor James I were also refused on the same grounds. Acemoglu and Robinson draw on these examples and many others to argue that growth and change can only occur when elites open their political systems to upwardly mobile elite aspirants, reward innovation, and allow for broad-based economic participation. While their argument that inclusive economic institutions are at the center of economic growth is not entirely convincing, they do establish a strong case that states and societies thrive when elites are convinced that permitting change is more advantageous than holding on to a stagnant status quo. Prior to the 20th century, demographic realities made rulers especially cautious about the unintended consequences of change. Malthusian pressures coupled with high mortality rates ensured that most populations were quite young. For example, the median age reported by the 1820 U.S. Census was a mere 16.7. There is no reason to think that median ages in most societies prior to 1800 would have been any higher than the early 20s. Young populations tend to be more prone to rise up in revolt, so a certain economic and political conservatism by ruling elites was a logical, if suboptimal, choice. Now that the majority of humanity lives in rapidly aging countries with subreplacement fertility, it is worth revisiting and expanding Acemoglu and Robinson's framework for insights into how most of humanity arrived in this position and where we might go from here. There are a wide range of reasons why birth rates have declined since the 18th century. A non-exhaustive list of culprits includes capitalism, secularization, literacy, and declining sperm counts, among countless other reasons. Each of these may or may not be contributing, But it is also useful to ask why states tended to adopt policies or encourage trends that would depress birth rates. After all, from the government's perspective, fewer births mean fewer potential taxpayers and soldiers. So why have changes that tend to lower birth rates like industrialization, child labor laws, and mass literacy been embraced? Essentially, the Acemoglu and Robinson framework would argue that innovations occur due to greater education, and greater educational attainment leads to higher quality taxpayers who are more innovative even if it means fewer taxpayers altogether. These same technological innovations are often socially disruptive, and societies and their gatekeepers must decide whether to allow them to take root, and then how to adapt to them. As an organizational principle, one can think of a social, economic, or technical innovation as a shock, a term economists use to describe unanticipated changes. Shocks are not necessarily expected to act uniformly, since how susceptible a society, region, or subgroup is to the shock's effects is going to depend on pre-existing characteristics. For example, a now canonical example is China's accession to the World Trade Organization, which prompted the United States to lower its tariff rates on many goods. Since manufacturers facing this new import competition were more concentrated in some communities and not others, job losses were much more heavily concentrated in some areas than others. Once the gatekeepers agree to let the shock proceed, they then must adjust and adapt as the consequences become apparent. Unfortunately for policymakers, cultural shocks seem to play a role at least as important as economic shocks in driving the long-run decline in birth rates. For example, a convincing body of evidence has shown that fertility began declining in France even before Malthusian conditions began to wane. This may come as a surprise, because mass literacy precipitates secularization in many societies, and literacy and education are popularly linked to fertility decline. Excellent papers by Enrico Spolor, Romain Wachiarg, and Guillaume Blanc, however, show fertility decline in the modern era began in France as a symptom of dechristianization, and then diffused throughout Europe along lines determined by cultural and linguistic distance from France. Secularization would come later to Protestant countries for reasons not yet well established empirically, but its effects on birth rates seem to be measurable by about the late 1870s. A paper by Brian Beach and W. Walker Hanlon makes the case that the probable direct catalyst was the Bradlaugh-Besant trial in 1877 in the UK, which publicized effective contraceptive methods for perhaps the first time. Defendants Charles Bradlaugh and Annie Besant were tried for Disseminating Fruits of Philosophy, a tract with detailed information on contraceptive use. They incidentally received support from Britain's National Secular Society, incorporated in 1866. Their qualified guilty verdict was overturned on a technicality, and Fruits of Philosophy sold widely, particularly in those areas where press coverage of the trial was most intense. Beach and Hanlon's paper shows that fertility decline diffused along cultural lines toward other Anglophone regions in subsequent years. While secularization appears to have been the first mover, almost all scholars agree that the Industrial Revolution and its attendant economic changes played a central role in both modernization and, ultimately, shrinking family sizes. Industrialization eventually encourages both urbanization and greater educational attainment, both of which tend to increase the cost of the marginal child. Yet once the Industrial Revolution took off and enriched Britain at the expense of its competitor nations, the logic of state competition ensured that other countries would eventually seek to modernize so as not to get left behind. States pursued development, even if it did initially cause unemployment and social dislocation, because those with prosperous economies could collect more taxes per capita, which in turn facilitated financing wars, internal improvements, and the development of cutting-edge technologies. Promoting mass literacy and numeracy are natural extensions of this process. Pace James Scott, literate citizens who can sign forms make the population more legible to the state, and thus are more easily taxed and conscripted. Education allows workers to better use labor-enhancing technologies, but also helps states to make the most of their conscripts. The eventual shift during World War II and the Cold War into explicitly technological forms of state competition, such as atom bombs, spy planes, etc., again only reinforced the premium the state placed on having an educated citizenry, whose brightest minds could be coaxed or pressed into service. While the benefits of education to the state and to the individual are powerful, they impose their own demands that would revolutionize the life course of the average person and the relationship between the individual and the state. The syllogism runs as follows: children are more educable than adults. Higher targeted levels of education require more time spent in school. As part of the adaptation and adjustment process by societies, childhood was increasingly set off as a special time where parents and the state would share the burden of educating and raising children. This meant, however, that the pecuniary payoff to parents from having children would be increasingly delayed. Accordingly, most studies have found that restricting child labor probably decreased fertility more directly than the additional years of education in and of themselves. On the other side of the life cycle, modernization demanded a revolution in the relationship between adults and their extended families. Scientific advances helped tame mortality at every age, but also created a problem where increasingly valuable prime age, tax-paying adults were having to take care of elderly parents. Longer lifespans also made the sharp increase in poverty among the elderly during the Great Depression a more pressing social problem. Formalizing old age as a time for rest from labor by granting a state pension helped to reduce both old age poverty and prime age men's obligation to provide for their elderly parents. One study showed that men whose fathers were early recipients of Social Security had higher mobility and lifetime earnings, although women did not experience similar benefits. This is likely because Social Security obviated sons' social obligation to provide materially for elderly parents, but not daughters' social obligation to provide care. Nonetheless, from the state's point of view in the mid-20th century, this was a good bargain. The demands of state competition were so powerful over this time period that this basic trajectory was followed regardless of whether a country was a liberal democracy or an autocracy, and transcended even the capitalist-communist divide. For example, Democratic politicians could run on a win-win platform of making the individual and the nation richer via investments in education. Communism had a special affinity for education and industrial progress, and correspondingly the Soviet Union and Cuba both boasted universal literacy rates by the 1950s and 60s. Yet even non-communist autocracies embraced the case for mass education out of fear of falling behind in economic, scientific, and military terms, even if they had to compensate for depriving an educated citizenry of their political rights by engaging in ever more elaborate forms of state propaganda. Literacy and numeracy have thus advanced across all corners of the globe since the start of the 20th century. Even at the start of the 20th century, however, there was growing evidence that this state-charted life course was undermining the economic case for having children. Old age insurance schemes alone probably played a major role in TFR reductions observed since 1920, with one estimate finding that Social Security generosity is responsible for at least 50% of the reduction in U.S. TFR, from 3 to 2.27. But more generally, the expectation that children should be educated for eventual employment in the market economy had undermined the idea that children were an economic benefit to their parents even before the advent of Social Security. Philip Longman's The Empty Cradle quotes the response given by one anonymous father to Theodore Roosevelt's call for upper-class families to have more children. It used to be said that it did not cost anything to raise a baby, but on the contrary, it was an investment. Such a proposition can no longer be maintained. Each baby cramps a little all that have come before it, with the result that the mother and father are soon obliged to sacrifice themselves almost entirely on the family altar. Nonetheless, the upsides of this development pattern were strong enough that even though many European and Anglosphere states saw fertility rates decline overall across the 19th century, movements to encourage more births only started to emerge at the start of the 20th century. This amounted to mostly rhetoric, but history itself would shortly intervene. While birth rates declined to about replacement rate in the world's richest countries during the Great Depression, the post-war period did see a baby boom in many countries under conditions that, if anything, formalized the industrial life cycle model even more stringently. There appears to be no scholarly consensus on what exactly touched off the baby boom, and several leading hypotheses lack strong empirical support. One possibility is that culture again trumped economics, or at least interacted with it in ways still not entirely understood. The war elevated the status of veterans, which thanks to the draft encompassed about 10 million men primarily in their late teens and 20s. The baby boom itself occurred not just in the United States, but among almost all of the victorious allies. Popular sentiment in the United States was that veterans were owed a debt. Earl Warren, then governor of California, expressed this attitude well in his second inaugural address in January 1947. "We are ready and able to do our part in placing California veterans in the kinds of homes for which they longed while overseas and which they now desperately need." Warren matched word to deed. 6 million housing units, 3.5 million of those single-family houses, were constructed in California during the 30-year period following World War II. This prodigious building boom would be unimaginable in California today, where annual housing unit production has recently averaged only about 80,000 per annum. In much the same spirit, the federal government passed the GI Bill in 1944 with its housing and educational benefits for veterans. Notably, the baby boom was really the result of a marriage boom, as the out-of-wedlock birth rate at the time was quite low. Veterans' elevated status was probably a contributing factor to the surge in marriages that occurred after the war, a cultural shock unlikely to be neatly replicated anytime soon. All of these changes were conducive to family formation. Other factors, such as reductions in maternal mortality rates and the rise in real incomes, particularly men's, probably played a role as well, but do not seem to be the primary drivers. The origins of the baby boom demand more scholarly attention, but one reasonable interpretation of the facts is that when policymakers are motivated to accommodate people's pre-existing desires for family formation, high levels of family formation are likely to follow suit. The baby boom officially ended in the United States in 1964 when birth rates returned to their pre-boom levels. The mid-1960s popularly marked the beginning of a new era in U.S. history that profoundly changed American society. The civil rights movement, second-wave feminism, Roe v. Wade, and stagflation all followed in quick succession. Beneath these headlines, profound changes in family formation were taking place. The figure below shows that the age at first marriage for women has risen steadily from its low of 20.5 in 1950 to 27 in the 2010 census. Birth rates in the United States and other allied countries began to decline and have since settled in at rates lower than those observed prior to the baby boom. Further, the decline in birth rates after mid-century in the United States seems to have occurred pretty much in lockstep regardless of region or urbanicity. Studies on local population decline show that birth rates have largely converged regardless of one's location or community type in the United States. These changes have all of the hallmarks of a major, national economic and social shock. The 1960s are notable because they appear to mark the time when the same logic that had pushed governments to promote mass literacy, taxable work in the formal sector, and higher educational attainment among men eventually led them toward extending the same value proposition to the female half of the population. Like the spread of education and literacy itself, the logic of welcoming women into the paid labor force transcended the capitalist communist or the democratic authoritarian divides. If anything, communist states led the way. The 1970 Soviet census showed that 80% of working-age women, 15 to 54, were employed. The comparable rate for U.S. women in 1977 was just 54%. Why this occurred in the middle of the 1960s is of course debatable. The role of rising female educational attainment, however, seems too important to ignore. Already at the start of the 1960s, the average 20-year-old woman in the United States was a high school graduate, and the average educational attainment gap between men and women was quite small. This small gap between the sexes had actually been a persistent feature of American life since at least the 1870s. This is less surprising in light of arguments made by Immanuel Todd's lineages of modernity, Dobka and Tertilt, and others that the rising returns to education increase the relative status of literate women in pre-industrial and early industrial societies where they are seen as the first educators of children. Look no further than the Taliban for proof. A recent move to ban female education has encountered strong resistance from both men and women. Female educational attainment continued to rise beyond a high school diploma with every successive birth cohort for a variety of reasons. The baby boom and the GI Bill spurred the creation of many new public universities, which were eager to fill seats with warm bodies, male or female. Coeducation in the United States had already been rising as part of a slow but steady process among both private and public colleges, so that by the 1960s most of the holdouts were Catholic universities and elite northeastern private schools. Pressure nonetheless steadily increased on the holdouts, partly by rising demand for coeducation among the baby boomers themselves. From the perspective of the government, every well-educated person not earning money in the paid labor force is one less salary that could be taxed, making it no coincidence that the 1964 Civil Rights Act also included Title VII banning employment discrimination on the basis of sex. The problem came largely after college, when women newly armed with degrees then tried to secure employment on equal terms. The battles fought by the first women to break into the male-dominated professions are well known. Some of the toll can be seen in the rise of women who remained childless by ages 40 to 44, corresponding to the cohorts of educated women who entered the workforce in the 1960s through the early 1980s. Figure 3A, inspired by Gretchen Livingston's work at Pew Research, shows the rise and fall in childlessness among women aged 40 to 44 using June Current Population Survey (CPS) data. These data somewhat overstate the share who will have lifetime childlessness, because birth rates among women in that age bracket are much higher today than they were at the start of the sample period, 1976. CPS data are unfortunately sparser on childlessness among women aged 45 to 49, who better reflect lifetime childlessness. In Figure 3b, I used 3 years where this age group was sampled to show the share of childlessness by educational attainment in 1995, 2012, and 2020. It shows that falling childlessness is chiefly driven by falling childless rates among women with a bachelor's degree or more. The across-the-board fall in childlessness, which has been particularly sharp among women with professional degrees, indicates that firms, families, and governments have slowly adapted to this major shock with at least some success. This adaptation has taken several forms. Starting in the 1980s, childcare became increasingly marketized, which helped many working women convert the opportunity time cost of childrearing into a pecuniary cost that could be benchmarked against their wage. Numerous theoretical and empirical studies show that fully marketized, high-quality childcare has been an important contributor to the decline in childlessness in women with higher education. Assisted reproductive technologies have also played an important role in easing career-child trade-offs, shifting outward the age at first birth, increasing total completed fertility, and flattening the education gradient in childlessness. Parental leave policies also seem to increase both total number of children born and women's labor force participation, although the effect seems to drop off around 1 year of paid leave, presumably because the cost of foregone working experience becomes too high. In addition to these practical measures, the emergence of what is often called the neoliberal revolution also offered an intellectual framework for accommodating women's aspirations. In economics, this is related to the idea of the human capital model of personal and societal development. In essence, the argument was that development stages after industrialization would focus more on non-routine cognitive tasks and involve a lifelong education and training paradigm. Mass college education would allow people from all parts of society to develop their skills to the full extent of their individual abilities. Human capital, in this telling, was as important if not more important than physical capital, because the industries of the future were increasingly seen as tied less to physically intensive industries like manufacturing and construction and more to the digital sphere and services, where sex differences matter very little or where women may even have an advantage. The upshot for women and families in the emergence of this paradigm was that as women's share of the educational pipeline steadily grew, their leverage in white-collar workplaces steadily grew as well. Women first overtook men among college graduates around 1980, and as of 2021 make up about 60% of college students. For some time, then, these accommodations appeared to work, particularly in the United States. TFR hovered around replacement in the United States between the late 1980s and the mid-2000s. As recently as 2007, US TFR was 2.12, just a notch above replacement. Even low-fertility countries like Germany saw a rebound in childbearing in the 1990s and 2000s from lows observed in the mid-1980s. This phase appears to have come to an abrupt end, however, with the Great Recession. What is strange about the current situation, though, is not just that sub-replacement fertility has steadily taken hold in both the developed and non-developed world. Many countries have also jointly experienced a sharp post-2015 TFR decrease for reasons that are currently unclear. Prior to 2015, some countries like China, the United States, Brazil, South Korea, and to a lesser extent the UK seem to have experienced a TFR rise that peaked around the Great Recession, followed by a dip between roughly 2010 to 2013, a recovery that peaked around 2015, and then steady decline since 2015. For China, this decline seems like it took hold closer to 2017, as a one-time boost in 2016 from the repeal of the one-child policy gave way to the bust seen elsewhere. Others, like Russia, Japan, Iran, and Israel, had a trajectory that looks more like a steady rise in TFR from 2005 to 2015 or so, followed by a sharp decline. Other countries, like Mexico, saw steady decreases in TFR throughout the entire time period, but the pace of decline picked up around 2015. Generally speaking, when various countries seem to be on different trajectories and then all snap into a shared pattern at around the same time, that is strongly suggestive evidence of a shared shock. Yet I have no strong hypotheses about what that shock might have been. Making this change all the more puzzling is that a recent story from the Wall Street Journal reported that the latest survey data show that Americans' ideal family size remains at approximately 2.5 children. Nonetheless, that this pattern emerged years before COVID suggests that we have entered into some new paradigm, and the need to be innovative to help people close these gaps appears all the more pressing. Whatever is causing the most recent decline in fertility, the Iron Triangle paradigm suggests that this accelerated population aging is going to make additional direct spending on families even harder than it is at present. Worse, future dependency ratios will be even higher than initially forecast, making it more important for mothers and fathers to stay in the workforce when they have children. The challenge liberal democracies, in particular, face is to try to address the problem mostly via economic incentives, even though the most recent declines, like those in the past, are likely cultural in nature. Lastly, Pacesemoglu and Robinson, societies want to continue to reap the benefits of an educated and innovative workforce, and so will want to keep the quality of children's human capital the same or better, while somehow also enabling families to increase in size. There are actually 3 possible directions for states to go that do not directly run afoul of either the fiscal, political, or demographic planks of the Iron Triangle, nor conflict with liberal democratic values. One possibility is to formally recognize the importance of grandparents in the process of helping with a newborn by piloting some sort of grandparental leave, perhaps financed by Social Security. Several papers have shown that close proximity to grandparents, particularly retired grandparents, both increases a mother's labor force participation and, in some settings, her completed fertility. It also seems to be the case that women whose mothers are able to provide support after childbirth are less likely to develop postpartum depression. Yet this can come at the cost of reducing grandmothers' labor supply in particular, especially in places where childcare options are poor, possibly because there are few formal mechanisms for grandparents to take a temporary leave of absence the way there are for parents. One approach would be to allow grandparents to take leave from work for up to 1/4 to help the new parents, while receiving some fraction of their expected Social Security wage. The yearly expenditure would not necessarily be very high. The average Social Security monthly payment is $1,782, or about $5,345 per quarter. There are about 4 million babies born each year, so even under the assumption that at least one grandparent per grandchild would A. opt into the leave and B. receive their full expected Social Security payment, the estimated cost per year would be about $21.4 billion, not accounting for foregone FICA taxes from the grandparents' wages, against the Social Security Administration's current budget of $1.42 trillion. This approach is unlikely to run afoul of the political side of the triangle, because it benefits voters across generations and is likely to be seen, on net, as helping women maintain their career achievements, allowing greater labor force attachment for new parents, and possibly even enabling families to have an additional child if so desired thanks to the expectation of extra help, would probably go some way toward offsetting these costs in the long run as well. Unlike parental leave, which is tied to work, this program would benefit all parents, and the health benefits to new moms alone may help it significantly offset the costs, given that a 2020 NIH study estimated that untreated maternal depression costs about $14.2 billion per year. Governments can also double down on other policies that allow for greater flexibility in conjunction with grandparental leave, including allowing paid family leave to be used in part-time work arrangements, permitting parents to gradually return to work after parental leave, and encouraging businesses to permit parents to take their leaves within a flexible 1-year window postpartum. Another advantage may be for the grandparents themselves. For example, several programs that have combined nursing homes with daycares have shown that these sorts of intergenerational interactions lower the sense of isolation and increase health and well-being among the older residents. Using relatively cost-effective measures like these may go a long way toward boosting health for all generations and maintaining prime-age labor supply, with possible beneficial side effects for childbearing as well. The next approach would be to take a page out of the baby boom and tackle affordable family formation directly. A good place to start would be to facilitate the building of single-family homes. In the wake of the housing bust, single-family home building has lagged household formation for almost 15 years. Several papers have found that homeownership facilitates both marriage and having children. Some national-level policymakers have already embraced the challenge, such as British Prime Minister Rishi Sunak's recent promise to build 1 million new homes. Thinking on this issue needs to be broader than just building new housing, however. As pointed out by Alan Mallock in his book Smaller Cities in a Shrinking World, many shrinking countries are caught in a vicious cycle in which declining economic activity prompts young people to move to just 1 or 2 thriving cities, usually the capital. This in turn pushes up housing prices in these selected areas, depressing birth rates further, while exacerbating population decline. Even in growing countries like the United States, economic activity has become ever more concentrated in a handful of so-called superstar cities or hub cities. Place-based and industrial policies should be reassessed not just on their ability to assist distressed regions, but as a way to create places young families can settle in that are more conducive to affordable family formation than the superstar cities. A variety of studies have shown that well-targeted place-based policies like manufacturing extension, customized job training, and infrastructure investments can achieve positive results at relatively low costs. Inasmuch as these policies do stimulate additional local economic activity without raising local housing prices, then their knock-on effects on family formation mean they offer quite a good bargain. In a similar vein, a fiscally inexpensive but potentially effective measure is to have governments encourage the working from home (WFH) revolution spurred by the pandemic. This obviously would help mostly knowledge workers, but increased WFH seems to have led to a positive bump in the birth rate of college-educated women. Corporations have reigned in WFH significantly since the height of the pandemic, but there may be some actions the federal government can take, such as encouraging remote work by allowing corporations to write down at least some of the costs associated with permitting WFH. It seems like WFH encouraged more people to have children because it allows for more flexible work arrangements. Programs like Tulsa Remote and Ascend WV that recruit remote workers to cheap locales could be more formally encouraged, possibly with federal grants, because they both can help boost distressed economies and likely yield higher completed fertility for the enrollees. A third direction would be for policymakers to take more seriously the mounting evidence that young men are lagging behind their female peers in educational attainment and career progression. Richard Reeves's Book of Boys and Men is a good compendium of the ways that young men have fallen behind women and how policy interventions often fail to aid boys. One important way this is manifesting itself is the declining share of men and women aged 40 and younger who are married. For those born in the 1980s, the projected share married by age 40 is expected to be about 60%. On current trajectories, for those born in the 1990s, this figure could very well be closer to 40%. Such a dramatic difference between birth cohorts relatively close in age is hard to ascribe solely to a major shift in tastes and preferences for marriage. Nor is this a problem unique to the United States. The disconnect between men and women takes other forms in other countries. But one robust finding is that men's attitudes toward having a working wife while the children are young increasingly explain a large share of the variation in fertility rates across countries. The more accepting men are of being married to a working mother, the higher the country's fertility rate and the lower the wife's child penalty in earnings. Governments in countries with high child penalties can embark on education campaigns to encourage men to value working wives, even if it means splitting childcare, although the efficacy of this kind of messaging is an open question. In the United States, where working mothers are relatively accepted, we may hope that the spike in manufacturing investment occasioned by the Inflation Reduction and CHIPS Acts may be especially likely to boost male employment. This would raise their economic status and likely allow them to be seen as better marriage partners, but it is too soon to tell. Lastly, if governments want to spend money directly on the problem, probably the most promising avenue is to target those people who already want a child but are concerned with the upfront pecuniary costs. There is a clear positive relationship between fertility and how much a country spends on childcare and early childhood education, although the results are modest. For example, in spite of Denmark spending up to 2% of GDP on childcare and early childhood education, among the highest for developed countries, in 2014, it had a TFR of around 1.69. In fact, while all OECD countries have increased their spending on families since the mid-20th century, only Israel had a TFR above replacement as of 2020, 2.90, in large part due to the aforementioned ultra-Orthodox Jewish population. In addition to having limited effects, these programs tend to be pricey. Hungary spent around 6.2% of its national GDP on various pronatal measures in 2022, but only achieved a TFR of 1.52. Of these, spending on improving childcare access seems like the best possible program. It directly targets the parenthood-work trade-off keenly experienced by many parents while fostering both parental employment and increased family size. Subsidized, high-quality programs that look to foster cognitive development can even enable better parenting. Smartly designed programs can help get directly to the heart of the child quantity-quality trade-off that inhibit time or money-stressed parents from having another child. I should note that the quality-quantity trade-off is a controversial idea in the social sciences. Brian Kaplan amassed a mountain of evidence in his book Selfish Reasons to Have More Kids, arguing that the quantity-quality trade-off is mostly bunk and that children's future outcomes are much less dependent on parenting than is commonly believed. While that is not necessarily my own read of the evidence, I think there's a good reason that most people have not acted on his advice. The idea of a quantity-quality trade-off is very much in our heads, and I suspect implanted there quite firmly by Mother Nature. Real or not, people are reacting to perceived scarcity in their environment. This is true whether that scarce resource is financially stable, committed family men for lower middle class or working class women, the number of slots at elite schools for upper middle class families, or, more generally, time for both work, children, and leisure. Even if Kaplan is right on the merits, asking people to go against their instincts and preferences is probably a fool's errand. The other benefit from spending more on childcare is that subsidized access to childcare will help precisely those families in the middle of the income distribution where fertility rates have sagged the most in recent years. In 2000, mothers without a college degree were at parity with college-educated women in time spent on care, but by 2019, they were spending an additional 10 hours a week. This divergence suggests that these women have had trouble accessing the childcare market and have reduced their fertility accordingly. Targeting this group would require some finesse. The ranks of childcare workers will be disproportionately drawn from their ranks, creating a classic cus custodiet ipsos custodes problem. This sector may be especially suited, then, for generous wage subsidies. Letting childcare workers earn essentially a full week's wage for half a week's worth of work would allow them to have the time and resources to provide care to other people's families as well as their own. These are vital insights that can be gleaned from Welfare for Markets, which deftly surveys many of the philosophical and political quandaries that basic income poses. Still, the authors leave open the fundamental question of where cash assistance ends up, how it may aid or defer development, depending on the larger social resources present in the locales where income is spent. In this regard, the book is a springboard for more probing questions about the future of development and the political coalitions that might chart a different course for their societies and the world. Old Town Road traces a choppy, swerving path that marks the southern edge of Trumbull, Connecticut. It is shaded by maples and oaks that frame the sensible New England homes of an affluent suburb. Across the double yellow lines of Old Town Road are similar homes in the city of Bridgeport, one of the poorest places in Connecticut. Last July, Trumbull's Planning and Zoning Commission approved a zoning change to allow a 202-unit apartment complex to replace a vacant office building a few blocks away from Old Town Road. Key to getting approval was that the apartment building was designed with only 1- and 2-bedroom units. The developer estimates that only 16 school-age children will live among the 202 new units. For Trumbull's residents, eager to maintain their school district's third in the state ranking, a larger influx of potentially poor students might have been a deal-breaker. According to Zillow's estimate, the 3-bedroom house at 1230 Old Town Road could sell for $287,000. Across the street in Bridgeport, a very similar home at 1257 Old Town Road is worth only $214,000. The Zillow interface helpfully informs the prospective buyer that any children living at 1230 Old Town Road have the right to attend Frenchtown Elementary School, rated 9 out of 10 by Great Schools. Children on the south side of the street attend the Cross School, which rates a 2, 3, and is part of the worst municipal school district in the state, according to the state's own ranking. Honestly, the north side of the street is a bargain. A family can invest just $73,000 extra in purchasing a house and receive 13 years of the best education Connecticut has to offer for each of their children. For a family with 3 kids, that amounts to $1,871 a year for excellent education, and one can sell the house and recoup the investment when the kids graduate. Given the local educational disparities and the broader trends in the United States, the Planning and Zoning Commission's decision is a pleasant surprise. The socioeconomic evolution of the United States in the 21st century will be heavily determined by the power of 2 local institutions, the Zoning Board and the School Board. This prediction is not nearly as bold as it might seem. The 2 boards have heavily determined our evolution for the past 40 years, and no one is about to challenge them. Since the upheavals of the 1970s, a muscular upper middle class has emerged as the economy's prima mobile, the ideological core of both political parties, and the decisive voice in educational and land use policy. This class has been widely discussed. They are Chris Arnade's front row kids, Robert Reich's symbolic analysts, Charles Murray's Belmont, and Richard Reeves's dream hoarders. Venkatesh Rao says they are above the API. Robert Putnam, in Our Kids, refers to them as affluent, upper class, or even rich. They include, but exceed, Richard Florida's creative class and David Brooks's bohemian bourgeois. They live on the north side of Old Town Road. The truly elite, the most successful businesspeople and politicians, are largely drawn from the upper middle class and share its values, if not its interests. With no coordination, no class awareness, and no unity on the controversies of national policy, upper-middle-class suburbanites have nonetheless governed their suburban localities in near lockstep around the country. Using whatever tools are available, upper-middle-class citizens have pursued high property values and high-quality schools. Although those goals are eminently reasonable, they have unintentionally become the wedge that is separating the upper-middle class from the rest of the country. The San Jose Metropolitan Statistical Area, MSA, was first called Silicon Valley in 1971. That year, the microprocessor was invented in Mountain View by a team at Intel, an area of rapidly growing suburbs with a high-tech, market-oriented knowledge industry. It was home to 0.55% of Americans by the middle of the decade. Computers became essential business equipment, then essential personal accessories. The valley boomed. It was home not only to the most exciting industry of its era, but also to the venture capital markets that funded its growth. There was money and, with it, the demand for all the services that grow around a successful core. But the boom took place just as voters in California were giving their zoning boards strong anti-growth mandates. 40 years and trillions of dollars later, the San Jose MSA is still home to just over 0.6% of Americans. Its population share peaked in 1989. This lack of growth is unprecedented. When Houston financed and refined the original Texas oil boom, it added 0.44 percentage points to its share of the national population. Detroit was the global headquarters of the high-tech industry of its day and grew from 1.4 to 2.3% of the U.S. population over 40 years. Metropolitan Washington, D.C., a boomtown built around the growth of the federal government, tripled its 1930 population share by 1970. This hoarded prosperity is not merely a local problem. Chang Tai-si and Enrico Moretti estimate that if the Bay Area and metropolitan New York City had merely average levels of land use regulation, total U.S. income would be 9% higher. Kyle Herkenhoff, Leah Hanian, and Ed Prescott use a different approach but arrive at a similar conclusion. If regulation levels had been held at 1,980 levels, total income would be 9% higher today. A third paper is a little less optimistic. Andriy Parkhamenko estimates that the gross domestic product hit from the post-1980 increase in zoning is only 2%. All these papers are based on the comparisons between regions, but the policy battles typically play out within regions, in slow-motion arms races of town versus town. Interregional migration may be the main macroeconomic channel through which zoning impacts growth, but intraregional migration is the main source of movers and not in my backyard, NIMBY anxiety on a local level. As it is usually implemented, land use regulation consists of a forest of rules about the size, purpose, and environmental impact of any new construction or extension of a property. Strictly speaking, zoning codes were originally about use. The SimCity-style color codes that contravene millennia of urbanism by segregating homes from shops and jobs. It is common, though, to use zoning as a shorthand for all building restrictions. Crucially, zoning codes are not typically followed. The code defines what may be built, by right, in a given spot. The rules are frequently ratcheted so tightly that few of the existing buildings in a place would qualify under the modern code. In Manhattan, 40% of all structures could not be built today, due to the city's restrictions on height, density, and commercial to residential ratios. In the dense, diverse city of Somerville, Massachusetts, just 22 residential buildings meet the current zoning code. Not 22%, 22 buildings. Disneyland-inspiring main streets and charming old neighborhoods are mostly regulatory anachronisms as well. Mount Rainier, Maryland, and the Kenwick neighborhood of Lexington, Kentucky, would no longer conform to the zoning laws that prevail there. The Norman Rockwell homes in the village of Trumansburg, New York, could not be built today without a zoning variance. In Mansfield, Massachusetts, minimum lot sizes have gradually been ratcheted up to well beyond what most existing homes have. In the parts of town with developable land, minimums are set at 60,000 square feet. Closer to the town center and state-subsidized commuter rail station, the minimum lot size was recently ratcheted up to 40,000 square feet, about an acre, on the slim chance that a developer could find that much vacant land not set aside in one of the town's several conservation areas. Construction proceeds by means of discretionary variances, ad hoc deviations from the established code that give permission to a specific property owner for a specific project. Variances are often packaged with quid pro quo shakedowns. The pliability of the zoning board can depend on the political donations of the developer, the attitudes of neighbors, or any of the arbitrary moods and biases that move petty tyrants to mercy or wrath. Zoning boards should not have this unaccountable power, but they cannot be blamed for the anti-development mood that pervades their communities. Accusations of corruption arise not when they turn down a proposed project, usually in accord with local feeling, but rather when they permit one that is unpopular. The political mechanics of anti-growth land use decisions differ from place to place. In Texas, where private property rights are strong, neither municipalities nor neighbors have much recourse to prevent greenfield development. However, developments as large as the Woodlands, a suburb of Houston, operate as de facto municipalities. In the Woodlands, community association covenants impose deed restrictions that limit redevelopment. Even so, residents of the area are attracted to the idea of incorporating themselves as a city, with arguments in favor including the attractiveness of finding new tools to limit growth. On the West Coast, the California Environmental Quality Act, SEQA, allows anyone at all to anonymously file environmental concerns about a potential project, putting the burden on a builder to prove that a project is not an environmental threat. The lawyering and delays cut into the bottom line of potential construction, private or public, with the result that much less is done. In Lakeside, SEQA was used by local businesses without a fig leaf of environmental concern to try to prevent a big-box competitor from entering the market. In Northern California, SEQA is being used to prevent the state from restarting service on a defunct passenger railroad line. In New England, Puritan-era town meetings offer extensive power to concerned neighbors to have their voices heard in local decision-making. California also has a strong direct democracy tradition. The effectiveness of growth prevention in both these systems underscores the fact that increased democracy will not untie the two-board knot. To perform an end run around suburban politics, Massachusetts passed a law to give developers the right to build densely if at least 25% of the new units are offered at below-market, affordable rates. Faced with such a development, which is clearly legal by Chapter 40B of state law, the town of Ludlow futilely retained counsel in hopes that they could somehow stop the influx of poorer residents. Economists have relied on the home voter hypothesis to explain the enthusiasm for anti-growth movements among neighbors. To oversimplify a nuanced body of work by William Fischel, homeowners see new developments as an increase in the supply curve that will lower the equilibrium prices of their own homes. The home voter hypothesis effectively explains why homeowners favor the existence of anti-development zoning laws. But it does not explain the energy with which NIMByists oppose new construction. After all, no single development makes a palpable shift in the total housing supply in a large city. The ideal policy, from an individual landowner's perspective, is to have his own land free to develop while everyone else's is tightly restricted. Yet evidence from markets as diverse as Massachusetts and Florida suggests that residential land use restrictions are in fact stricter than the home value maximizing point. At least those homeowners who have large lots would benefit from less strict zoning. The gains from pro-development zoning are most obvious in the case of a small municipality in a high-price metropolitan area. Without greatly altering the regional supply curve, local landowners could reap large profits from cashing in on their land. But observation suggests that areas comprised of small municipalities, the Bay Area and New England, for example, have some of the country's strictest rules. Likewise, the political play around individual developments usually attracts fierce opposition from local neighbors, not from regional groups. Intuitively, it seems reasonable to believe that the benefits of development flow principally to those making the relevant transactions, and that the costs are diffused across the neighborhood. The economic study of public choice finds that in cases of diffuse costs and concentrated benefits, or diffuse benefits and concentrated costs, the concentrated side usually wins. Therefore, diffuse regional supply and demand concerns are hard to square with the vigor of NIMBYism. An important refinement of the home voter hypothesis is the indirect influence on home values through school quality. Here, there are three key facts. 1. Local school areas and school districts are much smaller than regional housing markets. 2. School quality is capitalized into home prices. And 3. Peer effects in school are significant and intuitively recognized. The first fact can help account for localized opposition to developments which are too small to affect metropolitan housing prices appreciably, but large enough to add a handful of children to the public school. Local opposition on school-related grounds is both more rational and more emotionally charged than opposition founded on broader supply curve concerns. The second explains why those who do not attend the local school care about its quality. The third explains why lower-income neighbors, especially those whose income and education can be guessed at from their outward appearance, receive a cool welcome. When a developer proposes to build homes or apartments that would be marketed toward a large group of such outsiders, NIMByists go to DEFCON 0. There are other reasonable hypotheses to explain NIMBYism. In the era of excruciatingly slow construction projects, the nuisance of a local construction site may reasonably explain some opposition. Local congestion concerns are also a candidate for NIMBYism. However, the same NIMBY groups often oppose infrastructure improvements on the grounds that they would enable greater growth. NIMBY efforts are invariably justified as opposing changes to the character of a locality. Local character is a valuable virtue, but the justification is wearing thin. Is the preservation of local character really a plausible excuse to exclude construction of buildings similar to what is already extant? Does the permitting of big box stores on a bypass road, while clamping down on density or commercial activity in established neighborhoods, maintain the character of a locality or eviscerate it? One need not theorize. The evidence is there in every suburban county. In some cases, local character really is a good reason to oppose new construction. For example, Jane Jacobs wrote about cataclysmic money. Huge private or civic investments that raised entire blocks for single-use monoliths. 24 neighbors have good reason to oppose highways or stadiums that will realign the entire purpose of an area. The same logic does not hold. However, when new investment will marginally increase population or permit businesses hoping to serve and employ locals. The case for preserving local character should focus on the patterns of daily life and community in the locality, not on the outward appearances of buildings, and certainly not on the outward appearances of the newcomers. What is most worrying is that America is running out of places where dynamism is part of the local character, and our national character, mobile, dynamic, self-reinventing, is suffering. To the extent that protection of local schools is an important aspect of the anti-development impulse in late American life, we should expect zoning to become more stringent, not less. Homeowners are attentive and sophisticated enough to understand the quality and trajectory of local schools, and they know how much more they pay to live in their particular suburb than they would have had they chosen a neighborhood with a slightly different character. School district lines do not typically show up as political subdivisions on colorful maps, yet their boards impotently attempt to steer what, for most citizens, is the most consequential interaction between government and the individual. Consequential because of the dominance of education in defining social interactions in America today. Impotent because so little of the value of education is within the current scope of administrators' decisions. The case that education is massively important in American life hardly needs to be made. Charles Murray shows that educational attainment is a powerful predictor of divorce, disability status, marital childbearing, and other social indicators. Not all of the returns to education are causal, far from it. The reward for being college educated is being the kind of person who is college educated. And, as parents are keenly aware, it is difficult to become the kind of person who attends college without previously attending decent primary and secondary schools and socializing with the college-bound. Despite constituting a supermajority of American adults, those without college degrees have almost vanished from the country's major institutions. Non-college graduates are rarely considered for entry-level positions in the business world, let alone for management positions. The last president to lack a college degree was Harry S. Truman. The last senator was Mark Begich. Just 5% of the people's house lacks a college degree. Still, American colleges are quite good, and our universities swamp global ranking lists. The experience of college education in the United States is much more egalitarian and individualized than in continental Europe, where small class sizes are rare and professors live in unapproachable, although often impecunious, splendor. In rich parts of the developing world, an American or at least an American-style education is a highly sought-after status symbol. Primary and secondary education in the United States is much less impressive. Pearson's learning curve ranks the American education system 14th out of 40 countries. The Program for International Student Assessment, which tests school-age children, ranked the United States 38th in the world. The relative rankings of the United States and Northern Europe reflect our embrace of competition. In the United States, higher education is highly competitive, and K-12 education largely takes place within local monopolies. In Northern Europe, many countries allow extensive choice among public schools but have nationalized university systems with little variation or competition. Returning to the United States, a greater problem than the middling level of public schooling quality is the variance and inequality in service across communities. The various attempts at reform of public education in the United States are well beyond the scope of this article. But they have in common one salient feature. Good suburban schools have not been touched. Those schools, the ones in places like Trumbull, Connecticut, are defended not just by teachers' unions and bureaucrats but by the majority of parents. Those parents have purchased a valuable right. Inseparable from their mortgage are the attendant school district rights. They bought an even-numbered house on Old Town Road, not an odd-numbered one, and a reform that opened their school to odd-numbered house kids would hurt both their pocketbook and, they fear, their children's prospects. In a revealing study of New York City parents, a new working paper shows that parents use peer characteristics, the obvious one being race, as their primary guide in choosing a high school under the school system's citywide high school lottery. The authors note that the parents are not economically irrational. The schools with high-achieving peers also add significant value. Academic research confirms that there are substantial peer effects at various levels of education. Even the random assignment to teams for a single week in the freshman year of college has lasting effects. How much more the peer effects of one's entire pre-collegiate education. As anyone who has been a teenager knows, the available peers influence not just how one learns but how one behaves. Parents everywhere are afraid that a bad influence will lead their children astray. Upper-middle-class parents are in a position to do something about it. Thus, we do not, in the suburbs, have a system of public schools. We have private, government-run schools. A public good is something available to all, non-excludable and non-rival in consumption, like clean air or a radio broadcast. But access to local school is eminently excludable. Those who do not buy or rent a home in the right area cannot access it. And it is at least somewhat rivalrous in consumption, since crowding and peer effects play such a large role, at least in the perception of educational quality. The hedge that protects these private investments is zoning. Without strict land use policies, parents would be able to vote with their feet for better schools, crowding into districts that are doing a good job, penalizing those that are not. To accommodate the new housing demand, landowners would subdivide their lots, build multifamily housing, or replace cottages with family-sized homes. This process still happens in exurban areas where land is cheap and lightly regulated. Clearly, there are costs as well as benefits to a vote-with-your-feet system of educational competition. The winning towns have to reckon with increased volume and add infrastructure. The losing towns face the downward spiral of home value decline, tax increases, and vacancies that plagued inner cities in the 1970s and 80s. As Hayek might have said, someone put this fence here for good reason. And yet, the two-board knot is cutting deeply into the finances of middle-class families and the opportunities of children who aspire to be middle-class. Modern attempts to offer more parents a say in their children's education have been based on breaking out of the district school model. Mostly pursued in struggling school districts, charter schools have tackled some of the toughest educational challenges, trying to create the kind of people who get college degrees without the benefit of effortlessly college-bound peers. Studied with a rigor far beyond what went into the creation of our existing school or land use systems, charters have had their greatest success in improving parent satisfaction. Some charter models have proven records of success in quantifiable outcomes. Others have merely copied the curricula and cadences of the traditional public schools. A less noticed benefit is that competition from charters has perked up some traditional schools. Where charter schools have had notably less success is finding purchase in the suburbs, especially those with excellent school systems. Suburban parents with good schools are not hungry for change, nor are philanthropists interested in fixing their problems. What is more, defenders of the school district recognize that school choice, especially if it were to cross the district borders, would be a threat to their investment. Local school district employees are vigorous defenders of the status quo, and without a strong pro-choice movement of dissatisfied parents, their opposition is often sufficient to squash entry. As a result, Montgomery County, Maryland, a wealthy and diverse suburban area of about 1 million residents, has no charter schools. Statewide, 35 of Maryland's 51 charter schools are in Baltimore. 10 more are in working-class Prince George's County. Montclair, New Jersey, has shot down charter school proposals 6 times, claiming recently that a French immersion school proposed by 2 residents was a poor fit for their diverse, affluent community. The newest and most aggressive form of public school choice is taking place at the state level, far enough removed from individual school districts to make some headway. Education savings accounts, ESAs, adopted in 6 states so far, rebate schooling funds directly to parents, with the requirement that all of it be spent on education either currently or by saving for college. Early in 2017, Arizona expanded the eligibility for ESAs to make them universal, although aggregate participation is tightly capped. But advocates for the status quo are fighting back by putting the program to a statewide referendum before it becomes an established option among middle-class families. Even if the referendum fails to repeal the law, the cap on participation would forfend major competitive pressure on existing models of education. Failure in the referendum would be a resounding warning shot across the bows of ambitious reformers elsewhere in the nation. Without including suburban children, the school choice movement is destined to remain a fringe, reformist option. The logic of peer effects and suburban non-participation dictates that schools of choice will remain a mission to the children of poorer families. Charter schools are often accused of creaming the public schools, taking away those with the most motivated parents. This does not empirically appear to be the case. The bigger selectivity issue is that entering a charter at present usually implies surrounding oneself with peers from families whose parents did not go to college. Perhaps the majority of suburban students and parents have no need or desire for school choice, but they're opting out, and the possible defeat of universal school choice plans like Arizona's will deprive those who do need options of a small cadre of peers with college-educated parents and high social capital. Even if Arizona-style plans succeed, the power of the present equilibrium militates against a major change. Schools of choice are likely to remain a fire escape for the underserved and mismatched without becoming a new dominant service model. Universally available, school choice would probably be a net benefit for most of the American K-12 system. It would make schools more like colleges, competitive, service-focused, and obsessed with ranking. Predicting the consequences of an entirely new educational equilibrium on the low end of the educational market is harder. Would a choice-based paradigm lead to even more refined segregation? Or would it enable transformational schools to enter any educational market, using brand power to communicate quality to parents of every socioeconomic status? We will never find out. The current paradigm is not going anywhere. For every upper-middle-class parent whose child is frustrated with his current academic options, there are a dozen more who are happy with the schools and thrilled with their home's values. Full-blown educational choice would erase the meaning of Old Town Road and equalize home values across those two yellow lines. The two most stable organizing principles of the political economy of the American family in the 21st century are that educational access is purchased with one's home, and that established suburbs do not change their character. The two-board knot holds in place the shape of our cities, the lengths of our commutes, the structure of our racial politics, our geography of red and blue, and our new class resentments. Great shifts in American life, as the urbanization of the early 1900s or the post-war suburbanization, will not take place without the participation of the upper middle class, and they will not participate in the unwinding of a paradigm in which they are comfortable. The school board protects the zoning board from pressure to change, because there is no majority in favor of opening up a high-quality school system to lots of new entrants. The zoning board protects the school board from pressure to change, because radical educational reform is a risk to the suburban home values that constitute so much middle-class wealth. Reformers must make little plans. Big plans would stir men's blood to oppose them and see to it that they are not realized. The two-board knot is a living thing, asserting itself with ever-growing insistency. ACITY is an agrarian urban unit that exists to promote the well-being of individual persons over the course of a whole life and the city itself across multiple generations. Extended human well-being in any city requires that city to occupy its own land well, to protect its adjacent landscape, and to afford citizens opportunities to engage in the production and exchange of material and social goods. This broadly Aristotelian account of the nature and purpose of cities is intrinsic to classical humanist urbanism broadly understood. This approach calls for a cityscape featuring a mix of uses within pedestrian proximity, in blocks of commercial/residential background buildings and civic/religious foreground buildings. Altogether, these define a beautiful and hierarchical spatial realm of streets and squares that, historically, serves as the medium of human social life. This view of cities and its corresponding view of human nature will no doubt strike some readers as quaint. But lest we dismiss it hastily, consider some problematic conditions of present-day cities and their adjacent suburban and rural landscapes. Consider also the mostly young people who bear the brunt of these problematic conditions, symptoms of two interrelated and problematic phenomena. One is the 70-year experiment to physically reorganize human settlements around the automobile, a cultural aspiration and legal regime known as suburban sprawl. The other, beginning in the 1980s, is the rise of global cities, characterized as such by their attraction to and dependence upon a creative class of people with expertise in accounting, advertising, banking, information technology, and law qualifications, making them especially well-suited to participate and flourish in, and to enable the new and growing global economy. The aesthetic, economic, environmental, and social failures of sprawl are well elucidated in the writings of neo-traditional urbanism advocates, such as Strong Towns and the Congress for the New Urbanism, CNU. But what has become most striking about the rise of certain global cities is the growing importance of location and a corresponding boom in the value of urban land. Urban land is a finite commodity, and the rise in land value has made these increasingly elite cities unaffordable not only for the poor, but also for the middle class. Indeed, it is one of the causes of a shrinking urban middle class. This explosion in urban land value is even more important than the end of distance that some anticipated social media would enable. This urgency has prompted renewed interest in Henry George, the 19th century political economist and land reformer, and specifically in the idea and merits of land value taxation and some possible forms in which a land value tax, LVT, might be implemented. One of these forms entails a marriage between an LVT and a new urbanist idea called transect-based zoning. Though I hope to indicate the possible fecundity of that union, such an approach to an LVT is neither the most common nor the most obvious. I intend to describe other possible approaches as well, all with both the modesty that follows from not being a member of the Economists' Guild, and the impertinence of one who thinks some subjects are of sufficient import that they should not be left uncritically to experts. Because consideration of land use in so much of the modern world occurs in the legal and cultural context of suburban sprawl and hypermodernist urbanism, I want to begin with the idea of transect-based zoning before moving on to Henry George and the land value tax. Transect-based zoning, aka form-based codes or FBCs, is a new urbanist idea conceived as an alternative to currently normative use-based zoning, which first emerged in the United States in the early part of the 20th century. Use-based zoning came into being for reasons good and bad. In part, it responded to the early effects of the Industrial Revolution on pre-modern cities. Large factories, noxious emissions, rapid population growth, physically overtaxed road, water, and sewer infrastructure, and so forth. On the other hand, it was a naive application of modern utilitarian rationality, form follows function, and also partly used as an agent of social control, a tool for powerful interests to keep undesirable elements, usually black people, in their proper place by means of exclusionary zoning of lot sizes and housing types. Use-based zoning's characteristic effect, however, especially as it developed in post-1945 automobile suburbs, is indicated by its name. Various activities of quotidian human life, home, work, school, shopping, worship, recreation, were organized into separate zones, typically accessible only by car. As new urbanists began studying in earnest the pre-1945 town and city neighborhoods that antedate suburban sprawl, they began to notice and document several distinguishing features of traditional urban form. A mix of daily and weekly activities within pedestrian proximity, typically a 5 to 10-minute walk, durable buildings, the uses of which would often change over time, consider typical pre-1945 residential and commercial buildings that have been put to a wide variety of uses since their original construction. A spatial environment of public streets and squares, defined by an ordered arrangement of buildings sited on or relatively close to their front property lines. A building hierarchy divided roughly between plentiful and common residential and commercial background building types, and singular and more monumental civic and religious foreground building types. The use of streets for parking, and a rarity of town and neighborhood surface parking lots. And a gradient of urban building and population densities. However, when new urbanists set out in the 1980s and 90s to work with residential real estate developers on walkable mixed-use settlements, it quickly became apparent that existing zoning ordinances, indeed, existing sprawl culture, including bank lending practices, federal housing programs, State Department of Transportation regulations, and a host of other institutional conventions, would not allow it. And so new urbanists set out to change these institutional practices, beginning with changing use-based zoning ordinances in order to level the legal playing field for developers wanting to make walkable, mixed-use settlements. The new zoning ordinance type that new urbanists invented was the transect-based code. The idea of a transect is derived from late 19th century geographers, who first employed it to depict gradients in a natural environment. The new urbanist insight was to extend the idea of a natural transect to depict a rural-to-urban gradient, and to recognize its potential as the basis for a different kind of zoning ordinance. A common new urbanist transect diagram pragmatically divides an ideal world, i.e., one with no suburban sprawl, into realms of rural and urban, and then depicts a gradation of urban transect zones, ranging from less dense to more dense. The diagram itself then becomes the basis for a different kind of zoning code that zones not on the basis of building use, where what is not permitted is forbidden, but rather on the basis of building type and density, where what is not forbidden is permitted. New urbanists have had significant success in getting transect-based codes adopted, not only for greenfield site developments prior to the 2008 housing crash, but also as exclusive or overlay codes in some major U.S. cities, including Denver, Miami, Cincinnati, and Nashville. The results of all this new urbanist effort, particularly the greenfield projects, is sometimes dismissed as just a prettier form of sprawl. But new urbanist greenfield developments have always existed side by side with less well-publicized urban infill efforts, which have increased in both number and emphasis since 2008. Further, the alternative to a mixed-use new urbanist greenfield development is generally a single-use sprawl development occupying considerably more rural land. And if the adoption of transect-based codes by major cities has not yet led to an urban renaissance, there is the deeper problem that the culture of traditional urbanism and architecture was lost for at least 2 generations over the course of the 20th century. A renaissance of good urban building and good urban culture is a slow boring of hard boards, and likely a long-term cultural project. There is at least one conspicuous aporia, however, in common new urbanist polemics, and it has to do with land value and its implications. New urbanists market themselves to both developers and public officials with the true claim that good urban design creates economic value. Moreover, the charter of the new urbanism professes that the traditional towns and city neighborhoods they champion should be just and economically diverse environments, with housing affordability across class lines, and that this goal can be achieved by promoting a variety of urban housing types in addition to the single-family detached house. These might include the granny flat or coach house ancillary dwelling unit, the apartment above the store, the attached single-family row house, the bungalow court, the duplex, the 2-flat, the triple-decker, the 6-flat, the corner lot 12-flat, and the U-court apartment building. New urbanists have come to characterize these housing types as missing middle housing, by which they mean older urban housing types now generally absent from a spectrum that once included the detached single-family house at one end and the mid-rise urban apartment building at the other. The new urbanist argument has been that provision of missing middle housing in quantity can be facilitated by transect-based zoning that makes such housing legal as of right, and that this increased housing diversity and quantity will increase both affordability and the population density needed to support pedestrian proximity to urban advantages, like neighborhood schools, parks, storefronts, and public transit. However good this seems in theory, anyone paying attention knows that the rent for a 400-square-foot coach house in San Francisco, or even in Seaside, Florida, is and for the foreseeable future will be well beyond the reach of most middle-class Americans. And here the new urbanist narrative fails to account for how much the affordability of housing depends upon the value of the unimproved land on which it sits. Furthermore, under our current property tax regime, housing affordability itself is undermined by the value that new urbanist designs create insofar as good urban design encourages speculation in land. Thus, ironically, new urbanists too are complicit in long-standing American practices that resulted first in suburban sprawl, and subsequently in the affordability crisis of contemporary global cities. Land value plays an increasingly central role in the financial speculation connected to these crises. Hence the growing recognition that to get genuine housing diversity at more affordable prices in desirable towns and cities, and to encourage better urbanism in less popular towns and cities, it is necessary to take land speculation out of the development equation. And this is the source of today's renewed interest in Henry George and the land value tax. Land value taxation is an idea with practical roots in English common law, but the origins of land value tax theory can be found in the classical economists Adam Smith, David Ricardo, and John Stuart Mill. Today, however, the land value tax is commonly associated with the late 19th century American social theorist Henry George. Renowned in his day, George was later overshadowed both by his British predecessors and by 20th century economists, including such rock stars as John Maynard Keynes and F.A. Hayek. Henry George was thus largely forgotten over the course of the 20th century. Indeed, he became something of a cult figure, and his land value tax policy prescriptions, also known as the single tax theory, correspondingly marginalized. Nevertheless, George's theory was quite popular in the late 19th century. George's 1879 book Progress and Poverty sold 3 million copies, and in 1886, he narrowly missed being elected mayor of New York. More than 100,000 people paid respects at his funeral in 1897. Variations of a land value tax have been successfully adopted for various periods of time in several parts of the world, including Singapore, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, Denmark, Estonia, Pittsburgh and Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, and in the immediate aftermath of the 1906 earthquake, San Francisco. And Georgism has remained popular among some important social theorists and economists of strikingly different political persuasions, from Winston Churchill, William F. Buckley Jr., and Milton Friedman on the right to Bertrand Russell, John Dewey, Paul Krugman, and Michael Kinsley on the left. Today, systemic wealth inequality and its social disruptions are growing more similar to the late 19th century inequalities that originally inspired his single tax theory. Contemporary progressives like the land value tax because it effectively socializes land. Contemporary fiscal conservatives like the LVT because it eliminates, or at least reduces, other taxes, and because it both incentivizes and rewards productive economic activity. The difficulties with the LVT both then and now seem always to be with the politics and scale of its implementation. The basic assumptions and features of a land value tax begin from the Georgist definition of land and unimproved land value, which I present below, along with a table differentiating a conventional property tax, levied on both land and buildings, from a land value tax, levied upon land alone. Land refers to the entire material universe outside of human beings and the things human beings produce. In addition to the ground itself, land includes all natural resources, materials, airwaves, air, soil, minerals, and water. All things freely supplied by nature and not made by man can be categorized as land. Unimproved land value is the dollar amount worth of a piece of ground and/or its land without any buildings or improvements on it. Value is typically calculated based on its location and comparable vacant land sales. The primary difference between a conventional property tax and a land value tax is shown in the following table, which depicts two different methods of raising $5,000 of tax revenue from a block divided into two parcels of land. The top section illustrates an example of how taxes are collected on property evaluated as the sum of the value of the land plus the value of any buildings. A vacant parcel is assessed at $100,000, and the owner is taxed $1,000 or 1% of the assessed property value. A parcel with buildings on it is assessed at $400,000, $100,000 for land and $300,000 for buildings, and the owner is taxed $4,000, or the same 1% tax rate on assessed property value, raising a total of $5,000 in tax revenue from the two parcels. The bottom section illustrates an example of how taxes would be collected on the unimproved land value of each parcel irrespective of any buildings on it. Both parcels, vacant and/or occupied, are assessed land values of $100,000 each, and their owners are taxed $2,500 each, or a tax rate of 2.5% of the assessed unimproved land value. In this way, the same total of $5,000 in tax revenue is raised from the two parcels. This table indicates some of the mechanics that differentiate a conventional property tax on land and buildings from a tax on the unimproved value of land alone. And in this example, both methods raise the same amount of tax revenue. Their implications and possible consequences for good differ significantly, however. The two basic tenets of the Georgist single tax theory are 1. That virtually all revenues required to fund governmental programs and services can and should be raised by a tax on the unimproved value of land, and 2. That this tax should replace most, if not all, other taxes, including taxes on personal income, sales, business profits, inheritance, buildings, and any other improvements to land. According to its proponents, the implementation of a single land value tax regime would arrest speculation in land, in the form of land banking, and consequently mitigate real estate boom and bust cycles. Justly reward the work of both labor and capital. Stabilize modern economies. Result in more affordable and, in the long run, higher quality housing. Remove major obstacles to the economic ascent of the poor, notably unaffordable housing and regressive taxes on income and consumer purchases. Help restore and expand the middle class, and usher in a broad and sustainable reign of economic prosperity. So goes the Georgist narrative. What observations and assumptions inform it? Here are 3. 1. Land is properly differentiated from private property. Human beings have rights of ownership to what we produce and improve and exchange, i.e., private property. But we do not have rights of ownership to natural resources that no human being produced, resources that come from nature and are, in fact, common goods, e.g., air, water, land, mineral resources, the resources on which all human life and society depend. Therefore, though one may properly hold exclusive title to use land, this is not to be confused with ownership of land. Rather, it is an exclusive entitlement to a common patrimony authorizing the title holder's private and profitable use, with the proviso that the use of such a common good is properly subject to a user fee paid to the community in the form of a tax on the unimproved value of the land. Some land may be valuable as a source of precious finite minerals and taxed accordingly. For example, oil has been taxed to create both the Alaska Permanent Fund and the cash dividends distributed to its residents. And some land may be valuable and taxed accordingly by reason of beauties bestowed by nature, as owners of beachfront property will attest. In most instances, however, the value of land is directly related to its proximity to social goods, i.e., to value created by other people. The Georgist argument is that such increases in the value of land, and in the value of land alone, are both properly subject to taxation and are the most just, rational, and efficient source of public revenues. That this is true follows from a second observation. 2. When you tax something, you generally get less of it. Economists recognize that taxes create externalities, which can be good or bad, intended or unintended. Most of us understand intuitively that this is true, because we understand that some taxes are designed and imposed precisely to decrease certain behaviors. Such taxes include not only Pigovian taxes, after the early 20th century British economist Arthur Pigou, levied to recover the social cost of some private activity, e.g. environmental pollution, but even an LVT itself, which can be understood in part as a tax on unearned wealth imposed to decrease it. There are also plain old sin taxes imposed to discourage things of which at least some people would like there to be less, on tobacco and sugary drinks, or, say, concrete frame construction and glass curtain walls. Our most visible taxes, however, have externalities largely hidden from public understanding. Taxes on the productive activities associated with both labor and capital all have the presumably unintended consequence of decreasing the productive effects of each, e.g., taxes on sales, on business profits and investment income, on buildings and improvements associated with property taxes, on capital gains and inheritances, even graduated taxes on income. And this leads to a third and critical Georgist point. 3. A tax on land cannot diminish the quantity of land. For most of the 20th century up to the present, neoclassical economists have regarded land as simply another form of capital. But this was not true of the 18th and 19th century classical economists, who recognized that land differs from both labor and capital due to its temporal and material priority, its fixed supply, and its immobility. Land also differs from other assets, e.g., buildings, in that it does not depreciate in value, but rather grows as the community invests in its shared infrastructure. G.K. Chesterton once quipped that, whereas God can make something from nothing, man is the being who can make something from anything. That anything in the first instance is land. Unimproved land is humanity's most basic material resource, the foundation of all material wealth, required directly or indirectly for the human production of all goods and services. One can't make any more of it. One can't hide it in a Swiss bank account, and one can't move it to the Cayman Islands. Labor receives wages for work, capital receives interest for investment, and land receives rent for the exclusive, monopoly, use of a location. For several reasons, then, Georgists argue that taxes on labor and capital should be eliminated in favor of a single tax on the value of unimproved land, i.e., an LVT, as the primary source of public revenues. Taxes on labor and capital diminish both, but a tax on unimproved land does not diminish the underlying resource. Meanwhile, a tax on land returns to the community either the value of some shared natural resource or the value of the land which the community itself has created. And a tax on land is an efficient and transparent method of taxation. But is land not a form of wealth? And if a land title holder is to be taxed for the full rental value of his or her land, what is the benefit of holding title to land? Here again, consider that, strictly speaking, land is not wealth. Rather, land, all natural resources independent of human production, which belong to everyone, is the precondition of wealth and is to be taxed for human use, whereas wealth, the material and intellectual products of human labor, which by right belong to the laborer, is not to be taxed at all. Why then, under a single tax regime, would anyone want to hold title to land? One would seek title to land to use it and only to use it, to live on it, farm it, sell things on it, manufacture things on it, mine things from it, and so forth. Land speculation would be impossible because only the use of land would have economic value. In turn, though, an LVT would also benefit land title holders who would not pay tax on improvements to their land or productive activities undertaken thereon. And why would anyone sell land? One would not sell land to make a profit from the sale, which would not be possible, but rather to relieve oneself of a tax liability. That which one cannot or will not use one cannot own save for a fee. Ownership of land extends no further than an entitlement to the use of land, and that which an owner cannot use he must pay for or sell to someone else. Buying and selling land under a single tax regime therefore assumes slightly different meanings than in ordinary discourse because what is really transferred is a land liability equal to land value. A liability virtually no one would accept if they did not plan to use the land. I mentioned earlier that economists familiar with Georgist theory, which is far from all, generally do not disagree with the Georgist analysis, regardless of their political dispositions, and they acknowledge the effectiveness, simplicity, clarity, and fairness of a land value tax. Their disagreements are rather about issues such as 1. Whether it is possible to adopt an LVT as a single tax on a national scale. 2. If not, whether a modified and partial LVT is desirable and possible, either for its own sake or as a transition to a single tax regime. And then finally, 3. If a partial LVT is desirable, two related and properly political issues remain: the size and scope of government services, and how much tax should be levied on the value of land. Opposition from land speculators and owners of large amounts of land has always been a predictable response to Georgist theory, and in spite of its popularity across ideological lines, sustained LVT implementation has always posed a challenge. How then, and to what extent, might some version of an LVT be implemented? And how much revenue can an LVT raise? With the proviso that I enter these waters with caution, here I offer, across a variety of scales and on behalf of agendas short-term and long, for different versions of an LVT and how each might be effectively adopted. 1. The full Henry George, for example, as advocated by John Medaille and Fred Foldvary, a single tax to be paid annually, applied at the scale of the nation-state, but collected locally, replacing most if not all other taxes at federal, state, and local levels at close to full taxation of the ground rent of unimproved land as set by the market. Henry George himself recommended collecting about 95% of the full market ground rent, with the balance remaining with the land title holder as a kind of profit or management fee. The rental value of any particular parcel of land would be determined by comparable vacant land sales in the immediate vicinity, or by comparisons to similar parcels occupied by similar buildings in different but broadly proximate locations. Land value reassessments could occur annually, biannually, or triannually, but with the development of contemporary digital mapping tools, such as ArcView, ArcGIS, and more recently Gamma, land value assessment from an office desk is becoming an easier task than determining the value of land plus buildings for present-day property tax assessments. Also, there can be little doubt that long-distance, absentee landlords and other land speculators are themselves employing these tools for their own land banking purposes. Some Georgists argue that land value tax revenues would be sufficient to fund all government programs, including health care and public education, sometimes even with a surplus returned to citizens as a direct cash payment, like the Alaska Permanent Fund, and could be the basis for a de facto guaranteed national income. In thinking about an LVT in and at the scale of the United States, John Medaille estimates that the revenues from such a tax could easily replace all federal, state, and local taxes, except income transfers, welfare, Section 8 vouchers, Medicare, Social Security, etc. The gap could be filled by some small flat or progressive income tax in the range of 5 to 15%. Medaille also suggests that because the LVT is assessed and collected locally and distributed upward to various levels of government, it would incentivize state and local decision-making. 2. A halfway covenant, so called because even though it imagines essentially the same dynamics of assessment, collection, funding of public services, and elimination of other taxes as the full George above, and at the same scale, it would nevertheless collect only a portion rather than the entire rental value of land, just enough to fund the specific government services desired, a larger or smaller sum depending upon the proclivities of the electorate and the political party in power. Even if the halfway covenant yields sufficient funds, however, the problem remains that, by leaving some substantial portion of the rental value of land in the hands of the title holder, it might not end land speculation, the practice of land banking, and the negative consequences that follow therefrom. A more doctrinal Georgist would probably prefer to tax closer to the full value of the land and distribute any surplus funds back to the public in the form of a cash dividend, again, like the Alaska Permanent Fund. 3. A local building tax/land tax reversal. This third approach more thoroughly modifies Georgism by simply changing the conventional property tax that assesses both land and buildings, but emphasizes the buildings, such that land is taxed at a significantly higher rate than buildings. In the United States, the most prominent example of this type of taxation is in Pittsburgh, where it has been employed off and on for over 100 years, most recently in 1978 when land was taxed at a rate 6 times higher than buildings. The results at the time were impressive, and some of its effects remain so. Conventional property taxes penalize owners for improving their buildings by causing their taxes to rise, thus rewarding land banking and inflating real estate prices. But Pittsburgh and other places have demonstrated that when you implement an LVT, you get not a real estate price boom, but rather stable land values and a construction boom. Moreover, even after a construction boom saturates market demand, under an LVT, what remains thereafter are stable land values and more affordable housing in which the home and its activities, rather than the land, are the genuine source of personal wealth. Because the land values that elsewhere fuel rising housing costs have been stabilized. When they rise, they do so only gradually, without boom and bust. Nevertheless, Pittsburgh's embrace of this modified LVT has been fitful. That's probably because in this approach, an LVT is not a replacement for other taxes, and is therefore more vulnerable to sabotage from land speculators and their political allies, who are naturally inclined to oppose an LVT. This indicates a problem that follows from not using an LVT to replace at least some other taxes, and also some problems that follow from attempting to apply an LVT at a local rather than regional level. In order to work most effectively, an LVT requires implementation at a certain minimum scale. Small enough for local oversight, but big enough to curb local land banking and speculation. An LVT would thus seem not to be most effectively applied as a kind of spot zoning or spot taxing experiment. As a merely local LVT takes effect, its benefits simultaneously create value on the land immediately adjacent to the LVT zone, while bringing unearned income to the owners of that adjacent land. This suggests that an LVT jurisdiction must be extensive enough to discourage land speculation at its immediately adjacent borders, which in turn suggests that it might work well for an island nation, as it has in places like Singapore and Taiwan. Or, as I will suggest below, at the scale of a metropolitan region with abundant natural or agricultural land at its perimeter. And this brings me to my final hypothetical way of implementing an LVT. For a revenue-neutral regional LVT across a transect, returning to the idea of a rural-to-urban transect, I conclude with this last example, not to suggest it as the best arrangement everywhere, but rather as a thought experiment to address current difficulties. The full benefits of an LVT seem to require its application at a certain scale, and an LVT will be inefficient if the scale is too small. Unlike transect-based zoning, an LVT can't be introduced as a pilot project for a small area or even a city because the success of the LVT will raise the value of adjacent, non-LVT land, and land banking will just move to properties located across the street, as it were. The minimal optimal scale at which to adopt an LVT is likely at the scale of a metropolitan region that also includes a natural or agricultural landscape at its perimeter. Even though the details of land use relating to local zoning and development should arguably be under municipal or even neighborhood jurisdiction, there are some issues best administered at a regional level due to their externalities. Energy policy, big-picture land use policies, related to human settlements, agricultural production, landscape preserves, major regional roads, public transportation, equitably financed public education, water treatment, and so on. The late 19th century, pre-sprawl heyday of Henry George was hardly without flaw. Nevertheless, a relatively healthy culture of land use, building, and urban design could be presumed, and therefore, perhaps, a warranted bias against the land use restrictions inhering in the nascent zoning efforts of that era. But Henry George's historical moment is not ours. Today's sprawl suburbs are in part a product of modern zoning. Worse than that, sprawl suburbs now embody an institutionally entrenched and enabled cultural habit, making the overthrow and replacement of single-use, sprawl zoning a necessary though insufficient condition for a renewed culture of city-making. It is thus important to distinguish the purpose of transect-based zoning from the purpose of use-based zoning. Transect-based zoning is simply a tool that legalizes the lost art of town planning and urban design, neither prohibiting nor impeding, and sometimes helping, the long recovery and development of that now lost art. In contrast, and in hindsight, use-based zoning appears at best a mistake, and at worst a monumental act of hubris, that more than 2 generations have imagined we could radically alter the way human beings have occupied and lived on the landscape for millennia without adverse consequence to ourselves and to others. What would be some immediate and predictable effects of a new LVT regime? 1. An LVT would very quickly stabilize land values and effectively end land banking, either definitively by capturing 95 to 100% of a land parcel's ground rent as a tax paid to the community, or virtually through the incentives created by whatever tax is charged on either the use or the sale of underused urban land. 2. An LVT often prompts a construction boom because it incentivizes development of underused land, by means of both stick, the tax on the rental value of the land, and carrot, the absence of tax on improvements to and productive activities on the land, rewarding both the construction of new buildings and the renovation of old ones. Vacant lots acquire new buildings. Shabby buildings become renovated buildings. Towns and city neighborhoods get tidied up and become more vibrant and desirable. Although these new and renovated buildings are economic assets in themselves and, over time, raise the ground rental value of the land on which they sit, that value grows only gradually, mostly on the basis of the construction quality or the renovation of the land's occupying buildings. This is because the rental value of the land, the rapid rise of which is so devastating on young people especially, has been taken out of the building and development equation by the LVT and is now going to the community. 3. Under an LVT, after a construction boom ends, the price of housing remains stable. Boom and bust housing cycles are minimized because, again, boom and bust housing cycles are due to the land speculation that is necessarily absent under an LVT. Likewise, when there is a demand for new construction, ground rents will rise slowly in accordance with the value of everything being built. This is because the ground rent is being taxed, and thereby taken out of the development equation. Winners and losers. From a political standpoint, if an LVT causes total taxes to go up for the average renter and homeowner, the LVT is dead in the water. The revenue-neutral regional LVT across a transect proposal must be particularly conscious of this problem. Because of the 4 scenarios considered, it is the one most completely designed. We are not without actual examples to consider here, however. Pittsburgh's most recent LVT, which began in 1978, required landowners to transition from paying a standard property tax to paying a split tax that assessed the value of land at 6 times the value of buildings. According to Dan Sullivan, most homeowners paid far less in taxes under a land value tax. Absentee owners tended to pay more, the very richest neighborhoods paid more, the corporate property paid more. The skyscrapers paid less, but the owners of the lots next to them paid more. Every tax regime produces winners and losers, so who wins and who loses under an LVT scenario? 1. Renters win. Renters under most LVT regimes will pay few if any taxes beyond sin taxes. Moreover, the LVT is likely to spur construction of better, more affordable, and more stable rental housing because these are the features that will give landlords advantage in the rental housing market. 2. Most homeowners win. The majority of land-titled homeowners whose home is their major asset should expect to see their total tax liability go down, though owners of homes on larger tracts of land might see a rise in their taxes. Cf. Pittsburgh. Homeowners will not profit as much or at all from the sale of their home beyond the value they have added to it themselves, though the upside is that, should they wish to sell and move up or down, they will find housing prices more stable everywhere under an LVT regime. And under most LVT regimes, the LVT will replace some, if not all, other taxes. 3. Land-titled entrepreneurs, especially small ones, win big. Contrary to the Pittsburgh model cited above, land-titled entrepreneurs in an LVT regime are likely to see their total taxes go down significantly. Possibly on the land itself if there are height restrictions, and if they are already using their land well. This is almost certainly a result of having to pay taxes on neither business profits, nor productive activity of any kind, nor any improvements they make to their land. 4. Land speculators lose. Under an LVT, the taxes of landowners who are land banking, waiting to sell or develop only after adjacent parcels have been developed by others, will go up significantly. An LVT will give them a strong incentive either to develop their property or sell it to someone who will. As with everyone else under an LVT, they can profit from their labor and their capital investments, and their other taxes will diminish or disappear, but not the taxes they will pay on their underused land. 5. The community wins big. Finally, the community gains a stable and durable source of revenue. Land, moreover, when taken out of the speculative market, will appreciate more gradually over time, while landowners who now will have strong incentives to build more and better buildings will not be penalized for doing so. In most cities in the United States today, housing inflation and deflation is land value inflation and deflation. Today's prohibitively expensive global city housing and economically stressed low-density automobile suburbs are 2 sides of the same coin. Land banking in cities creates artificial scarcity that drives development to less expensive rural land made affordable by federally subsidized but economically unsustainable sprawl infrastructure. When land is considered capital rather than a common resource to be used, the full development potential of land is neither paid for nor rewarded. The result is what we have now: a rise in unaffordable cities and a multiplication of failing automobile exurbs. Is a land value tax too complex to implement compared to what? Our current opaque system of disincentives to work and invest, of invitations to chicanery, of distributing unearned wealth to the land-titled, while gutting the middle class and erecting nearly insurmountable obstacles to the economic advancement of the young and the poor. The question is not whether beautiful, convenient, and affordable cities and towns, under a simple, clear, and fair LVT regime, are impossible dreams. The question is whether we have the cultural capital, political acumen, and artistic skills to once again make such places. To be sure, important LVT details remain. Grandfather clauses temporarily exempting elderly homeowners on fixed incomes, how best to transition from a property tax to an LVT, and the role of LVT-exempt institutions in civil society. But such details are not unresolvable. Given my biblical view of human nature, as fallen but with the possibility of, and a trajectory toward, redemption, my hopes for a land value tax and a revival of classical humanist urbanism are genuine and substantive, though modest. Neither Georgism nor good architecture and urbanism are salvific, nor do they warrant cultish devotion. But compared to our current tax system and the social and economic distortions it engenders, an LVT would be a simpler, more transparent, more easily administered, and above all more just tax. Walkable, mixed-use towns and city neighborhoods comprising durable and beautiful buildings would realize human flourishing much better than our ubiquitous sprawl suburbs. Perhaps the rearrangement and recovery of fundamental things, such as fairer taxes, more beautiful and well-tended landscapes, and good urbanism can only occur in the aftermath of catastrophe. Many already regard both sprawl and our current economic arrangements as catastrophic. Nevertheless, it would be a welcome development even now for new urbanists, both political parties, and all interested citizens to embrace land value taxation as an essential nonpartisan component of good urban economy, based upon the truth of what land is. The promotion of walkable, mixed-use human settlements across a rural-to-urban transect should also be a bipartisan effort. The problems these policies can solve concern many Americans, perhaps a majority, across political lines. The solutions await their political champions. The pandemic has emboldened Wall Street, offering proof that the mega-landlord business model can withstand economic shock. But investors are counting on their bets to keep paying off well after COVID-19 is tamed. Most Americans associate the housing crash with 2008, but 3 years later, in 2011, home prices were still in free fall. Double-digit foreclosure rates plagued cities like Miami and Las Vegas. Home values plunged by more than half around Phoenix. That summer, a team of housing analysts at Morgan Stanley sent the investment bank's clients a report that would become wildly influential. It was titled A Rentership Society. In it, as well as in subsequent papers, the analysts forecast a surge in the number of renters and a potentially massive opportunity for investors to convert the glut of repossessed homes into rental properties. There were more than 1.6 million foreclosed homes on the market around the country, and judging by the hundreds of billions of dollars in delinquent mortgages out there, more were on the way. In each foreclosed home, the analysts saw both a potential rental property and a new renter hitting the street whose needs, room for children, access to good schools, were unlikely to be met by an apartment. The analysts noted the bursts of household formation that usually follow recessions, during which people tend to delay things like marriage, having children, moving out of their parents' homes, and even divorce. Banks were stunned by losses and facing the wrath of lawmakers. They were being as tight-fisted with home loans as they had been lavish with them before the crash. Billowing student debt was making it as difficult as ever to save for down payments, which were back in style among lenders. Attitudes toward renting were changing, too. Homeownership had resulted in financial pain and sacrifice for millions of Americans. The argument that paying rent was wasteful had lost resonance. The economy's shift from manufacturing to service and information jobs meant fewer workers tethered to particular towns for their entire careers. That had boosted the option value of renting, the analysts said. Being able to move for employment without worrying about selling a house and paying sales commissions and other fees was more important than ever. A big rental investor who was an early acolyte of the Rentership Society once asked me, when I interviewed him for the Wall Street Journal, where I'm a reporter. Is renting a home really that much different from renting the money to buy one? For many, it may not be, especially if they have to put their life savings at risk. In addition, though home prices had come down since 2008, other ownership costs were up. Hurricanes along the east and Gulf coasts and wildfires out west were pushing homeowners' insurance premiums higher in some of the most populated parts of the country. Cash-strapped municipalities were raising property tax rates to counteract the negative effects that lower property values were having on revenue. Homeownership, long upheld as the American dream, was in crisis, the Morgan Stanley analysts wrote. 1 in 5 homeowners either was no longer willing or able to make mortgage payments or had lost every penny of home equity. If you counted only people with a mortgage, it was roughly 1 in 3. That dream, the analysts wrote, has become more of a nightmare. The first great hauls from the housing bust came when contrarian fund managers, such as John Paulson and Michael Burry, and traders at Goldman Sachs constructed complex wagers against subprime mortgages. The Morgan Stanley analysts said the next fortunes could be minted scooping up repossessed homes and renting them out. They estimated that even in the worst-case scenario, one in which home values never recovered and not a penny could be borrowed to amplify returns, the yield from renting homes bought cheaply enough on the courthouse steps or from desperate banks would be much higher than almost any other investment given how low interest rates were being held. The opportunity, as they saw it, was nearly boundless, measured in trillions of dollars. They deemed it housing 2.0. There were doubters, mostly apartment owners. They were in the business of managing large numbers of residences, and it was hard enough when they were all under one roof. There were good reasons no one had ever attempted to manage huge pools of rental homes, skeptics argued. If ever there was a time to try, though, it was now. Apple released its iPhone in 2007 and the iPad in 2010, launching a new era of mobile computing. These devices, as well as advances in cloud computing, enabled investors to conduct an unprecedented land grab and profitably manage thousands of far-flung properties. The phones at Morgan Stanley were flooded by inquisitive investment fund managers. Ben Bernanke, who helmed the Federal Reserve during the crisis, endorsed the idea in early 2012 while speaking at a National Association of Home Builders conference in Orlando, Florida. It could make sense in some markets to turn some of the foreclosed homes into rental properties, Bernanke said. By then, more than $1 billion had been raised by investors for the purpose of doing just that. Some of the biggest names in finance were hoarding houses. Blackstone, the world's largest property investor, was introduced by an investment banker to a group of Arizona men with a fast-growing rental home business. They had been buying mobile home parks around Phoenix when home prices crashed and decided to trade up to single-family houses. Their business was led by Dallas Tanner, a fourth-generation Phoenician who had just completed his graduate degree at Arizona State. They had accumulated more than 1,000 rental homes with cash from the country club set. But Tanner and his partners wanted to expand to other cities. They went looking for an investor, someone with deeper pockets than the doctors and dentists who had so far been funding their splurge. Blackstone, with billions of its investors' dollars locked up in its private equity funds, had been studying a move into U.S. single-family homes, the world's largest asset class and the final frontier for the institutional property investors who had already conquered malls, apartments, offices, and other segments of real estate. At Blackstone's Park Avenue offices, the firm's brass weighed a big rental home investment. Blackstone's billionaire chief executive was on board. "Oh my goodness, this could be huge," Stephen Schwartzman said. "Nobody is going to be able to borrow. They're going to need housing." Within a couple years, flush with Blackstone's billions, Tanner's Invitation Homes was spending $150 million on foreclosed houses each week. Between 2006 and 2016, when the homeownership rate fell to its lowest level in 50 years, the number of renters grew by about a quarter. The nearly 9.5 million new tenants aren't just the bottom-rung earners and subprime borrowers you'd expect. Rent rolls these days include a surprising number of upper-income professionals. By 2018, about 19% of U.S. households with annual incomes of $100,000 or more were renters, up from 12% in 2006, according to U.S. Census Bureau data adjusted for inflation. That equates to about 3.4 million new renters who, given their incomes, probably would have been homeowners a generation ago. And they're not renting where you'd expect. Less than 20% of them are around New York City and San Francisco, where sky-high real estate values have long limited homeownership. Their ranks swelled in places such as Houston, Denver, and Nashville, as well as in Cincinnati, Seattle, and San Antonio. These days, the average tenant of both Invitation Homes and American Homes for rent earns more than $100,000. Bruce McNeilage, who builds rental houses around Nashville and other southeastern cities, and, once occupied, usually sells the properties to bigger landlords, said his typical tenants are six-figure earners, too. I can't think of anyone we've rented to recently who didn't make $100,000. He told me while we toured a neighborhood of 30 houses he was building south of Nashville with well-heeled renters in mind. The houses were outfitted with dark hardwood floors, powerful ceiling fans, tile trim in the bathrooms, a kitchen full of granite and stainless steel. There wasn't anything to suggest the house was a rental. They leased for about $1,800 a month and McNeilage was having no trouble filling them. The houses were just up a hill from an elementary school in a corner of Middle Tennessee that had been recently opened to suburban development by a new outer beltway. McNeilage envisioned bathrobed parents sipping coffee and watching from their kitchen windows or back porches as their children ambled down the hill to school. Renting to the relatively well-to-do is an enticing proposition for a landlord. They can afford a lot more rent and they're usually more consistent in paying it than lower earners. A sick child or car troubles don't cost them hours at work and income. Neither does a pandemic. High earners also tend to stay put, willing to absorb regular rent hikes if it means not having to move their children to new schools. Very early in this business, we figured out that the cost to replace the HVAC unit is, for the most part, the same on a $1,200 or $1,300 rental as it is on an $1,800 or $1,900 rental. Tanner, Invitation Homes CEO, once told investors, "There are a lot of reasons for the surge in high-earning renters. Some aren't buying because they can't afford it. They have too much debt, usually thanks to student loans. They lack savings for a down payment. The houses in the booming cities where they can find good jobs might be too expensive even for people considered well-off. Others aren't buying by choice. They lack faith that their employment will last or don't believe that the run-up in home prices is sustainable. Some don't want to be tied down with a mortgage. Many aren't wedded to the notion of ownership the same way as earlier generations. Rental investors are giddy with the idea of high-earning, cash-poor, sharing economy steeped millennials making babies and alighting to the suburbs in search of nice schools and granite countertops. Many of these people will appreciate that they can live in a well-maintained, family-sized suburban home and send their children to good public schools without committing to decades of mortgage payments, tying up their savings in down payments, or risking entrapment in another market collapse. By renting, though, they forsake the method through which most Americans build wealth. Last decade's housing crisis threatens a more lasting and far-reaching impact on American society than other historic market meltdowns because the previous crashes have generally been in the stock market and share prices mostly affect the rich. The behavior of voters and consumers might be swayed by the direction of stock prices, but most people don't own much in the way of equities. When the masses suffer following a stock market crash, it's usually because of the knock-on effects of recession, such as job loss or lessened access to credit, not because their tech stocks lost 40%. The housing crash, on the other hand, delivered a direct hit to the middle class, widening the wealth gap in America. Home price appreciation has historically been how Americans achieve financial prosperity. A recent study of consumer survey data from the University of Michigan going back to the late 1940s found that rising home values fueled the surge in middle-class wealth after World War II. Unlike stocks and bonds, houses are widely held. Roughly half of housing wealth is owned by America's middle class, according to the researchers at Germany's University of Bonn who wrote the paper. Invitation Homes and its rivals kept buying even after the flood of foreclosures subsided, using house hunting computers to find ideal rentals in targeted neighborhoods within moments of their hitting the market. In April 2017, a real estate agent named Don Nugent listed a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom home for sale in Spring Hill, Tennessee. It sat on a cul-de-sac at the northern edge of town. The house was built in 1997 and had a gable roof, an attached 2-car garage, and his and hers sinks in the master bathroom. The owners bought it 4 years earlier for $160,000. They needed to move to another state and wanted a quick sale. That wouldn't be a problem. The market in Spring Hill was red hot. The economy around Nashville was one of the fastest growing in the country. Job seekers were streaming into Middle Tennessee, and the good schools, relatively affordable housing, and a new third shift at the GM plant led many to settle in Spring Hill. Builders raced to plat new subdivisions, but after being idle during the crash, They were well behind the influx of people. Houses sold hours after hitting the market. Nugent hardly had time to pound the sign into the yard before he started fielding offers. The sellers had 4 to weigh within a few hours. The high bid of $208,000 came from a couple with a child looking for their first house. American Homes 4 Rent matched their offer, all cash. Unlike the family, the company didn't need to borrow a penny to buy the house. That erased the risk of a low appraisal or some lending hang-up derailing the sale. The company would do its own inspections, saving the seller time and big expenses. It wouldn't fuss over scuffed floors or ugly paint, since it would be renovating the house, using the same paint colors, flooring, and appliances as those in its hundreds of other houses around Spring Hill. It could close sales as soon as the seller desired. Nugent had sold other houses to American Homes 4 Rent, which was founded by billionaire self-storage magnate B. Wayne Hughes and financed with Alaskan oil money. The sales agent lamented steering this latest house from a family that seemed to really want it, but it was his duty to get the best deal possible for the sellers. For clients in a rush to sell, the company's offer was too good to pass up. 12 hours after the 1,600-square-foot house hit the market, American Homes 4 Rent signed a contract to buy it. The house was the 7th that it had bought on that short, curbless street and one of 2,600 or so it had accumulated around Nashville. About a month later, the house was back on the market. This time it was for rent, for $1,575 a month. The family whom American Homes 4 Rent beat out for the house was precisely the type of tenant that the company was hoping would lease it. Parents who, for the sake of their children's education and social lives, were likely to rent for years without interruption. We decided the most stable tenant would be the family. Hughes told the trustees of Alaska's State Oil Fund on a trip to Juneau to update them on their investment in his company. Some of you have had children, I'm sure, Hughes said. They don't ever want to move. It's an old idea in economics that landlords have the most to gain over the long run. During economic expansion, production of most goods rises. Scarcity relative to other assets pushes up the price of property as well as the cost of renting it. The influential economist David Ricardo outlined this in 1817. His worry was that landlords would amass a growing share of income and wealth. Ricardo didn't have the data back then, but his assessment was prescient. Between 1970 and 2010, housing wealth accounted for about 2/3 of the increase in the U.S. wealth-to-income ratio. According to economists Thomas Piketty and Gabriel Zuckman, they found even greater proportions of wealth created by home price appreciation in other developed countries, such as Canada and the United Kingdom. It was thanks to rising home prices that the U.S. middle class was able to hang on to its share of the country's overall wealth in the decades following World War II. Despite losing major ground to the wealthiest Americans in terms of income, University of Bonn researchers Moritz Kuhn, Moritz Schulerich, and Ulrike I. Steins wrote in a 2018 paper, "The wealth of the bottom half of wage earners doubled between 1971 and 2007 despite incomes that were stagnant once adjusted for inflation." They found wealth gains for the middle class also basically doubled even though inflation-adjusted wages rose by less than 40%. Most Americans weren't really making any more money at work. They were richer because they owned homes that rose in value. It is conceivable that these large wealth gains for the middle and lower middle class helped to dispel discontent about stagnant incomes for some time. The German researchers wrote, "The housing crash wiped away a lot of that wealth, though, and with it some social tranquility. A lot of people never regained their economic footing. The median household earning $63,179 in 2018 couldn't afford the median-priced home in very many American cities. Even on the off chance they managed to save a 20% down payment while paying ever-rising rent. Yet the rich, whose wealth is concentrated in the stock market and corporate equity, rode the rebounding economy to new heights, producing what the Bonn researchers described as the largest spike in wealth inequality in post-war American history. The lack of home equity is already showing. Those born in the 1970s, who were just starting out as homeowners when the crash hit, have much lower inflation-adjusted median net worth, about $47,000, than their elders, according to a 2016 study by John Burns Real Estate Consulting. At the same age, those born in the 50s or 60s were worth about $79,000 and $86,000, respectively. Younger people don't appear to be in a much better position to pursue homeownership. The median income of young adults, those aged 25 to 34, declined at a rate of about 1% a year between 2000 and 2013, according to John Burns. Nearly 1 in 5 people born in the 1980s lives below the poverty line, which is the highest percentage for any cohort since the people born in the 1930s amid the Dust Bowl and soup lines of the Great Depression. One of the levers that federal policymakers have pulled in hopes of preventing another depression during the pandemic has been to keep borrowing costs historically low. Mortgage rates around 3% have helped a lot of Americans become homeowners since the lockdown started. But buying is getting harder. The number of for-sale properties relative to the number of U.S. households hasn't been so low in at least 4 decades. Home prices are shooting up in nearly every corner of the country, subsuming interest savings. For those priced out or wary of paying too much, Wall Street is waiting. The fight over zoning in America has created odd bedfellows. Self-declared socialists have allied with big developers and railed against regulatory burdens on business. Self-professed conservatives have allied with radical environmentalists to fight development. Now that housing prices have surpassed their 2006 peak, mortgage rates have risen, and discussions of a housing crisis have become common, these fault lines are increasingly salient. At first glance, the current struggles of YIMBYs, yes in my backyard, or advocates for denser housing, against NIMBYs, not in my backyard, or opponents of it, would seem to follow the new drift of politics in the nation. There is a young, cosmopolitan, urban class that identifies with the left yet advocates for markets. And there is an old, parochial, suburban or exurban class which identifies with the right yet sides with anti-market forces. Yet America has engaged in battles over local zoning for decades. And, for most of that period, conservatives have defended zoning against progressives. Furthermore, the history, economics, and political science of local communities demonstrate that those who ascribe to free market beliefs should not despise zoning. Even passionate libertarians would not deny the ability of people to form or join a local government with some say over their property. Most zoning in America is of such a local and consensual nature. American federalism promises a diversity of policies and allows people to express preferences by choice and movement instead of collective votes. The same principle should apply to local governments, which must compete fiercely with each other for residents, businesses, and voters. In most of the nation, thanks to this local competition, zoning doesn't have a significant impact on housing prices. YIMBYs are right that a lack of housing is the reason that housing prices in some areas are high. Americans can and should embrace reforms that open these areas for more housing, ameliorate the most stringent local zoning laws, and align the incentives of local governments toward growth. But we should not embrace a categorical attack on zoning or local governments in general, or the canard that single-family zoning is the cause of our housing woes. We can demand increased housing without demanding that all housing becomes denser or that all housing decisions get made at the state or federal level. While supporting some reforms to allow more housing, we do not have to sabotage the one type of government that most Americans still support, their local government. Progressives argue that the impetus for zoning, and for traditional conservative defenses of it, is obvious. Zoning is based on racist motivations and has been a means to keep minorities from wealthy neighborhoods and suburbs. Everyone from Vox to the Biden administration argues that the 1917 Supreme Court case of Buchanan versus Worley, which struck down explicit racial zoning, led cities to adopt zoning against low-income housing as another means of excluding minorities. The subsequent case of Euclid versus Ambler, 1926, in which Justice George Sutherland upheld the ability of local governments to zone for different densities, and in which he referred to suburban apartments in single-family communities as parasites, blessed these new exclusionary efforts. Yet zoning was not the result of racism. Cities like Los Angeles had earlier versions of zoning that the Supreme Court upheld in 1915. New York City imposed its first comprehensive zoning plan in 1916, before Buchanan, and the goal was to separate commercial, industrial, and residential uses, not races. When Chicago adopted its first zoning ordinance in 1923, Charles Duke, a prominent black developer, was a member of the Zoning Commission, and he made sure it did not have racially objectionable results. The Chicago Defender, the main black newspaper in the city, supported the zoning effort. Although zoning has been used for racist ends at times, few government programs in the 20th century weren't, claims that zoning is inherently racist or racially motivated are inaccurate. The vast majority of states, including those with few racial minorities, passed laws to allow cities and suburbs to zone in the 1920s. Many local communities, again including cities and suburbs with few nearby minorities, embraced them. A study of the Boston suburbs in this period by Edward Glazer and Bryce Ward found that there was little correlation between the number of black residents or immigrants and the strictness of town zoning rules. By contrast, increased nearby density led towns to strengthen zoning regulations in order to maintain single-family housing. Most progressive stories about zoning focus on top-down impositions or decisions by a handful of policymakers, jurists, and racists. These are the supply-side stories of zoning. But as economist William Fischel of Dartmouth points out, these ignore the demand-side story of zoning, in which zoning emerged as often from the bottom up and from numerous voters and residents. Even in states like Georgia in 1926 and New Jersey in 1927, where state Supreme Courts struck down zoning statutes as takings of private property or as beyond the power of local governments, voters passed constitutional amendments to override the courts and return zoning powers to local communities again. A rejection of zoning, therefore, entails not just a rejection of one or two policy mistakes made by central planners or scheming racists, but a belief that the same mistake has been made thousands of times, by every state and by most of the 19,000 local municipalities in the United States, over periods of decades. If zoning, and especially single-family zoning, is a mistake, it's an abnormally common one. Opponents of zoning need to explain not only why local governments keep making the same mistake, but why people of all races keep moving to areas that make that mistake. More likely, zoning is common because people want it. If forced to offer a defense of zoning, most Americans would argue that it is a means to exclude factories, strip clubs, or towering apartment blocks from quiet residential neighborhoods. Although this is one function of zoning, it has other, more abstract benefits that are overlooked. Economists have shown how zoning ensures the fiscal independence of local governments and encourages more payments for public goods. In 1956, the economist Charles Thibaut proposed what became known as the Thibaut hypothesis. He argued that local governments competed for businesses and residents, and thus an area with many local governments should approximate a private marketplace for public goods such as roads, parks, schools, and public safety. Competing governments allowed people to select the mix of public goods and taxes they wanted by voting with their feet. Competition forced these governments to increase the quality of services and reduce their costs. Property taxes ensured that people living inside a local government paid for its public goods. Decades of research have confirmed this hypothesis. Yet without some means of restricting entry, local governments would have a free rider problem, by which people could get high-quality services by skimping on low-quality property with lower taxes. While progressives might celebrate the redistributionist effects of such efforts, the economic literature shows that allowing more free riders causes voters to reduce the total amount of public goods instead of redistributing them. Zoning, as economist Bruce Hamilton pointed out, solves the free rider problem. It allows local governments to have some control over their housing mix, and thus some control over their mix of property taxes and services. 8 Contra some critics. Zoning does not lead all cities to exclude poor people, since some cities can offer cheaper services and lower taxes. These cities then create a surprising kind of integration. In fiscal zoning, where cities zone to attract the right mix of property taxes, poorer cities embrace new development of both businesses and residents, since they don't mind the increase in congestion and crowding as much as wealthy areas, but they have a greater appreciation for new fiscal revenues. Since new housing tends to attract a higher income class than existing housing, this encourages wealthier people to move into poorer areas. Instead of forcing rich people to accept more poor people into their neighborhood, as with typical government efforts to densify the suburbs, zoning for revenue has poor people invite rich people to live in their midst. Fiscal zoning creates integration through carrots instead of sticks. Opponents of zoning often identify Houston as the exception that proves that zoning is unnecessary for local governments. Yet it is important to note that the Houston metropolis, the fifth largest in America with over 7 million people, is not just composed of Houston the city. Houston proper, with no zoning, has 2.3 million people. Central cities, which have lots of fixed advantages as well as a strong property tax base downtown, don't work like most local governments. Their semi-monopoly status causes them to answer more to powerful interests rather than footloose residents. And thus it is less important for central cities like Houston to control their housing and fiscal mix through zoning. That explains why even though Houston itself is unzoned, much of the metropolitan population lives in zoned suburbs like Sugar Land, Katy, or Baytown. Houston is by all measures a growing, affordable, and successful city, but it is not as distinct as many believe. According to recent estimates, housing costs in the Houston metropolitan area are not noticeably different from those in Zone Dallas, which also has seen equivalent, rapid population growth in recent decades. Rather than demonstrating that politicians and higher-level governments should struggle against zoning, Houston demonstrates that cities and suburbs can select the amount of zoning that is right for them. The YIMBY critique of zoning, and especially of single-family zoning, relies on the idea that suburban homeowners are preventing dense new development and are thus the main barriers to housing affordability. Yet the YIMBY movement must face an odd paradox. The movement is based in coastal states, where housing prices are the highest. Yet these states are already the densest parts of the country. California has the densest cities of any large state, with its largest metropolitan areas having around 6,000 people per square mile, over double the urban density in the rest of the country. California has been the only major state to see significant increases in density since World War II, and yet its housing prices have increased the fastest and have become by far the most unaffordable in the nation. The usual measure of affordability is the ratio of a median home price to median income in a metropolitan area. In much of the nation, that ratio has held steady at around 3-to-1, both during and after the early 2000s housing bubble. In other words, an average house cost about 3 times an average family's income in most cities in the United States. Although in the recent housing price explosion after the coronavirus, it has increased to about 4-to-1. Yet Los Angeles and San Francisco, by most measures the second and third densest metropolitan areas in the nation, have homes that cost over 10 times median income. Their price-to-income ratios have increased just as their density has. In other states, sprawling, low-density suburbs are not a barrier to affordability. Expanding middle American metros, like Dallas, Texas, and Nashville, Tennessee, are low-density, largely zoned for single-family housing, and yet have a price-income ratio that is less than half of California's large cities. In other growing metros like Oklahoma City, the ratio is almost a third. When compared to other nations, these sprawling American cities with extensive single-family zoning have some of the most affordable housing prices on Earth. The connection between low-density housing and affordability is global. A recent article in the Journal of Housing Economics compares countries in Europe on sprawl and housing prices. The most sprawling or low-density countries, often in Central Europe, had almost no increase in their housing price-to-income ratios in the last 2 decades, while the least sprawling, such as the United Kingdom and Sweden, saw housing price-to-income ratios climb by up to 40% in the same period, and that from an already higher baseline. Despite these obvious counterexamples, the YIMBY movement and its allies are focused on demanding denser, infill housing inside of America's existing urban footprints. There is a need for such housing, but infill will remain a small part of all home building in America. According to an Environmental Protection Agency study, infill accounted for only 1/5 of new housing construction in the 10 years leading up to the financial crisis. Although we have limited estimates for more recent years in the previous decade, and especially since the coronavirus, we have seen further population increases in sprawling suburbs relative to existing urban areas. The current small proportion of infill in America is not due to strict land use regulations, since the areas with the strictest development laws, such as California, New York, and Massachusetts, have seen the most infill growth. SB 375, passed by California's legislature in 2008, requires every city and region to focus on dense infill for all future development. The reason that most American cities have affordable housing is not that they require dense infill or ban single-family zoning, but that they encourage the approximately 80% of development that happens in greenfields, the undeveloped land outside of existing urban areas. Yet this type of housing has attracted little attention from supposedly pro-housing activists. One reason is that YIMBY activists have tied their affordability critiques to the supposed climate dangers of sprawl and cars, dangers that are increasingly anachronistic considering the vast reductions in car emissions and increases in electrification. The main problem with California and many other coastal areas isn't low density or lack of infill, it's forbidding greenfield growth. California cities are surrounded by urban growth boundaries that prevent any growth on the outskirts of towns, scrubby pastures that are protected as open space reserves, and slope density ordinances that prevent building on hills, even though the actual city of San Francisco shows how charming developed hills can be. California and other coastal states impose environmental restrictions, subdivision requirements, and site planning requirements, and often deny the extension of city utilities such as water, sewer, and power lines to greenfield developments. These barriers are far more stringent than typical use and density zoning in existing neighborhoods. These barriers also explain why, even though the dense San Francisco-San Jose metropolitan area has the highest housing prices in the United States, almost 40% of the 9-county Bay Area is pastureland. The foremost goal of a pro-housing policy should be to open more new land for development. The evidence is overwhelming that such development is the best way to lower housing costs and to create the kind of single-family housing most Americans want. By contrast, attempts by YIMBYs to mandate only dense infill are unlikely to drive significant reductions in housing costs and could be counterproductive. The YIMBY movement and its allies assume that one of the main goals of zoning is to increase property values by preventing new development. They argue that existing single-family homeowners are blocking development to keep their property values high, and that the goal of the pro-housing movement should be to lower such property values. Yet the appropriate goal of a city or suburb should be to maximize the value of its land. As the economist Jan Bruckner noted decades ago, the type of zoning that maximizes land values does lead to higher prices for existing property owners, but it also encourages more housing development on their properties, which reduces the price of new homes. Pro-housing advocates should embrace an inclusive vision of land use regulation and demonstrate how the right kind of growth can bring benefits to everybody. Bad regulation can raise some housing prices by restricting the supply of other houses, just like a monopolist does in a private market for a good. But the result of such efforts is to lower the value of housing overall, since these regulations prevent converting land to its highest and best use. This is most clear in the regulations against developing greenfield property. For instance, the sale of a 50,000-acre East San Francisco Bay Ranch property for about $1,500 an acre, approximately a fourth of the price of equivalent land outside Dallas, shows how much anti-development laws in California destroy property values. If the state allowed more development, this would increase the price that similar property owners could get for their land, even as it increased housing production and lowered housing prices. Good regulation can raise property values by improving amenities within a community. Zoning can keep out inappropriate development, say, a noisy bar in a quiet neighborhood, and excessive crowding and congestion that lowers the value of nearby homes. It can also ensure the right fiscal mix for the local government and thus make a community fiscally stable and more desirable. These positive amenities get capitalized in the increased value of houses and land. Public policy should encourage zoning that raises such amenity values. Recent estimates of housing prices in built-up areas show that current zoning regulations increase the value of property against a baseline with no zoning, but these regulations are too strict to maximize that value. This means there is a pro-property owner argument for some amount of increased density. The result of such increased density would be higher sales prices for the existing homeowners who could sell to developers, not a hit to homeowners' pocketbooks. When critics think of the supposed benefits of zoning for the owner of a $3 million single-family house in Palo Alto, they don't often think how that same homeowner could earn even more if she could sell her land for 4 single-family homes at $1 million each. The goal of a pro-development housing policy should be to show how both homeowners and developers can get more value by encouraging the right amount of new growth. By contrast, many anti-zoning advocates portray the movement as an attempt to take away a privilege that homeowners have received from restrictive zoning. When 65% of the population are homeowners, and when even 90% of millennials state that they would prefer a single-family home, attacking single-family housing and its putative privileges does not make allies for growth. Pro-housing groups have long sought to limit the power of local governments, since they argue that such local governments are exclusionary and drive up housing prices. They hope that, by mandating more centralized control, the state or the federal government can overcome suburban resistance and ensure denser housing. Yet the evidence is strong that local governments are better at creating affordable housing than more distant governments. Previous attempts to centralize housing policy have either been ineffective or have discouraged building. Globally, those countries with the most decentralized government tend to have more affordable housing. The same Journal of Housing Economics study about sprawl and affordability in Europe found that the common determinant of both was decentralized local governments. Countries that had lots of local government power, like Switzerland, had slower housing price increases than countries like the UK and Sweden, which centralized power to approve building. The reason is that in countries like Switzerland, local governments kept larger percentages of the fiscal upside to housing through locally raised revenues and property taxes. In centralized countries such as the UK, local governments only dealt with the negative consequences of growth and became inveterate opponents of it. The history of centralized residential planning in America shows that, far from increasing development, it has tended to create more barriers to building. In 1971, Fred Bosselman and David Kalis noted what they called the quiet revolution in land use control over the previous decade, in which local governments lost power over land use to regional or state bureaucracies. With an assist from federal mandates and grants, more land use control moved to groups like regional metropolitan planning organizations as well as regional transportation and water and air quality boards. The goal of these groups was to force the suburbs to open up for concentrated development and to help plan this development. Yet since localities still had to approve numerous aspects of development, these new organizations ended up creating what became known as a double veto, yet another place to raise objections to growth after local cities had granted approval. For decades, state governments and courts have tried to mandate more inclusive suburban development. The failure of these efforts has been universal. In 1969, Massachusetts passed what was known as the Anti-Snob Zoning Act, which allowed local permitting decisions to be appealed to a state body. There was almost no impact, as demonstrated by the state continuing to have among the highest housing prices in the nation. In 1975, the New Jersey Supreme Court ruled that the suburb of Mount Laurel and other high-income suburbs in the state had to open its land for low-income and dense development. This case spawned a Mount Laurel 2, 3, and 4 and countless intermediary cases. According to studies, those suburbs subject to the mandates produced no more low-income housing than those not subject to them. California has made the greatest efforts to force suburbs to open up local zoning. In 1967, the state required every city and suburb to participate in what became known as a Regional Housing Needs Aloka Tie-in Plan to encourage more low-income housing. In 1978, the state passed a Density Bonus Act to allow housing with enough affordable units to bypass zoning requirements. In 1982, the legislature passed the Housing Accountability Act to require, by right or automatic, approval of housing that conformed to the Regional Housing Needs Plan, and in 2017 it strengthened the law. By all measures, these laws have not succeeded in reducing housing prices in the state or even slowing the growth in prices. Attempts to push more housing at the federal level have also failed. In 1969, Secretary of Housing and Urban Development George Romney, previously governor of Michigan and father of Mitt Romney, proposed an Open Communities Initiative, which tried to use federal grants to force more economic and racial integration in suburbs. The same day as Romney's announcement, the Department of Justice sued the small St. Louis suburb of Blackjack for refusing a dense and integrated housing development. The phrase the government used at the time wasn't YIMBY, but opening the suburbs. Within a year, after political backlash in Blackjack and in some Detroit suburbs, President Richard Nixon asked Romney to pause all efforts. By 1973, Nixon had put a total moratorium on federal housing grants, partially to stop Romney from pushing integration and density. The failures of the Nixon administration efforts meant the federal government did not make a significant attempt at opening the suburbs for decades. The Obama administration made a small effort with its affirmatively furthering fair housing rule, which required local governments to fill out reports to HUD on their efforts to encourage multifamily development and promote racial integration. Although a lawsuit about one inadequate report in Westchester County led to a settlement which mandated more density, HUD later dropped the effort without achieving any results. Donald Trump's efforts followed a similar trajectory as Nixon's. In June 2019, President Trump, the first housing developer ever elected president, issued an executive order that said the federal government would work towards eliminating regulatory barriers to affordable housing. HUD Secretary Ben Carson tweeted that he was taking on the hashtag NIMBYs and proudly wore the YIMBY label .28, but in 2020, the administration made a Biden characteristic volte face. The president attacked what he called the Democrats' low-income suburbs plan to use federal funds to fight zoning in suburbs. Carson wrote an op-ed about the Obama-Biden dystopian vision of building low-income housing units next to your suburban house. The administration's new goal, they said, would be preserving community and neighborhood choice. There were no seeming effects of the administration's short-lived YIMBY efforts. The Biden administration's new plan to use federal funds to break open the suburbs, announced in May 2022, is likely to have no better results, and in some ways will stymie building. The plan says it aims to promote density, and it uses the term density 6 times in its announcement. Yet it has no discussion of opening new land for development by limiting environmental or other rules. The plan also demands inclusionary zoning, or requiring developers to include more low-income housing in each new development. Such mandates deter housing production by raising the costs of new development. Due to pleas from environmental groups, the plan mandates more energy efficiency for mobile homes. The result of this effort, according to the government's own analysis, will be to increase the cost of mobile homes by up to 10% and lead to 150,000 fewer mobile units over the coming years, a massive hit to affordability for the very lowest rung of the housing market ladder. In this case, as in others, centralized control has given more power to interest groups that prevent growth. There are reforms that can increase housing production and protect property rights without overturning local control. First, instead of attempting to break up local zoning, states and the federal government should work on removing the many barriers to growth created at the state and federal levels. Reducing or even eliminating the stringent federal manufactured and mobile home standards, which were first passed in 1974, are an obvious place to start. States and the federal government should repeal existing environmental regulations that prevent development on any land that is a little damp, or that require long-winded environmental impact reports for any new building. As Salim Firth and Kelsey McKinley have argued, the 20 states that have additional petition processes, which require special votes or supermajorities on city councils to override concerns of neighbors in a rezoning, should repeal or amend these laws. They are the result of state mandates and not a true type of local control. There are some ways for states to limit the most egregious examples of local land control abuse. For instance, states should restrict the ability of local governments to institute growth boundaries or impose complete housing moratoria, since those are means for urbanites to expropriate the land value of undeveloped properties, rather than to equalize costs and benefits of public goods. Other reasonable state reforms, such as allowing a limited number of granny flats in single-family neighborhoods, streamlining local building codes and inspections, or even requiring some increased density in new state transportation corridors, can improve affordability without undermining the most important aspects of local control. Pro-development localists and YIMBYs can and should ally on these reforms. But in contrast to those who think the state should focus on densifying the suburbs, direct state intervention into zoning and other local decisions should focus on large cities. 30 municipalities in America have populations larger than our smallest state. These cities, usually the central city in a metropolitan area, face little competition due to their myriad advantages. Beyond their massive size, they have immense and property tax-rich downtowns focused on business-to-business services and a concentration of heritage, EDS, and meds that pull the educated and wealthy into cities. According to studies, these cities are less likely to listen to majorities than small suburbs and more likely to cater to the demands of interest groups. Instead of opening up the suburbs, states can prevent these already flush cities from abusing their advantages, such as by increasing costs to developers or downzoning territory that is ripe for redevelopment. Courts can also supervise zoning better than they've done in recent years. In the post-World War II period, courts did not try to mandate a certain amount of density or demand equal shares for different income groups in the suburbs, but they were more attentive to property owners and more willing to overturn zoning decisions if they destroyed property values. Courts demanded upzonings to allow more density when local governments kept them unreasonably low, or whenever zoning was too restrictive relative to the character of the neighborhood, or when an imposed zoning category would leave property unimproved for a long time. Courts should recover this focus on property values and remember that the appropriate goal in zoning is to maximize the value of land. If a zoning rule results in lowering the value of land overall, courts should be suspicious of it, since it is likely that the community is unjustly transferring value from one group to another and inhibiting development. But if a zoning decision appears to improve the overall value of property in a community, then courts can be comfortable that the zoning is providing for the general welfare. Most importantly, states can reform their property tax and fiscal rules for local governments, which have distorted the local incentives to build. In many states, school equalization lawsuits and legislation have caused local districts to lose up to 50% of their school property tax revenue to the general state fund. This has had deleterious consequences. The first successful school equalization case in the nation, Serrano versus Priest, 1976, in California, directly led, 2 years later, to the property tax limitation measure Proposition 13, since the case convinced most voters that there was no benefit to raising local revenue. Both Serrano and Proposition 13 took away the local incentives for development and exacerbated California's housing crisis. They also demonstrated how attempts at forcing local redistribution can lead to fewer public goods overall. Economists Gregory Burge and Keith Eilenfeld have shown that when local governments have more fiscal incentives to allow building, they, not surprisingly, build more. Instead of attacking local property taxes or impact fees on new development as a means to exclude newcomers, states should ensure that local governments get most of the upside to growth. The whole reason why America's decentralized system works is simple. Although locals must bear the burdens of growth, they also get the benefits. Tightening the connections between costs and benefits will help local governments embrace growth again. As early as 1966, the zoning researcher Richard Babcock noted that no one is enthusiastic about zoning except the people. The same is true today. While most elites, whether on the progressive left or the libertarian right, despise it, the vast majority of Americans accept it as a good and just social measure. Instead of railing against popular ignorance, zoning's widespread acceptance should give critics pause. As Babcock said, "I become tired of the planners' cry that zoning is a failure. By the test of acceptance in the marketplace, zoning has been a smashing success." While some would quibble with the characterization of zoning as the marketplace, by any reasonable understanding of how people have both created and moved to new zone cities and suburbs, Babcock's characterization is accurate. A diverse group of local governments, with some control over the housing and property rights of their inhabitants, can satisfy even the staunchest libertarian. Robert Nozick, the dean of libertarian philosophers, in his classic Anarchy, State, and Utopia, imagined what he called a meta-utopia, where a central power enforced peace and basic rights, but most power resided in voluntary local communities, each of which could make its own rules and each of which could enforce them as it chose, as long as people had the ability to move to and from them. This libertarian utopia is actually not too distant from the reality of modern American local government in some respects. There are wet and dry counties, pro- and anti-gambling cities, places where drugs are practically legalized and places where they are strictly banned, and of course places where there are many tall buildings and places where housing and jobs are more spread out. Since only 3% of the American landmass is urbanized, we have in no way exhausted the possibility of founding new communities that can express the immense variety of American preferences. In a polarized and dynamic age, it is good to remember that there is a virtue in supporting such voluntary communities and suburbs. Contrary to arguments that far-flung suburbs breed enemy and disaffection, suburbs have more social connections and social capital, higher levels of voting, and more cohesion than areas with equivalent incomes in the central cities. To many activists, such communitarian language can only be a code word for racial exclusion. Yet, as Jacob Vigder and Edward Glazer have shown, the all-white suburb has almost disappeared in America. As Joel Kotkin has reported, over the past decade, non-Hispanic whites accounted for less than 4% of growth in suburbs and exurbs, while Latinos accounted for nearly half, with Asians, African Americans, mixed race, and other groups making up the balance. American suburbs are successful, affordable, and impressively diverse. The main threat to American local governments is not their variety, but that one group or another will try to impose its policy preferences across over 330 million people, and thus collapse an admirable diversity of lifestyles onto a battlefield in Washington, D.C. The question of what Europeans call subsidiarity, or assigning each task to the lowest possible level of government, but no lower, is never easy. But the general truth James Madison identified helps. Small and local governments tend to favor majorities, while large and distant governments tend to protect minorities. Thus, it is good that the federal and state governments protect basic rights and prevent majority factions from riding roughshod over smaller groups or individuals. State and federal Supreme Court rulings on local takings of property caused by excessive zoning and regulation can and should forbid the most egregious examples of zoning abuse against individuals. But most zoning authority is the result of a broad agreement among the populations of suburbs or cities that embrace it, often behind the equivalent of a Rawlsian veil of ignorance, before the particulars of a zoning plan are known. Such majoritarian regulations need no higher level of government overturning them. Polls show that Americans like their local governments and that they like them more than distant and less responsive governments. After all, most Americans chose to live under their particular government. They voted with their feet, and their local vote has vastly more impact than votes from more distant office holders. These local governments have what many political scientists crave: democratic legitimacy, and undermining their independence will only prove counterproductive. The COVID-19 pandemic set off a frenzy for suburban houses. But it's not just millennials looking for patios and home offices. Wall Street is house hunting as well. Private equity firms, insurance companies, and pensions are betting that many Americans will have to rent the suburban lifestyle to which they have now become accustomed and are racing to accumulate houses to lease to them. Wall Street's rental gambit began a decade ago at the depths of the housing crisis, when financiers sent buyers to foreclosure auctions with duffel bags full of cash. By the time the economy was shut down in March 2020 to slow the spread of coronavirus, public companies and institutional investors owned more than 350,000 single-family rental homes clustered in good school districts around growing cities. The sudden unemployment of millions seemed to present a grave threat to this business model, however. How many of these investors' tenants would keep paying rent? As it happened, pretty much of all of them. Mega landlords such as Invitation Homes, American Homes 4 Rent, and Tricon Residential, with more than 150,000 houses between them, have reported record occupancy and timely rent payment on par with pre-pandemic rates. Cooped-up members of the work-from-home class are streaming their way and quickly snapping up vacancies, despite asking rents being pushed up by more than 10% year over year in some places. That's remarkable in good times. It's eye-popping amid recession. The pandemic has thus allayed any lingering doubts that pools of suburban rental houses can be managed profitably. Plus, there's not a lot of other appealing places to invest the $150 billion or so amassed in private equity funds dedicated to property deals. The outlook is cloudy for office towers, hotels, and shopping malls. Apartment complexes catering to service workers have been walloped. Bold-faced names of finance have piled into landlording since the pandemic began. J.P. Morgan Asset Management is building $625 million of houses expressly to lease with American Homes 4 Rent. Rockpoint Group, a private equity firm that historically invested in apartments and developed subdivisions, teamed with Invitation Homes to buy $1 billion worth of high-end rentals for six-figure earners, and then struck a $250 million deal with another landlord to buy cheaper houses for working-class tenants. Blackstone Group, which built Invitation into the country's largest landlord and cashed out in November 2019 with billions in profit, didn't stay on the sidelines long. In August, Blackstone invested $240 million in Tricon. Koch Industries, Brookfield Asset Management, and Nuveen have each made their own nine-figure investments in expanding rental operations. Last year, a multi-billion-dollar bidding war broke out for a 14,000-house landlord called Front Yard Residential. Over the past 2 decades in the United States and Europe, elite decision-making has hit an extended rough patch. Fairly or not, a lot of important public policy decisions have turned out horribly for the best and brightest. Whether that involved running a stratospherically levered financial institution hurtling into the financial crisis, or the government encouraging the sale of mortgages to people who could hardly afford to pay them back under any realistic scenario, or the creation of a single currency union without any effective fiscal or political union, or invading a country with little thought given to what comes next. Elites have proven themselves at best all too human or, worse, inclined to pursue the counterintuitive and abstract with little apparent concern for real-world consequences. No doubt many will quibble, but to locate the starting point of these last 20 mostly regrettable years of elite decision-making, we could do worse than to begin with the repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act in 1999, more precisely, the 1999 repeal of the prohibition under the Glass-Steagall Act of insured banks being affiliated with firms like investment banks that engage in securities underwriting, and the failure to regulate the pervasive use of derivatives by commercial and investment banks. Taken together with U.S. housing policy under the Clinton and Bush administrations, these 3 policy failures accounted for the alarming increase in leverage in the overall economy and the enormous growth of large financial institutions in the years preceding the global financial crisis. The government's policy response to the financial crisis and the ensuing banking crisis has been a mixed bag of executive branch enforcement actions and legislative fixes. In 2008, the government put both Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac into conservatorship, where they remain today, and mortgage underwriting standards were strengthened. Under the Obama administration, the Treasury, Department of Justice, and other agencies were very active in reaching monetary settlements with the major banks for pre-crisis malfeasance. Additionally, in 2010, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act. As a result, many of the gaps in clearing and margin requirements for derivative contracts have been addressed, and new restrictions have been placed on banks trading on their own balance sheet. These policy and administrative actions, however, failed to address one key component of the crisis. The biggest banks have become even bigger in the intervening 10 years. In an effort to compensate for the government's unwillingness to limit the size of large financial institutions and to address the ad hoc approach by the government during the 2008 crisis, Dodd-Frank created a new and most unusual regulatory power for the government. In what almost seems like a practical joke played on unsuspecting senators, Dodd-Frank authorizes something called the Orderly Liquidation Authority, OLA, that permits the FDIC, with the approval of the Treasury Secretary and Federal Reserve Board of Governors, by a 2/3 supermajority, to preemptively seize and wind down any systemically important financial institutions, SIFIs, that are in danger of default, and to subjectively decide which claims to prioritize and at what price. More will be discussed below, but just to assure the reader's good sense, the OLA represents some of the most wishful public policy thinking to ever come out of Washington, D.C. But we are getting ahead of ourselves. To understand how we arrived at this point, we must revisit the rationale for the Glass-Steagall Act in the first instance as well as its limitations before finding a path forward beyond Dodd-Frank. One that addresses the size and complexity of large financial institutions and manages the systemic risks they pose to the economy in a fair and common-sense fashion. The Glass-Steagall Act, the Act, refers to specific sections of the Banking Act of 1933, in particular to Sections 16 and 21, which separated commercial banks from investment banks. Glass-Steagall was passed in response to the failure of the Bank of the United States in 1930 and the abuses that Congress discovered in its investigation into national city banks' underwriting practices leading up to the Great Depression of 1929. Popular disillusionment with speculators and the national banks led to the passage of the Banking Act, which also saw the creation of the FDIC. Congress was concerned that commercial banks, generally, and member banks of the Federal Reserve System, in particular, had both aggravated and been damaged by the stock market crash because of their direct and indirect involvement in trading and ownership of stocks. Glass-Steagall henceforth prohibited commercial banks, banks that received deposits subject to repayment, from going into the investment banking business. Section 16 of the Banking Act differentiates between what is permissible and prohibited for a commercial bank on the basis of the type of securities involved rather than the activities performed. It stipulates that a national bank shall not underwrite any issue of securities of stock, and that purchasing and selling stock shall be solely for the account of its customers and, in no case, for its own account. The hazards that Congress had in mind were not limited to the obvious danger that a bank might invest its own assets and its clients' deposits in corporate securities, thereby exposing their, now guaranteed, clients' bank deposits to unwarranted risks. As the U.S. Supreme Court explained in its 1971 ruling in Investment Company, Institute v. Camp, in which it overturned a decision by the Comptroller of the Currency to authorize a national bank to sell its customers a stock fund created and maintained by the bank, Congress was also concerned about the subtle hazards that occur when a commercial bank goes beyond the business of acting as fiduciary and enters the investment banking business. This course places new promotional and other pressures on the bank which in turn create new temptations. Justice Potter Stewart wrote for the court's majority. Such temptations may end badly and public confidence in the bank could be damaged. And since public confidence is essential to the solvency of the bank may be tempted to throw good money after bad to shore up the original investment. Furthermore, national banks could be tempted to make their balance sheets and credit facilities more easily available than they would otherwise be to those companies with whom they maintain an investment banking relationship. Or national banks might simply be tempted to make loans to customers with the expectation that the loan would facilitate the purchase of stocks and securities, the very stock and securities that the national bank or its affiliates underwrote. It is the prevention of these subtle conflicts of interest that forms the regulatory intent behind Glass-Steagall. Glass-Steagall has been criticized since the day it was passed into law. The core challenge to the Act is its emphasis on defining impermissible activities that are often hard to distinguish from other permitted activity. The trust approved by the Comptroller of the Currency in Camp involved the purchase of corporate equities in a pooled vehicle. Glass-Steagall did not prohibit a national bank from pooling trust assets, nor did it limit a national bank's ability to work on behalf of customers to purchase equities. It was the combination of the two that the court said was explicitly prohibited. This is a very fine line and points to the serious limitations of the Act. For example, the Act did not contemplate that new products like money market funds would become commonplace with check redemption privileges that erased the distinction between them and now negotiable order withdrawal accounts. And yet, competitors created these types of accounts, which encroached on the bank's turf. So, As critics rightfully pointed out, while Glass-Steagall was designed to keep commercial and investment banks separate, it was emphatically not meant to shield other segments of the financial marketplace from competition. Amid calls to address these shortcomings over the years, numerous banking laws were passed and boundaries redrawn, but repeal remained the ultimate goal of many. Banking interests and academic studies in the late 1980s and 1990s began to question the Act's very premise of separating commercial banks from investment banks. George J. Benston, author of the seminal work The Separation of Commercial and Investment Banking, argued in a 1994 article that the claim that universal banks are more risky than specialized banks, while plausible in some ways, is not born out of experience. He cites the savings and loans crisis of the 1980s, which was sparked when the Federal Reserve hiked short-term interest rates to 12% in 1979 while these institutions had sold fixed mortgages with substantially lower interest rates. This disaster cost taxpayers close to $150 billion. It was one that was exacerbated by the U.S. prohibition against nationwide branching, which made depository institutions susceptible to local factors, like steep declines in the price of oil or land. The same was true during the Great Depression. Of the over 9,000 banks that failed during the Great Depression, the vast majority were single-office banks located in small-town America. Historical experience, Benston concluded, tends to show that bank involvement in securities actually helps to stabilize an economy in times of financial crises. Though 26% of national banks failed during 1930 to 33, only a small fraction of the 62 banks which operated securities affiliates failed. Randall Krossner, former governor of the Federal Reserve, and Raghuram Rajan, former governor of the Reserve Bank of India, drew a similar conclusion in their 1993 paper, Is the Glass-Steagall Act Justified? In the pre-Glass-Steagall era, national banks were prohibited under the National Banking Act of 1864 from handling common stocks. To get around this prohibition, national banks incorporated affiliates under state corporate charters. The 1920s saw a dramatic increase in the number of national bank affiliates and their involvement in non-bank activity like securities underwriting. The author's hypothesis was that if the concerns that motivated the passage of Glass-Steagall were well-founded, evidence should exist that the securities underwritten by affiliates underperformed the securities underwritten by investment banks. But the evidence suggests the opposite. Only 11% of affiliate underwritten issues defaulted versus 28% of investment bank underwritten issues during the period. Krossner and Rajan concluded that the market was rational enough to assess the quality of underwritten issues and properly discounted any conflicts of interest that might have existed. They argued that there were intangible factors, like reputation risk, that mitigated perceived conflicts of interest by elevating the underwriting standards of national bank affiliates. Although marshaling important facts, do these academic studies ultimately suffer a failure of imagination? After all, universal banks, or SIFIs in today's regulatory nomenclature, only appear in the marketplace following Glass-Steagall's repeal. While in 1994 Benston could confidently conclude that neither theory nor evidence support the assumption that limitations on banking either were or are likely to be effective in reducing risk-taking, the world would only have to wait a few years for the necessary empirical evidence to dispel any doubt that the absence of structural limitations on the size of banks could indeed precipitate a system-wide financial meltdown. Only 2 years following Glass-Steagall's repeal, moreover, Wall Street was hit with the so-called analyst scandal, which exposed how equity research teams at the major investment and commercial banks, whose research was presented as independent, did little more than carry water for their firm's investment bankers, who sought to win lucrative merger and IPO deals. This subtle conflict of interest led to $1.4 billion in total fines. Alan Greenspan, longtime chairman of the Federal Reserve, shared a similar belief that bank executives were best suited to manage their own self-interest and would not assume risks that imperiled their interests or those of their shareholders, notwithstanding the increasing size and complexity of the largest banks. His faith extended to the derivatives market where, in the late 1990s, he, Robert Rubin, then Secretary of the Treasury, and Rubin's deputy Lawrence Summers were successful in keeping this market a private one between counterparties. They shut down efforts by the CFTC, Commodity Futures Trading Commission, to compel the use of independent clearinghouses for the trading of derivatives. In October 2008, he was forced to admit his faith was mistaken. Those of us who have looked to the self-interest of lending institutions to protect shareholders' equity, myself included, are in a state of shocked disbelief, Greenspan told the House Committee on Oversight and Government Reform. While self-interest is typically well-suited to managing risk, large financial institutions are a different animal altogether. First, as they grow their balance sheets, they can become too complex for even the most experienced executives to understand. And, second, at a certain size, mismanagement or an old-fashioned run on the bank is no longer solely the shareholders' problem. Large banks become society's problem when they become too large to fail, as was the case in 2008. A twist on the old joke that if you owe the bank a little bit of money, it's your problem, but if you owe the bank a lot of money, it's theirs. And this may well be the single largest benefit to Glass-Steagall. Despite the impracticality of defining permissible activities as opposed to, say, limits on bank leverage or proper margin requirements, the Act has proven a better regulator than the antitrust and other laws for curbing excessive aggregation of banking power in only a few financial institutions. In the words of Roberta Carmel, a former commissioner of the SEC. But many former critics of Glass-Steagall will not readily concede the point. Larry Summers has been adamant that nostalgia for Glass-Steagall is mistaken. Virtually everything that contributed to the crisis was not affected by Glass-Steagall even in its purest form. Think of pure investment banks Bear Stearns and Lehman Brothers, or the government-sponsored enterprises Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac, or the banks Washington Mutual and Wachovia or American International Group, or the growth of the shadow banking system. Nor were the principal lending activities that got Citi and Bank of America in trouble implicated by Glass-Steagall. This is almost certainly true in a technical sense, but misses the larger point of Glass-Steagall's ability, for 66 years, to control the growth and size of national banks. Yes, the repeal of Glass-Steagall's prohibition against insured banks owning affiliates did not lead inexorably to risky loans financed with insured deposits. The real culprits included a number of incentives for subprime borrowers to receive mortgages with unrealistic terms, with these mortgages, often guaranteed by Fannie and Freddie, bundled in complex debt structures, CDOs. This activity was often accompanied by fraudulent underwriting by Wall Street commercial banks, their affiliates, and other institutions. But the repeal did allow insured banks to grow substantially in size and to own affiliated investment banks or other entities whose failure, while nominally at arm's length, posed the kind of reputational risk that Justice Stewart warned of in the Camp decision. To take but one example, between September 2007 and July 2008, well before the meltdown at Lehman, Citibank was forced to transfer over $100 billion in off-balance sheet liabilities onto the bank's balance sheet and record over $7 billion in losses. Further, the use of derivatives created a web of entanglements between all the banks, commercial and investment, and other large financial institutions, such as AIG, that made a mockery of whatever walls were thought to exist in a post-Glass-Steagall regulatory environment. Together, these factors contributed to the stupendous growth of the large banks, and thus placed the entire financial system in a precarious state. As Ben Bernanke explained to the Financial Crisis Inquiry Commission in 2010, as a scholar of the Great Depression, I honestly believe that September and October of 2008 was the worst financial crisis in global history, including the Great Depression. If you look at the firms that came under pressure in that period, only one was not at serious risk of failure. So out of maybe the 13 of the most important financial institutions in the United States, 12 were at risk of failure within a period of a week or two. Therefore, it is deeply misleading to claim, as Peter J. Wallison of the American Enterprise Institute does, that insured banks got into trouble in the financial crisis by buying and holding MBS backed by subprime and other low-quality mortgages on their balance sheets, and not because the prohibition of insured banks owning affiliates was repealed. Point 8 with expanding balance sheets and swelling off-balance sheet liabilities. The largest banks were quickly becoming too complex for senior executives to comprehend and manage. The Big Four banks' balance sheets increased from $3 trillion to $8 trillion between 2003 and 2008 alone, while their derivatives exposure exceeded $200 trillion on a notional basis at the end of 2008. This was a direct result of repealing Glass-Steagall and the passage of the Gramm-Leach-Bliley Act, also known as the Financial Services Modernization Act of 1999. In the aftermath of the financial crisis, Congress and the Obama administration chose a three-pronged approach to manage the size and appetite of large financial institutions. First, the U.S. Treasury permanently extended the conservatorship of Fannie and Freddie while restructuring their balance sheets away from fixed-income arbitrage and subprime, raised the G-fees they charge to guarantee mortgages, and bolstered mortgage underwriting standards. Second, Congress passed the Dodd-Frank Act, which prohibited banks from trading on their own balance sheets, the so-called Volcker Rule, mandated that most derivative contracts be standardized and traded through clearing houses with margin requirements similar to futures contracts, created the Orderly Liquidation Authority, OLA, and tweaked the bankruptcy code to handle future failures of large financial institutions. Third, the U.S. Treasury, Department of Justice, and a myriad of other agencies fined the banks repeatedly for crisis-era misconduct. Over $110 billion has been collected from the 6 biggest U.S. banks and post-crisis mishaps. But the elephant in the room remains. The big 4 U.S. banks continue to grow in size despite penalties, fines, and declining returns on capital. They now control close to 40% of total bank assets. In many ways, having fewer and larger banks serves the interests of the government and the banks. Heightened regulation is the devil they both know and an effective barrier against more regulation or increased competition. On the other hand, a future financial crisis will necessitate a repeat of the banking bailouts and emergency measures, the august goals of the OLA notwithstanding. In fact, the OLA's existence may make the next time even more destructive. Under Title II of Dodd-Frank, the OLA empowers the FDIC, once it receives permission from the Treasury Secretary and Federal Reserve, to seize control of any SIFI that poses a significant risk to the financial stability of the United States before or after the company declares bankruptcy. Once empowered, the FDIC is expected to set up a so-called Single Point of Entry, SPOE, appointing the FDIC as receiver of the top-level holding company and allowing all of its subsidiaries, the commercial bank, investment bank, broker-dealer, insurer, etc., to continue operations. With capital provided by the U.S. Treasury, the FDIC would serve as the debtor in possession and would establish a bridge financial company, where it could then transfer the assets and some of the seized firm's liabilities at the FDIC's sole discretion. The new entity could be capitalized by converting a prearranged class of debt structured to convert into equity. Newly restructured, with the backing of the FDIC, the firm should in theory be able to access the financial markets to fund operations, unless of course the seizure triggers a market panic as the FDIC subjectively decides the value of various debtor claims. Paul Singer, founder and CEO of Elliott Management, a large hedge fund based in New York City, has been an outspoken critic of the government's response to the financial crisis and, in particular, the creation of the OLA. In a letter to Chairman Crapo of the Senate Committee on Banking in April 2017, Singer warns that the OLA's subjective nature would allow government officials, post-seizure, to have wide latitude to establish bridge companies, shift assets to them with little due process, and then treat creditors differently even if they hold the same priority of claims. Such wide latitude will undermine the ability of investors to confidently assess how their claims will be handled in a distressed situation. This creates a serious threat that creditors will be spurred to sell their debt instruments as soon as there is any indication, even a rumor, that an institution is troubled. In a repeat of 2008, this could accelerate the crisis and increase panic among investors, the exact opposite of the behavior that the government wants to encourage. But it is precisely the kind of wishful thinking that we have seen from policymakers over the last 2 decades, with all the very bad and very predictable consequences that follow. In a rebuttal of Singer's claims, dozens of prominent law professors and financial scholars wrote to the Senate and House committees on banking urging the chairman to retain the OLA. Congress has recently examined replacing the OLA with the Financial Institution Bankruptcy Act as a means to address some shortcomings to Chapter 11. Repealing OLA would leave bankruptcy courts with the entire responsibility in a crisis for handling restructurings in ways that they have never done before. The scholars argue that current Chapter 11 case law suffers from 4 limits: international coordination, planning, coordinated response, and liquidation provision, and the OLA, with some modest improvements, is best equipped to address these limits, in their opinion. Yet Singer, a successful investor who held significant claims in the Lehman estate, argued that the bankruptcy courts worked just fine in 2008 with one exception: the cross-default provisions common to bilateral derivative contracts. So in lieu of the complex and highly subjective OLA framework, why not simply make the appropriate tweaks to the existing process? Early indications are that the Trump administration will support keeping the Orderly Liquidation Authority in place. Without any alternative approach, it could hardly do otherwise. Given the size of the large banks and the unwillingness of Congress to place absolute limits on how big any single bank may become, the OLA may be best understood as providing a more structured legal cover for the government to bail out the financial system one firm at a time during the next crisis, thus providing regulators some legislative justification to act during a moment of widespread panic. But this leaves the U.S. financial system firmly with one foot in a Glass-Steagall world, prohibition of certain types of activities, and one foot in the post-Glass-Steagall world, no effective antitrust mechanism in place to limit the size of the banks. It is as if the government has decided to double down on the worst aspects of both eras. The new regime streamlines the bailout process, while ignoring at least one significant contributor to the crisis, the concentration of assets within a few institutions. The large banks seem to be content with all of this. Bank executives, in one way at least, receive the best of both worlds. No limitation on the size of their assets, coupled with an implicit bailout guarantee. Incumbency has its advantages, after all, yet it is unclear how shareholders will react. AIG, the large insurer that was bailed out by the government in 2008, has been pressured by activist investor Carl Icahn to shed many of its assets in order to avoid a SIFI designation. Shareholders, whose short-term interest is usually to increase banks' ability to take risks in order to drive returns, presumably hope to increase AIG's flexibility and returns on equity by reducing its size. Such pressure from shareholders may be the sole remaining counterbalance against further concentration of assets within the largest banks. But shareholders are divided on this issue. Bank executives and the government, on the other hand, are largely in agreement that size is a competitive and structural benefit. This bodes well for the perpetuation of the status quo. Nevertheless, an opening will exist following tax reform, and the Trump administration would be wise to seize it to address the biggest remaining issue from the financial crisis: the sheer concentration of assets in the country's largest financial institutions. Any effective policy would seek to limit the kind of micromanaging of Dodd-Frank and address instead the three pillars to every banking crisis: the absolute size of the largest banks, the amount of borrowed money or leverage the largest banks employ on those assets, and the quality or underwriting of those assets. The question, of course, is whether such a simple, common-sense approach to policymaking can garner the necessary support in an era where the counterintuitive and abstract, not to mention financial industry lobbying efforts, hold such a grip on the thinking of our elites.